Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 2722 to Chapter 2773. When Elder Tang heard Zhao Hai's order, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what's wrong? Can they break the defensive formation?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I can't break it. How could they break my energy shield? If I let them break it so easily, then my energy shield wouldn't have been set up in vain." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I can't break it." Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Then why did you retreat? Moreover, why did you retreat 10 li?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course I had to retreat. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to reach my defensive formation. Naturally, they would stop when they reach my defensive formation." While the two were talking, the fleet began to slowly retreat. Although the people in the fleet didn't understand why Zhao Hai retreated, they still followed his order. This was because they could see that the enemy was already rushing towards them. Moreover, they weren't holding anything back. They were also worried about Zhao Hai's defensive formation. Naturally, the speed of the fleet's retreat wasn't as fast as their advance. However, they only needed to retreat 10 mu. For large artifacts, 10 mu wasn't much. Before long, Zhao Hai's large artifacts had retreated 10 li. Then all of the large artifacts stopped. Everyone's eyes were focused on the front. At this time, the large artifacts of Jia Daoi's army were about to hit the defensive formation. Everyone clenched their fists as they stared at the Six Realm Alliance's army. They watched as the Six Realm Alliance's large artifacts slowly approached the defensive formation. Then with a bang, the large artifacts collided with the defensive formation. The shield shook violently, but it didn't break. On the contrary, the large artifacts of the Six Realms Alliance were bounced back by the shield. It was like a fist hitting a rubber ball. The rubber ball shrank back a bit before bouncing back again. Seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately shouted, "Charge!" Laura and the others passed down this order. Then along with this order, all of the large artifacts of the Alliance army began to rush forward. In the blink of an eye, the speed of the fleet was raised to the maximum. It rushed out of the base and crashed into the large artifacts of the Six Realms Alliance. The people on the Six Realm Alliance's large artifacts hadn't recovered from the shock of being repelled by the shield. But at this time, Zhao Hai rushed out. These people couldn't help but stare before their complexions changed. Their large artifacts were good, but they couldn't be as flexible as ordinary cultivators. Now that they saw the other party rushing towards them, they couldn't dodge in time. They could only watch as the other party crashed into them. What gave them the biggest headache was that when they were bounced back by the shield, their large artifacts were no longer facing the allied army directly, but from the side. The front side of large artifacts was the hardest. This was because when large artifacts fought, besides using energy cannons, they also used large artifacts as shields. Therefore, the front side of large artifacts was the hardest. But now, Zhao Hai and the others were the hardest front. When they hit the sides of the Six Realms Alliance's large artifacts, more than 100 of the Six Realms Alliance's large artifacts were destroyed. When the large artifacts of the Six Realms Alliance were bounced back by the shield, their formation was already messed up. This allowed Zhao Hai and the others to break through their formation and fly away. Jia Daoi looked at the incoming fleet and his complexion turned pale. He didn't expect Zhao Hai's shield to be this strong. Moreover, Zhao Hai and the others took the opportunity to rush out and counterattack, causing them to lose a lot of their large artifacts. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. After the fleet rushed out, he immediately turned to Laura and said, "Laura, call everyone and see if anyone managed to escape." Laura nodded, then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "No, Brother Hai, they rushed out." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, they rushed out." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's make a turn and return to the base from another direction. We can't rush back like this, the other side will certainly be prepared." Laura nodded and then immediately led the fleet to turn left along with the Hell King's ship. After making a big circle, they returned to the base from another direction. Although Jia Daoi was very angry, he still calmly ordered all the large artifacts to gather. He was afraid that Zhao Hai would rush back to the base. If that happened, then they would be attacked twice. So even if Zhao Hai and the others charge, it would still be impossible for them to break through the formation. They might even be blocked. As long as Zhao Hai's large artifacts lose their momentum and stop, then the battle would be up to the cultivators. Jia Daoi didn't believe that his subordinates would lose to the people from the Upper Pillar Realm and the Void Realm. However, what Jia Daoi didn't expect was that Zhao Hai wasn't greedy at all. Instead, he led the fleet back to the base. This made Jia Daoi very angry. He felt very aggrieved. Jia Daoi felt that he had been played by Zhao Hai. It was like two people in a fight. Both of them were ready for a big fight. The other party punched you, and when you were about to punch back, the other party turned around and ran away. You didn't even have the chance to fight back. It was as if the previous fight was just to tease you. Zhao Hai led the fleet back to the base. Then he had Laura order, have all the large artifacts stop. If the people on the large artifacts want to come down, then come down. We'll stay here and watch the show. We won't fight for the time being. Laura stared, then she smiled. She understood Zhao Hai too well. The reason why Zhao Hai launched this counterattack was to let everyone vent. Everyone knew that the other party would attack today. They had been waiting for several days. At this time, their hearts were filled with anger. If they didn't vent their anger, then it would naturally affect their morale. Therefore, Zhao Hai launched this counterattack. This counterattack not only gave Jia Daoi a show of strength, it also allowed the people in the alliance to vent their anger. This way, Zhao Hai wouldn't attack and would just stay in the base and watch the people of the Six Realms Alliance. Naturally, he wouldn't be too angry. On the contrary, he would look at the other party as if he was watching a play. At the same time, this would also make the other party even angrier. Sure enough, Zhao Hai's order caused the people in the alliance to stare. Then they happily flew out of the large artifacts. Some of them even flew close to the barrier and looked at the people of the Six Realms Alliance outside. From time to time, they would point at them. This made the people of the Six Realms Alliance angry. They didn't think that this would happen. Jia Daoi's complexion paled as he looked at the cultivators in the base. He was really angry. This kind of situation where he couldn't attack the enemy and was even pointed at by the enemy was something that happened to him for the first time. He was one of the 6 giants of the Six Realms Alliance. How could he endure this? A person behind Jia Daoi looked at Jia Daoi's expression and said, "Sect Master, the other party is trying to provoke us. We can't be fooled. Today's losses aren't small. Have everyone retreat and take a rest." Jia Daoi looked at the person behind him. This person was his senior brother, an elder of the Jiaoying sect. He was Jia Daoi's right-hand man. This person was very resourceful and had gained Jia Daoi's trust. Jia Daoi nodded and said, "All right, order the army to retreat 1,000 li and rest." "Right, take away all the large artifacts." "I heard that this Zhao Hai likes to take away his broken artifacts. We can't let him take advantage of us." The person nodded and then immediately went to pass the order. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship and looked at Jia Daoi's retreat. Then he smiled faintly and said, "This Jia Daoi is really calm. I don't think he'll attack us in a short time. He also knows that he can't break our shield with his strength. However, he will certainly send people to monitor us from the outside to prevent us from launching a sneak attack. We'll wait for the Six Realm Alliance's army to arrive before we make our move." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This Jia Daoi is really calm." Laura smiled faintly and said, "I think so too. They wanted to break our barrier in one fell swoop, but they didn't expect that they wouldn't be able to break it. Instead, they were beaten by our counterattack. Jia Daoi isn't a fool, he knows that it's not the right time to attack. He doesn't have the ability to break our barrier. Therefore, the best thing for him to do now is to wait for reinforcements to arrive. In any case, the reinforcements from the Six Realms should be arriving soon. Moreover, they already activated the barrier, thinking that we wouldn't be able to escape. Naturally, they wouldn't be in a hurry to make a move. However, I don't think that they would be honest." "Brother Hai, do you think that they would challenge you?" "Challenge me?" Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he immediately understood what Laura meant. He nodded and said, "It's possible. They were the ones who attacked. Although they suffered a loss, if they didn't attack, then the impact on their morale would be even greater. However, they can't break our shield. In this case, the only way for them to restore their morale is to send someone to challenge me. If they can kill me, then that would be the best. Laura nodded and said, it doesn't matter if you win or lose, it's a good thing for them. If you win, then the cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance would be angered. When the time comes, they wouldn't need to do anything as their morale would be restored. If you lose, then it would be even simpler, their morale would be restored. Zhao Hai nodded and said, but that's also good. I want to kill a few experts from the Six Realms Alliance. I think that the Void-Piercing Realm experts of the Six Realms Alliance are stronger than the Void-Piercing Realm experts of the Six Realms Alliance. Zhao Hai nodded and said, but this is also good. Laura nodded and said, they've been living in the Void Realm since childhood. Naturally, they would be stronger than us. If it weren't for Brother Hai's 2 months of military training, then I'm afraid that they would be in danger right now. If we're talking about individual combat ability, then we're indeed lacking compared to the Six Realms Alliance. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Zhao Hai nodded and said, but isn't this the reason why we came here? If we can't deal with the Six Realms Alliance, then there's no need to talk about the Martial God Realm. Jia Daoi sat in the cabin with a gloomy expression. Opposite him was his junior brother, Wang Daoer. This was also the rule of the Armored Hero sect. The Armored Hero sect was different from other sections. In other sects, cultivators generally wouldn't change their names after entering the sect. Only a few sects would change their names after entering the sect. However, those were generally Buddhist sections. Mystical sects rarely changed their names, but the Armored Hero sect was an exception. The cultivators of the Armored Hero sect had to change their names after entering the sect. Their original name could only be kept as a surname. The character in the middle of the name was a representation of seniority. The character in the middle of the name was a cycle of 10 characters. These 10 characters were He, Rong, Ji, Nua, Heng, Da, Dao, Cheng, Li, Wu. Jia Daoi was the first person of the Armored Hero sect's Dao generation, so he was called Daoi. Wang Daoer was the second, so he was called Daoer. The number behind the name wasn't fixed, but changed according to the person's strength. For example, Jia Daoi wasn't the first to enter the sect, so he wasn't called Daoi. Later on, he was the strongest and became the sect's leader, so he was called Daoi. Wang Daoer looked at Jia Daoi and said, Sect Master, are you still angry about today's matter? Actually, there's no need. We just didn't expect that Zhao Hai's formation would be so difficult to deal with. When the army arrives, we can naturally break his formation and kill them one by one. Jia Daoi coldly snorted and said, of course, I know that when the reinforcements arrive, we can kill those guys. But before that? What should we do before that? Could it be that he was just going to watch them strut around? And if this goes on, all the morale will be lost. Wang Daoer thought for a moment and said, Sect Master, why don't we send people to challenge Zhao Hai? Send Void-Piercing Realm experts to challenge Zhao Hai. If they dare to accept the challenge, we'll have the confidence to defeat them. At that time, morale will naturally return. Jia Daoi was stunned when he heard Wang Daoer's words. Then, his eyes lit up. He turned to Wang Daoer and said, are you confident? In their group, there should be quite a few Void-Piercing Realm experts, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to come here. If they were defeated, it would be a huge blow to our morale. Wang Daoer smiled faintly, and a strange light flashed in his eyes as he said to Jia Daoi, it can't be, senior apprentice brother isn't thinking of sending all of our Jiaing sect's Void-Piercing Realm experts to battle, right? Let the Void-Piercing Realm experts from the other sects fight. If they lose, the cultivators from the other sects will naturally hold this grudge against Zhao Hai and the others. At that time, we won't need to restore their morale. Their anger is the best morale. If Zhao Hai loses, that would be even better. That would be a huge blow to the morale of the people from the Void Realm and the Upper Pillar Realm. When Jia Daoi heard Wang Daoer's words, he immediately understood what Wang Daoer meant. What Wang Daoer said just now was just what he said on the surface. In fact, Jia Daoi was very clear about Wang Daoer's intentions. Wang Daoer wanted to use this opportunity to weaken the strength of the other sections. Whether it was the other 5 great sects or the other sects here in the Jiaing boundary, the Void-Piercing Realm experts in any sect were important forces in their sections. Losing one would greatly weaken the strength of the sect. The 6 great sects were a little better, But if the other sects lost a void-piercing realm expert, it would be enough to make their sect's strength drop by a level. The reason why the 6 great sects have been the overlords of the 6 realms for so many years was because they had more void-piercing realm experts compared to the other sections. If any sect had a void-piercing realm expert, the 6 great sects would join forces to suppress them. This way, they would be able to maintain their position as the overlords of the 6 realms. In these years, the 6 realms alliance has been developing very well. Some of the sects in the 6 realms have also developed very well. Some of the sects have already produced several void-piercing realm experts. For the 6 great sects, this was an opportunity to have the void-piercing realm experts of the other sects fight Zhao Hai. If they lose, then only death would await them. If they win, then there would only be benefits. Jia Daoi understood Wang Daoer's thoughts. He looked at Wang Daoer and said, "Junior brother really has a good plan." "Ha ha ha, good. Let's do it this way. Pass down the order to gather all the void-piercing realm experts. Tomorrow, we will challenge Zhao Hai." Wang Daoer smiled faintly and stood up to bow to Jia Daoi. Li Jin sat in the large artifact with a gloomy expression. He wasn't a member of the 6 great sects. He was the sect master of the Overlord sect. This time, he was summoned by Jia Daoi to deal with Zhao Hai and the others. To be honest, he didn't want to do this, but there was no other way. The difference in strength between the Overlord sect and the Jiaying sect was too big. Although the Overlord sect also had 2 void-piercing realm experts and 2 large artifacts, compared to the Jiaying sect, the difference was too big. Therefore, when Jia Daoi asked them to come, they didn't dare to not come. If they didn't come, then Jia Daoi would be ruthless. However, Li Jin didn't expect that Zhao Hai's group would be so strong. They had so many large artifacts, but they still couldn't break through their shields. Instead, they were disrupted by Zhao Hai's counterattack, causing them to lose a lot of their large artifacts. What made Li Jin angry the most was that one of the Overlord sect's large artifacts was damaged. Although it wasn't to the point that it couldn't be used, its strength had been greatly reduced. If he wanted to repair it, he would need to spend a lot of materials. To be honest, Li Jin didn't want to be enemies with Zhao Hai. It was true that the 6 Realms Alliance had conquered a lot of realms. However, after conquering those realms, almost all of the benefits fell into the hands of the 6 great sects. Sects like the Overlord sect could only drink the soup. In the end, they didn't even get to drink the soup. When people died in battle, the 6 great sects would think of them. But when it came time to divide the benefits, the 6 great sects would throw them aside. How could Li Jin not be angry? However, the situation was better than people. They were also people under the eaves, so they had no choice but to lower their heads. Their current situation wasn't very good. They couldn't break through Zhao Hai's shields, and they also lost a lot of their large artifacts. Li Jin was afraid that this battle wouldn't be easy. Of course, Li Jin was more worried about the 6 major sects. The 6 major sects had never been good people. In that expedition, the 6 major sects had suffered the most losses, but they had gained the least benefits. In the end, the 6 major sects had fattened up. Just as Li Jin was thinking about this, a voice was suddenly heard from outside, reporting to the sect. "Sect Master Jia has sent an order." Li Jin's brows furrowed even tighter. He said in a deep voice, "Come in and talk." The person outside the door responded and pushed the door open. The cultivator who came in was called Li Ming. He didn't look very old, only about 30 years old. However, this person's identity wasn't ordinary. He was Li Jin's son. Li Jin brought him out for the trial this time. Because Li Jin was a strict person, even his son could only call him sect master and not father. Li Ming cupped his fists towards Li Jin and said, Sect Master Jia just sent an order for all the sect's void-piercing realm experts to gather at their place. Tomorrow, we will challenge Zhao Hai and the others." When Li Jin heard Li Ming say this, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Then, his face changed. He stood up and said, "Really?" Li Ming looked at Li Jin with some confusion and said, "Really?" Li Jin's eyes turned red. He clenched his teeth and scolded, "Ignorant man, shameless man, bully people too much, bully people too much." Li Ming looked at Li Jin in confusion. He didn't know why Li Jin was so agitated. Listening to the meaning of his words, it didn't seem like he was scolding Zhao Hai and the others. On the contrary, it seemed like he was scolding Zhao Daoi. Li Ming looked at Li Ming in confusion and said, "Sect Master, what's wrong with you?" Li Jin looked at Li Ming and waved his hand, closing the cabin door. Then he looked at Li Ming and said, "Ming, why do you think Zhao Daoi is doing this?" Li Ming looked at Li Jin in confusion. However, he still thought about it and said, "The army just arrived today. They wanted to attack Zhao Hai's defensive formation. However, they didn't expect that they didn't succeed. Instead, Zhao Hai made a beautiful counterattack. The army had no choice but to retreat. Now, their morale is low. Sect Master Jiao wants to use the challenge to restore morale." Li Jin angrily scolded, "Fart. These are just lies to deceive you. If you believe them, you won't even know how you died. They might be trying to boost morale, but I think boosting morale is just one of their reasons. Their target is us. It's us. Do you understand?" When Li Ming heard Li Jin, he was stunned. Then he frowned and thought about it. His expression couldn't help but change as he looked at Li Jin and said, "Father, you're saying that the 6 major sects want to use this opportunity to weaken our forces? Dealing with Zhao Hai is just an excuse. They want to kill with a borrowed knife?" Li Jin snorted and said, "They're not completely stupid. Yes, they want to kill with a borrowed knife. In the past few years, the Six Realm Alliance hasn't had a good opportunity to weaken our forces. Now that they've found an opportunity, how could they let it go? First, it's the large artifacts. Our Overlord sect only has 2 large artifacts. Now that one has been damaged, it has almost lost its fighting strength. Now, they want to transfer our void-piercing experts. Our Overlord sect only has 2 void-piercing realm elders. This time only one of them came with us, yet they still want to transfer them. If that Zhao Hai can be dealt with by a few void-piercing realm experts, then wouldn't the 6 major sects be forced to activate their formation and withdraw their troops? That's impossible. Therefore, I'm afraid that the 6 major sects will be sending void-piercing realm experts. They're too shameless." Li Jin kept cursing inside the room. At this time, a knock was heard on the door. A voice was heard, "Sect Master, would you like to see me?" When Li Jin heard this voice, he stared, then he quickly said, "Open the door." When Li Jin heard it, the one who knocked on the door was one of the Overlord sect's 2 void-piercing realm elders, Elder Wan. Elder Wan was one of the elders who came with them to the battlefield. The other one, Elder Li, stayed in the Overlord sect and didn't come with them. Li Ming opened the door and invited Elder Wan in. When Elder Wan came in, Li Jin quickly saluted Elder Wan and said, "I've seen the ancestor. May I know what the ancestor wants?" Li Jin wasn't worried that Elder Wan would hear him and Li Ming because the design of the cabin had always been such that the people inside could hear the sounds outside, but the people outside couldn't hear the sounds inside. Even if he made a big noise in the room, it was impossible for the people outside to hear. Elder Wan looked at Li Jin, faintly smiling, and said, "Sect Master doesn't need to be polite. Today, I came to see Sect Master to ask about the sect's opinion on Jia Daoi's gathering of void-piercing realm experts to challenge Zhao Hai." At this point, Elder Ruan's eyes were fixed on Li Jin, waiting for Li Jin's answer. Li Jin looked at Elder Ruan's appearance and smiled bitterly, "They're going too far, shameless to the extreme. The 6 major sects' way of doing things has always been like this. It has always been like this." Elder Ruan understood Li Jin's meaning. He nodded and said, "It's good that the sect master thinks like this. However, I think that now is an opportunity for us. What if the sect master recognizes a master?" When Li Jin heard Elder Ruan, he couldn't help but stare. He looked at Elder Ruan and said, "What does the ancestor mean?" Elder Ruan replied, "How long has the 6 major sects ruled the 6 realms? Now, no one can remember it clearly, but one thing is certain. Without a strong external enemy, the 6 great sects will continue to rule the 6 realms. As for how long they can rule, no one can say for sure." Li Jin nodded, he agreed with Elder Ruan's words. The 6 major sects had ruled the 6 realms for so many years. This wasn't a joke. It can be said that they were deeply rooted in the 6 realms. It was impossible to deal with the 6 major sects just by relying on the forces of the 6 realms. Because of this, the only way to overthrow the six major sects was to use external forces. Only an extremely powerful enemy could shake the six major sects' rule. But after so many years, such a powerful enemy had yet to appear, and the six major sects were still ruling the six realms. Elder Yuan looked at Li Jin and said in a deep voice, "In the past, there hasn't been a powerful enemy, so the six major sects haven't suffered any losses. But now, it's different. A powerful enemy has appeared, and this enemy is enough to shake the rule of the six major sections." When Li Jin heard Elder Yuan, he stared. Then he immediately understood what Elder Yuan meant. He looked at Elder Yuan and said, "Ancestor, you mean Zhao Hai?" Elder Yuan replied, "Right, it's Zhao Hai. I've also heard about this Zhao Hai. His strength is extraordinary and his methods are brilliant. In the Blood Continent, he made the six great sects lose face. In the end, he was forced to withdraw from the Blood Continent. And this time, he quietly took the Upper Pillar Realm and killed his way into the six realms. It can be seen that his methods aren't ordinary. Although it seems like he's currently trapped in the Hell Gate, did you notice that Zhao Hai had already arrived at the Hell Gate before the six great sects decided to activate the formation? Moreover, he also arranged a defensive formation. This shows that he already knew that the six great sects would do this. How could he not be prepared? Li Jin listened to Elder Yuan in a daze. After Elder Yuan finished speaking, he said, "Elder Yuan, do you think that Zhao Hai can escape from the Hell Gate?" Elder Yuan's eyes narrowed, then he sneered and said, "Escape? Why would he escape? Don't forget how he attacked the Upper Pillar Realm before. When he entered the Upper Pillar Realm, he suddenly lost contact with the outside world. It was clear that he had activated a formation. But think about it, when the Upper Pillar Realm was attacked, would he foolishly seal himself in the Upper Pillar Realm? No, no matter how dissatisfied the Upper Pillar Realm was with the six great sects, they were still under the control of the six great sects. If something happened to them, the six great sects wouldn't ignore it. Because of this, the Upper Pillar Realm didn't benefit them at all. On the contrary, it benefited Zhao Hai a lot. Not only does he not need to worry about the reinforcements of the six great sects, he can also make the six great sects suspect the Upper Pillar Realm. Because of this, I think that the Upper Pillar Realm was sealed by Zhao Hai. After saying this, Elder Yuan paused for a moment, then he looked at Li Jin and said, "Moreover, don't forget how they went from the Upper Pillar Realm to the High Fei Realm, and how they went from the High Fei Realm to the Jiaying Realm. Whether it's the Flying Goose Mountain or the Jiaying Realm, there shouldn't be any transmission formations. And large artifacts like theirs need fixed transmission formations in order to be transmitted. Then who arranged the reception formations in these realms? Did the six great sects find the person who arranged the formations for Zhao Hai? No, the six great sects have been going smoothly for too long. Although they now regard Zhao Hai as an enemy, they still haven't paid attention to these details. But think about it, if there's someone outside to help Zhao Hai, and Zhao Hai knows how to arrange formations, then wouldn't he be able to break the formation? If he can break the spirit formation, then why is he still standing here and acting like he's going to die? Li Jin's sweat dripped down. To be honest, he didn't think about what Elder Yuan said. But now that Elder Yuan said it, he discovered that the six great sects and them were unknowingly played by Zhao Hai. Li Jin wiped his sweat, then he turned his head to Elder Yuan and said, "Ancestor, what do you mean?" Elder Yuan replied, "As long as Zhao Hai can break the barrier, then the six major sects wouldn't be his opponent. Although the six major sects have a lot of people, they also have a lot of places to defend. On the other hand, Zhao Hai doesn't care about that. He came here for revenge, to kill. Because of this, he can go to any realm, any place he wants. Once he gets there, he can kill as he pleases. Because of this, I think that it's time to gamble on the Six Realms Alliance's future." Elder Yuan nodded, "Zhao Hai, I think that it's time to gamble on the Six Realms Alliance." Li Jin's expression changed, then he looked at Elder Yuan and said, "Elder, do you mean that I should go and get in touch with Zhao Hai?" Elder Yuan shook his head and said, "Of course you can't go. You're too big of a target. Send someone you can trust. Send someone in the name of monitoring Zhao Hai. Contact Zhao Hai and see how he reacts. If Zhao Hai doesn't want to cooperate with us, then the person we send might not be able to return. If he wants to cooperate with us, then we'll have to see the result of this battle. Li Jin took a deep breath. He understood what Elder Ruan meant. If Zhao Hai doesn't want to cooperate with them, then the person they send would either be killed by Zhao Hai or commit suicide. This was because this matter must not be known to the 6 great sections. Otherwise, the Overlord sect would be finished. If Zhao Hai agrees to cooperate with them, then it would depend on the result of Zhao Hai's battle against the 6 great sections. If the 6 great sects lose, then the Overlord sect would undoubtedly obtain the greatest benefits. But if Zhao Hai loses, then the Overlord sect would be in danger as well. Li Jin was now completely sober. He stood up and gently paced around the room, weighing the gains and losses in his mind. After some time, he let out a long breath and said, if Zhao Hai really wins this time, then our Overlord sect will get endless benefits. If Zhao Hai loses, then our Overlord sect will just leave with him. I think that Zhao Hai wouldn't let himself die here. Li Jin nodded and said, I'm going to go all out. If Zhao Hai really wins this time, then our Overlord sect will get endless benefits. However, Li Jin knit his brows and said, but before Zhao Hai wins, we can't let the 6 great sects suspect us. Otherwise, the 6 great sects would destroy our Overlord sect. If that happens, then we wouldn't be able to escape tomorrow's challenge. Ancestor, you would still be in danger. Moreover, the person we send to contact Zhao Hai must be completely trustworthy. This is related to the life and death of our Overlord sect. If this information is leaked, then our Overlord sect would be doomed. Is this the right person? Sect Master, you don't have to worry about this old man. This old man knows his own situation. When this old man became a void-piercing realm expert, I wasn't young anymore. Now that my body has completely aged, it's impossible for me to break through the void and ascend. This old man doesn't mind dying. If my death can be exchanged for the 10,000 years of the Overlord sect's foundation, then my death is nothing. Sect Master, rest assured, I will participate in tomorrow's challenge. When Elder Ruan heard Li Jin's words, he couldn't help but chuckle. When Li Jin heard Elder Ruan's words, his body couldn't help but tremble. Then he looked at Elder Ruan and said with a face full of shock and heartache, Old Ancestor, you. Before he could finish, he heard a bang. Li Jin turned his head and saw Li Ming kneeling on the ground. Li Jin looked at Li Ming and said, you. Li Ming raised his head and looked at Li Jin. Father, this is our Overlord sect's best chance. Father, let this child contact Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai agrees, then that would be the best. If Zhao Hai doesn't agree, then this child will contribute to the Overlord sect for the last time. Li Jin stared blankly at Li Ming. He really didn't know what to say. The most suitable person to contact Zhao Hai was naturally Li Ming. Li Ming was his son, he definitely wouldn't betray the Overlord sect. Letting him meet Zhao Hai was the most suitable. But if Zhao Hai doesn't agree to cooperate with them, then Li Ming must die. That was his son, this was gambling with his life. Li Ming looked at Li Jin and said in a deep voice, Father, our Overlord sect has only reached its current scale after many years of operation. If this continues, the 6 great sects will definitely suppress us. Rather than being suppressed by them at that time, why don't we take this gamble? That's why your son is willing to go. Li Jin slowly closed his eyes, then he said, all right, you can go. Go now. Li Ming looked at Li Jin's appearance, then he kowtowed 3 times before turning around and leaving. Only after Li Ming left did Li Jin's eyes start to shed tears. Then he slowly opened his eyes and turned to Elder Ruan and said, Ancestor, this Li Jin will definitely bring glory to the Overlord sect. Elder Ruan looked at Li Jin's appearance, then he stood up and patted Li Jin's shoulder. Then he didn't say anything as he turned around and left. Elder Ruan knew that Li Jin's heart must be very sad right now. He had been working hard for the Overlord sect all his life. Because of this, he only had one son. Today, his son was actually going to complete a dangerous mission. It would be strange if Li Jin's heart felt good. At this time, Li Ming had already left the Overlord sect's large artifact and was flying towards the Hell's Gate. Because of Li Ming's seclusion and Li Jin's strict personality, outsiders didn't know that he was the young sect master of the Overlord sect. They only thought that he was sent by the Overlord sect to monitor Zhao Hai and the others. Although the 6 Realms Alliance had gone through many battles, they still didn't have an army. It can be said that they were still an organization of cultivators. Because of this, they didn't have any military training. Because of this, they didn't have any arrangements to monitor people. Most of the time, they relied on the people sent by the various sections. There was no unified command. Because of this, Li Ming was able to openly go to the Hell's Gate. Before long, Li Ming arrived at the Hell's Gate. He circled around the Hell's Gate and discovered that there were a lot of cultivators monitoring Zhao Hai and the others. However, Zhao Hai and the others didn't seem to notice these people at all. They were still divided into several groups as they patrolled around the Hell's Gate. Li Ming carefully looked at the cultivators who were monitoring Zhao Hai and the others. He discovered that most of the cultivators were monitoring the heroic Armor Realm's army. When he saw that there were no other people, Li Ming felt relieved. Then he slowly went behind the Hell's Gate. Before long, he was hidden from the eyes of the cultivators from the heroic Armor Realm. Then he slowly approached the Hell's Gate. Before long, he arrived at the Hell's Gate's barrier. Then he calmly looked at the barrier and waited. After about an hour, a small group of cultivators patrolled the area. Upon seeing these cultivators, Li Ming immediately flew up. Then he cupped his fist towards the cultivators and said, "Li Ming of the Overlord sect has come to pay a visit to Mr. Zhao Hai. I hope that Mr. can give us an audience." When the group of cultivators heard Li Ming, they couldn't help but stare. Although they were separated by the barrier, they couldn't block their voices. Because of this, they could clearly hear what Li Ming said. This was the reason why they were surprised. They didn't think that this person would want to see Zhao Hai. The leader of the group looked at Li Ming and said, "What do you want to see Mr. for?" Li Ming replied, "I'm here on behalf of the Overlord sect. I want to see Mr. Zhao Hai first." When the leader heard Li Ming's words, his brows furrowed even tighter. However, he still decided to report this matter to the higher-ups first. After all, this matter wasn't something he could handle. If he didn't handle it well, then he would be the one to suffer. After thinking about this, the leader said, "Please wait a moment." After he finished speaking, he gave some instructions to the people behind him. Then, he turned around and flew towards the gates of hell to report the matter of Li Ming rescuing the princess. Zhao Hai was currently sitting on the Hell King's ship, monitoring the situation of Jia Daoi's group. He discovered that Jia Daoi and the other void-piercing experts were slowly gathering towards Jia Daoi's ship. He knew what they were planning, but he didn't care. At this time, he heard that someone wanted to see him. His eyes couldn't help but light up. Zhao Hai has been waiting for people from the Six Realms Alliance to come looking for him. As long as people from the Six Realms Alliance came looking for him, it would mean that the Six Realms Alliance was no longer a monolithic entity. For Zhao Hai, this was a good thing. Unfortunately, after so many days, nobody came looking for Zhao Hai. This made Zhao Hai disappointed. But now that someone finally came, Zhao Hai was naturally happy. Zhao Hai immediately said to the cultivator, "Invite him in. Be polite." The cultivator nodded before he turned around and left. Li Ming nervously stood outside the barrier. He didn't know how Zhao Hai would respond to him. Would Zhao Hai refuse to see him or would Zhao Hai capture him? However, he couldn't leave right now, he could only wait here. At this time, the cultivator who went to deliver the message flew out of the Hell Gate. He turned his head to the cultivators around him and said, "Gather around me." The cultivators immediately complied and gathered around the cultivator. Then the cultivator led them out of the barrier. Li Ming nervously looked at these people. Each and every one of them was emitting a murderous aura. Although their strength was close to his, he was sure that if these people were to attack him, then he wouldn't be able to resist even one move. After the cultivators flew out, the cultivator in the lead cupped his fist towards Li Ming and said, "Mister, please come with me. Mr. Zhao Hai invites you." When Li Ming heard this, he couldn't help but feel relieved. He understood that the other party used the word invite. This meant that the other party was being polite to him. Li Ming immediately returned the gesture and said, "Thank you." Then he followed the cultivators into the Hell Gate. Upon entering the Hell's Gate, Li Ming couldn't help but stare. Although Li Ming was the young sect lord of the Overlord sect, Li Jin was a very strict person. Therefore, Li Ming had also come out to train. The Hell's Gate was the most famous training ground in the Jiaying domain. Naturally, Li Ming would also come here. He was very clear about the Hell's Gate. In the Hell's Gate, the air was very dry and hot. When people came in, they would feel like they were suffocating. However, the situation inside the Hell's Gate was completely different. The Hell's Gate didn't feel hot at all. On the contrary, the air inside the Hell's Gate was very good. Moreover, it gave people a warm feeling. It wasn't a dry feeling, but a warm feeling like spring. Li Mingyi felt the change in the air and couldn't help but look around. He immediately discovered a problem. He discovered that the volcanoes in the Hell's Gate seemed to have calmed down. This was really inconceivable. The volcano at Hell's Gate erupted all year round. Everyone in Jiaing sect knew about this. How could it be extinguished now? There was only one explanation for such a situation. Those volcanoes did not extinguish on their own. They were man-made. After thinking about this, Li Ming immediately thought of the shield. In his opinion, this was definitely because of the shield. In other words, Zhao Hai's shield absorbed all of the volcanic eruptions and turned them into power for the shield. Thinking of this, Li Ming's expression couldn't help but change. He knew what this meant. This meant that Zhao Hai's formation skills had reached a very high level. Even the people from the Celestial Arcanum sect couldn't compare to him. While Li Ming was thinking about this, the group arrived in front of the Hell King's ship. The cultivators led Li Ming to the side of the ship. Li Ming saw a cultivator wearing iron armor standing on the ship. The armor was very beautiful, but it also gave people a feeling of killing intent. The cultivators who led Li Ming cupped their fist towards the armored cultivator and said, "Mr. Ji, we've brought him." Ji Wuming nodded, then he looked at Li Ming and said, "Mr. Li Ming? Please come with me." Li Ming cupped his fist towards Ji Wuming and said, "I'll have to trouble you." Then he followed Ji Wuming towards the Hell King's ship's cabin. Before long, the two entered the cabin. Then Ji Wuming led Li Ming to a room. Then Ji Wuming opened his mouth and said, "Mansion Lord, Mr. Li Ming has arrived." Zhao Hai's voice was heard, "Let him in." Ji Wuming opened the door and then turned to Li Ming and said, "Please." Li Ming thanked Ji Wuming once more before entering the room. Upon entering the room, Li Ming couldn't help but stare. This was because it was a very ordinary room. Inside the room was a man with average looks. This man was sitting in the living room, making tea. He looked very leisurely. Zhao Hai looked at Li Ming, then he smiled faintly and said, "Young sect master of the Overlord sect, Mr. Li Ming? Please take a seat." Zhao Hai has been monitoring the Six Realms Alliance for quite some time. Therefore, he had a certain understanding of the Overlord sect. Therefore, it was natural for him to recognize Li Ming. Li Ming cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Li Ming has seen Mr. Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he waved his hand and said, "You don't need to be polite. Come, have a seat and have a cup of tea." Although Li Ming didn't understand Zhao Hai's intentions, he still thanked him and sat down. Although Li Ming looked older than Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but tremble in fear as he sat in front of Zhao Hai. There was no other way. Zhao Hai was a person who could stir up the Six Realms Alliance. Li Ming couldn't help but be nervous. Zhao Hai poured a cup of tea for Li Ming. Then he picked up his own cup and took a sip. Then he turned to Li Ming and smiled faintly, "Mr. Li Ming, what brings you here today?" Li Ming quickly looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I came here under the sect master's order to discuss something with Mr. My Overlord sect wants to cooperate with Mr. to deal with the six great sects." Zhao Hai looked at Li Ming, then he smiled faintly and said, "Deal with the six great sects together? How does your Overlord sect plan to deal with the six great sects?" Li Ming replied, "My Overlord sect will act as a spy. We'll inform Mr. about the six great sects situation from time to time. This way, Mr. will know every step of the six great sects plan." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, I don't need you to do this. I agree to cooperate with the Overlord sect. However, I don't need the Overlord sect to send me any information. I only need you to secretly contact the other sections. When necessary, you have to turn against the six great sects. Can you do this?" When Li Ming heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. After some time, he recovered. However, he didn't immediately agree to Zhao Hai's request. Instead, he closed his eyes and meditated. At this time, there were a lot of sects in the Six Realm Alliance that were dissatisfied with the six great sects. However, there were also a lot of sects that were branches of the six great sects. Moreover, even if these sects were dissatisfied with the six great sects on the surface, they weren't necessarily dissatisfied with the six great sects. In this case, if Li Ming were to contact the other sects, then it's very likely that the six great sects would discover them. However, if they didn't contact the other sects, then it would be very difficult for the Overlord sect to deal with the six great sects. Even if they had Zhao Hai's help, it would still be very difficult. This was a dilemma. Li Ming couldn't decide what to do for a while. At this time, Li Ming suddenly thought of Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan was willing to sacrifice a void-piercing realm expert for the sect. What else would Li Ming not dare to gamble? Thinking of this, Li Ming's eyes widened as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right, I agree." Zhao Hai looked at Li Ming, then he smiled faintly and said, "Good, then I'm relieved. Mr. Li Ming, please go back." Li Ming looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Jia Daoi is currently organizing the void-piercing realm experts of the various sections. They're preparing to challenge Mr. tomorrow. Can Mr. make preparations?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he frowned slightly and said, "Will the void-piercing realm experts of your Overlord sect also participate?" Li Ming nodded with a bitter smile and said, "Yes, we also have no choice. If we don't participate, then Jia Daoi will turn around and deal with us. With the current strength of the Overlord sect, it's impossible to block their attacks." Zhao Hai nodded, then with a turn of his hand, he took out a jade tablet and said in a deep voice, "The void-piercing realm cultivators who come to challenge me tomorrow, I won't hold back, even if it's your Overlord sect's cultivators. Otherwise, it will only expose you. Take this jade tablet. No matter how heavily injured your Overlord sect's void-piercing realm expert is, even if he seems to be dead, you don't have to be afraid. As long as you place this jade tablet on him, it won't take long for him to recover. Of course, I won't really kill your Overlord sect's void-piercing realm expert, so don't worry." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Li Ming couldn't help but be overjoyed. He quickly took the jade tablet and said to Zhao Hai, "Many thanks, mister, many thanks." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be polite. You can go back now. If you stay here for too long, Jia Daoi might get suspicious." Li Ming nodded, then he turned around and left. After Li Ming left, Laura came out of the room. She looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, "Brother Hai, what's with that jade tablet? When did you make a jade tablet that can bring the dead back to life?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What jade tablet that can bring the dead back to life? That jade tablet is just a cover. Do you really think that I won't kill their Overlord sect's Supreme Elder? I'll kill him, then the jade tablet will explode and release a white light. When the time comes, the Supreme Elder of the Overlord sect will be resurrected in the space. This way, the Supreme Elder of the Overlord sect will be one of our people. Haha, we can use the Supreme Elder to monitor the Overlord sect and control it." Zhao Hai nodded. When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she understood what he meant. She nodded and said, "So it's like that. Good, that's a good idea. We can't completely trust a sect like your Overlord sect. We should have some means to restrain them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's what I meant. We can conquer the Six Realms Alliance, but we can't station our troops here for a long time. If the Overlord sect has crooked thoughts, then it would be very difficult for us to control them. Therefore, it would be better to bury a chess piece in advance so that the Overlord sect can't escape our control." Laura smiled faintly and said, "Brother Hai, you're really smart. You actually came up with such a plan. Hee. If the Overlord sect can really contact the other sects and deal a blow to the six great sects, then it would save us a lot of trouble." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "But don't take them too seriously. Let's just follow our previous plan." Li Ming's face was calm as he returned to the Overlord sect's large artifact. He was actually very excited, but he didn't want others to see his excitement. This would only arouse suspicion. Therefore, he calmly returned to the Overlord sect's large artifact. After returning to the large artifact, Li Ming immediately went to Li Jin's room. When he arrived at Li Jin's room, Li Ming knocked on the door and said, "Sect Master, Li Ming requests an audience." Li Ming knew that Li Jin was a very strict person. Even if he was Li Jin's son, he could only call Li Jin sect master. If he suddenly broke into Li Jin's room without permission, then it would attract unwanted attention. Therefore, he still politely knocked on the door and reported his name. Li Jin was currently sitting in his room. His mind was currently empty, he didn't want to think about anything. He was afraid that he would receive news of Li Ming's death. He didn't want to think about what he would do after receiving the news. Therefore, he would rather not think about anything. At this moment, Li Jin suddenly heard Li Ming's voice. Li Jin stared blankly for a moment before regaining his composure. Then he became ecstatic and immediately said, "Come in." Because he was too excited, his voice was slightly trembling. Li Ming pushed the door and walked in, then he closed the door. At this time, Li Jin excitedly stood up, he looked at Li Ming and said, "You're back? Did you see Mr. Zhao Hai?" Li Ming looked at the excited Li Jin. He knew that his father wasn't good at expressing his emotions. For him to be able to do this was already very rare. Li Ming quickly nodded and said, "I saw him. Father can rest assured." When Li Jin heard Li Ming, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Then he took 2 deep breaths and said, "Let's sit down and talk. Did Mr. Zhao Hai agree to our cooperation?" Li Ming sat down, then he said, "He agreed. However, Mr. has a request. He wants us to contact the other sections. When necessary, they would resist the 6 great sections. As for sending news, Mr. said that there's no need." When Li Jin heard Li Ming, he couldn't help but frown. "You agreed?" Li Ming nodded and said, "I agree, father. I know that this is dangerous, but we don't have any other choice. Our overlord sect alone can't provide much help to Mr. However, if we succeed in contacting the other sects, then it would be a great help to Mr. Naturally, the most important thing is that if we break the connection between the 6 realms, then who would be in charge of the 6 realms? If a stronger sect were to appear, would Mr. support that sect? So I think that if we contact the other sects now, we will be the link between Mr. and the other sections. Others will treat us as Mr.'s spokesperson, and then we will become the leaders of those sections. With such a status, we can negotiate with Mr. Even if we don't, Mr. will have to consider our status and give us the corresponding respect. Father, what do you think?" Li Jin calmly listened to Li Ming's words. After Li Ming finished speaking, Li Jin looked at Li Ming and said, "You've finally matured. You're right. Ha ha ha. Since our overlord sect has reached this point, then there's no reason for us to stop. You're right. Although there's some risk in contacting the other sects, if we win, then our overlord sect would become the most profitable sect in the 6 Realms Alliance." Li Ming nodded, then he said, "Father, there's one more thing. It's about Elder Ruan. Mr. Zhao Hai gave me a jade token. He said that no matter how injured Elder Ruan is tomorrow, there's no need to worry. Even if Elder Ruan dies, there's no need to worry. As long as we bring Elder Ruan back and place the jade token on Elder Ruan's body, then Elder Ruan would be fine." As soon as Li Jin heard Li Ming, he quickly said, "Really? That's great. I think we should inform Elder Ruan about this matter. After we rescue Elder Ruan, we should make sure that Elder Ruan doesn't show himself. This way, our overlord sect will have a hidden strength. This is very important for our overlord sect's future development." Li Ming nodded and said, "Then I'll go invite Elder Ruan." Then he stood up and walked outside. Before long, he brought Elder Ruan to his room. Li Ming didn't tell Elder Ruan what happened, but when Elder Ruan saw Li Ming's happy expression, she knew that the matter was almost done. After Li Ming finished speaking, Elder Ruan nodded happily and said, "Good, this is the best opportunity for our overlord sect. You don't need to worry about tomorrow's matter. Even if we can't save Elder Ruan, this old man is already prepared to sacrifice himself for the sect. As long as we don't expose the relationship between the sect and Mr. Zhao Hai, then this old man's death doesn't matter." Li Ming smiled faintly and said, "I think that Mr. Zhao Hai wouldn't let anything happen to the old ancestor. He should be very clear about what a void-piercing realm expert means to a sect. If he wants to cooperate with us, then he wouldn't let anything happen to the old ancestor." Elder Ruan nodded and said, "That's true. Forget it, let's not think about him. We'll know everything tomorrow." I'll go to Jia Daoi's place and see what kind of tricks he has up his sleeve. Li Ming coldly snorted and said, we've already experienced Jia Daoi's methods over the years. Elder, you must be careful. After tomorrow, I think that the sect's dissatisfaction with Jia Daoi will reach its peak. We can use this opportunity to lobby those sects. There's no need to fear that no one will join us. Elder Wan nodded and said, all right, I'll leave this matter to the sect master. This old man will participate. I'll be leaving. After speaking, he stood up and walked out. Li Ming and Li Jin sent him out of the large artifact and watched him fly towards Jiaying sect's large artifact. A day's time passed quickly. Early in the morning of the second day, Jia Daoi led nearly 100 void-piercing realm experts and flew directly to Hell's Gate. They didn't sit on large artifacts. Obviously, they were afraid of using large artifacts. After being attacked by Zhao Hai, if they didn't use large artifacts, these void-piercing realm experts would be more flexible. If Zhao Hai really used large artifacts to deal with them, with the strength of these void-piercing realm experts, they could make Zhao Hai suffer a big loss. A group of people arrived at Hell's Gate and was immediately discovered by the cultivators of the Allied forces inside. The cultivators of the Allied forces inside immediately became alert and sent people to find Zhao Hai. At this time, Jia Daoi opened his mouth and said, Zhao Hai, do you dare to come out and see me? Just as his voice fell, Zhao Hai's voice was heard, Sect Master Jia, how can I not see you? After he said that, Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship and flew to the edge of the shield. Then he looked at Jia Daoi's posture and smiled faintly. Then he bowed his head and said a few words. Ji Wuming accepted the order, and before long, all the void-piercing realm experts of the Allied forces gathered around Zhao Hai. Now, there were more than a dozen void-piercing realm experts around Zhao Hai. Although they were fewer than Jia Daoi's group, they still had the strength to fight. Zhao Hai also came down from the Hell King's ship and led the void-piercing realm experts out of the shield. He and Jia Daoi were separated by a kilometer, standing opposite each other. Zhao Hai looked at Jia Daoi and smiled faintly. Then he cupped his fist and said, I've made Sect Master Jia wait for a long time. Please forgive me. Jia Daoi looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, Zhao Hai, you don't need to be so pretentious. Looking at you, you should know why I called you here today. I just didn't expect you to have the courage to come out. It seems like I've underestimated you. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I, Zhao Hai, have the courage to come to the Six Realms Alliance and challenge your Six Realms Alliance. Do you think I'm afraid of your challenge? Hee, Sect Master Jiao really underestimated me. Jia Daoi looked at Zhao Hai and coldly said, Zhao Hai, since you have the courage to challenge our six great sects, then you must bear the anger of our six great sects. Sooner or later, our six great sects will send an army to destroy your underworld sect. Zhao Hai laughed and said, send an army to the Void Realm? You should find the coordinates of the Void Realm first. Don't forget, it's me, Zhao Hai, who's commanding the Six Realms Alliance. It's you who are protecting your orthodoxy. Jia Daoi coldly said, protecting my orthodoxy? Zhao Hai, you're overestimating yourself. You think you can shake the orthodoxy of our six great sects? You're overestimating yourself. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that overestimating himself is still standing in front of you. And yet, you can't do anything to him. You can only think of such a stupid way to challenge him. If I were you, I would have hung myself already. Jia Daoi's complexion turned pale. He coldly snorted and said, don't waste your breath. Zhao Hai, today, I'll let you know the might of our Six Realms Alliance. You actually dared to rebel against the people of the Upper Pillar Realm. You even followed Zhao Hai to attack the Six Realms Alliance. Just wait to be destroyed. When the army of the Six Realms Alliance arrives, the Upper Pillar Realm won't be spared. Jia Daoi's words didn't make the people of the Upper Pillar Realm afraid. Instead, it aroused the hatred of the people of the Upper Pillar Realm. The Ghost Mist Ancestor coldly snorted and said, my Upper Pillar Realm is right there. If you have the ability, then go ahead and destroy it. I want to see if you have the ability to do so. Jia Daoi coldly looked at the Ghost Mist Ancestor. In the past, the Ghost Mist Ancestor didn't dare to talk to him like this. But now, the Ghost Mist Ancestor dared to do so. How could Jia Daoi not hate him? Jia Daoi was waiting. As long as he can destroy Zhao Hai, then he will lead his army to the Upper Pillar Realm and slaughter the people of the Upper Pillar Realm. He didn't know the coordinates of the Void Realm, but he knew the coordinates of the Upper Pillar Realm. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to attack the Upper Pillar Realm. Zhao Hai looked at Jia Daoi and said, Sect Master Jia, you don't need to waste your breath. If you want to destroy the Upper Pillar Realm, then you'll have to go through me first. Up until now, you haven't done anything to me, Zhao Hai, right? Even if I ask you to go to the Upper Pillar Realm, do you dare? Jia Daoi looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, enough nonsense. Let's see who's the real deal. Trifling old ancestor, you go first. Then Jia Daoi and a void-piercing realm old ancestor standing not far away from him arrived. Zhao Hai looked at this trifling old ancestor. He knew this trifling old ancestor. This person wasn't from any other sect, but from the Jiaing sect. However, this trifling old ancestor was the least valued void-piercing realm old ancestor in the Jiaing sect. This was because he had entered the void-piercing realm too late, and his body was already in a bad state. There was no hope for him to ascend, and there was no hope for him to improve his strength. It could be said that he was sacrificed by the Jiaing sect. Jia Daoi was very clear that if he wanted other sect's old ancestor to take action, he must first let Jiaing sect's old ancestor take action. Otherwise, it would cause a fierce backlash from the other sect's old masters. Therefore, he sent out this old ancestor to let the other sects understand that his Jiaing sect also had an old ancestor to take action. Zhao Hai had already guessed Jia Daoi's thoughts clearly. The strength of this old ancestor wasn't high in the void-piercing realm. It could only be considered ordinary. Zhao Hai looked at the old ancestor, then turned to Elder Tang and said, Elder Tang, how about I give this first round to you? This person is Jiaing sect's Grand Elder. Elder Tang can take revenge. A cold light flashed in Elder Tang's eyes. He nodded and said, okay, give this first round to this old man. After saying that, his figure moved and slowly flew forward. He was about 100 meters away from the old ancestor, standing opposite him from a distance. The old ancestor didn't look young. His hair was already white, his face was wrinkled, and he held a dragon-headed walking stick in his hand. His eyes were closed as if he would fall asleep at any moment. Elder Tang looked very young right now, he seemed to be around 20 years old. However, his eyes flashed with wisdom, betraying his age. Elder Tang looked at the old ancestor, and the old ancestor also looked at Elder Tang. The two of them weren't fooled by each other's appearance. The strength of a cultivator couldn't be measured by external factors. If you see an old man and think that he's on the verge of death, then the one to die would be you. After looking at each other for a while, the old ancestor said, Young man, your cultivation isn't easy to come by. I think you should go back. This old man doesn't want to hurt you. Elder Tang laughed and said, What a joke. You want this old man to go back? That's impossible. This old man has an irreconcilable enmity with the Six Realms Alliance. If I don't kill you, then how can this old man go back? Since you're not young anymore, I might as well do a good deed and send you on your way. The old ancestor coldly snorted and said, You want this old man's life? It's not that simple. Since you don't want to go back, then don't ever go back. Watch my walking stick. Then he swung his walking stick towards Elder Tang. This walking stick didn't make any sound, it didn't even carry a trace of wind. It was like an old man wanting to hit someone with his walking stick. However, he didn't have the strength to do so. Because of this, his walking stick became soft and powerless. It was impossible for it to pose a threat. However, there weren't any ordinary people present. They were all knowledgeable people. The old ancestor's walking stick seemed soft and powerless. However, this walking stick carried a deep aura of twilight. It gave people the feeling that the sky was about to fall, that the years were about to come to an end. Elder Tang looked at the walking stick and knew how powerful it was. However, he wasn't worried. On the contrary, he coldly snorted. Then with a move of his hand, a long sword appeared in his hand. Elder Tang waved his sword and blocked the old ancestor's walking stick. When the sword was swung, the world changed. It was like an endless unwillingness, terror, and hatred. It made people not dare to look at it directly. The reason why Elder Tang was able to reach the void-piercing realm was because he ate the void-piercing pill, and within the void-piercing pill, there was a trace of a demonic beast's conception before it died, so Elder Tang's conception was naturally unavoidably affected. Boom! Elder Tang's sword and old ancestor Chu's crutch fiercely collided. Both of them quickly retreated. At this moment, old ancestor Chu laughed loudly. Then, he waved his hand, and several magic tools suddenly appeared beside him. Then, he waved his hand, and those magic arrays directly attacked Elder Tang. Seeing the artifacts attacking Elder Tang, Zhao Hai suddenly remembered that the cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance were proficient in artifacts. Close combat wasn't their forte. When the old ancestor fought Elder Tang in close combat, it was clear that he wanted to numb Elder Tang. But now that he retreated, he immediately used his best move to deal with Elder Tang. When Elder Tang saw the artifacts flying towards him, he couldn't help but stare. Then he coldly snorted and waved his sword, blocking the artifacts one by one. However, the artifacts contained a strong force. Although Elder Tang blocked the artifacts, he was also affected. His body retreated in order to disperse the force contained within the artifacts. At this time, the district elder coldly said, "Accept your death." After he said that, he threw the dragon head cane in his hand into the air. The dragon head cane actually grew in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge dragon. The huge dragon opened its eyes and immediately let out a long roar. Then, it charged straight at Elder Tang. When Elder Tang saw the dragon, his complexion couldn't help but change. But he quickly snorted and said, "Kill." Following his shout, he swung his sword, and a snow-white sword light slashed towards the huge dragon. The giant dragon didn't seem to care about the sword light at all. It grabbed the sword light with its claws, clearly wanting to crush it. But when the dragon clawed at the sword light, it found out that the sword light cut the dragon claw. But this wasn't over, the sword light cut the dragon in two. When the dragon was cut in two, it immediately shrank and turned into a crutch with a broken dragon's head. At this time, the district elder loudly shouted and spat out a mouthful of blood. The dragon-headed cane was his primary weapon. Now that his primary weapon was broken, his mind was damaged, and his spirit was shaken. He was seriously injured. However, Elder Tang didn't intend to let him go. Instead, he prepared to finish him off with a single strike. Just as Elder Tang was about to make a move, Jia Daoi immediately said, "Elderly, stop him." Following Jia Daoi's words, a void-piercing realm cultivator waved his hand, and a long sword pierced towards Elder Tang. Elder Tang had no choice but to turn around and block the sword, allowing the cultivators of the heroic armor world to rescue the trifling old ancestor. Elder Tang didn't retreat, he was now entangled by Elder Li's flying swords. Elder Li's flying swords were very different from the district elder's artifacts. Although the district elder's artifacts had a lot of variations, they didn't have a lot of variations. On the other hand, Elder Li's flying swords were different. Although Elder Li's flying swords only had one method, they were very flexible. Elder Tang felt as if he was fighting a snake, it wasn't easy at all. Zhao Hai looked at Elder Tang's situation and coldly snorted. He looked at Jia Daoi and said, "Sect Master Jia, do you want to take turns fighting me? Do you think I have no one? Elder Shui, please stop Elder Tang." Elder Shui couldn't wait any longer. When he heard Zhao Hai, he immediately said, "All right, watch me." After he finished speaking, his hand moved and a large saber appeared in his hand. His figure flashed and he appeared beside Elder Tang, blocking the flying sword for Elder Tang. Zhao Hai said, "Elder Tang, please come back and rest for a while." Elder Tang didn't decline. He turned around and returned to Zhao Hai's side. He knew that with his true strength, he wasn't a match for the void-piercing realm experts of the Elite League. After all, he relied on pills to increase his strength. Compared to those experts who cultivated to the void-piercing realm, he was still lacking a lot. The reason why he was able to enter the district elder was that he still had a trace of the law of rupture. This was his final trump card. However, he could only use the law of rupture once a day. After using it once, he would need to rest for at least 24 hours to recover. If he used it again before the time was up, then it would cause harm to his body. Zhao Hai also knew this, so after seeing Elder Tang use the law of rupture once, he had Elder Shui replace him. Elder Shui also knew the law of rupture, but he could only use it once. However, once was enough. If the law of rupture was used well, then it would be enough to take a person's life. After all, it was the power of law, which was different from other things. Elder Shui and Elder Li fought for more than 100 rounds and gradually fell into a disadvantage. What made Elder Shui feel strange was that the other party didn't use any other artifacts. He only used a sword. This was beyond his expectations. Elder Shui looked at Elder Li. He realized that Elder Li only had a defensive artifact by his side. He didn't take out any other artifacts. He seemed to be focusing all his attention on that sword. Elder Shui's eyes couldn't help but light up. He was now almost certain that this sword was Elder Li's life source artifact. Thinking of this, Elder Shui couldn't help but shout, "Cut!" Along with his words, a sword light slashed towards Elder Li's sword. Elder Li was startled. He had seen the power of Elder Tang's sword light. Elder Li's sword fiercely retreated, dodging Elder Shui's sword light. At this time, Elder Shui laughed. Then he turned the sword in his hand and sent a brighter sword chi towards Elder Li. Elder Li was startled. All his attention was on the sword light. He didn't think that Elder Shui would send a sword chi towards him. The speed of the sword chi was very fast, it was impossible for him to dodge. Now, he could only hope that his defensive formation could block the sword chi. However, he was disappointed. The defensive Dharma artifact seemed to have no effect at all. The saber chi sliced the law in half and directly slashed his body. Elder Li only had time to let out a scream before his entire body was sliced in half diagonally from his shoulder to his back. Seeing Elder Shui beheading Elder Li, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh and said, "Good, ha ha ha, very good. Elder Shui, please return." Elder Shui returned to Zhao Hai's side and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai waved his hand and received Elder Li's corpse into the space. Jia Daoi's complexion was very ugly. He didn't think that Zhao Hai's void-piercing realm experts would be so strong. He sent 2 people out and still suffered a big loss. This made Jia Daoi feel a bit troubled. Although he wanted to borrow Zhao Hai's hand to weaken the strength of the great clans, if they continued to lose like this, then the blow to their morale would be too big. Although the death of the void-piercing realm experts could stir up the hatred of the sects towards Zhao Hai, if too many of them died, then the sects would have a feeling that Zhao Hai was unbeatable. For Jia Daoi, this wasn't a good thing. Jia Daoi's eyes were spitting fire as he looked at Zhao Hai. However, he was now filled with dread towards the cultivators around Zhao Hai. This was because he didn't know what Elder Tang and Elder Shui's saber chi and sword chi were, and why their attack power was so strong. At this time, a voice sounded in Jia Daoi's ear, "Sect Master Jia, the people around Zhao Hai might have comprehended the power of laws. What they used just now was the power of laws. And the power of laws can't be used casually in this layer of space. If used too many times, it would cause harm to their bodies. From what I can see, the people around Zhao Hai can only use the power of laws once. They won't be able to use it again in a short time." Jia Daoi turned his head and saw that the person who spoke was Elder Ruan of the Overlord sect. Jia Daoi immediately said, "Elder Ruan, are you sure? Did they really use the power of laws?" Elder Ruan shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. Sect Master Jia, let this old man go out. If they use that kind of power, then it means that they're using the power of laws. Sect Master Jia, please be careful." Jia Daoi didn't think that Elder Ruan would take the initiative to ask for a battle. He looked at Elder Ruan and nodded, "All right, Elder Ruan, please go out. Rest assured, I'll take care of the Overlord sect." Elder Ruan smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, Sect Master Jia. My old bones can contribute to the Six Realms Alliance. Even if I die, it'll be worth it." After he said that, Elder Ruan flew out. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Overlord Sect's Ruan Longxing has come to challenge Mr. Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai looked at Ruan Longxing and couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself that this Ruan Longxing was very smart. He heard the conversation between Ruan Longxing and Jia Daoi. Now that Ruan Longxing came out to ask for a battle, he won Jia Daoi's trust. At the same time, Jia Daoi would no longer suspect the Overlord sect. This way, the Overlord sect would be able to hide even deeper. Naturally, the most important thing was that Ruan Longxing knew that he wouldn't die. He didn't need to do anything, he just put on a show to make Jia Daoi stop suspecting the Overlord sect. Zhao Hai looked at Wan Longxing, then he chuckled and said, Overlord sect? A small sect that I've never heard of dares to challenge me? What? Seeing that I haven't reached the void-piercing realm, you want to take advantage of me? Haha, fine. Today, I'll let you experience this Zhao Hai's methods. After he said that, Zhao Hai took a step forward and calmly looked at Wan Longxing. When Wan Longxing saw Zhao Hai come out to fight, his heart skipped a beat. This was because he still wasn't sure if Zhao Hai really wanted to cooperate with the Overlord sect or if he just wanted to gain the Overlord sect's trust. However, Wan Longxing thought that this was a good opportunity. He could use his death to verify whether Zhao Hai was telling the truth. If Zhao Hai really wanted to cooperate with the Overlord sect, then he definitely wouldn't kill him. But if Zhao Hai was lying, then he would definitely die. Thinking of this, Wan Longxing's gaze couldn't help but become firm. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Alright, let me experience Mr. Zhao Hai's skills today. After he said that, he waved his hand and a large halberd appeared in his hand. But beside the large halberd, there were more than 10 small halberds. These small halberds were like fish swimming around Wan Longxing, making people not dare to underestimate them. Zhao Hai calmly looked at Wan Longxing and said, Are you ready? Wan Longxing said, Bring it on. Zhao Hai looked at Wan Longxing and smiled faintly, Alright, as long as you're ready, as long as you can block one of my moves, I'll spare your life. When Wan Longxing heard Zhao Hai's words, although he was slightly angry in his heart, he thought that Zhao Hai was thinking of a way to find an excuse to spare his life. Therefore, he just snorted and didn't speak. Zhao Hai looked at Wan Longxing's appearance and his eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he used his hand as a saber and fiercely waved it. An incomparably bright blood chi suddenly appeared in front of Wan Longxing. Wan Longxing didn't even have time to react. He saw the saber chi pass through his body and disappear into the void behind him. Wan Longxing looked at Zhao Hai and opened his mouth, You. Just as he said this word, his whole body was cut into 2 pieces. The halberd in his hand also broke into 2 pieces. He fell to the ground, dead. At this moment, Zhao Hai waved his hand and was about to take away Wan Longxing's body. Suddenly, Jia Daoi shouted, Attack, don't let him take away Elder Ruan's body. The cultivators behind him came back to their senses. Everyone took out their magic tools and attacked Zhao Hai. Some cultivators also took action to snatch Elder Ruan's body. At this time, in order to block the attacks of the magic tools, Zhao Hai had to give up on Elder Ruan's body and retreat. Then, he looked at Jia Daoi and said, What? Do you want to fight? I'm not afraid of you. Jia Daoi looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, Fight? Do you admire it? Zhao Hai, you're an evil spirit. You actually collect cultivators' corpses and refine them into ghosts. Aren't you afraid that all the cultivators in the world will unite to deal with you? Zhao Hai laughed and said, In the cultivation world, there are many ghost cultivators. When did I kill people for no reason and refine them into ghosts? The people I kill are my enemies. Jia Daoi, if you can kill me and refine me into a ghost, what will you do? Will you refine me into a ghost? Jia Daoi didn't speak. He really had no way to answer Zhao Hai's question. Zhao Hai looked at him and said, 3,000 great Daos, different roads lead to the same destination. In the end, we're just pursuing the path of immortality. Everyone walks different paths. There are many people who died in your hands. The reason why you didn't refine them into ghosts is because you don't know how to refine them. Don't bring this up. I'm tired of hearing it. Jia Daoi snorted coldly. As expected, he didn't talk about this matter. He knew that Zhao Hai was right. Cultivators were like this. There was no distinction between good and evil. You cultivated a righteous mysterious technique, but you used it to kill people. That didn't mean that you were a righteous cultivator. If you cultivated a demonic technique, but didn't use it to kill people and commit crimes, then you weren't an evil spirit. This was a normal phenomenon in the cultivation world. There were no good or bad techniques, but there were good and bad people. Jia Daoi said in a deep voice, Zhao Hai, I'm not here to listen to your preaching today. We're here to challenge you. You talk too much nonsense. Although they were here to challenge, Jia Daoi didn't send anyone this time. Because Elder Yuan was killed by Zhao Hai in one move, the shock to them was too great. Now, even those void-piercing realm experts didn't dare to fight. Void-piercing realm experts often cherished their lives more than some low-level cultivators. This was because they always believed that their lives were more valuable than other people's lives. Jia Daoi looked at the void-piercing realm experts behind him. Their eyes flashed as they avoided his gaze. Jia Daoi couldn't help but snort. He felt even more grateful towards Huan Longxing. He also knew that he couldn't rely on those void-piercing realm experts anymore. Those void-piercing realm experts were already scared out of their wits by Zhao Hai. Their current strength was at the 10th layer. If they were to fight now, then if 2 of them died, then these void-piercing realm experts would be defeated. If that really happened, then the army that he led would also be defeated. Thinking of this, Jia Daoi couldn't help but turn his head to look at Zhao Hai. Then he coldly said, "Zhao Hai, today's challenge ends here. Don't be complacent. My 6 Realm Alliance's army is about to arrive. When the time comes, I will certainly break through your barrier and kill all of you." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "My life is right here. If you have the ability, then come and take it." Then he ignored Jia Daoi and led the void-piercing realm experts back to the Hell's Gate. It seems like he didn't care about Jia Daoi at all. Jia Daoi looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and couldn't help but snort. Then he said, "Let's go." Then he led the void-piercing realm experts and left. Li Jin and Li Ming have been waiting for news from the front. They also wanted to know the result of this challenge. However, the two didn't wait outside. Instead, they sat inside the Overlord sect's large artifact. Li Ming looked at Li Jin and said, "Father, Jia Daoi has been gone for a long time. It seems like the challenge has already begun. What do you think the result will be?" Li Jin shook his head, then he bitterly smiled and said, "The result? I'm afraid it won't be good. We haven't fought with Mr. Zhao Hai, but don't forget, he can make the upper pillar realm experts bow down to him. I'm afraid that he won't be weak. Even if he isn't strong enough, I'm afraid that he will have some experts following him. I'm afraid that Jia Daoi won't have a good ending." Just as they were talking, footsteps were suddenly heard from outside. Then a voice was heard, Sect Master Jia sent a message. He wants you to go to him. Something happened to Ancestor 1. When Li Jin heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then his complexion changed as he turned to Li Ming and said, "You stay here." Then he quickly left the room and saw a cultivator standing outside. The cultivator had a flustered look on his face. Li Jin immediately asked, "What happened?" The cultivator said, Sect Master Jia led the void-piercing realm experts of the various sects to challenge Zhao Hai. However, they lost 2 rounds in a row. In the 3rd round, Elder Yuan fought. In the end, he was killed by Zhao Hai in one move. Sect Master Jia sent someone to ask Sect Master to bring back Ancestor Ruan's corpse. Li Jin felt his head buzzing. His vision went dark and he almost fell down. However, he quickly shook his head and sobered up. Then he looked at the cultivator and said, "Is the news accurate?" The cultivator said with a sad expression, "It's accurate. The people of Jiaoying sect said it themselves." Li Jin recovered at this time. He took a deep breath and said, "Take the people and follow me." The cultivator nodded and then went outside to pick 50 people. They followed Li Jin and flew out. Before long, everyone arrived at Jia Daoi's large artifact. As soon as everyone arrived, a cultivator from the Jiaoying sect came to greet them. He looked at Li Jin and said with a gloating expression, "Sect Master Li is here. Please come in." Li Jin was no longer in the mood to be angry with him. He quickly walked inside and arrived at the large artifact. The large artifacts of the Jiaoying sect were also in the shape of a ship. This ship looked very imposing. The ship's captain was about 10,000 meters long. The ship's hull was very tall. Just the deck of the ship had 10 floors. This tall building had flying eaves and was very beautiful. Li Jin entered the first floor of this building. As soon as he entered the first floor of this building, he saw a huge hall. Now, there was a group of people standing in the hall. Li Jin looked at them and saw that they were all sect masters and grand elders. In the middle of the building, there was a corpse. As soon as Li Jin saw the corpse, his body shook and he almost fainted. Sect Master Li, this old man has let you down. A voice was suddenly heard. Li Jin looked up and saw Jia Daoi. Jia Daoi looked at Li Jin with an apologetic expression as he said, this time, this old man rashly challenged Zhao Hai, but I didn't expect that Zhao Hai was already prepared. He had several subordinates who could use laws. Moreover, he had also learned a trace of law. This caused me to lose 2 battles. When this old man was at his wit's end, Elder Wan opened his mouth and told me that he would go and challenge Zhao Hai. If he died, then it would prove that Zhao Hai was using laws. Then Elder Wan went to fight, but he was killed by Zhao Hai in a single move. Although I managed to retrieve Elder Ruan's body, I wasn't able to defeat Zhao Hai. Elder Ruan's vengeance is this old man's fault. Li Jin looked at Jia Daoi's hypocritical appearance and felt disgusted. However, he knew that now wasn't the time to have a conflict with Jia Daoi. He just wanted to confirm whether Zhao Hai was telling the truth. If Zhao Hai was telling the truth, then it would prove that Elder Ruan was still alive. If Zhao Hai was lying, then it would mean that they were played by Zhao Hai. Jia Daoi saw Li Jin looking at Ruan Longxing's corpse and thought that he still hadn't recovered from the shock. He couldn't help but sigh and said, Sect Master Li, bring Elder Ruan's corpse back and give it a proper burial. This old man has let him down. This old man will certainly compensate your overlord sect. Li Jin recovered, he looked at Jia Daoi and then cupped his fist and said, Many thanks, Sect Master Jia. This Li Jin will take his leave. Jia Daoi nodded, then he waved his hand and had Li Jin leave. Li Jin called 2 people in and then lifted Ruan Longxing's corpse before walking out. Everyone looked at Li Jin's back. Some were sad, some were sad, some were gloating, and some were gloating. There were 1,000 faces in the world, and so on. Li Jin brought Ruan Longxing's corpse back to the Overlord sect's large artifact. Then he had people carry the corpse to his room. After arriving at his room, he waved his hand and had everyone withdraw, leaving only Li Ming and him in the room. Li Ming looked at Ruan Longxing's corpse and couldn't help but faint. With such an injury, it was impossible for him to recover. Li Ming couldn't help but be shaken by Zhao Hai's words. Li Jin looked at Li Ming and said, Ming take out the jade token that Zhao Hai gave us. Then we'll know if Zhao Hai is lying to us or if he really wants to cooperate with us. Li Ming stared for a moment before he nodded. Then he took out the jade token that Zhao Hai gave him. It was an ordinary jade token, there was nothing special about it. Li Ming didn't believe that such a token could bring someone back from the dead. But now, he had no choice but to give it a try. Li Ming slowly placed the jade token on Ruan Longxing's corpse and looked at the jade token's changes. Suddenly, a dazzling white light appeared, causing Li Ming and Li Jin to feel a stinging pain in their eyes. The 2 couldn't help but close their eyes as they screamed. After the 2 screamed, they suddenly discovered that their eyes were fine. Not only were they fine, they even felt more comfortable than before. The 2 stared, then they opened their eyes at the same time. But when they opened their eyes, they were dumbfounded. This was because they saw Ruan Longxing standing there. The 2 rubbed their eyes in disbelief and found that Ruan Longxing was still standing there, looking at them with a smile. The 2 were stunned. Ruan Longxing looked at the 2, then he chuckled and said, All right, don't be in a daze. I'm fine, you don't need to worry. Li Jin looked at Ruan Longxing and said, Ancestor, what's going on? You were clearly. How come you're fine now? Ruan Longxing smiled faintly and said, Do you really think that Mr. Zhao Hai killed me? Mr. Strength is unfathomable. He just used the power of law to completely seal my vitality. If he didn't remove the power of law, then anyone who sees me would think that I'm a dead person. But as long as the law is removed, I can immediately recover. Although my vitality is sealed, I'm still very clear about what you said and did. Didn't you notice that I haven't bled since I was defeated by Mr. Zhao Hai's expression was calm as he said, That's right. When Li Jin heard Ruan Longxing, he stared, then he was overjoyed and said, It's good that you're fine. I didn't expect Mr. Zhao Hai to be so strong. Ancestor, what do you think we should do next? Ruan Longxing smiled faintly and said, That's your problem. I'm already a dead man, so I have to tell others that I'm still alive. Also, you mustn't show any signs of happiness. If people see it, they will certainly be suspicious. How about this, you find a time and arrange a place for me to stay sober. I just happened to be in seclusion. This time, I took the initiative to fight and helped Jia Daoi a little. Although Jia Daoi is a cold and ruthless person, I gave him face. He should take care of the Overlord sect to a certain extent. Moreover, he shouldn't doubt the Overlord sect in the future. However, we still have to be careful. If people like Jia Daoi find out about what we did, they won't show any mercy. Li Jin calmed down, then he nodded and said, yes. Rest assured, Elder, I understand what to do. Wan Longxing nodded and said, I'll stay in this room for a while. Our Overlord sect shouldn't make any moves for the time being. I can see that although the other sects are still dissatisfied with the Six Realms Alliance, their dissatisfaction hasn't reached a certain degree. Moreover, the reinforcements of the Six Realms Alliance will arrive soon. At this time, even if we contact them, I'm afraid they wouldn't agree. They must wait for Mr. Zhao Hai to show his strength. Li Jin nodded and said, I also think so. If Mr. Zhao Hai can't withstand the attack of the Six Realms Alliance, then everyone can see that Mr. Zhao Hai has the strength to defeat the Six Realms Alliance. I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to deal with the Six Realms Alliance. Wan Longxing nodded and said, strength, to put it bluntly, strength is still strength. As long as they see Mr. Zhao Hai's strength, then they wouldn't have any scruples. When Li Jin heard Wan Longxing, he couldn't help but curiously ask, Ancestor, did Mr. Zhao Hai really cultivate the power of law? Wan Longxing nodded, then he sighed and said, Mr. Zhao really did cultivate the power of laws. I just faked my death because he used the power of laws to seal my vitality. This kind of seal can't be compared to other seals, nobody can feel it. But the jade token actually had a trace of Mr.'s consciousness sealed inside. Mr.'s consciousness had broken the seal, allowing me to recover. Otherwise, I would have been dead. Wan Longxing nodded and sighed. Li Jin nodded, then he turned to Li Ming and said, spread the news of Elder Ruan's death. Also, announce that Elder Ruan has been cremated. After we return, we'll bury Elder Ruan. Go. Li Ming nodded, then he turned around and left. Wan Longxing smiled faintly and said, it's very interesting. You're obviously not dead yet, you're holding a funeral. Interesting. Li Jin smiled bitterly and said, I asked the Ancestor to forgive me. If I didn't do this, then it would have aroused suspicion. Wan Longxing waved his hand and said, I'm not angry. You did the right thing. How about this, you lead everyone out to pay their respects. I'll take this opportunity to return to my room. Tell them that you sealed my room in order to commemorate me. This way, nobody would be suspicious. Li Jin nodded, then he turned around and left. Before long, everyone in the Six Realm Alliance knew that Li Jin had cremated Wan Longxing's body. Now, he was leading the Overlord sect to pay their respects to Wan Longxing. At the same time, Wan Longxing's room was sealed. Nobody was allowed to enter. This was to commemorate Wan Longxing. This was a normal move, so no one was suspicious. Only a few sects that were on good terms with the Overlord sect came to offer their condolences. Some sects even sent gifts. It was only when the sky turned dark that they dispersed. After everyone left, Li Jin and Li Ming returned to Li Jin's office. At this time, Wan Longxing had already returned to his room. Nobody would disturb him there. After the two sat down, Li Jin said, let's be honest for the next few days. I think Jia Daoi wouldn't make things difficult for us. After all, our Overlord sect has suffered heavy losses this time. Li Ming nodded and said, yes, I understand. Father can rest assured. Li Jin nodded. Then a worried expression appeared on his face as he said, this time, the 6 great sects are going all out to deal with Mr. Fu. I don't know how Mr. Fu will deal with them. This is our Overlord sect's last chance. Li Ming replied, I'm not worried about Mr. Fu. I just want to see how Mr. Fu will deal with the 6 great sects. All these years, the 6 great sects have been stacked with blood debts. Not only to the outside world, but also to us. It's time for them to pay their debts. Li Jin was surprised as he looked at Li Ming and said, Ming-er, you seem to be very confident in Mr. Zhao Hai. You've been in close contact with him. What do you think of him? But when you talk to him, you'll find that he's not ordinary at all. Every word he says seems to have a deeper meaning. I haven't met him for a long time, so I only spoke a few words to him. But the feeling he gives me is really different. It's as if everything is under his control. This feeling is very strange. Li Ming nodded, then said, I don't know what to say. But if I really have to use a word to describe Mr., I think it's easy to say that he's unfathomable. But when you talk to him, you'll find that he's not ordinary at all. Every word he says seems to have a deeper meaning. Li Jin listened to Li Ming's words, then he nodded and said, no matter what we can do now is to wait and see. If Mr. Fu really leaves the Hell's Gate and goes to another realm, then the 6 great sects would have a headache. I'm afraid the other sects would also step forward. That would be our opportunity. Li Ming nodded and didn't say anything else. Zhao Hai sat on the Hell King's ship as he calmly looked at the monitor in front of him. The monitor was showing the tyrant's situation. Now that Ruan Longxing has turned into an undead, Zhao Hai could naturally see everything on the tyrant. Naturally, Li Jin and Li Ming's discussion couldn't be hidden from Zhao Hai. Laura and the others were also looking at the monitor along with Zhao Hai. Now that they heard Li Jin and Li Ming, Laura couldn't help but smile faintly and said, Brother Hai, it seems like the two of them really want to do big things. If they act rashly, then they might ruin our plans. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, we came to the 6 Realms Alliance in order to refine weapons. Although I'm very interested in the 6 Realms Alliance, I wouldn't destroy their realms just for these things. If I can't destroy their realms, then I'll have to find someone to manage them. Since the Tyrant sect has this ambition, then it seems like their management ability isn't too bad. Let's just leave it to them, what do you think? Laura thought for a moment and said, alright, in any case, this place isn't attractive to us. If Brother Hai destroys the 6 major sects, then it would take a long time for the 6 realms to recover. There shouldn't be any problems in the short term, but when the time comes, I'm afraid that we wouldn't be able to handle it. Zhao Hai understood what Laura meant. Laura said that the Overlord sect would be in charge of the 6 realms for a short period of time. This short period of time wasn't a matter of a day or two, or even a year or two, but a few hundred years or even a few thousand years. For a cultivator, a few hundred years wasn't a long time. When Laura said that they wouldn't be able to deal with the problem, she didn't mean that they didn't have the ability to deal with it. Instead, she meant that when the time comes, they wouldn't be able to deal with it. This was because they might have already ascended. After ascending, they wouldn't be able to intervene in the matters of the lower realms as much as possible. Otherwise, they would break the laws of the world and cause upheavals in the lower realms. And upheavals in the lower realms might affect the upper realms as well. It was like a house, and the lower realms were the cornerstone. If you casually move the cornerstone, then it would naturally cause a chain reaction. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, but what Li Jin said isn't wrong. The reinforcements of the 6 Realms Alliance are about to arrive. We need to deal with their attacks. Laura nodded and said, looking at the map, I'm afraid they'll arrive tomorrow. Hee. This is also good. We can carry out our plan as soon as possible. In any case, the transmission formation has already been prepared. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, right, we're already prepared. We just need to see how the 6 great sects react. But in my opinion, the 6 great sects wouldn't let us off easily. When they arrive, they would certainly attack. Laura nodded, then she said, I'll inform everyone to prepare. I'm afraid the war will come soon. Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, inform everyone that we should use less undead and vampires in this war. Let them fight more. This way, they would be able to improve their fighting strength. This way, we can train our troops. Laura nodded, then she took out her communicator and passed down the order. Everyone became nervous after the order was passed down. Zhao Hai also called the commanders of the large artifacts to the Hell King's ship. After giving them some instructions, he had them leave. Zhao Hai was very confident in his defensive barrier. The entire 6 Realm Alliance had about 10,000 large artifacts. Naturally, these 10,000 large artifacts couldn't all be used to deal with Zhao Hai. Because of this, there were only about 7,000 large artifacts that could be used to deal with Zhao Hai. The 6 Realm Alliance had a total of 10,000 large artifacts. Naturally, they wouldn't use all of them to deal with Zhao Hai. 7,000 large artifacts wasn't something that Zhao Hai was worried about. He currently had more than 2,000 large artifacts in his hands. If the six great sects were to attack the base, then Zhao Hai wouldn't leave these 2,000 large artifacts in the Hell's Gate. There was no need for that. Of these 2,000 large artifacts, Zhao Hai planned to take out 1,000 and have them attract the attention of the six great sects outside the base. This way, the six great sects wouldn't be able to deal with the base. The remaining 1,000 would be used to defend the base. Moreover, Zhao Hai had already established 200 large transmission formations inside the base. It wouldn't take long for these 200 large transmission formations to transport everyone out. When the time comes, the six great sects would be in for a fun time. They thought that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to leave. But when Zhao Hai suddenly leaves and appears in their weakest point, their expressions would certainly be very interesting. There were a lot of people from the Six Realms Alliance monitoring the base. And with the shield, the base's transparency was very high. Therefore, the movements inside the base immediately attracted the attention of these people. When they saw the frequent mobilization of troops, these people immediately sent a message to Jia Daoi. They were afraid that Zhao Hai would suddenly attack them if their reinforcements didn't arrive. When Jia Daoi heard that Zhao Hai was mobilizing troops, he couldn't help but get nervous. He began to assemble large artifacts and arrange a defensive formation. At the same time, he sent people to monitor Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai didn't seem to be sending troops. This made Jia Daoi puzzled, but at the same time, he felt relieved. He was now waiting. He believed that as long as the Six Realms Alliance's army arrives, they would be able to break through the base and skin Zhao Hai alive. A day passed by quickly. On the second day, a dense mass of large artifacts flew towards the Hell Gate. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship and looked at the large artifacts in the distance. He couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "It's more than what I expected. There are about 5,000 ships, less than 6,000. Adding on the 3,000 ships from before, there are now about 9,000 ships. It seems like the Six Realms Alliance's many years of accumulation isn't just for show." Laura stood beside Zhao Hai and said, "There's no point in having more. Since their large artifacts have just arrived, shouldn't we send them out as well?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, it's time. Let's send them out." Laura immediately complied. Then she took out her communicator and ordered 1,000 large artifacts to quietly leave the Hell Gate. Unexpectedly, they didn't attract the attention of the six great sects. This couldn't be blamed on the six great sects. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to send large artifacts out at this time. In their opinion, this was simply courting death. However, Zhao Hai actually did it. The Tianji Tower was a large artifact of the Celestial Arcanum sect. It was also one of the strongest forces of the Celestial Arcanum sect. The entire Tianji Tower was divided into 36 floors, with a height of 369 meters. It was circular in shape. Outside the tower, there was a huge square. This square was built around the tower. The square didn't seem very thick, and there was a guardrail outside. The entire large artifact was like a majestic palace that suddenly flew into the sky. It was very beautiful. The Tianji Tower's entire body was golden, and the roof was covered with glazed tiles. Under the illumination of the sun, it appeared even more dazzling. It had a noble aura that made people not dare to look directly at it. However, one shouldn't be deceived by its beautiful appearance. The dangers of the Tianji Tower, whether it was in the Six Realms Alliance or in the worlds conquered by the Six Realms Alliance, were well known. According to legend, every brick and tile of the Tianji Tower had some mechanism or array. Underneath that beautiful appearance was actually an ancient giant beast. The Heaven's Secret Tower was proficient in mechanisms and puppets, and this Heaven's Secret Tower was even more powerful. The Heaven's Secret sect used this Heaven's Secret Tower to kill 10 void-piercing realm experts without the help of any void-piercing realm experts. It could be seen how powerful this Heaven's Secret Tower was. The Tianji Tower's strength wasn't only external, but also internal. If you attack the Tianji Tower, don't think that you'll be safe. In fact, the inside of the Tianji Tower was even more dangerous than the outside. According to legend, every step you take inside the Tianji Tower, you'll encounter dozens of mechanisms, arrays, and puppet attacks. If you weren't led by the people of the Celestial Arcanum sect, even void-piercing realm experts wouldn't be able to take more than 10 steps before being killed. Of course, once you enter the Tianji Tower, you won't see any mechanisms or arrays. The interior of the Tianji Tower was like the interior of a palace. It was richly ornamented and extremely beautiful. Currently, in a room inside the Tianji Tower, Tian Lingzi, Jia Daoi, and the other sovereigns of the 6 great sects were sitting inside. Tian Lingzi looked at Jia Daoi and said, "Brother Daoi, you've also fought with that Zhao Hai. Tell me, how strong is that Zhao Hai?" Jia Daoi smiled bitterly and said, "He's even more powerful than the rumors say. Not only is he very cunning, but he's also a formation Dao Grandmaster. His strength is incomparably powerful. This old man has suffered several losses in his hands." Tian Lingzi said solemnly, "Brother Daoi, please explain." Jia Daoi smiled bitterly and said, "Before we came here, Zhao Hai had already established a base using the Hell Gate. Outside the base is a layer of fiery red translucent shield. It doesn't look special, but it was able to withstand the full force of our 3,000 large artifacts. It's very formidable." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "That's right. Zhao Hai has already established a base using the Hell Gate." Hearing Jia Daoi's words, Tian Lingzi and the others couldn't help but turn serious. Qiyu looked at Jia Daoi and said, "Is Brother Daoi right? Is it the full force of the 3,000 large celestial devices?" Jia Daoi smiled bitterly and said, "How could I be wrong about this? That day, when I led the army here, I wanted to break their shield and cut Zhao Hai into 1,000 pieces. But I didn't expect that when I commanded all of the large artifacts to hit the shield only shook and caved in. Then all of our large artifacts were bounced back, throwing our formation into chaos. At this time, Zhao Hai launched a counterattack, destroying a lot of our large artifacts. I had no choice but to retreat to the camp to rest." Jia Daoi smiled bitterly and said, "That day, when I led the army here, I wanted to break their shield in one go and cut Zhao Hai into 1,000 pieces." Hearing Jia Daoi's words, Tian Lingzi and the others' expressions couldn't help but change. Tian Lingzi frowned and said, "If that's the case, then this Zhao Hai is really a formation expert. His defensive shield must have absorbed the power of the earth fire from the gates of hell and used the power of the earth fire as an energy source to have such a strong defensive power. It's really a good method." Jia Daoi smiled bitterly and said, "Not only that, this Zhao Hai is also a genius cultivator. He actually comprehended the power of law. When I failed to break his shield, in order to raise morale, I brought void-piercing realm experts to challenge him the next day. I wanted to use this method to raise morale, but I didn't expect to lose all 3 battles. Of the 3 void-piercing realm experts who went out, 2 died and 1 was injured. My Zone district elder went out to fight, but he was sent out by Zhao Hai and used the power of law to cut off his life source celestial device. Li Quan and Wan Longxing, 2 void-piercing realm ancestors, went out to fight but were killed by Zhao Hai and one of his subordinates using the power of law. Li Quan's corpse was even snatched away by Zhao Hai, but Wan Longxing's corpse was snatched back. So, I had no choice but to retreat." Their expressions changed greatly. Tian Lingzi looked at Jia Daoi and said, "Are you sure they used the power of law? How could so many of them comprehend the power of law? Could it be that the power of law is so easy to comprehend now?" Jia Daoi smiled bitterly and said, "They only comprehended the surface of the power of law. According to legend, the power of law is incomparably powerful. Once hit, the wound will never heal, but their power of law is different. Their power of law will actually slowly dissipate." After the Zone district elder's life source celestial device was cut off, not long after he returned, the power of law dissipated. His life source celestial device can still be repaired. And after Elder Wan Longxing's body was snatched back, the Overlord sect had already cremated his body. It can be seen that their power of law isn't very powerful, but it's enough to deal with ordinary void-piercing realm experts. But the most important thing is that you don't know which move he will use the power of law. This is the hardest part for them to defend against. Tian Lingzi nodded and said, "Even if they only comprehended the surface of the power of law, it's still not something we can contend against. It seems like this Zhao Hai isn't simple. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to break through the barrier. We can only wait for them to wear us down." Jia Daoi said, "We can afford to wear them down. But what I'm afraid of is that if we can't deal with Zhao Hai's group in a short time, the other realms would make a move." Tian Lingzi and the others couldn't help but frown. This was what they were worried about the most. The Six Realms Alliance can conquer other realms, but they were conquering them one by one. It was impossible for them to conquer all of these realms at once. If these realms unite and rebel against the Six Realms Alliance, then the Six Realms Alliance would be in big trouble. Not to mention conquering those realms, it would be good if they weren't conquered by those realms. Tianlingzi said, "When I said wear us down, I didn't mean just waiting here. If we do that, we'll never be able to kill Zhao Hai's group. We'll wear them down. We'll wear them down until they can't take it anymore. Then we'll break through their barrier and kill them." Sun Tianlei said, "Wear them down? Then we'll have to pay a huge price. Not to mention other things, Zhao Hai's defensive formation uses earth fire as its energy source. If we want to attack, we can only use jade essence. Otherwise, we won't be able to display the full strength of our large artifacts. In this case, the amount of jade essence we'll need to consume is astronomical." Tianlingzi replied, "If we can't eliminate Zhao Hai quickly, then our enemies won't just be Zhao Hai alone. There will also be people from other realms. What we consume can be replenished from other realms. But if we let the people from other realms rebel against us, then we'll be finished." Tianlingzi nodded and said, "Don't worry." Everyone was silent. They knew that Tianlingzi was right. If the people of the other realms were to oppose them, then they would really be finished. At this moment, a voice was heard, reporting, "Sect Master. 1,000 Void Realm large artifacts suddenly attacked our camp. After destroying 13 of our large artifacts, they fled the camp. We don't know where they went. Sect Master, please give us your orders." Tianlingzi stared for a moment, then he coldly snorted and said, "They know that we're here and want to show us their strength. I really didn't expect that Zhao Hai would dare to take such a risk. At this time, he still dares to send half of his large artifacts to attack us. It seems like he doesn't want us to concentrate all our forces on attacking his base. In that case, his shield isn't unbreakable. Pass down my order. Have the scouts stay 1,000 li away from the camp and monitor everything within 1,000 li of the camp. If they find any Void Realm large artifacts, immediately report back. All large artifacts are to form a defensive formation. Without orders, don't move on your own." Tianlingzi looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, this time, the survival of our 6 great sects is at stake. We have no choice but to give orders. We just arrived today, so we'll rest for a day. Tomorrow, we'll attack with all our strength. Leave 1,000 large artifacts behind to guard against Zhao Hai's sneak attack. As for the other large artifacts, attack the Hell's Gate's base. Day and night, we can't stop. I want to see how hard Zhao Hai's turtle shell is." When Jia Daoi and the others heard Tianlingzi's crazy decision, they couldn't help but be startled. But after thinking about it, besides this method, they didn't have any other way to deal with Zhao Hai's group. Everyone nodded and turned their heads to make arrangements. At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting inside the Hell King's ship, looking at the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. The Heaven's Secret Pavilion was currently on the ground and didn't have a defensive shield. Because of this, Zhao Hai could clearly see everything inside the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. This included what Tianlingzi and the others said. Zhao Hai heard everything. After hearing Tianlingzi's order, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "This Heaven's Fate is truly a talented general. This is the best method that they can come up with. Laura, send a message to those who went out and have them return. If they don't, then I'm afraid that they would be blocked outside and would never be able to come back." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Laura nodded, then she took out her communicator and passed the order to the large artifacts. After passing the order, Laura looked at the Heaven's Secret Pavilion and said, "Brother Hai, what do you think about making the Hell King's ship look like the Heaven's Secret Pavilion? Their palace is really beautiful." "I like it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's indeed beautiful. Although it's smaller than the 8 Desolation ship, it's still much more beautiful. Moreover, the mechanisms, formations, and puppets inside are all very well designed. It's good to turn the Hell King's ship into the Heaven's Secret Pavilion, but we can't do it right now. After we leave the Hell Gate, we'll immediately attack the Celestial Secret Sect." On the surface, the Celestial Secret Sect seems to only have one Heaven's Secret Pavilion. But in fact, they have another Heaven's Secret Pavilion. It's just that the Heaven's Secret Pavilion has never flown before. Because of this, the Celestial Secret Sect claimed that it was the original form of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. As long as we attack the Celestial Secret Sect, we can exchange it for another artifact. When Laura heard Zhao Hai, her eyes couldn't help but shine. Then she nodded again and again. Zhao Hai calmly stood on the Hell King's ship as he looked at the incoming army of the Six Realm Alliance. Nearly 10,000 large artifacts blotted out the sky as they flew over. Their might was enough to make people tremble in fear. Zhao Hai could feel that the cultivators on the large artifacts behind him were in an uproar. Naturally, some of the cultivators were distracted by the battle. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "Sure enough, they're just a mob. But this is also good. After this battle, I'm afraid they'll become iron-blooded soldiers." After he said this, Zhao Hai's figure moved as he flew up into the air. Then he laughed and said, "Six Realm Alliance, I, Zhao Hai, am standing right here. Today, I want to see if you can break this barrier." Humph. A cold snort was heard. "Zhao Hai, don't be complacent. Everyone who goes against the Six Realm Alliance will die a horrible death. You're dead, it's just a matter of time." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Die a horrible death?" That's right. People will die sooner or later. Cultivators pursue the path of immortality. I might not be able to live forever, but I'm sure that I won't die here. I won't die in your hands. At this time, the Heaven's Secret Pavilion arrived near the barrier. On the square of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion stood the sect leaders of the 6 great sects. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was floating in the air. His mortal enemy finally met. Zhao Hai looked at the sect leaders of the 6 great sects, then he sneered and said, "You're finally here." When this Zhao Hai set foot on the Blood Mainland, I swore that I would flatten the Six Realm Alliance. But now that I'm here, I know that the Six Realm Alliance is nothing more than a tool in the hands of the 6 great sects. You use this tool to conquer other realms and suppress the other sects of the 6 great sects. There's no need for sects like you to exist. Because of this, I swore that I would exterminate the 6 great sects. Tian Lingzi sneered and said, "Stop bragging. You want to destroy the 6 Realms Alliance? Zhao Hai, you should give up. The Hell's Gate will be your burial ground. This place will become your gateway to hell." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't brag." Zhao Hai smiled coldly and said, "Let's see if you can break my shield." "Let's talk after you break my shield." Zhao Hai smiled coldly and said, "Then we'll see." After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and returned to the Hell King's ship. Then he said, "Have all large artifacts retreat 10 li." Laura immediately passed down the order. At this time, the commotion on the Alliance's large artifacts had already stopped. They didn't have any thoughts about Zhao Hai's order. When Jiao Daoi led the large artifacts to attack, Zhao Hai had them retreat 10 li before he counterattacked. Now that Zhao Hai ordered them to retreat, these people didn't have any negative thoughts. On the contrary, they were eager to see how Zhao Hai would deal with the 6 Realm Alliance. People were like this, sometimes they would be frightened by something. But when someone stood up and showed that they weren't afraid, the others would be infected and slowly calm down. This was the current situation of the Alliance army. Zhao Hai was the backbone of the Alliance army. At this time, Tian Lingzi didn't waste time talking to Zhao Hai. He waved his hand as the 6 Realm Alliance's army immediately began to attack the shield. The large artifacts rammed into the shield again and again. However, the shield was like a rubber ball. No matter how much external force hit it, the shield would at most sink a little before it would recover. Although the shield was shaking, it was still able to block the enemy's attacks, causing the enemy's attacks to be counterattacked again and again. Upon seeing this, the cultivators who were still worried couldn't help but cheer. Their hearts were finally put down. Zhao Hai looked at Tian Lingzi's constant attacks and said, "Tian Lingzi isn't an idiot, he's very smart. His attacks are concentrated in the front. Although this doesn't allow all of the large artifacts to spread out, it has a special feature. That is, this kind of attack can be sustained without retreating. Since they are only attacking one side of the shield will become unbalanced. This is indeed the best way to break the shield. Laura, calculate how long it would take for the shield to break." Zhao Hai was very clear that his arrangement wasn't omnipotent. It was also impossible for it to be unbreakable. In this world, there was no such thing as an unbreakable barrier. Therefore, he asked this question. Laura replied, 5 days at most, 3 days at the shortest. Brother Hai, their attacks are very fierce. It seems like they won't stop. What should we do? Zhao Hai nodded and said, what should we do? Zhao Hai sneered and said, what should we do? If we don't make the Six-Realm Alliance bleed like a river, then they wouldn't know that Prince Ma has eyes. Gather all of the large artifacts and attack them from the side of the base. Leave half of the large artifacts there to support them. We'll keep the passage open. When Laura heard Zhao Hai, her expression couldn't help but change as she said, Big Brother Hai, if that's the case, then our losses would be very big. Zhao Hai coldly replied, if our losses aren't big, then how can we arouse their hatred? Pass the order. Laura nodded, then she immediately passed Zhao Hai's order. Then the Hell King's ship turned around and flew towards the Hell's Gate. Before long, it rushed out of the barrier along with the other large artifacts. Zhao Hai left 1,000 large artifacts behind to protect the base. Then he personally commanded the Hell King's ship and the other large artifacts as they rushed towards the Six Realms Alliance. Seeing Zhao Hai's actions, Tian Lingzi couldn't help but smile. He coldly said, Zhao Hai is impatient. Ha ha ha. Good, very good. I've been waiting for this moment. Send 3,000 large artifacts to entangle Zhao Hai. Send 2,000 large artifacts to attack the people left behind. The others will continue to attack, maintain the frequency of attack. The order was immediately passed down. 5,000 large artifacts were immediately sent from the Six Realms Alliance's army. 3,000 went towards Zhao Hai while the remaining 2,000 went towards the 1,000 large artifacts that were guarding the base. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sneer as he said, speed up the charge. Prepare for close combat. Laura's order was passed down. With the Hell King's ship in the lead, the fleet accelerated their charge. At the same time, the large artifacts of the Six Realms Alliance did the same. In a blink of an eye, the large artifacts of both sides collided. Rumbling sounds could be heard as a lot of large artifacts were destroyed in the collision. At the same time, the large artifacts also stopped. At this time, the cultivators inside the large artifacts rushed out and attacked the other side. The cultivators from both sides began to entangle each other. The Hell King's ship didn't suffer any damage. After destroying 3 large artifacts, it stopped. As soon as the ship stopped, Zhao Hai gave an order, Wu Ming, lead the iron-armored army out. Kill. Wu Ming cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, yes, Palace Lord. Then he gave the order and led the iron-armored army out. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship without moving. However, the cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance who attacked the ship were all dead. As a result, a high number of casualties appeared on both sides. Every minute, someone would die. Even a powerful army like the Iron Armor Army had suffered a high number of casualties, let alone the ordinary cultivators. On the other side, when the Six Realms Alliance sent a group of large artifacts to attack the defensive formation, they also encountered trouble. They rushed towards the large artifacts, wanting to hit them. However, they didn't expect the large artifacts to retreat back into the defensive formation. When the large artifacts hit the defensive formation, they were bounced to the side. At this time, the 1,000 large artifacts that had retreated back into the defensive formation rushed out and counterattacked the Six Realms Alliance's large artifacts. This caused the enemy's formation to be disrupted. Then the large artifacts turned around and attacked the large artifacts once again. This time, the large artifacts of the Six Realms Alliance became even more chaotic. At the same time, the large artifacts of the Six Realms Alliance rushed into the shield. Then they turned around and rushed out again. At this time, the large artifacts of the Six Realms Alliance reacted. They immediately began to scatter and escape. This time, they managed to escape the fate of being attacked again. Zhao Hai has been paying attention to them. When he saw how they responded, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but shine. Then he laughed and said, good job. After defeating the large artifacts of the Six Realms Alliance, the allied army stationed at the edge of the shield stopped. They were still guarding the shield and didn't come to support Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't angry. On the contrary, he was very satisfied. Time passed by as the two sides continued to fight. The casualties were getting bigger and bigger. When Zhao Hai saw the large artifacts of the Six Realms Alliance that had been defeated by the fleet, he knew that he couldn't wait any longer. If he did, then the price that he would have to pay would be too great. Zhao Hai immediately turned to Laura and said, "Launch the Hell King's ship. Send out the undead and the vampires. We'll rush out." Laura nodded. Then the Hell King's ship suddenly moved. First, it slowly moved forward and bumped into a large artifact in front of Zhao Hai. Then it slowly turned back and bumped into the large artifacts on both sides of Zhao Hai. Little by little, it bumped into the large artifacts on both sides of Zhao Hai. At the same time, a large number of undead and vampires appeared on the battlefield. As soon as these undead and vampires appeared, they immediately began to attack the Six Realms Alliance. However, the fighting strength of the undead seemed to be limited. Although they managed to block some of the Six Realms Alliance's cultivators, they weren't the main force. The main force were the vampires. Almost all of the vampires had immortal bodies. Even if they were cut in half, they could still recover in an instant. However, the fighting strength of the vampires was at most equivalent to the Vajra realm. Only a few of them could reach the spirit condensation realm. Because of this, although the vampires' attack was fierce, it couldn't be said that they had an overwhelming advantage. However, the appearance of the undead and the vampires made the allied army feel relieved. The pressure on them was greatly reduced. And with the Hell King's ship slowly approaching the space, Zhao Hai immediately ordered all the large artifacts to follow him. Zhao Hai led the fleet back to the barrier. Then he immediately turned to Laura and said, "Have them report their losses." Laura nodded and then immediately had the teams report their losses. Zhao Hai had already divided the 2,000 large artifacts into 10 teams, with each team having 200 large artifacts. Therefore, he asked the captains of the teams to report the losses of their teams. Before long, a report was sent. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, we lost a total of 353 large artifacts. The number of casualties has reached 1 million. Among them, more than 300,000 from the Void Realm died, more than 600,000 from the Upper Pillar Realm died. On the other hand, the Underworld lost about 50,000 cultivators while the Iron Armored Army lost about 5,000. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Very good, these losses are within my expectations. We'll stay here for another day. I believe that the Six Realms Alliance will believe that we're not running away. Then we can leave. Pass down my orders, have the fleet retreat to the depths of the Hell Gate and reorganize. Don't let the Six Realms Alliance see us." Laura nodded and then immediately passed down the order. Under the Hell King's ship's lead, the Alliance retreated to the volcanoes of the Hell Gate. It was impossible to see the large artifacts from outside. At this time, Tian Lingzi was also listening to the report. After the report was finished, Tian Lingzi took a deep breath and said, "We actually lost a lot. I didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this strong. We actually lost more than 1 million people as well as 700 large artifacts. It seems like Zhao Hai is really talented. If he had more people under him, then I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to deal with him." Jia Daoi coldly said, "The more he's like this, the more we need to eliminate him. If we let him develop like this, then our 6 great sects would be finished." Tian Lingzi nodded. Then he looked at the Void Realm's disappearing army and coldly said, "It seems like that guy went to the mountains to lick his wounds. Don't worry about him, he can't run away. As long as we break through the barrier, then he'll be dead." Jia Daoi said in a deep voice, "Send people to watch the surroundings. Don't let him run away. If he's in the elite armor world and wreaks havoc everywhere, it'll be troublesome for us." Tian Lingzi smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, they won't be able to run. They think that we're all here to attack the barrier. Actually, I've already sent out 2,000 large artifacts to ambush them. If they want to run, the large artifacts will immediately come out and entangle them. At that time, we'll rush over and cut off their path back to the Hell's Gate." Jia Daoi nodded, but then he sighed and said, "Even if we take care of Zhao Hai, my Alpha Hero realm has been destroyed beyond recognition. When I have the chance, I will definitely destroy the Void Realm. If I don't take revenge, I won't be at ease." A cold snort was heard. Then a voice said, your elite boundary is only the second victim. Don't forget, my high-fey boundary is the first victim. Moreover, the damage we suffered is even more serious than your elite boundary. The one who spoke was a tall and thin middle-aged man. He looked about 40 years old. He had a horse face and a cold expression on his face. The person who spoke was called Ma Zhong, the sect master of the High-Fei sect. When Zhao Hai attacked the Six Realms Alliance, the first battle was against the High-Fei boundary. Because of this, Ma Zhong and the others suffered the most losses. However, Ma Zhong had always been a taciturn person, so he rarely spoke. As soon as they heard Ma Zhong, they didn't speak anymore. This was because Ma Zhong was telling the truth. Zhao Hai's destruction of the High-Fei boundary was very serious. Almost half of the High-Fei boundary was involved in the flames of war, causing countless casualties. One must know that when Zhao Hai appeared, the High-Fei boundary wasn't prepared at all. Because of this, they didn't have time to react. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to succeed. Because of Zhao Hai's order to not seal the blade, the High-Fei boundary suffered miserably. Tian Lingzi said, as long as we kill Zhao Hai, the High-Fei boundary and the elite armor boundary will get an extra share of the spoils as compensation for your losses. Does anyone have any objections? Tian Lingzi had some prestige among the group. Additionally, the High-Fei boundary and the elite armor boundary suffered heavy losses. Because of this, nobody had any objections to getting an extra share. However, Tian Lingzi and the others chose to ignore the other sects. When they said that the spoils would be divided, they would only be given to the High-Fei boundary and the elite armor boundary. As for the other sects, they wouldn't even be able to drink the soup this time. A day passed by quickly. Sure enough, the Six Realms Alliance's attack didn't stop. The large artifacts were constantly rotating. However, the frequency of the attacks was still constant. Even when the sky turned dark, the attacks didn't stop. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. When the sky turned dark, he went to sleep. With his strength, he didn't need to sleep. However, Zhao Hai knew that the human body was like a machine. This machine couldn't run forever. Proper rest and relaxation were very good for people. The next morning, after Zhao Hai had his breakfast, all the commanders of the large artifacts were called to the Hell King's ship. Although they were divided into small teams, the commanders of the large artifacts were all influential figures in their respective forces. Communicating with them directly was much better than communicating with them through a person. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, in yesterday's battle, our losses weren't small. I know that some people blame me for not releasing the undead earlier. Why did I take the initiative to attack? If we hid here, then we wouldn't have lost so many people. If I released the undead earlier, then we wouldn't have lost so many people. Am I right? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone stared. Shang Guanyin and the others couldn't help but show anger on their faces. They didn't think that if it wasn't for Zhao Hai, then they would have died outside. How could they blame Zhao Hai? On the other hand, after hearing Zhao Hai's words, the other cultivators couldn't help but feel ashamed. To be honest, they did think this way before. But now that they heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, I understand what you're thinking, this is human nature. Anyone who encounters a situation like this would think this way. But I want to tell you that the Hell King's ship needs to store up energy for a period of time in order to display this much strength. Second, commanding the vampires and undead isn't free. The more undead and vampires I command, the shorter the time they would appear. Because of this, I can only use these two forces at the most critical time. Do you understand now? Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, you're right, I can't use these two forces during normal times. Do you understand? Do you understand now? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone nodded. Zhao Hai's explanation was reasonable. If Zhao Hai could command so many undead without paying a price, then that would be strange. After getting a reasonable explanation, everyone couldn't help but feel ashamed. Gue Wu stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai as he said, Mister, this was our mistake. We shouldn't have blamed Mister. We ask Mister to forgive us. This. Gue Wu can guarantee that this kind of thing won't happen again in the future. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Mister, please forgive us. Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand and had Gui Wu sit down. Then he said, "You don't need to think too much about it. In fact, I'm telling you this because we're in the same boat. We have a common enemy. I don't want this matter to cause any misunderstanding between us. If we don't talk about it, then the misunderstanding will always be a misunderstanding. But now that we've talked about it, then the misunderstanding will no longer be a misunderstanding." Everyone nodded, they understood what Zhao Hai meant. At the same time, they also admired Zhao Hai's mind. Zhao Hai looked at these people and said, "I know that everyone wants to know why I took the initiative to send everyone out. There are two reasons for this. First, although our base's shield is very strong, you have already seen how the 6 great sects attacked. Frankly speaking, our shield won't be able to last for 2 days, at most a day and a half before the shield is breached. When that time comes, we won't even be able to rely on ourselves. Therefore, we need to take the initiative to attack. This way, we can attract the attention of the 6 great sects and buy us more time. Second, if we fight with the 6 great sects here, the 6 great sects will have the illusion that we can only fight them head-on, that there is no other way. It's impossible for us to leave this place. This way, they will relax their vigilance, which will be more advantageous for our next move." Zhao Hai looked at these people and said, "The 6 great sects will have an illusion that we can only fight them head-on." Everyone suddenly understood. They now understood what Zhao Hai meant. They couldn't help but admire Zhao Hai even more. Zhao Hai grasped their mentality. He wanted to make them feel this way. This would be very beneficial for him in the future. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Now, I have good news for everyone. As long as we have one more day, our transmission formation will be completed and we can leave this place. However, this day won't be easy. Last night, the 6 major sects have been attacking us for the entire night. Our barrier has become very dangerous. Because of this, we have to fight with the 6 major sects today. As long as we survive this day, we can leave this place." Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, all right. As soon as everyone heard Zhao Hai, they cheered. They finally saw hope. As long as they can leave this place, it would be good news for them. Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing everyone to stop. They all looked at Zhao Hai, waiting for his instructions. Zhao Hai said, "Actually, yesterday's battle reminded me that we don't need to fight against the 6 great sections. As long as we can drag on for a day, we'll win. Compared to the 6 great sects, we have a huge advantage. We can freely enter and exit the barrier. This advantage was overlooked by me before, but now we can take advantage of it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Actually, yesterday's battle reminded me that we don't need to fight against the 6 great sections." Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. The shield was built by the 6 major sects, so naturally, they can freely enter and exit it. How could this be considered an advantage? Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly. The 6 major sects are using a continuous attack rhythm to attack the shield. What we need to do is to disrupt their rhythm and interrupt the continuity of their attacks. This way, the shield will be able to replenish its energy. In that case, we should be able to hold on for a day without any problems. But to disrupt their attack rhythm, we need to make good use of our advantage." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The 6 major sects are using a continuous attack rhythm to attack the shield." Everyone was still in a daze. In their opinion, Zhao Hai's words were the same as not saying anything. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. Think about it, when the 6 major sects' large artifacts attack, their attacks would be blocked by the shield. But at this time, their large artifacts must retreat. What if our large artifacts suddenly attack while their large artifacts are retreating? What would the effect be if our large artifacts were to attack fiercely? While they are retreating, we are attacking with all our strength. I think that we can disrupt their rhythm." Everyone understood what Zhao Hai meant. They couldn't help but sigh at how whimsical Zhao Hai's plan was. When the 6 major sects attacked, the large artifacts were divided into several groups. These groups would attack the shield and be blocked. Then they would immediately retreat while another group would attack at the same time. Because of this rhythm of attack, the shield was always in a state of being attacked. There was no way for it to replenish its own energy, allowing it to reach its best defensive state. Zhao Hai's idea was that after the 6 major sects' large artifacts attacked and retreated, they would suddenly attack. The large artifacts couldn't retreat too fast, but their attack speed would certainly be faster. In this case, the 6 major sects' large artifacts would certainly suffer losses. At the same time, such an attack would also disrupt the opponent's rhythm, giving the shield precious time to replenish its energy. However, everyone quickly thought of one thing. If they were to directly attack the large artifacts, it would be the same as leaving the protective shield. Then, wouldn't the other party seize the opportunity to attack them and prevent them from having the opportunity to return to the protective shield? If that was the case, then they would be in a lot of trouble. What we need to do is to connect the 2 large artifacts together. Pay attention to the tail. This way, the 2 large artifacts will have 2 heads, one moving forward while the other retreating. When one of the large artifacts hits the other, the retreating large artifact will immediately move forward while the advancing large artifact will immediately move backwards. This way, our retreating speed will be greatly increased. Even if the other party wants to attack us, it would be impossible. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's do this. Let's do this." Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled faintly, "I know what you're worried about. Everyone is worried that once we rush out, the other party will stop us from coming in. Actually, you don't need to worry about this at all. I've thought of a method called the 2-headed snake tactic. What we need to do is to connect the 2 large artifacts together." Everyone was stunned. They were all startled by Zhao Hai's whimsical tactic. Not to mention whether Zhao Hai's tactic would succeed or not, just the fact that Zhao Hai could think of such a tactic made them admire him. Tian Lingzi looked worriedly at the Hell's Gate. He didn't know what Zhao Hai and the others were doing. Why haven't they appeared yet? This wasn't Zhao Hai's style. Not only did Zhao Hai not appear, but the large artifacts also didn't appear. If it weren't for the cultivators monitoring the Hell's Gate saying that no one was coming out, then Tian Lingzi would have thought that Zhao Hai and the others had already escaped. Jia Daoyi arrived at Tian Lingzi's side and said, "It's been a night. Zhao Hai and the others still haven't appeared? How are they able to remain calm? It doesn't seem like it." Tian Lingzi said, "I'm also worried. This isn't Zhao Hai's style of doing things. For them to be so quiet, there's only one possibility, and that is that they're preparing for an even fiercer counterattack. Everyone, be careful." Jia Daoyi nodded. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly lit up as he said, "They're finally here. It's good that they're here. I want to see what tricks they're playing." Tian Lingzi relaxed and said, "No matter what tricks they're playing, it's impossible for them to pose a threat to us. The difference in strength is too great." Jia Daoyi nodded. Then he suddenly looked at Zhao Hai's large artifacts and said, "Eh? What's going on? Their formation is very strange." Tian Lingzi looked at Zhao Hai's fleet and couldn't help but stare. Zhao Hai's fleet was very special. The 2 ships in front and behind were actually in a straight line. For those who used large artifacts on a large scale, this was a low-level mistake that shouldn't be made. What was the most powerful attack of a large artifact? Naturally, it was their unreasonable collision. However, if 2 large artifacts were in a straight line, then it would be very dangerous. When a large artifact charged, the one in front would collide with the other, slowing it down or even stopping it. At this time, the large artifact behind it wouldn't be able to turn in a short period of time. It was very likely that a tailgating would occur. The large artifact behind it would hit the tail of the large artifact in front of it, causing it to become one of its own, causing it to hurt its own people. Anyone who has commanded large artifacts before wouldn't make such a mistake. When they had their large artifacts form a formation, they would certainly stagger their positions so that there wouldn't be any friction between the large artifacts. But Zhao Hai's large artifact formation had 2 large artifacts in a straight line. Moreover, it wasn't just one large artifact, but 2 large artifacts. This made people feel strange. At this time, they discovered that Zhao Hai's large artifacts had stopped. The people on the large artifacts seemed to be doing something, but nobody was attacking. This made Tian Lingzi even more puzzled and uneasy. Zhao Hai's large artifacts seemed to have stopped. The large artifacts seemed to be doing something, but nobody was attacking. Time passed little by little. After about an hour, Zhao Hai had already calculated the enemy's attack pattern and grasped their rhythm. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, pay attention. All large artifacts, start accumulating energy. When I say 10, attack. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1, attack." Following Zhao Hai's order, all of the large artifacts in the front row of the alliance rushed out. Naturally, because of the design of the large artifacts, some were fast, some were slow, some had strong impact, and some had strong defensive capabilities. The large artifacts that Zhao Hai placed in the front had the same speed and powerful impact. The other large artifacts could only become the other head of the double-headed snake. They were only responsible for receiving the large artifacts that rushed out. At this time, Xianxia and the others were stunned. They saw the enemy's large artifacts suddenly rushing towards them. This made them very puzzled. The enemy's actions were like moths flying into a flame. They were seeking their own deaths. Before they could react, Zhao Hai's large artifacts had already rushed out. Xianxia and the others stared at Zhao Hai's group. Upon seeing the direction that Zhao Hai's group was rushing towards, Xianxia's complexion couldn't help but change. Then he shouted, "Not good." He could clearly see that in the direction that Zhao Hai and the others were rushing towards, a group of large artifacts had just finished attacking the shield and were preparing to retreat. But at this time, Zhao Hai and the others were rushing towards them. Naturally, they would suffer losses. Just as Xianxia shouted, Zhao Hai's large artifacts had already rushed out of the protective shield. Under everyone's gaze, the large artifacts collided with the retreating large artifacts of the Six-Realm Alliance. Boom! Almost at the same time, the large artifacts of both sides collided. One side was retreating while the other side was advancing at full speed. This collision caused Zhao Hai's group to slow down. At the same time, the other side's large artifacts were also rapidly retreating. Almost all of their large artifacts were destroyed. At this time, Xianxia also reacted. He immediately shouted, "Stop them. Don't let them go back." Immediately, a cultivator passed down his order. However, Xianxia and the others could only rely on flag signals or people to deliver messages. Naturally, the speed of communication was much slower. At this time, Xianxia and the others discovered that Zhao Hai's large artifacts were rapidly retreating. Their retreating speed wasn't any slower than their advancing speed. Xianxia stared blankly at Zhao Hai's group retreating back to the protective shield. Then his complexion turned pale. He now understood why Zhao Hai arranged such a strange formation and why Zhao Hai's large artifacts were retreating so fast. Jia Daoi still hadn't reacted. He muttered, "What's going on? Why are they retreating so fast? This isn't right." Xianxia coldly snorted and said, "It's not that they're retreating fast, it's clearly that they're advancing fast." They put the two large artifacts in a straight line and connected them with something in the middle. When they hit here, they slowed down, and the large artifact behind them immediately began to pull them back. That's why they were able to retreat back to the shield so quickly. It's a good plan, a really good plan. At this time, the attack rhythm of the Six-Realm Alliance had been affected by Zhao Hai's collision. Their rhythm was no longer coherent. This caused chaos in their attacks, causing them to stop for a while. Upon seeing this, Xianxia's complexion turned black. Before, he thought that Zhao Hai only wanted to attack their large artifacts. But now, he understood that Zhao Hai's goal wasn't the large artifacts, but their attack rhythm. Now that their attack rhythm had been disrupted, it wouldn't be easy for them to regain their rhythm. Xianxia coldly snorted, then he said, "Transmit my order. All large artifacts, retreat and prepare to attack again." Zhao Hai's reaction was fierce. "This means that our previous attack was effective. Zhao Hai was afraid that we would continue attacking. Therefore, he did everything he could to disrupt our attack rhythm." Interesting, very interesting. Jia Daoi and the others now knew what was going on. Jia Daoi looked at Zhao Hai, who had returned to the base, and said, "We let him escape again. I have a hunch that if we continue to attack, I'm afraid it won't be long before the shield is broken." That's why Zhao Hai came up with this move. Jia Daoi and the others also knew what was going on. At this time, Xianxia coldly snorted and said, "Right, that's what I think as well." However, the most important thing right now is to find a way to deal with them. How to break this barrier is the most important thing right now. Black Phantom suddenly said, how about we try using poison? Black Phantom looked at Tianlingzi and said in a deep voice, Tianlingzi, I know that your archaic Arcanum sect has a kind of spirit needle. This kind of spirit needle is very small, but it has a very strong penetrating power and also has a very strong adhesion. It is very useful to deal with the shields of cultivators. Our dark sect has a very strong poison called ghost powder. This kind of ghost powder is very corrosive and can corrode everything in the world. It has an even better corrosive effect on things like shields. Now I think it is time to use these two things together. Use your spirit needle and dip it in my ghost powder. See if you can use the corrosive method to break their shield. When Tianlingzi heard Black Phantom's words, he couldn't help but nod and said, Spirit needle alone won't be able to break this protective shield. Spirit needle alone won't be able to break this protective shield. Using spirit needle alone will only corrode the surface of the shield bit by bit. It's too slow. Zhao Hai might be able to sense it and think of a way to break it. Therefore, to break this protective shield, we must use spirit needle and spirit powder together. Okay, it's settled. However, the preparation of the spirit needle still needs some time. Black Phantom replied, we don't have a lot of spirit powder, so we still need a day to prepare. After a day, we'll officially begin. Tianlingzi replied, alright, we'll officially begin after a day. Let's give everyone a good rest during this time. The attacks have made everyone tired. Right, you should think about how your sects can break this protective shield. This isn't the time to hide. If you have a good method, then take it out. The most important thing right now is to eliminate Zhao Hai. If we can't eliminate Zhao Hai as soon as possible, then our losses would be even greater. After he said that, he turned around and gave the order to the cultivators next to him. Following his order, the Six Realm Alliance's army slowly retreated back to their camp before stopping. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship as he looked at Tianlingzi who had returned to their camp. Then he muttered, Spirit needle? Spirit powder? These two idiots, don't they know that this protective shield is made of fire? Spirit needle, even if it's a powerful artifact, isn't it afraid of being refined by fire? Spirit powder is a Yin-attributed poison, and earth fire is the nemesis of all Yin-attributed things. They want to use this poison to deal with the earth fire shield? These two idiots can think of such a thing. Forget it, I'm afraid they won't be in the mood to deal with us after a day. Ha ha ha. Just as Zhao Hai finished speaking, he heard the sound of wind breaking. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw the commanders of the other large artifacts flying towards the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he waved his hand and opened the Hell King's ship's shield, allowing the people to enter. Before long, the commanders of the other large artifacts were on the ship. These people looked at Zhao Hai with excitement. Shang Guanyin said, Zhao Hai, we succeeded. We really succeeded. We repelled them. To be honest, Shang Guanyin and the others didn't think that this move would work. They always thought that Zhao Hai's plan was too whimsical. No matter how they looked at it, it seemed like a joke. They didn't think that this plan would actually succeed. Naturally, another reason for their excitement was that they managed to buy some time. They can now leave this place and attack the 6 great sections. Zhao Hai looked at Shang Guanyin and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, yes, we've succeeded. We've repelled them. We can leave this place now, we've won. Everyone cheered. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and waved his hand. The people calmed down, but they still looked at Zhao Hai with hope. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, everyone, go back and rest. At the same time, prepare to leave at any time. Wait for my notice. I guarantee that we will leave this place tomorrow. Everyone cheered. After giving Zhao Hai a salute, they left. When Zhao Hai returned to the Hell King's ship's cabin, Laura and the others greeted him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, I didn't expect Brother Hai's move to be so effective. They actually retreated. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I didn't expect this move to be so effective. Prepare the formation so that we can leave this place. I really want to make the Heaven's Secret Pavilion ours as soon as possible. Laura and the others had been envious of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion for a long time. Now that they heard Zhao Hai, they agreed and immediately went to prepare. Before long, Laura told Zhao Hai that the formation was ready and that they can leave. Zhao didn't say anything. It was now daytime, a good time for them to leave. When they were about to leave, the transmission formation in the base would light up with bursts of white light. If it was night time, they would be the first to leave, but now, no one would be able to see them. Zhao Hai walked out of the cabin with Laura and the others behind him. Each of them had a communication device in their hands. Zhao Hai said, "Order all large artifacts to retreat to the volcanoes." Laura and the others immediately passed down Zhao Hai's order. Under the leadership of the Hell King's ship, all large formations retreated to the volcanoes. Although their actions were seen by the cultivators of the Six Realm Alliance, they didn't care. Last night, Zhao Hai and the others also retreated to the volcanoes. Because of this, the cultivators thought that Zhao Hai and the others should have a small base inside the volcanoes for them to rest. Now that the Six Realm Alliance's army had retreated, it wasn't a big deal for Zhao Hai and the others to retreat as well. After the large artifacts retreated to the volcanoes, Zhao Hai called the commanders of the large artifacts to the Hell King's ship. When the commanders arrived on the ship, they couldn't help but be excited. They knew that Zhao Hai called them here for only one reason, and that was to take them away from the Hell Gate. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "I've called everyone here this time. I think everyone can guess why I called everyone here. Right, I called everyone here for one purpose, and that is to take everyone away from this place. Now that the artifacts have been prepared, we can leave at any time. The reason why I called everyone here is because I have something to tell everyone." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's leave this place together." Everyone's face couldn't help but be happy. This was because this day had finally arrived. At the same time, they were also curious about what Zhao Hai wanted to tell them. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "What I want to say is related to the place we'll be heading to. When we leave this place, we will appear in a mountain not far from the Celestial Arcanum Sect's headquarters. Nobody would think that we would silently sneak in there. Therefore, our goal this time is the Celestial Arcanum Sect." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're right." As soon as everyone heard Zhao Hai, the entire conference room exploded with excitement. This was because they knew that the Celestial Mystery Sect was the wealthiest of the 6 great sections. As long as they can take down the Celestial Mystery Sect, they would be able to recoup all of their losses. Moreover, they would still have a surplus. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Quiet." Everyone quieted down. To be honest, they were really afraid of Zhao Hai. Therefore, when Zhao Hai spoke, they immediately quieted down. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Don't think that the Celestial Mystery Sect is easy to deal with just because their troops are here. Let me tell you, the Celestial Mystery Sect isn't easy to deal with. There are still a lot of cultivators guarding the Celestial Mystery Sect. Although these cultivators aren't very strong, don't forget that the Celestial Mystery Sect is most proficient in puppetry. Although the cultivators guarding the Celestial Mystery Sect aren't very strong, they can still display a lot of battle strength when combined with their puppetry techniques. Therefore, when everyone gets there, you must listen to the command. Only then can we use the smallest price to destroy the Celestial Mystery Sect and obtain everything from the Celestial Mystery Sect." Everyone nodded. If they were a little unconvinced of Zhao Hai before, they were now completely convinced by Zhao Hai. Regarding Zhao Hai's command, they didn't have any reaction. Seeing that everyone nodded, Zhao Hai continued, "Besides this matter, there's one more thing that I need to make clear to everyone. That is, how to distribute the loot." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, their expressions couldn't help but turn serious. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai continued, "The divination sect's things can be divided into 3 categories: materials, cultivation methods, and artifacts. Materials refer to pills and other things that can be used directly by us. These things should account for the highest proportion. But I can guarantee that I don't want any of these materials. All of them will belong to you. But you must divide them equally, don't let this affect your relationship." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The divination sect's things can be divided into 3 categories." When they heard Zhao Hai, everyone stared. Then Zhang Suning said, "Captain, this isn't good. This time, you contributed the most in dealing with the 6 great sects. Now that we're dealing with the Celestial Mystery Sect, we can certainly obtain a lot of good things. If you don't want them, then how can we accept them? Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, of course I won't do it for free. I want to use my share to exchange for a treasure of the Celestial Mystery Sect. You can divide the materials equally, but the Celestial Mystery Sect's treasure will belong to me. When they heard Zhao Hai, Zhang Sunin and the others felt relieved. If Zhao Hai really didn't want anything, then they would suspect that Zhao Hai had other intentions. But now that Zhao Hai made it clear that he wanted to use his share to exchange for a treasure of the Celestial Mystery Sect, they felt relieved. Zhang Sunin said, I don't know what treasure Captain wants to obtain. Captain, you contributed the most in this operation, so you should get the most things. I'm afraid that ordinary treasures won't move you. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course. Who am I? I'm Zhao Hai. When have I ever suffered a loss? When they heard Zhao Hai, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. They were even more curious about what Zhao Hai wanted. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, the thing I want is the Celestial Mystery Sect. When Zhao Hai said this, everyone stared. They didn't think that Zhao Hai's request was too expensive. On the contrary, they thought that Zhao Hai's request was too light. Zhao Hai's request wasn't too expensive. Indeed, the power of the Celestial Mystery Sect was very great, but the Celestial Mystery Sect was just a large artifact. If the Celestial Mystery Sect could refine one Celestial Mystery Sect, then they could refine a second one. And the materials of the Celestial Mystery Sect weren't only enough to refine one or two Celestial Mystery Sects. There were also some very high-grade materials. Some materials could be worth the value of the Celestial Mystery Sect. This was because in the eyes of some cultivators, the value of the Celestial Mystery Sect was far less than the value of the Celestial Mystery Sect. The power of the Celestial Mystery Sect was great, but it also needed countless people to operate it. It could be said that the Celestial Mystery Sect was very important to a sect, but for a cultivator, it wasn't very important. Obtaining a spirit herb might allow you to change from a spirit condensation realm cultivator to a void piercing realm cultivator. The Celestial Mystery Sect was really something dispensable for a cultivator. The Celestial Mystery Sect couldn't be controlled by a single person. It needed countless people to operate it. In this case, the attractiveness of the Celestial Mystery Sect to a cultivator would be greatly reduced. Only some sects would be interested in the Celestial Mystery Sect. Although the people present were all powerful figures in their sects and should be very interested in the Celestial Mystery Sect, in fact, their interest in the Celestial Mystery Sect wasn't very big. These people were very strong. If they could obtain the spirit herbs of the Celestial Mystery Sect, they might be able to advance their cultivation further. This was more powerful than anything else. However, if they wanted the Celestial Mystery Sect, they would have to give up other things. Even if they took the Celestial Mystery Sect back to their sect, it was impossible for them to share it equally. At most, they could get some rewards, but those rewards weren't very attractive to them. However, if they obtained the materials of the Celestial Mystery Sect, then they could choose one or two things that they needed the most. This would be more beneficial to them. Therefore, when these people heard that Zhao Hai wanted the Celestial Mystery Sect, they were all stunned. Zhang Sunin looked at Zhao Hai puzzledly and said, Captain, do you really want the Celestial Mystery Sect? To be honest, Captain, this time when we attack the Celestial Mystery Sect, the Celestial Mystery Sect will definitely participate in the battle. At that time, as long as you snatch the Celestial Mystery Sect, wouldn't the Celestial Mystery Sect still belong to you? Why do you have to specifically ask for the Celestial Mystery Sect? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I've decided. If everyone agrees, then it's settled. However, if you really find some amazing treasure in the Celestial Mystery Sect, then as long as you can let me take a look and touch it, I'll consider myself worthy. What do you all think? When Zhang Sunin heard Zhao Hai, he knew that Zhao Hai was determined. He didn't say anything else, so he just looked at Zhao Hai and said, Captain can rest assured, we will certainly agree to this small request. If it weren't for Captain, we wouldn't have achieved what we have today. There's no need for Captain to be polite with us. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, it's good that you've agreed. Everyone, go back and prepare. We'll leave immediately. It seems like the 6 great sects won't attack us today. In other words, they won't find out that we left today. When they find out tomorrow, we'll have already begun our attack on the celestial secret sect. Everyone couldn't help but be excited. They were now facing the Six Realms Alliance. To be able to force the Six Realms Alliance into such a state and even lead the Six Realms Alliance by the nose, they were afraid that only Zhao Hai had this kind of ability. This kind of situation was something that they could only dream about in the past. They didn't expect that it would come true today. Zhao Hai waved his hand to have everyone leave. However, Elder Tang and the others didn't leave. Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, why don't you want those things? Although the Heaven's Secret Pavilion is very good, your underworld already has the 8 Desolation ship. Why would you want the Heaven's Secret Pavilion?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Because Laura and the others like the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Therefore, I agreed to give them the Heaven's Secret Pavilion as a gift." Hee hee. Actually, it doesn't matter if I don't want the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. With my current strength, ascension is only a matter of time. I don't lack those things. If I take those things, it would make everyone more afraid. Elder Tang immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai didn't want to be a thorn in everyone's side. Thinking of this, Elder Tang couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, being a leader isn't easy. Even I can't do it. When Zhao Hai heard Elder Tang, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he turned to Elder Tang and said, "Elder Tang, you should take a rest as well. We'll be resting for the rest of the day. After that, we'll have to do something that will shake the entire Six Realms. I think that after this matter, the Six Realms Alliance's good days will come to an end. The people from the other realms wouldn't be able to sit still." Elder Tang and the others nodded, then they left. After Elder Tang left, Zhao Hai calmed down. At this time, Laura came out of the room and smiled. "Brother Hai, this time you want to get all the good things in one fell swoop." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Brother Hai, this time you want to get all the good things in one go." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Isn't that good? Actually, as long as we get the Heaven's Secret Pavilion, we would have almost all of the Celestial Arcanum Sect's materials. Since the Heaven's Secret Pavilion was able to display such strength, then the Celestial Arcanum Sect must have used a lot of good things. As long as we dismantle the Heaven's Secret Pavilion, not only would we get a lot of good things, we would also get the blueprints and craftsmanship of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Isn't that better? Later on, when we return to the Void, we can make a few more Heaven's Secret Pavilions. This way, even if we leave, we'll still have a trump card in hand in the underworld." Laura nodded and said, "All right, Brother Hai. Then we'll go prepare as well." Zhao Hai nodded. Before long, the entire alliance was prepared. After everyone was ready, Zhao Hai immediately arranged for the large artifacts to enter the transmission formation in an orderly manner. Then the transmission formation sent them away. White lights flashed as the large artifacts quietly left the Hell's Gate. Unbeknownst to Tian Lingzi and the others, Zhao Hai and the others had already jumped out of the encirclement of the 6 major sects. Moreover, they were preparing to attack the strongest of the 6 major sects, the Celestial Arcanum Sect. In the vicinity of the Celestial Arcanum Sect's headquarters, there were a lot of mountains. Some of these mountains were occupied by the Celestial Arcanum Sect because they could mine useful materials. However, there were also some mountains that had nothing. Naturally, the Celestial Arcanum Sect disdained these places. Naturally, the Celestial Arcanum Sect didn't completely ignore these places. They would send some cultivators to patrol these mountains regularly. In the past, they would patrol every month or so. But now, the Celestial Arcanum Sect's main force was at the Hell's Gate, fighting against Zhao Hai and the others. This made the Celestial Arcanum Sect's people nervous. They believed that since Zhao Hai and the others were trapped at the Hell's Gate, their headquarters should be safe. Therefore, they didn't patrol the mountains at all and just focused on guarding their own sect. This gave Zhao Hai and the others an opportunity. Zhao Hai and the others appeared on a barren mountain in the periphery of the Celestial Arcanum Sect. This barren mountain used to have an iron mine, but after the iron mine was mined, it became a deserted mountain. Because of this, there were very few people here. At this time, it was completely abandoned by the Celestial Arcanum Sect. After the large artifacts appeared, they flew at a low altitude. After exiting the transmission formation, they immediately found a place to hide. When the last batch arrived, Zhao Hai and the others arrived. Zhao Hai immediately gave the order to set up a security perimeter around the barren mountain. As long as someone stepped into the perimeter, they would immediately be discovered. Then he ordered everyone to rest. Without his orders, no one was allowed to move around. The reason why Zhao Hai gave this order was because this wasn't the time to attack the Celestial Arcanum sect. At this time, Tian Lingzi was still sending spirit feeler needles to the front lines. In this case, if Zhao Hai and the others attacked the Celestial Arcanum sect, Tian Lingzi would immediately know. When the time comes, Tian Lingzi would react in the shortest time possible. Perhaps they would immediately send reinforcements. If that happens, Zhao Hai would be at a disadvantage. A day of rest quickly passed by. The Celestial Arcanum sect also sent the spirit feeler needles that Tian Lingzi needed. Zhao Hai and the others also rested. Zhao Hai knew that it was time to make a move against the Celestial Arcanum sect. If they were to stay here for too long, they would be discovered by the Celestial Arcanum sect. Because of this, the next day, Zhao Hai called all the commanders of Great Fozhun to the Hell King's ship. They knew what Zhao Hai wanted to do today. Today was the day that they would deal with the Celestial Arcanum sect. They believed that this was also the reason why Zhao Hai called them. Zhao Hai looked at the excited people and smiled faintly. Everyone should know why I called you here. That's right, I called you here to deal with the Celestial Arcanum sect. Now, I'll make some arrangements. Everyone pricked up their ears. They knew that what Zhao Hai said was related to their future as well as the future of their sect. The Celestial Arcanum sect's defensive formation is called the 8 trigrams and the 5 elements formation. This formation is composed of the 8 trigrams and the 8 trigrams. Moreover, this formation is arranged in reverse. The entire formation has infinite transformations. It can defend, trap, change, injure, and kill. It is definitely the most powerful defensive formation. Even if we break their defensive formation, it doesn't mean that we can smoothly deal with the Celestial Arcanum sect. In the Celestial Arcanum sect's headquarters, there are all kinds of formations, mechanisms, and all kinds of puppet beasts. Some of these puppet beasts are very powerful, even comparable to spirit condensation cultivators. Moreover, the Celestial Arcanum sect also has an unknown number of void-piercing realm supreme elders as well as the Celestial Arcanum sect's divine Arcanum sect. Therefore, if we want to take down the Celestial Arcanum sect, it won't be easy. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and smiled faintly. The Celestial Arcanum sect's defensive formation is called the 8 trigrams 5 elements formation. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they stared for a moment before they nodded. The Celestial Arcanum sect was one of the 6 great sects. It wasn't strange for them to have such strength. However, they didn't shrink back. This was because they knew that as long as they break the Celestial Arcanum sect, not only would they be able to obtain countless benefits, they would also be able to win the war against the 6 Realms Alliance. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, however, there's no need for everyone to worry. Leave the Celestial Arcanum sect's mountain protecting formation to me. I can guarantee that we can break it in the blink of an eye. However, after breaking the mountain protecting formation, we'll use our large artifacts to directly rush towards the Celestial Arcanum sect. Once our large artifacts charge forward, their puppets wouldn't be able to stop us. However, while the large artifacts are moving forward, we'll also need to use the energy cannons to destroy the Celestial Arcanum sect's defenses. Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai said, since their void-piercing realm experts are high, we'll leave them to our void-piercing realm experts to deal with. In order to deal with their void-piercing realm experts, I've been saving something, this is it. After he said that, Zhao Hai took out a law crystal. Zhao Hai gave the law crystal to Elder Tang and the others, then he said, Elder Tang, I'll leave the Celestial Arcanum sect's void-piercing realm experts to you. If necessary, use this to deal with them. Elder Tang and the others had used law crystals before, so they naturally knew what law crystals were. As long as they had law crystals in their hands, they could continuously release law power. Using this law power to deal with void-piercing realm experts was definitely the best choice. Although the others didn't know what the crystal was, since Zhao Hai was so certain, they didn't ask. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. Although we have a way to break through this battle, we're still attacking their sect. They will certainly go all out against us. Therefore, we need to be very careful. Zhao Hai nodded and said, although we have a way to break through this battle, we still have to attack their sect. They will certainly go all out against us. Everyone agreed loudly. Although Zhao Hai said so, they were still very excited. This was because they could finally deal with the Celestial Arcanum sect. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and knew that it was useless to say anything. So he immediately said, alright, since that's the case, then I won't say any more nonsense. Let's move. The cultivators nodded and then turned around to lead the Hell King's ship. When everyone returned to their large artifacts, Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship took the lead. Then all the large artifacts flew up. After all the large artifacts flew up, Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship took the lead. All the large artifacts flew towards the Celestial Arcanum sect. While flying, Zhao Hai gave an order, Dongfang Zhua, lead the interference team. Use the interference formation to seal the Celestial Arcanum sect. I want their transmission formation to fail and their communication formation to become useless. Dongfang Zhua complied, then he led the interference team to speed up towards the Celestial Arcanum sect. The Celestial Arcanum sect wouldn't even dream that someone would attack them. Therefore, although their defensive formation was open, their defenses weren't very tight. On the other hand, the people that Zhao Hai chose to interfere with their large artifacts were very fast. Moreover, their large artifacts were very good at concealing themselves. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't expect these large artifacts to be able to hide from the Celestial Arcanum sect's detection. What he wanted was for the Celestial Arcanum sect to not discover them. In fact, what he did was very successful. Because the Celestial Arcanum sect's defenses weren't very strong, they weren't able to discover the interference team's large artifacts. The interference team used this opportunity to complete their encirclement of the Archaic Mysteries sect. At the same time, they opened up the interference arrays on the ship. These interference arrays formed a huge interference layer outside the Archaic Mysteries sect. This interference layer would affect the operation of all the arrays in the Archaic Mysteries sect. Even the most ordinary arrays would be affected, not to mention those transfer arrays. Just as the interference team was about to set up, Zhao Hai and the others arrived. At this time, the cultivators of the Celestial Arcanum sect finally discovered Zhao Hai and the others. An ear-piercing alarm rang out in the Celestial Arcanum sect. All the cultivators of the Celestial Arcanum sect immediately went to their posts. However, they were still puzzled as they looked at the army outside. Some of them didn't even know where the army came from. Zhao Hai didn't give them this opportunity. He couldn't trap the Celestial Arcanum sect for too long. Otherwise, they might be discovered by Tian Lingzi. If Tian Lingzi returns, then their plan to attack the Celestial Arcanum sect would fail. Zhao Hai didn't waste time with the Celestial Arcanum sect's people. He directly commanded the Hell King's ship to fly forward. At the same time, he ordered the other large artifacts to not act rashly. These people knew that Zhao Hai was going to break the Celestial Arcanum sect's guardian formation. Therefore, they didn't dare to act rashly. They just stayed in place and watched. At this point, they were very confident in Zhao Hai's strength. The Hell King's ship arrived in front of the Celestial Arcanum sect's guardian formation. The Celestial Arcanum sect's guardian formation was different from the other sect's guardian formations. Other sect's guardian formations were generally translucent, allowing one to see what was inside. However, the Celestial Arcanum sect's guardian formation was filled with mist, making it impossible to see what was inside. However, this wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai arrived in front of the Celestial Arcanum sect's guardian formation, he waved his hand and used his law to break the barrier. Then the Hell King's ship flashed into the Celestial Arcanum sect's guardian formation. The Celestial Arcanum sect's guardian formation wasn't just a simple guardian formation. Behind the guardian formation, there was also a trapping formation, a killing formation, a transformation formation, and so on. In order to break the Celestial Arcanum sect's guardian formation, one would need to break all of these formations. This wasn't an easy task. As soon as the Hell King's ship entered the Celestial Secret sect's defensive formation, it immediately began to attack. Energy cannons and law power poured down like rain. The celestial secret sect's defensive formation was destroyed in a blink of an eye. The Hell King's ship was like a wild boar that broke into a vegetable field. It went on a rampage, destroying the entire field. The celestial mystery sect's defensive formation was the vegetable field. After the Hell King's ship entered the celestial mystery sect's defensive formation for a while, the defensive formation disappeared. The celestial mystery sect finally appeared in front of everyone. This Xianxia sect was indeed very beautiful. The entire Xianxia sect had a total of 36 mountain peaks. These 36 mountain peaks were known as the Xianxia 36 Peaks, named after the 36 constellations of the Big Dipper. However, their main peak was called Xianxia Peak and not Big Dipper Peak. At this time, the cultivators of the celestial mystery sect were staring blankly at the Hell King's ship. They didn't expect Xiao Hai to be able to break their defensive formation in such a short time. The people of the Celestial Arcanum sect were stunned, but the people of the Alliance army weren't. Under Xiao Hai's command, the large artifacts of the Alliance army were like a group of perverts who saw a naked woman as they rushed towards the Celestial Arcanum sect. The people of the Celestial Mystery sect immediately responded. In an instant, all kinds of mechanisms were activated. Fireballs, ice arrows, and all kinds of mechanisms were used to deal with large artifacts. At the same time, the Celestial Mystery sect also sent out countless puppets. Some of these puppets were humanoid while others were animal-like. Each and every one of them looked lifelike. However, their attack power was extraordinary. Naturally, the most important thing was that a roar was heard from the Celestial Mystery sect. Who dares to attack my Celestial Mystery sect? The voice was very loud. At the same time, it carried a sense of pressure. One could feel that the speaker was a void-piercing expert. Xiao Hai knew that the Archaic Mysteries sect's best defense was actually those void-piercing realm grand elders of the Archaic Mysteries sect. However, he wasn't afraid at all and commanded the large artifacts to charge forward. At this moment, a group of cultivators suddenly flew out from the Celestial Arcanum sect. There weren't many cultivators in this group, only about 30 of them. However, each and every one of them had an astonishing aura. They were all void-piercing realm experts. When Xiao Hai saw this, he immediately turned to Elder Tang and said, "Elder Tang, it's up to you." Elder Tang and the others nodded, then they flew out of the Hell King's ship towards the Celestial Arcanum sect's supreme elders. At this time, the other void-piercing experts in the Alliance also went to meet the Celestial Arcanum sect's supreme elders. At this time, Xiao Hai flew towards the Celestial Arcanum sect's building that looked like the Celestial Arcanum sect. At the same time, he ordered the other large artifacts to attack freely. When the Celestial Arcanum sect's elders saw so many void-piercing experts flying out from the Alliance, they couldn't help but stare. However, they had no way to retreat, so they could only rush forward. Both sides immediately clashed. However, it didn't take long for the Celestial Arcanum sect's void-piercing experts to discover that the situation had become very unfavorable for them. Several of their people had already been killed. Naturally, Elder Tang and the others wouldn't hold back. They also knew that this wasn't the time to think too much. As long as they could eliminate the Celestial Arcanum sect's people, then everything else would be fine. Because of this, they attacked with their power of laws. After using a few law crystals, they were able to eliminate the Celestial Arcanum sect's elders. This made the Celestial Arcanum sect's elders afraid. Xiao Hai wasn't too concerned about the battle there. He knew that Elder Tang should know what to do. What he was concerned about now was how to deal with the Celestial Arcanum sect. The Celestial Arcanum sect could be said to be the culmination of the Celestial Arcanum sect's painstaking effort. There were countless mechanisms and puppets inside, and countless arrays. With so many arrays placed together, not only did they not conflict with each other, but they also raised the Celestial Arcanum sect's combat power to an unimaginable degree. From this point, it could be seen how much effort the Celestial Arcanum sect had spent on the Celestial Arcanum sect. Their efforts weren't in vain. The Celestial Arcanum sect had indeed become one of the most powerful weapons in the Celestial Arcanum sect. The reason why the Celestial Arcanum sect hadn't made a move yet was because they were still waiting. They wanted to give Xiao Hai and the others a surprise attack. But unfortunately, Xiao Hai wouldn't give them such an opportunity. Before Zhao Hai arrived at the Celestial Arcanum sect, he suddenly threw a lump of something at the Celestial Arcanum sect. That lump of something was like a lump of mud. It touched the Celestial Arcanum sect and then seeped into the Celestial Arcanum sect. The entire Celestial Arcanum sect was made of metal. Although the bricks and tiles of the Celestial Arcanum sect didn't look like metal, they looked like colored glass. In fact, everything in the Celestial Arcanum sect was made of metal. These metals were connected to each other by arrays to achieve the goal of uniformity. The metal used to make the Celestial Arcanum sect wasn't an ordinary thing. It was a very hard alloy. The hardness of these alloys was very high. It was almost impossible for ordinary people to break through these alloys. But the thing that Zhao Hai threw out actually seeped into the metal. This was too shocking. In fact, only Zhao Hai knew that what he threw out wasn't mud at all. It was liquid silver. Liquid silver could absorb almost everything in the world for its own use. Zhao Hai really did use this characteristic of liquid silver to deal with the Celestial Arcanum sect. The reason why the liquid silver had seeped into the Heaven's Secret Building was because the liquid silver had assimilated the metal of the Heaven's Secret Building around it, turning it into new liquid silver. Then, the liquid silver naturally disappeared. The more liquid silver there was, the more energy it could absorb from the new metal. Liquid silver also had an important characteristic. It wouldn't affect the normal use of the Celestial Arcanum sect. Therefore, although the Celestial Arcanum sect had a very powerful alarm system, the alarm system didn't make any notifications. The cultivators in the Celestial Arcanum sect were still puzzled. They didn't know why Zhao Hai's large artifact stopped so far away. It was just outside the attack range of the Celestial Arcanum sect. Even if they wanted to attack Zhao Hai, it was impossible. The reason why they didn't directly fly was because if they did, they would suffer a big loss. The Celestial Arcanum sect's combat strength was very strong. However, if they wanted to fly, they would need some time to prepare. Moreover, their initial flight speed wasn't very fast. At that time, they would be the easiest to attack. And at that time, the Celestial Arcanum sect's defenses would be at their weakest. If the Celestial Arcanum sect was attacked at that time, they would only be able to display 20% of their strength. At that time, the danger of the Celestial Arcanum sect being crippled would be greatly increased. Because of this, the cultivators in the Celestial Arcanum sect didn't let the Celestial Arcanum sect participate in the battle. Instead, they let the Celestial Arcanum sect slowly accumulate their strength in order to deal a fatal blow to Zhao Hai. However, contrary to their expectations, Zhao Hai didn't attack them. He also didn't enter their attack range. Instead, he stopped outside of the Celestial Arcanum sect's attack range. While the cultivators in the Celestial Arcanum sect were wondering what Zhao Hai wanted to do, Zhao Hai suddenly moved. Zhao Hai led Laura and the others out of the Hell King's ship and flew straight towards the Celestial Arcanum sect. When the cultivators in the Celestial Arcanum sect saw Zhao Hai's actions, they couldn't help but rejoice. They immediately prepared themselves to attack Zhao Hai. However, at this time, they suddenly felt a sharp pain in their chest. When they looked down, they discovered that there was a sword in their chest. The sword was actually a wall or floor of the Celestial Arcanum sect. At this time, the cultivators in the Celestial Arcanum sect had only one thought in their minds. What the hell was going on? This was too strange. However, they immediately dismissed this idea. This was because they were received into the space in the blink of an eye and turned into undead. Then they were released. Their goal was still to pilot the Celestial Arcanum sect. Although Zhao Hai could pilot the Celestial Arcanum sect, he still didn't understand all of its functions. Because of this, he still needed them to pilot the Celestial Arcanum sect. Moreover, Zhao Hai was preparing to defend against the Celestial Arcanum sect in the underworld. Naturally, the more they understood the Celestial Arcanum sect, the better. Moreover, even if the underworld wanted to copy the Celestial Arcanum sect, they still needed someone to pilot it. After all, there was no second Zhao Hai in the underworld. Nobody had the ability to pilot the Celestial Arcanum sect. If one wanted to pilot the Celestial Arcanum sect, then they would need a lot of people to work together. If the people in the underworld wanted to pilot the Celestial Arcanum sect, then they would need someone to teach them. These undead were the best instructors. Naturally, Zhao Hai wanted them to stay. The reason why the Celestial Arcanum sect's cultivators were killed was because liquid silver had turned the entire Celestial Arcanum sect into liquid silver. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to easily take control of the Celestial Arcanum sect. After determining that liquid silver had taken control of the Celestial Arcanum sect, Zhao Hai led Laura and the others to the Celestial Arcanum sect. Then the Celestial Arcanum sect slowly flew up. Before long, the Celestial Arcanum sect was already in the air. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others entered the Celestial Arcanum sect. Immediately, a cultivator came forward to greet them. The cultivator gave a bow to Zhao Hai and said, "I have seen the young master." This cultivator had actually turned into an undead. Moreover, he was the commander of the Celestial Arcanum sect. This time, he was here to help Zhao Hai familiarize himself with the Celestial Arcanum sect. Although the Celestial Arcanum sect had been turned into liquid silver, Zhao Hai still didn't have a good understanding of the Celestial Arcanum sect. This was mainly because the Celestial Arcanum sect had too many functions. Even if the space wanted to record all the functions of the Celestial Arcanum sect and store them in Zhao Hai's mind, it would still take a long time. And this storage was only for storage. Whether or not Zhao Hai could understand the Celestial Arcanum sect and use it to fight was still unknown. Although this undead wasn't very strong, he was still the commander of the Heaven's Secret Tower. Therefore, he had a good understanding of the Heaven's Secret Tower. Because of this, Zhao Hai had him act as a guide to understand the Heaven's Secret Tower. After all, cold numbers couldn't be compared to an intuitive understanding. The battle at the Celestial Arcanum sect was about to end. Those void-piercing realm experts were all killed by Elder Tang. The law crystal was not to be trifled with. The power of law was not something those void-piercing realm experts could deal with. Without those void-piercing realm experts holding the line, it would be too difficult to defeat the Alliance just by relying on the mechanisms and puppets. The Alliance's large artifacts were not something those machines and puppets could deal with. In addition, after Elder Tang and the others dealt with those void-piercing realm experts, they ran over to help. Some of the difficult mechanisms and puppets were dealt with by Elder Tang and the others. At this time, the cultivators of the Celestial Arcanum sect discovered that Zhao Hai actually opened the Celestial Arcanum sect. This was equivalent to extinguishing the last hope of the Celestial Arcanum sect. The morale of the people of the Celestial Arcanum sect was immediately lost. The morale of the people of the Celestial Arcanum sect was lost, but the morale of the Alliance was greatly boosted. Seeing that they had defeated the Celestial Arcanum sect as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, the soldiers of the Alliance were extremely excited and sped up their attacks. Zhao Hai stood on the top floor of the Celestial Arcanum sect and calmly looked down. His ears were listening to the commander of the Celestial Arcanum sect report the situation of the Celestial Arcanum sect to him. This Celestial Arcanum sect was divided into a total of 36 floors. Each floor was different. Moreover, within the Celestial Arcanum sect, each floor had a huge inner space. This inner space was very large. The area of each floor's inner space was not smaller than that of the Hell's Gate. It was an area of several million square kilometers, almost equivalent to half of China. The 36 floors of the Celestial Arcanum sect were all like this. One could imagine how large the Celestial Arcanum sect's area was. Moreover, the Celestial Arcanum sect was definitely the largest strategic weapon. Therefore, each floor of the Celestial Arcanum sect was different. Some were specially used for alchemy, some were specially used for refining tools. For the convenience of alchemy and refining tools, an underground fire vein was specially introduced. It could provide alchemy and refining tools with an inextinguishable earth fire, making it more convenient for alchemy and refining tools. There were also a few floors that had a medicine garden. There were countless medicinal herbs there, and there were specialized people who took care of the medicine garden. There were also a few floors that stored a large amount of ores. There was also a repair room that stored a large amount of the Celestial Arcanum sect's gate. Parts of various mechanisms and puppets. To these things, spirit stones, and all kinds of materials. With Zhao Hai didn't think about using the Celestial Arcanum sect to attack these people. Now wasn't the time to use the Celestial Arcanum sect. Zhao Hai was very clear that as long as the Celestial Arcanum sect appeared, the Celestial Arcanum sect's resistance would weaken. This was because it was impossible for the Celestial Arcanum sect's people to remain unaffected. Just as Zhao Hai thought, the Celestial Arcanum sect's resistance was greatly affected. They saw their supreme elders being killed, the Celestial Arcanum sect's mechanisms being destroyed, and their puppets being destroyed. This was enough to shatter their mental defenses. Deserters began to appear in the Celestial Arcanum sect. Deserters would be troublesome. Deserters would affect the morale of the entire sect. This was what the Celestial Arcanum sect wanted. The people of the Celestial Arcanum sect had been living in the 6 realms for many years. They had already become a group of silkpants who bullied the weak and feared the strong. It would be strange if these people didn't collapse in the face of this kind of pressure. The Celestial Arcanum sect's people began to disperse. But aside from a few people, very few people were able to escape. This was because outside the Celestial Arcanum sect, Dongfangxue was leading a large fleet to wait. 3 days. Who would have thought that in just 3 days, the insufferably arrogant Celestial Arcanum sect would be taken down by someone? All the good things had been taken away. The entire Sky sect could be said to have nothing left. All the treasures had been plundered, all the mechanisms and puppets had been destroyed, and all the spare mechanisms and puppets had been taken away. It could be said that even if the Celestial Arcanum sect still existed in the future, they would be unable to rise again after losing their many years of savings. And those people that they had offended before would probably use this opportunity to destroy them. In these 3 days, aside from the first day of battle, there were no battles in the other 2 days. Zhao Hai and the others were robbing the Celestial Arcanum sect. The Celestial Arcanum sect had accumulated a lot of things over the years. It was already very good for them to be able to move everything in 2 days. Naturally, these 3 days weren't completely uneventful. The attack on the Celestial Arcanum sect was a big matter. It was impossible for people to not know about it. In fact, when the Celestial Arcanum sect was destroyed, Tian Lingzi already knew about it. When he heard this news, Tian Lingzi immediately fainted. He didn't think that things would turn out like this. The other people of the 6 great sects were also shocked. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would do something like this. Moreover, he directly attacked the Celestial Arcanum sect. This was too shocking. When they reacted, they immediately organized people to go back and rescue the Celestial Arcanum sect. However, it was impossible for them to go back and rescue the Celestial Arcanum sect in a short time. This was because of the formation. The 6 realms had activated their formation. This formation was originally meant to deal with Zhao Hai. However, it was now used by Zhao Hai's people. In order for the 6 great sects to remove the formation, the 6 realms needed to work together. But now that the Celestial Arcanum sect was destroyed by Zhao Hai, it was impossible for the Celestial Arcanum sect to remove the formation. Therefore, the 6 realms alliance's actions were affected to a certain extent. Naturally, in addition to removing the formation, the other 5 formations could also be removed. However, the Celestial Arcanum sect's formation couldn't be removed. Originally, the Celestial Arcanum sect had some transmission formations that could be used in the Celestial Arcanum sect. But now, the Celestial Arcanum sect was destroyed by Zhao Hai. Naturally, those transmission formations couldn't be used. This made it more troublesome for them to return to the Celestial Arcanum sect. Originally, the 6 great sects wanted to hide the fact that the Celestial Arcanum sect was attacked. But now, they couldn't hide it anymore. The Celestial Arcanum sect found the other sects that came with them and ordered them to arrange transmission formations in the Celestial Arcanum sect as soon as possible. This time, all the sects in the 6 realms alliance knew that the Celestial Arcanum sect was attacked by Zhao Hai. This caused an uproar in the 6 realms alliance's army. Many people in the 6 realms alliance thought that they had trapped Zhao Hai here. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually go to the Celestial Arcanum sect and cause a storm. Moreover, his opponent was the Celestial Arcanum sect. This made them very surprised. When Li Jin and his father heard this news, they couldn't help but stare. Then Li Jin's eyes lit up. He immediately realized that this was an opportunity, a huge opportunity. Li Jin brought Li Ming to his room. At the same time, he also secretly invited Yuan Longxing to his room. After the three of them arrived, Li Jin looked at Li Ming and said, Ming-er, what do you think about Mr. Zhao Hai attacking the Celestial Arcanum sect? Li Ming's eyes lit up as he said, Father, this is definitely a good opportunity. As long as we can seize this opportunity, then the 6 great sects would be finished. Yuan Longxing replied, I also heard about this news. I didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to do it. Moreover, he did it so well. Sect Master, what do you think about Zhao Hai's chances of attacking the Celestial Arcanum sect? Li Jin replied, 10%. Mr. Zhao Hai will definitely be able to attack the Celestial Arcanum sect. Right now, the strongest elites of the Celestial Arcanum sect are all gathered here. The number of people in the main hall would be too large. Mr. Zhao Hai has an army of close to 30 million in his hands. In addition to the help of close to 2,000 large artifacts and so many void-piercing realm experts, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to attack the Celestial Arcanum sect. Yuan Longxing shook his head and said, things don't work that way. You guys don't understand the Celestial Arcanum sect. The Celestial Arcanum sect has always been known to have only one Celestial Arcanum sect. However, based on my understanding of the people in the Celestial Arcanum sect, the Celestial Arcanum sect should have at least one Celestial Arcanum sect. Moreover, although the Celestial Arcanum sect has brought a large number of void-piercing realm experts this time, I believe that their sect would also have a large number of void-piercing realm experts guarding it. Moreover, the Celestial Arcanum sect's mountain protection formation is of the highest grade and there are countless mechanisms and puppets. It would be extremely difficult to attack the Celestial Arcanum sect in a short period of time. Of course, the most important point is that now that the Celestial Arcanum sect has been attacked, everyone in the 6 major sects is in danger. This is the most sensitive time and they will definitely monitor us closely at this time. If we make any strange movements at this time, we might be discovered and our overlord sect will be finished. Although the 6 major sects have been defeated by Mr. Zhao Hai time and time again, it is still too easy for them to deal with our overlord sect. Li Jin and Li Ming immediately sobered up from their ecstasy. They discovered that they were too anxious. Even if the Celestial Arcanum sect was attacked, so what? The main force of the Celestial Arcanum sect was still here. Not to mention the small overlord sect, the Celestial Arcanum sect wouldn't suffer a loss even if they fought against any of the other sections. Moreover, at this time, the 6 great sects would definitely think that someone would be tempted to make a move. Their surveillance of the other sects would definitely reach its peak. At this time, if any movement were to be discovered by the 6 great sects, then only death would await. They really underestimated the situation before. Li Jin let out a long breath and said, the ancestor is right, I was too anxious. Let's just wait and see. I want to see how the Celestial Arcanum sect is doing this time. Li Ming nodded, then he said, it's best if we don't do anything right now. Otherwise, we might be targeted by the 6 great sections. I found that the 6 great sects are looking at us strangely. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, all right. Li Jin nodded and said, all right, pass down the order. If there's nothing going on, then everyone should stay on the large artifacts. Don't go anywhere, don't get in contact with people from other sects, and don't get together and talk nonsense. Just stay where you are. Li Ming nodded, then he turned around and left. Zhao Hai stood on the deck of the Hell King's ship as he looked at the situation outside. He smiled faintly and said, are you ready? Now, no one will think that we have returned to Hell's Gate. But we have to go back. When those people are looking for us all over the world, we will give them a good beating. Laura smiled and said, we're ready. Brother Hai, you don't need to worry. Shall we go now? Zhao Hai nodded and said, let's go. Remember, inform everyone that no one is allowed to show themselves when we arrive at the Hell Gate. Everyone is to stay inside the large artifacts and not move. If anyone dares to move, I'll deal with them. Laura smiled and went to pass down the order. After the order was passed down, all of the large artifacts entered the transmission formation in an orderly manner. Then the transmission formation flashed with white light, and all of the large artifacts slowly disappeared. The next moment, all the large artifacts returned to the Hell Gate. This time, Zhao Hai was the first to arrive at the Hell Gate through the transmission formation. He was afraid that the people on the large artifacts would be too ostentatious, which wouldn't be good for them. After everyone arrived at the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, you should know about the current situation. We've obtained a lot of good things from the Celestial Mystery Sect. These are the Celestial Mystery Sect's years of accumulation. The Celestial Mystery Sect must want to go all out against us right now. However, we won't give them the opportunity to do so. Because of this, no one is allowed to go out. If anyone dares to leak our whereabouts, I'll take their life." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Everyone, you should know about the current situation. We've obtained a lot of good things from the Celestial Mystery Sect. If anyone dares to leak their information, then they'll leak it." Zhao Hai's words were ruthless. However, no one objected to Zhao Hai's words. This was because they knew that Zhao Hai's words were for their own good. They can imagine how the Celestial Mystery Sect's people were looking for them all over the world. If they showed themselves at this time, then they would be courting death. Seeing that no one objected, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "This time, we've obtained a lot of good things from the Celestial Mystery Sect. After you go back, you should think about how to use these things. Our brothers are going all out. If they don't get any benefits, then no one would be willing to risk their lives for you. Go." Everyone nodded and then retreated. However, they still didn't understand Zhao Hai's words. Therefore, after they left the Hell King's ship, Gui Wu immediately went to Shangguan Yun's side and said, "Mr. Shangguan, you've been in contact with Mr. Zhao Hai the most. Do you know what he meant?" Shangguan Yun looked at him, then he smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. This time, we obtained a lot of good things from the Celestial Arcanum sect. Mr. wants you to distribute the good things to your subordinates. You didn't distribute the good things you obtained from the Celestial Arcanum sect, right?" When Gui Wu heard Shangguan Yun, he couldn't help but stare. Then he embarrassedly said, "This, Mr. knows about this? I'm really sorry. Actually, we also wanted to distribute these things to our subordinates. However, these things are useful to the sect and not to them. Because of this, we didn't distribute them." Shangguan Yun looked at Gui Wu and the others, then he smiled and said, "I know what you're thinking. You must be thinking that your subordinates have obtained a lot of good things from the Celestial Mystery Sect. Now that they've obtained good things from the Celestial Mystery Sect, they should contribute to the sect. Therefore, you didn't give them any spoils. In fact, you're wrong. The things that our subordinates obtained were obtained by risking their lives. We can't just give them no rewards. Even if it's a small reward, we still need to give them something." Gui Wu nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Thank you, Mr. I understand what to do." Then he turned around and left. In the war against the 6 great sects, they had made an agreement that the things obtained by the cultivators would belong to them. Only the treasures of the great sects would belong to the sect. This time, they defeated the Celestial Mysteries sect. Although the treasures in the Celestial Mysteries sect's warehouse should belong to them, if they don't distribute them to their subordinates, then they might have some complaints. These people didn't lack these things, what they wanted was an attitude. Because of this, Zhao Hai said those words. Although Zhao Hai obtained the Heaven's Secret Pavilion, his meeting place was still inside the Hell King's ship. The Hell King's ship wasn't yet retired, so the Celestial Mysteries sect couldn't let these people in. The Hell King's ship was a gift from Zhao Hai to Laura and the others. How could they just let people in? And since Zhao Hai didn't fully understand the functions of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion, it was natural that they couldn't let them in. Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the Hell Gate, but they didn't reveal their whereabouts. As for Tian Lingzi and the others, because of Zhao Hai's actions in the Celestial Mysteries realm, it was difficult for them to return. When Zhao Hai left, they still haven't returned to the Celestial Mysteries realm, let alone the Celestial Mysteries sect. After Zhao Hai and the others left the Celestial Mysteries realm, the people from the Celestial Mysteries realm arrived at the Celestial Mysteries sect's headquarters. Seeing the destroyed headquarters, the people from the Celestial Mysteries realm didn't know what to say. Before long, the people from the Celestial Mysteries realm calmed down. After restoring some formations in the Celestial Mysteries sect, they also removed the formations in the Celestial Mysteries realm. Now, the people from the Celestial Mysteries sect could finally return. When Tian Lingzi returned with the Celestial Mysteries sect's army, he saw the destroyed Celestial Mysteries sect. Xianxia couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood before he fainted. It must be known that a cultivator's body was very tough. To be able to make a cultivator swallow blood like Xiaohai, this kind of ability wasn't something that just anyone could do. After some time, Xianxia woke up. His eyes were blood red and his face was ferocious. He looked like a gambler who had lost everything. At this time, the only thing on his mind was revenge. At the same time, the news of the Celestial Mysteries sect's destruction spread throughout the 6 realms like the wind. At the same time, even the realms under the control of the 6 realms were aware of this news. This caused the 6 realms to become unstable. The 6 realms were unstable, the 6 great sects were aware of this. However, the Celestial Mysteries sect didn't have the time to care about this. All of their attention was focused on Xiaohai. What they wanted to do the most at this time was to find Xiaohai for revenge. In fact, they didn't care about this anymore. In the eyes of Xianxia and the others, they were now homeless people. Their only purpose in life was to take revenge. The 6 Realms Alliance, the 6 Great Sects, and the rule of the Celestial Mysteries sect, none of these were more important than revenge. They wanted to find Xiaohai in the shortest time possible, kill Xiaohai, and kill everyone related to Xiaohai. Only by doing this would they feel that their lives were meaningful. But even if the Celestial Mysteries sect didn't care, it didn't mean that the other sects wouldn't care. The remaining 5 sects of the 6 great sects were very concerned about this matter. They knew that if they couldn't stabilize the 6 realms as soon as possible, then their rule over the 6 realms would collapse. They didn't want their rule over the 6 Realms Alliance to end like this. Therefore, the other sects began to exert pressure on the 6 realms. However, they forgot that their main opponent, Xiaohai, was still there. Their high-handed rule would only cause more and more sects to distance themselves from them. Originally, people were still skeptical about the news of Xiaohai destroying the Celestial Mysteries sect. However, when the other sects became nervous and even threatened to destroy the Celestial Mysteries sect, the other sects began to believe in this matter. This caused the situation to become even more unstable. Those sects believed in this matter, and those who were conquered by the 6 realms also believed in this matter. At the same time, they saw an opportunity to take revenge on the 6 Realms Alliance. After the 6 Realms Alliance lifted the barrier, the other realms immediately received the news that the Celestial Mysteries sect had been destroyed. However, Xiaohai was nowhere to be found. For these realms, this news was like an earthquake. After these realms confirmed the authenticity of this news, they immediately responded. They immediately organized their armies and invaded the 6 realms to retaliate. The sects of these realms immediately rushed out and stationed their troops in the 6 realms. This caused the 6 great sects to become nervous. Now that the Celestial Mysteries sect was almost crippled, besides looking for Xiaohai, they couldn't do anything else. Because of this, only the 5 great sects were left to deal with the attacks of the other realms. However, the people of the other realms didn't shrink back this time. They started a war with the 6 great sections. Xiaohai didn't think that the people of the other realms would dare to fight against the 6 great sections. In his opinion, the people of these realms wouldn't dare to fight against the 6 great sections. However, this wasn't the case. Xiaohai had underestimated the hatred between the 6 great sects and the other realms. However, Xiaohai didn't have much time to sigh about this. When he saw that the other realms were fighting against the 6 great sects, Xiaohai naturally wouldn't stay idle. Naturally, he had to step forward and intervene. Xiaohai immediately made his move. This time, their goal was the Jiaying boundary. However, Xiaohai also knew that this time wouldn't be as easy as dealing with the Celestial Mysteries sect. Now that the 5 great sects were prepared, they had strengthened the defenses of their sections. With the addition of the Celestial Mysteries sect that was chasing after Xiaohai, it wouldn't be easy for Xiaohai and the others to take down the Jiaying boundary. Additionally, the people of the Jiaying boundary were the best at defense. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy for Xiaohai and the others to take down the Jiaying boundary. However, Xiaohai was also very clear that as long as they took down the Jiaying boundary, there would be a lot of benefits for them. Not to mention anything else, the iron armor that the cultivators of the Jiaying boundary wore was very useful for Xiaohai. Underworld had an iron armor. Army. However, the armor worn by the Iron Armor Army couldn't satisfy Zhao Hai in terms of defense. Moreover, Zhao Hai couldn't give them constellation armors, this would only arouse suspicion. If Zhao Hai and the others could get their hands on the refining method of the Jiaying Boundaries armors, then the fighting strength of the Iron Armor Army would be greatly improved. This was definitely a good thing for the underworld. Because of this, when Zhao Hai heard that the 6 great sects were at war with the other realms, he immediately realized that this was an opportunity. They can break through the Jiaying boundary. If the people of the Celestial Mysteries sect come for revenge, then they would be able to eliminate them. This would make the other realms more confident in dealing with the 6 great sections. When the time comes, the 6 great sects would be finished. Zhao Hai gathered the commanders of the large artifacts on the Hell King's ship. It has been half a month since they left the Hell King's gate. Although it was normal for cultivators to close up for a few years, being locked in a room like this wasn't normal. Because of this, everyone was impatient. Now that Zhao Hai called them over, they knew that they were about to make a move. Not only did they not have any objections, they were also eager to get started. Zhao Hai called them over, so they knew that they were about to make a move. Not only did they not have any objections, they even began to rub their fists and get ready. Zhao Hai looked at the impatient people and smiled faintly. What's wrong? Are you bored? Ha ha ha, don't worry, we're about to make a move. This time, I called everyone over to talk about our next move. Our next target is the Jiaying boundary. Everyone didn't say anything. At this point, they had absolute confidence in Zhao Hai. Not to mention that Zhao Hai was going to deal with the Jiaying boundary, even if Zhao Hai were to lead them to a duel with the main forces of the 5 great sects, they wouldn't have any objections. They wouldn't be afraid. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, now, the other realms have begun to make a move against the 6 great sections. Besides the Celestial Mysteries sect, the other 6 great sects are also fighting against the other realms. On the other hand, the Celestial Mysteries sect is looking for us for revenge. We can use this opportunity to make a move against the Jiaying boundary. Everyone stared for a moment. They haven't been out for quite some time, so they weren't very clear about the situation of the 6 realms. They didn't think that the other realms would start to make a move against the 6 realms alliance. For them, this was a good opportunity. Zhao Hai continued, this is an opportunity, but at the same time, it's also not an opportunity. The reason why it's not an opportunity is because the defensive strength of the Heroic Armor realm is much stronger compared to the Celestial Arcanum sect. It can be seen that they're afraid of us attacking their headquarters. However, if we do attack their headquarters, this battle won't be easy to win. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, but at the same time, it's also not an opportunity. Zhao Hai paused for a moment before he continued, besides the Jiaying boundary, we still have another enemy, the Celestial Mysteries sect. After the Celestial Mysteries sect was destroyed by us, Tian Lingzi led the Celestial Mysteries sect to look for us. They want to go all out against us. Because of this, once the news of us attacking the Jiaying boundary spreads, the Celestial Mysteries sect would certainly rush over. Because of this, we need to be prepared to fight on 2 fronts. Everyone nodded their heads. They could imagine the hatred that the Celestial Arcanum sect had for them. However, it was precisely because they could imagine it that they were not afraid. Instead, they were excited. They still wanted to fight with the Celestial Arcanum sect. Jiaying Zone was indeed well prepared. They were ready to meet any possible danger. For Zhao Hai and the others, they had made a good defense. Now, the 6 major sects were most afraid of Zhao Hai's group. After Zhao Hai's group destroyed the Celestial Arcanum sect's main hall, they couldn't find Zhao Hai's group. They didn't know where Zhao Hai's group went. Now, the people of the Celestial Arcanum sect were frantically looking for Zhao Hai's group all over the world. However, they still couldn't find them. This made the 6 major sects hate and fear Zhao Hai's group. It was precisely because of this that the 5 major sects, except for the Celestial Arcanum sect, still led most of their cultivators to the main hall even though they were fighting fiercely with people from other realms. They were afraid that Zhao Hai's group would suddenly attack their main hall. They had all seen the situation of the Celestial Arcanum sect's main hall. To be honest, seeing the situation of the Celestial Arcanum sect's main hall, they really had some lingering fear. They couldn't help but feel afraid when they saw the Celestial Arcanum sect's main hall. If their own sect became like that, then it would really be over. The cultivators of Jiaing sect were now on high alert. However, at this moment, the cultivators of Jiaing sect who were on the alert suddenly discovered a huge fleet rushing towards the main hall of Jiaing sect. The leader was actually the Celestial Arcanum sect. Originally, the cultivators of Jiaing sect thought that it was the people of the Celestial Arcanum sect. However, they soon discovered that something was wrong. They discovered that the fleet was actually in a battle formation. Moreover, there were many large artifacts in the fleet that they had never seen before. This discovery made the cultivators of Jiaing sect realize that something was wrong. They immediately issued an alarm and the people of Jiaing sect quickly made preparations. However, no matter how well prepared they were, it was useless. Zhao Hai and the others just unreasonably rushed over. With law crystals, large artifacts, and void-piercing realm experts taking turns to attack, they quickly broke through all of the outer defenses of Jiaing sect and rushed straight to the center of Jiaing sect. The cultivators of Jiaing sect were also fighting hard, but there was still a gap between them and Zhao Hai and the others. Although they were not necessarily worse than Zhao Hai in a one-on-one battle, they were far worse than the coalition forces who had received formal military training in this kind of large-scale battle. Just when the two sides were locked in battle, another fleet suddenly arrived outside of Jiaing sect. The total number of this fleet was not very large, only a few hundred ships. It was the Celestial Arcanum sect. When Zhao Hai heard this news, he knew that the people of the Celestial Arcanum sect had arrived. He didn't panic. In fact, he was waiting for the people of the Celestial Arcanum sect. Now that the people of the Celestial Arcanum sect had arrived, Zhao Hai immediately had people activate the barrier array that he had prepared. Then, he led a group of people and personally greeted the people of the Celestial Arcanum sect. Tian Lingzi stood on the Celestial Arcanum sect and looked at the slowly flying Celestial Arcanum sect with red eyes. Tian Lingzi's face was ferocious and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked like a madman. He didn't have the sage-like appearance from before. Tian Lingzi looked at Zhao Hai who was also standing on the Celestial Arcanum sect. His eyes flashed with madness and hatred. He loudly said, "Zhao Hai, you actually dared to destroy my Celestial Arcanum sect's 10,000 years of foundation. Today, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Tian Lingzi, have you counted how many sects' foundations your Celestial Arcanum sect has destroyed? Over the years? You destroyed other people's foundations. Naturally, I can also destroy yours. This is very fair, isn't it?" Tian Lingzi said ferociously, "That's not the same. If those low-level people can be compared to my Celestial Arcanum sect, my Celestial Arcanum sect was born with the fortune of the heavens and earth. How dare you destroy my Celestial Arcanum sect's foundation? Today, you must die." Zhao Hai sneered and said, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Make your move. I want to see if your Celestial Arcanum sect can take revenge on me." Tian Lingzi coldly snorted and said, "Zhao Hai, today, you must die. Die." After saying that, he waved his hand and the people from the Celestial Arcanum sect immediately rushed towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, he also controlled the Celestial Arcanum sect to rush towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Tian Lingzi and sneered, "You're using the Celestial Arcanum sect. I'm also using the Celestial Arcanum sect. I want to see whose Celestial Arcanum sect is stronger." After saying that, Zhao Hai also controlled the Celestial Arcanum sect to meet them. Both sides immediately began to attack. The people from the Celestial Arcanum sect were filled with hatred. Therefore, their attacks were especially ruthless. Many people from the Celestial Arcanum sect fought without any regard for their lives. There were even some cultivators from the Celestial Arcanum sect who self-destructed. However, the people from the allied forces had also gone through several fierce battles. After many victories, they had enough confidence in themselves and Zhao Hai. Therefore, they weren't frightened by the madness of the Celestial Arcanum sect's cultivators. Instead, it aroused their bloodlust and they began to fight back even more fiercely. The battle between Zhao Hai and Tian Lingzi was still ongoing. However, Tian Lingzi's group was clearly at a disadvantage. This was mainly because Tianlingzi's Celestial Arcanum sect couldn't break through the defenses of Zhao Hai's Celestial Arcanum sect. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's group could break through the defenses of their Celestial Arcanum sect. Tianlingzi's group naturally wasn't a match for Zhao Hai's group. Tianlingzi stood blankly in the Celestial Arcanum sect. He really couldn't understand why their Celestial Arcanum sect wasn't a match for Zhao Hai's Celestial Arcanum sect. This was too illogical. The battle between the two sides was still ongoing. Zhao Hai also knew that he had to deal with Tianlingzi's group as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the people of Jiaoying sect returned to help, they would be in trouble. Elder Tang and the others attacked. Elder Tang and the others brought the Law Crystal and charged straight at Tianlingzi's group. They used the Law Crystal to break through the defenses of the Celestial Arcanum sect. When the void-piercing realm experts of the Celestial Arcanum sect came over, Elder Tang and the others went up to meet them and fought with them. The battle between Zhao Hai and Tianlingzi's group ended very quickly. Although Tianlingzi's attack was very crazy, Zhao Hai's group's attack was even more powerful. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers. Tianlingzi's group was quickly defeated. Tianlingzi died in battle, and the Celestial Arcanum sect was destroyed by Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai still decided to bring the Celestial Arcanum sect back to the underworld. After destroying the Celestial Arcanum sect, Zhao Hai and the others turned around and destroyed the Jiaoying sect. In fact, the Jiaoying sect couldn't hold on any longer. However, when they saw the people of the Celestial Arcanum sect coming to support them, they mustered up their courage to resist. However, when the Celestial Arcanum sect was destroyed, they couldn't resist anymore. The people of the Jiaoying sect couldn't resist and fled in all directions. Zhao Hai and the others immediately began to plunder the Jiaoying sect. All the good things of the Jiaoying sect were plundered. As for the secret techniques of the Jiaoying sect, they were all taken away first. Once they reached a safe place, they would be able to copy them. After destroying the Jiaoying sect, Zhao Hai and the others returned to the hell space. This time, their losses weren't small. After all, they were attacked from two sides. Although they managed to kill their way out, losses were inevitable after a fierce battle. After this operation, Zhao Hai didn't want to act for a short time. They destroyed the Celestial Arcanum sect and took all the good things of the Jiaoying sect. This was equivalent to hurting the foundation of the 6 major sects. Now, the 6 major sects would definitely treat them as a thorn in their side. The 6 major sects would definitely want to deal with Zhao Hai the most. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai and the others couldn't show themselves. If they did, then the 6 major sects would destroy them at all costs. Zhao Hai didn't want to be besieged by the 6 major sects at this time. Therefore, he prepared to hide in the Hell Gate and take a good rest. He wanted to see the situation outside. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai thought, after Zhao Hai robbed the Jiaoying sect's headquarters, he had angered the other sects. Now that the Celestial Arcanum sect was destroyed, only 5 of the 6 major sects were left. The Jiaoying sect was also crippled by Zhao Hai, which meant that only 4.5 sects were left. The remaining sects were very clear that if they don't destroy Zhao Hai's group, then they wouldn't have a good time. Therefore, they began to look for Zhao Hai all over the world. However, when they looked for Zhao Hai, they discovered that things weren't as simple as they thought. They wanted to find trouble with Zhao Hai, but they couldn't find him. In the past, the sects in the 6 realms that listened to their orders were now perfunctory. On the other hand, the sects couldn't do anything to these sects. This was because the attacks from the other realms had begun. Moreover, they were advancing towards the 6 realms. If the sects were to make a move at this time, then these sects might join forces with the other realms to deal with the sects. This would be the end for the sects. Zhao Hai and the others were hiding in the Hell Gate. Every day, they would be distributing things. Otherwise, the sects would come to Zhao Hai's place to make copies of their manuals. While Zhao Hai and the others were resting in the Hell Gate, the attacks from the other realms had also arrived. This time, it wasn't just 1 or 2 realms that were under the control of the 6 major sects. However, their attacks were the same as Zhao Hai's. Regardless of whether they were from the 6 major sects or not, as long as they were from the 6 major sects, they would attack them. And these attacks were used by the 6 major sects. The celestial divination sect's situation wasn't that bad. The celestial divination sect was destroyed by Zhao Hai, causing the celestial divination sect to lose their leader. At the same time, they also lost half of their fighting strength. Under the attacks from the other realms, the celestial divination sect's situation wasn't good. Without a leader, the celestial divination sect couldn't organize all the sects to fight back. And with the loss of the celestial divination sect, the celestial divination sect's fighting strength had become very weak. It would be difficult for them to fight against the other realms. In just a few days, the celestial divination sect had already lost a large part of their territory. All the sects in the celestial divination sect knew that this wasn't the way to go. They were also thinking of a solution, but they still haven't come up with a good one. As for the remaining sects, they weren't in the mood to care about the celestial divination sect. Their realms were also being attacked by the other realms. Even if they wanted to help the celestial divination sect, they were powerless. The 6 realms were in chaos, complete chaos. The various large realms kept attacking the 5 great sects, while the 5 great sects resisted with all their might. However, their resistance was clearly very weak. It wasn't that the fighting strength of the 6 realms was weak. In fact, although the 6 realms lost the celestial arcanum sect and the Jiaoying sect, the 6 realms were still very strong. If the other sects could gather their strength, then they would be able to repel the invaders of the 6 realms. Although the other realms had invaded the 6 realms, they couldn't send all their forces to the 6 great sects like the Upper Pillar realm. They had to leave most of their forces behind to defend their own realms. Because of this, they didn't send a lot of forces to the 6 realms. However, the problem was that the 6 realms had no way to unify all the sects in their realms. In the past, the 6 realms were able to do so because the sects didn't dare to disobey them. But now, the sects dared to disobey their orders. This was a very dangerous situation. This meant that the 6 great sects' control over their realms was no longer possible. If this continues, the 6 great sects would have no influence over the other sections. This was very dangerous for the 6 great sections. But now, the 6 great sects were only left with the 5 great sections. Moreover, with the other realms attacking, the 6 great sects couldn't be ruthless. If they offend these sects at this time, then they would be finished. This was a vicious cycle. The 5 great sects couldn't punish the previous sects too severely. The more they did this, the more those sects wouldn't be afraid of them, and the more they wouldn't take their orders seriously. In the end, the 5 great sects could only watch as those sects slowly broke away from their control. And this situation was inseparable from the Overlord sect. The divination sect's headquarters were destroyed by Zhao Hai. Their momentum wasn't as good as before. Li Jin immediately realized that this was an opportunity. Li Jin had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. They had long wanted to contact the other sects in the Alpha Elite world to fight against the Alpha Elite sect together. However, this opportunity never came. They knew about the situation of the Alpha Elite sect. In the entire Alpha Elite world, there was no sect that could fight against them. If they acted rashly, the Overlord sect would be the one to die in the end. However, when they saw that Zhao Hai had destroyed the Jiaoying sect's main hall and the remaining forces of the Tianji sect, Li Jin immediately knew that their opportunity had arrived. Li Jin and the others began to contact the other sects. At this time, the other sects were also thinking about how to break away from the Jiaoying sect. Both sides agreed and quickly formed a small alliance. There was only one purpose for this alliance, and that was to allow everyone to break away from the control of the Jiaoying sect. It was under the control of this small alliance that the sects of the Jiaoying boundary began to disobey the orders of the Jiaoying sect. Slowly, those sects began to break away from the control of the Jiaoying sect. However, after those sects broke away from the control of the Jiaoying sect, a new problem arose. They were now being attacked by people from other realms. Without the Jiaoying sect's leadership, how could they fight against those realms? This was a matter of life and death for them. Therefore, the people of the Jiaoying boundary were very conflicted. They didn't know what to do. If they continued to fight against the Jiaoying sect, they would be able to break away from the control of the Jiaoying sect. However, in that case, they would have to face the attacks of several realms. Under such an attack, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to resist. If they didn't go against Xianxia, it would mean that they had to listen to Xianxia. Although this would allow them to have more confidence when facing other realms, it also meant that they would be controlled by Xianxia. This was a dilemma. Li Jin sat in his room and frowned. He wasn't in the mood to think about other things if he didn't understand this matter. Although the Overlord sect seemed to be doing well, Li Jin understood that they were now being targeted by the Jiang sect. Although the Jiang sect was miserably dealt with by Zhao Hai, their people were still there. As long as their people were still there, they might be able to rise again. Therefore, Li Jin was different from the others. The other sects could still choose to listen to the Jiang sect. They could even be controlled by the Jiang sect because they didn't offend the Jiang sect too much. However, the Overlord sect couldn't do that. If the Jiang sect regained control of the Jiang sect, then they would definitely target the Overlord sect. This was because if it weren't for the Overlord sect, then the Jiang sect wouldn't be in such a difficult situation right now. Any other sect could retreat, but the Overlord sect couldn't. They no longer had a path of retreat. Under such circumstances, they only had one choice, and that was to continue walking forward, all the way to the end. However, if they wanted to continue, they would have to find a force that could replace Jiang sect. Once they found this force, they would have to lead them forward and defeat those realms that had invaded Jiang sect. Obviously, the Overlord sect did not have the strength to do so. Just as Li Jin was having a headache about this matter, a knock was suddenly heard. Li Jin said, "Come in." A person pushed the door and walked in. When Li Jin saw the person who came in, he couldn't help but stare. This was because the person who came in was Ruan Longxing. Ruan Longxing had been very low-key recently. Outsiders already knew that he was dead. Because of this, even after returning to the Overlord sect, Ruan Longxing was still very low-key. He didn't want outsiders to see him. At this time, he really thought of himself as a dead person. However, Li Jin knew that Ruan Longxing was right. If the other sects knew that Ruan Longxing was still alive, then it would have a huge impact on them. Because Ruan Longxing was very low-key, he didn't look for Li Jin after returning. Now that Li Jin saw Ruan Longxing, he was very surprised. However, he immediately stood up and said, "Ancestor, why are you here? Did something happen?" Ruan Longxing smiled faintly and said, "Sect Master, are you still worried about the Jiang sect? That's why I'm here today." Upon hearing Ruan Longxing, Li Jin stared for a moment. Then he couldn't help but sigh and said, "Ancestor, you're the one who knows everything. I'm having a headache about this matter. You should know about the situation in the Jiang boundary. If we don't listen to the Jiang sect, then we might die in the hands of those realms. If we listen to the Jiang sect, then our Overlord sect will be finished. But the problem is that if we don't listen to the Jiang sect, then we won't have any way to deal with those realms." Ruan Longxing looked at Li Jin and smiled faintly, "Sect Master, how could you forget about someone? He gave you the courage to go against the Jiang sect. How could you forget him now?" When Li Jin heard Ruan Longxing, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he said, "Ancestor, you're talking about Mr. Zhao Hai?" Ruan Longxing nodded and said, "Right, it's Mr. Zhao Hai. Sect Master, Mr. Zhao Hai is from the Void Realm. He has his own star field in the Void Realm, so he can't manage the 6 realms for a long time. Therefore, he needs a spokesperson in the 6 realms. Obviously, we are very suitable to be his spokesperson. This is because we were the first ones to contact him in the 6 realms. And with Mr. Zhao Hai's current strength, he can influence the direction of a realm. Jiang sect has been crippled by Mr. Zhao Hai. If Mr. Zhao Hai comes out to support us at this time, then the Jiang sect would be very stable. If Mr. can destroy the Jiang sect and solve the crisis, then no sect would dare to disobey Mr. When the time comes, if the Overlord sect wants to be his spokesperson, then it would only take a single word from Mr. After listening to Ruan Longxing, Li Jin finally nodded and said, "Ancestor, you're right. If Mr. comes out, then this matter would be easily solved. Moreover, the 6 realms are in chaos right now. It's impossible for the remaining 5 sects to join forces to deal with Mr. If they lose too much to Mr., then the other realms would destroy them. But if Mr. can solve the Jiang sect's predicament and wipe out the Jiang sect, then he can lead his army to the Heavenly Mystery Realm. The heavenly mystery realm has no leader at all. I think that as long as Mr. goes there, the people of the celestial mystery sect would gather around Mr. In this case, Mr.'s strength would increase once again. With the support of our two realms, even if the other realms joined forces to deal with Mr. would still be able to deal with it. I'll immediately send someone to contact Mr. and ask him to come out and solve this matter as soon as possible. When Wan Longxing heard this, he stared for a moment. He didn't think about this point. But since Li Jin said this, then he naturally wouldn't oppose it. He smiled and said, "This matter is very important. I think it's better to let little Ming go. We can't be at ease with other people." Li Jin nodded and said, "I also have the same idea. I'll let little Ming go. But before that, I need to inform Mr. first. Recently, the Jiaoying sect has been eyeing the Jiaoying sect. I'm afraid that little Ming would be in danger this time." Wan Longxing replied, "That's only right. If those fellows from the Jiaoying sect find out that little Ming is going to meet Mr., then they would certainly kill him. How about this? I'll go along. Little Ming will be in the light while I'll be in the dark. This way, I can protect him." When Li Jin heard Wan Longxing, he couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble the ancestor." Wan Longxing faintly smiled, didn't say anything, and turned around to leave. Li Jin didn't feel that he was being unreasonable at all, because Li Jin was very clear that a void-piercing realm expert like Wan Longxing was already not someone he could control. Like the Celestial Mysteries sect and several other large sects, sect masters like Tian Lingzi, the reason why they could command those void-piercing realm experts was because they had even more void-piercing realm experts behind them. If they didn't have the support of those experts, they would definitely be courting death if they dared to command those void-piercing realm experts. Those void-piercing realm experts were not to be trifled with. Zhao Hai sat inside the space as he looked at Li Ming. He smiled faintly and said, "Li Ming came out. Now that he's safe, we can extend our hands to the 6 realms. By the time the other sects react, it would already be too late." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "Brother Hai, do you want us to send people to meet them? Li Ming coming out this time has affected a lot of people's nerves. I'm afraid those people already know that the Overlord sect is colluding with us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course they know. But isn't that what I want to see? The more people they send out, the more ruthless we'll clean them up. Send people to meet them safely." Laura nodded and then went to arrange things. Compared to Zhao Hai, Li Ming's mood was very complicated. He was nervous, but he was also looking forward to it. This was because he knew that this was an opportunity for the Overlord sect. As long as Zhao Hai agrees, then the Overlord sect would become an existence similar to the Jiaoying sect. However, there was a prerequisite: Zhao Hai had to agree first. Li Ming was very clear about the current situation in the 6 realms. The remaining sects of the 6 great sects couldn't wait to tear out Zhao Hai's tendons and skin him alive. In this case, as long as Zhao Hai appears, then he would become the target of the other sections. The other sects wouldn't hesitate to clean him up. Li Ming was now worried about Zhao Hai. At the same time, he also admired Zhao Hai. The people that Zhao Hai had offended in the 6 realms were all peak experts. Not to mention offending all of them, even if he offended just one, he would still be killed in an instant. But now, Zhao Hai actually offended all of them. Ordinary people didn't have the ability to do this. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't offend them and was still alive. This wasn't something that ordinary people could do. Li Ming didn't know that Wan Longxing was secretly protecting him. Because of this, he was very careful along the way. He knew that the Jiaoying sect was already eyeing Wan Longxing. If he wasn't careful, then he would die. Li Ming carefully moved forward. Although he was flying, he only flew at a low altitude. He didn't dare to fly too high. It has been 3 days since he left the Overlord sect. As Li Ming was moving forward, 3 cultivators suddenly appeared before Li Ming. Li Ming was taken aback. Turning around, he wanted to leave only to find that there were cultivators surrounding him. There were a total of 18 cultivators there. Li Ming stared blankly at the situation, but he quickly calmed down. Then he cupped his fist towards the cultivators and said, "Everyone, I don't know why you're surrounding me. Among the cultivators, the leader looked at Li Ming and sneered, "Li Ming, let's not beat around the bush. Why did you come out this time? I advise you to come with us. If you do, we can still spare your life." When Li Ming heard this, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he said, "Where did you come from? Let's be frank." The leader looked at Li Ming and said, "You don't know where we came from? Kid, you don't need to play dumb. Come with us obediently." Li Ming coldly said, "Are you from the Jiaoying sect? Do you really not think that the Jiaoying sect is still the world of the Jiaoying sect? Everyone, the times have changed. The Jiaoying sect is already a grasshopper after autumn. It doesn't have many days left. I think you should think about what to do after the Jiaoying sect is destroyed." The leader sneered and said, "The Jiaoying sect will be destroyed? Kid, you should think about how to protect the Overlord sect. You dared to secretly collude with Zhao Hai. You're dead. As long as we get enough evidence, your Overlord sect will be destroyed in the blink of an eye. You want to destroy our Jiaoying sect? Is your Jiaoying sect that great? Today, all of you will stay here." Along with this voice, a person slowly appeared in front of everyone. Upon seeing this person, Li Ming stared for a moment before his face lit up with joy. He immediately bowed and said, "Ancestor, you're here." The person who came was Ruan Longxing. Ruan Longxing nodded to Li Ming and said, "The sect master said that someone would stop you, so he told this old man to come. I didn't expect someone to really come." "Humph, you're courting death." When these people saw Ruan Longxing, they were also stunned. The leader of the group exclaimed, "Ruan Longxing? How is this possible? Aren't you dead?" Ruan Longxing looked at the cultivator and sneered, "I'm dead? I won't die even if you die. Kid, come and die." The leader looked at Ruan Longxing and coldly said, "So your Overlord sect has already colluded with Zhao Hai. No wonder Zhao Hai knows about us. You're dead." Ruan Longxing sneered and said, "Don't think too highly of yourself. Mr. Zhao Hai doesn't need our information to deal with you. You really think too highly of yourselves." The leader looked at Ruan Longxing and sneered, "Ruan Longxing, do you think that you'll win as soon as you appear? I think you're the one who's naive." After that person finished speaking, he waved his hand and a fireball flew straight into the sky. Then, with a boom, it exploded. Ruan Longxing expressionlessly looked at the leader and said, "Show me what you're capable of." Before long, a row of black dots flew over from the horizon. Soon, the black dots became bigger and bigger. Slowly, everyone could see what these black dots were. These black dots were a group of cultivators, and the cultivators leading them all had monstrous auras. They were all void-piercing realm experts. Ruan Longxing looked at the people surrounding him, but his expression didn't change. On the contrary, Li Ming's expression was very ugly. He stood behind Ruan Longxing and whispered, "Ancestor, if you have the chance, you should break out. As long as they can't catch you, they won't have any evidence and won't do anything to the sect." Ruan Longxing turned his head to look at Li Ming and faintly smiled, "Little Ming, you can rest assured. I don't care about these people. Before we came out, the sect master had already sent a letter to Mr. Zhao Hai. Mr. will send people to receive us." When Li Ming heard Ruan Longxing, he couldn't help but stare. But he still immediately said, "Ancestor, what if Mr. doesn't have time to receive us? Ancestor, please leave first, for the sake of the sect." Ruan Longxing looked at Li Ming's appearance and couldn't help but laugh, good boy. You can rest assured. I guarantee that none of the people here will escape." When he said this, his voice became louder, and he didn't use secret sound transmission, so others heard Ruan Longxing's words. At this time, a cultivator who didn't look young glanced at Ruan Longxing and said in a deep voice, "Surnamed Ruan, aren't you afraid that the wind will slap your tongue? You want all of us to die here? Do you have such ability?" Ruan Longxing looked at the old man and smiled, "I was wondering who it was. So it's you, Mu Feiyang. Mu Feiyang, how many void-piercing realm experts are left in your Jiaoying sect? Are they still dead enough?" Mu Feiyang said in a deep voice, "Ruan Longxing, don't be complacent. You are going to see Zhao Hai, right? Yes, our strength is far inferior to Zhao Hai, but it's still enough to deal with you." Ruan Longxing sneered, "Really? Take a look behind you." Mu Feiyang stared. Just as he was about to refute, he suddenly felt a commotion behind him. He turned his head and was stunned. This was because he didn't know when, but a group of cultivators had appeared behind them. This group had a lot more cultivators than them. Moreover, the cultivators in the lead had an imposing aura. They weren't easy to deal with. Mu Feiyang's complexion changed. He turned his head and was about to grab Ruan Longxing and Li Ming as hostages, but he discovered that the two had already disappeared. Mu Feiyang's complexion completely changed. He finally understood that he had fallen into the other party's trap. While he was distracted, the other party's attack had already arrived. In this battle, Mu Feiyang and the others couldn't escape. They were all killed on the spot. And this time, the one leading the attack was Gue Wu. Before long, Gue Wu killed Mu Feiyang and the others. Their corpses weren't left behind, they were directly sent to the space. Gue Wu knew that Zhao Hai wanted to collect the corpses of these cultivators, so he sent them to the space. On the other hand, Ruan Longxing and Li Ming were among these cultivators. Gue Wu turned his head to Ruan Longxing and Li Ming and said, "The two of you, Mr. sent us to meet you. Please come with us." Ruan Longxing and Li Ming smiled faintly and said, "Thank you. Please." After saying that, Ruan Longxing and Li Ming followed Gue Wu and flew towards the Hell Gate. Not long after, more cultivators came to pick them up. Additionally, these cultivators were all sitting on large magic artifacts. It did not take long for them to board the large magic artifacts and fly towards the Hell Gate. Before long, everyone arrived at the Hell Gate. Gue Wu took Ruan Longxing and Li Ming to see Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was sitting in his room. When he saw Ruan Longxing and Li Ming come in, he smiled faintly and waved his hand. "All right, take a seat. There's no need to be polite. Gue Wu, this time all the things in the space equipment will belong to you." When Gue Wu heard Zhao Hai, he quickly said, "Mr. is too polite. We can't afford it. Mister, I'll take my leave first." Then Gue Wu cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai before he turned around and left. Li Ming looked at Gue Wu. Gue Wu was a void-piercing realm expert. But now, a void-piercing realm expert actually saluted Zhao Hai. Moreover, he didn't act pretentious at all. This made Li Ming very surprised. Zhao Hai didn't care. He just nodded towards Gue Wu. Then he turned to Li Ming and Ruan Longxing and said, "You two, I already know why you're here. Asking me to come out at this time is indeed dangerous. However, it's also within my expectations. I'll agree to this matter. 3 days later, we'll dispatch troops." When Li Ming heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be shocked. Then he immediately stood up and gave Zhao Hai a deep bow and said, "Thank you, Mr. Mr. can rest assured. Once Mr. makes a call, people will gather. But before that, the Jiaoying sect will be troublesome. How does Mr. plan to deal with them?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The Jiaoying sect is nothing. They're just a group of stray dogs. I originally wanted to deal with them later. But since they've come out now, then I'll deal with them now. 3 days later, we'll dispatch troops and destroy the Jiaoying sect first. Then we'll deal with the other realms." Li Ming immediately said, "As for the other sects, our overlord sect will pass on Mr.'s message. They shouldn't make any moves. Mr. can rest assured. After all, the Jiaoying sect has been riding on everyone's heads for many years. Now that there's an opportunity to topple the Jiaoying sect, they won't miss it." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Li Ming and said, "Mr. Li, Mr. Ruan, do you want to return to the overlord sect or stay here?" Li Ming looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, we'll return to the overlord sect and tell father about this matter. Our overlord sect will cooperate with Mr.'s actions." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, the transmission formation between us and the overlord sect will be completed soon. You can use the transmission formation to return to the overlord sect. While I deal with the Jiaoying sect, you don't need to come out. However, you need to contact the other sects. After I deal with the Jiaoying sect, I'll immediately move on the other realms. At this time, the other sects can't help but contribute. After all, this is the Jiaoying sect's matter, you can't just rely on us." Li Ming immediately replied, "Naturally. Mr. can rest assured. We'll definitely handle this matter well." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, a voice was heard from the door, "Sect Lord, the transmission formation has been completed." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Li Ming and said, "Li Ming, you can go back. Just do what I told you to do." Li Ming nodded, then he stood up and walked out with Ruan Longxing. After seeing the two leave, Zhao Hai said, "Have the commanders of the large artifacts come to the Hell King's ship for a meeting?" Laura nodded, then she immediately went to pass the order. Before long, all the commanders of the large artifacts arrived on the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai looked at everyone on the Hell King's ship and said, "Everyone, we've been here for a long time. It's time for us to go out. This time, our goal is the Heroic Armor Sect. After destroying the sect, the Heroic Armor Realm will be ours. We need to cooperate with the cultivators of the Heroic Armor Realm to drive out the other realms. Once we get the Heroic Armor Sect, we can use it as our foundation to conquer the 6 realms. As long as the 6 realms fall into our hands, we would have a stable source of income in the future. What do you all think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's go out and take a look at the 6 realms. What do you think?" As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, their eyes couldn't help but light up. They came to the 6 realms this time mainly for revenge. Now, not only can they get their revenge, they can also get a stable source of income. How could they not be happy? At this time, Gue Wu opened his mouth and said, "Mister, there's something I want to ask. If we destroy the other 4 realms, how will we deal with the other 4 realms?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Naturally, we'll calculate it in the future. I've already told you that we won't be here in the future. I'll arrange for some representatives to take care of the 6 Realms Alliance. At the same time, you'll need to keep an eye on the 6 Realms Alliance. However, you can't overexert the 6 Realms Alliance, lest we turn into the 6 Realms Alliance. Because of this, after we take over the 6 Realms Alliance, I'll set up a distribution of resources. Aside from this distribution, nobody is allowed to suppress the 6 Realms Alliance. Those who violate this distribution will be punished." Jia Daoi looked at the fleet outside with an ashen face. He had long thought that such a day would come, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. When the Celestial Arcanum sect was annihilated, he didn't feel too much. When he saw Tian Lingzi vomiting blood, he only felt a sense of sympathy, and didn't feel too much. But when he heard that the Jiaying sect was destroyed, Jia Daoi also felt like vomiting blood. If he hadn't seen Tian Lingzi vomit blood before, he would have vomited blood at that time. It was also at that time that he knew that sooner or later, Zhao Hai would lead the army here. Now that the army was here, his Jiaying sect would also be destroyed. Jia Daoi gritted his teeth, looked at the slowly approaching army, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone in the Jiaying sect, get ready to die. We want to let Zhao Hai know that our Jiaying sect has no cowards. Even if we fight to the last person, we will still be the overlord of the Jiaying domain." Jia Daoi's words were equivalent to a death wish, but no one in the Jiaying sect objected. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai's fleet with grief and indignation. Of course, in any sect, there was no shortage of traitors. After all, there weren't many people in the Jiaying sect who were willing to die with Jia Daoi. Many cultivators of the Jiaying sect saw this situation and quietly fled. They didn't even dare to wear the Jiaying sect's uniform. Instead, they casually put on the most ordinary cultivator's uniform and ran away. Jia Daoi didn't pursue these people too much. No one knew the current situation of the Jiaying domain better than him. There were strong enemies outside, and the sects inside didn't listen to orders. It could be said that the Jiaying sect had already lost control of the sect. The other major sects of the 6 realms had no way to support the Jiaying sect. Each sect had their own enemies. They couldn't deal with their own enemies, so they didn't have the time to help the Jiaying sect. They weren't a match for the other party, they had no foundation, and most importantly, they didn't have any external help. How could they fight this battle? There was probably no other way but to die for a righteous cause. The Heaven's Secret Pavilion slowly came to a stop. Zhao Hai stood in the plaza of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion and looked at Jia Daoi, who was standing on top of the large artifact. Jia Daoi was also looking at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile as he cupped his fists towards Jia Daoi. "Sect Master Jia, Zhao Hai greets you." Jia Daoi looked at Zhao Hai with a bitter smile on his face. He looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Zhao Hai, good. You're really good. We didn't put you in our eyes back then, but we didn't expect that you would be able to destroy our 6 great sects today. Ha ha ha, good. You're really good. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Sect Master Jia, we're all sensible people. In front of sensible people, there's no need to talk about lies. In the cultivation world, is there true justice and evil? Whether it's justice or evil, it's just a matter of whose fist is bigger. If your fist is bigger, you're righteous. You can use all kinds of excuses to attack others and take other people's things into your own. Didn't the 6 great sects do this in the past? Now that I, Zhao Hai, am here, I, Zhao Hai, am stronger than your 6 great sections. I, Zhao Hai, am stronger than your 6 great sections. I, Zhao Hai, can destroy your 6 great sections. What do you have to hate? Isn't the cultivation world like this? Jia Daoi didn't speak, he couldn't speak. This was because he knew that what Zhao Hai said was true. Just like what Zhao Hai said, Zhao Hai was stronger than them. Naturally, he could destroy them. This was a common thing in the cultivation world. They had destroyed countless sects in the past. Didn't those people hate them? This was normal. After thinking about this, Jia Daoi couldn't help but sigh. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, come. My Jiaing sect is ready to die. Come. Seeing Jia Daoi's expression, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly and said, Sect Master Jia, actually, I don't need to kill everyone from the 6 Realms Alliance. As long as you surrender to me and become a member of Underworld, then you won't die. You can also practice the Jiaing sect's cultivation method. You can even become a part of Underworld. Naturally, you can't rebel in the future, you have to sincerely submit to Underworld. Jia Daoi didn't think that Zhao Hai would persuade them to surrender at this time. He looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, Zhao Hai, you don't need to waste your time. It's useless. I, Jia Daoi, would rather die than surrender. Zhao Hai looked at Jia Daoi and said, it's very easy to die. My 30 million troops can directly attack your Jiaing sect. But Jia Daoi, you should know that you're the sect master. Not only do you have to worry about the life and death of your people, but more importantly, you have to pass down the Jiaing sect's teachings. You don't expect those who escape to pass down the Jiaing sect's teachings, right? Just them? In the future, would they dare to admit that they're from the Jiaing sect? Would they still dare to use the Jiaing sect's cultivation method? Don't expect them to inherit the Jiaing sect's teachings. Do you really have the heart to see the Jiaing sect's teachings disappear in your generation? When Jia Daoi heard Zhao Hai's words, his heart began to waver. Cultivators valued the inheritance of their orthodoxies. It was precisely because of this that Jia Daoi wanted to die. He thought that Zhao Hai wouldn't give him a chance to live. But the current situation wasn't like that. Zhao Hai could spare their lives, but he didn't want their lives. For Jia Daoi and the others, this was too tempting. Nobody wanted to die. Moreover, Jia Daoi and the others wanted to inherit the Jiaing sect's orthodoxy. They didn't want to die. Because of this, Jia Daoi couldn't help but hesitate. Zhao Hai also saw Jia Daoi's hesitation. He said, Sect Master Jia, tell me. If you fight us to the death today, what are your chances of winning? Jia Daoi looked at Zhao Hai. Of course, he knew what Zhao Hai meant. However, he couldn't say it because he knew that they had no chance of winning. Zhao Hai looked at Jia Daoi and said, Sect Master Jia, make your decision. I won't give you too much time. You should know that if you don't surrender quickly, then I won't be polite. Although the other 4 sects don't have time to deal with you, their hatred towards us isn't any less. I don't want to give them a chance. When Jia Daoi heard Zhao Hai, he knew that there was no point in dragging it out. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, if we surrender, can you guarantee our safety? Can you guarantee the inheritance of our Jiaing sect? Zhao Hai replied, I can. This Zhao Hai always keeps his word. What's there to deceive your Jiaing sect? If I want you to live, you'll live. If I want you to die, we'll die. If I want you to die, we'll die. If I want you to be my cannon fodder, then wouldn't it be better for me to turn you into undead? Do I need to persuade you to surrender? Jia Daoi looked at Zhao Hai. He knew that Zhao Hai was telling the truth. Although these words sounded very hurtful, Jia Daoi believed that Zhao Hai was sincere. After thinking about this, Jia Daoi couldn't help but sigh. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Alright, my Jiaing sect is willing to surrender." Zhao Hai looked at Jia Daoi, then he smiled faintly and said, "Alright, I believe that Jia Daoi isn't a foolish person. Therefore, I won't restrict your spiritual qi. As long as Jia Daoi listens to my orders, then I can let you maintain your independence for the time being. But Sect Master Jia, you have to remember that you only have one chance. If you betray me after surrendering, then I, Zhao Hai, will make your Jiaing sect disappear from this world, including all your people." Jia Daoi couldn't help but stare. Then his expression couldn't help but change. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, what do you mean by that? Do you think that I, Jia Daoi, am a villain who doesn't keep his word?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Jia Daoi, I'm not sure if you're a villain who doesn't keep his word. I just want to remind you that for you, your subordinates, and your subordinates' families, it's best if you don't do anything stupid." Jia Daoi coldly snorted and said, "I, Jia Daoi, am a man of my word. Naturally, I won't do such a thing. Transmit my order, from today onwards, the Jiaing sect will submit to Zhao Hai. No one is allowed to go back on their word. Anyone who disobeys my order will be punished according to the sect's rules." Although the people from the Jiaing sect looked at Zhao Hai with ill eyes, they couldn't do anything about it. The reason why they became like this was all because of Zhao Hai. It would be strange for them to look at Zhao Hai in the eyes. Zhao Hai looked at their appearance and didn't care. Then he said, "Transmit my order, the Jiaing sect has already submitted to Underworld. No one is allowed to be rude to them. Otherwise, they would become Underworld's enemy." Laura immediately passed down the order. When the people heard Zhao Hai, they immediately obeyed. They didn't dare to offend Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's strength was too strong, they had already seen it. Moreover, they had also seen how ruthless Zhao Hai was. In this case, offending Zhao Hai was no different than courting death. These people naturally wouldn't do such a thing. When Jia Daoi heard Zhao Hai's order, he couldn't help but nod. As long as he had Zhao Hai's order, he wouldn't be afraid of Zhao Hai going back on his words. Just like what Zhao Hai said, these people had no reason to be deceived by Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai wanted to use them as cannon fodder, then he could just turn them into undead. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about anything. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. After subduing the Jiaing sect, the last bit of resistance in the Jiaing realm had disappeared. What he needed to do now was to raise his voice. If there was any resistance, then he would directly kill them. In any case, he needed to control the Jiaing realm. When the time comes, he would use the Jiaing realm as a foundation to unify the 6 realms. Naturally, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to constantly send people to guard the 6 realms. However, it was still possible for him to train a few representatives. Moreover, Zhao Hai also thought that Underworld's development in the Void Realm had reached a bottleneck. If they didn't think of other ways, then they wouldn't be able to develop. The 6 realms was a good place for them to develop. A sudden change in the situation. The entire Alpha Elite world could be said to have a sudden change in the situation. Just a moment ago, people were still worrying about whether to listen to the orders of Alpha Elite sect or not. However, the Overlord sect suddenly sent people to tell them that Zhao Hai was going to take care of the matters in the Alpha Elite world. They just needed to listen to Zhao Hai when the time came. The other sects in the Alpha Elite world didn't have much objection to this news. What Zhao Hai and the others had done during this period of time was really outstanding. First, they destroyed the Celestial Arcanum sect, then they crippled Alpha Elite sect. It could be said that they had the qualifications to not listen to Alpha Elite sect now, all because of Zhao Hai. Moreover, they also knew how many troops Zhao Hai had under his command. These sects were very clear that if they didn't listen to Zhao Hai could destroy them in the blink of an eye. Therefore, they still chose to listen to Zhao Hai. However, before listening to Zhao Hai, they had a condition. That was, after Zhao Hai destroyed Alpha Elite sect, they would listen to Zhao Hai. These people thought very clearly. If Zhao Hai couldn't destroy Alpha Elite sect, and if Alpha Elite sect recovered and drove Zhao Hai away, they would be the unlucky ones in the end. Therefore, they must let Zhao Hai destroy Alpha Elite sect. But then they received news that Alpha Elite sect had surrendered to Zhao Hai and became Zhao Hai's subordinate. This news made the entire Alpha Elite world silent in an instant. What kind of place was Alpha Elite sect? It was one of the 6 major sections. In the Alpha Elite world, it was a true overlord. Even if they were crippled by Xiao Hai, the sects in the Alpha Elite world didn't dare to confront them openly. They only dared to obey their orders. From this point, it could be seen how powerful Alpha Elite sect was. And now, Alpha Elite sect had actually surrendered to Xiao Hai, who had a great enmity with them. This was even more shocking than the news of Xiao Hai destroying the Celestial Arcanum sect. In the opinion of the sects in the Alpha Elite world, sects like Alpha Elite sect would rather die in battle than surrender. It was harder to make them surrender than to kill them. But now, they had surrendered, and the one who surrendered was their mortal enemy. This made the people in the Alpha Elite world somewhat unable to react for a while. However, this news was quickly confirmed. In other words, this news was true. For a while, there was an uproar in the Alpha Elite world. They were really shocked by this news. At this time, Li Jin was frowning as he sat in his room. He wasn't sure what Xiao Hai meant. At this time, Li Ming and Ruan Longxing were invited to his room. After the two arrived, Li Jin asked them to sit down. Then he looked at Ruan Longxing and said, "Ancestor, I have something I don't understand. I hope Ancestor can give me some pointers." Ruan Longxing looked at Li Jin, then he smiled faintly and said, "Is it because of Mr. Xiao Hai subduing Alpha Elite sect?" When Li Jin heard Ruan Longxing, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he said, "Ancestor, you should know that we have already submitted to Mr. Xiao Hai. We were thinking that one day, after Mr. Xiao Hai leaves, we can become his agents in the Alpha Elite world. But now, Mr. Xiao Hai has subdued Alpha Elite sect. The Alpha Elite sect is the strongest sect in the Alpha Elite world. If Mr. Xiao Hai leaves one day, and he gives the position of agent to Alpha Elite sect, what should we do? You should know that Alpha Elite sect hates us the most right now." Ruan Longxing smiled faintly and said, "Sect Master, rest assured. The Alpha Elite world is ours." Alpha Elite sect, hee hee. In the future, there will be no Alpha Elite sect in the Alpha Elite world. Li Jin looked at Ruan Longxing and said, "How can the Ancestor be so sure?" Ruan Longxing smiled faintly and said, "Of course I'm sure. Sect Master, Alpha Elite sect used to be the biggest force in the Alpha Elite world. On the surface, it seems like it's most suitable for them to become the agent of the Alpha Elite world. But if you think about it from another perspective, it's precisely because Alpha Elite sect used to be the biggest force in the Alpha Elite world that Mr. Xiao Hai wouldn't let them become the agent of the Alpha Elite world." Li Jin wasn't an idiot. He didn't understand at first, but after thinking about it, he immediately understood. He looked at Ruan Longxing with excitement and said, "Ancestor, you mean that Mr. is afraid that they will be ambitious?" Ruan Longxing nodded and said, "Don't forget, Alpha Elite sect was destroyed by Mr. Xiao Hai. He destroyed Alpha Elite sect in order to take control of the Alpha Elite world. If he makes Alpha Elite sect surrender to him and let them manage the Alpha Elite world, then wouldn't it be the same as handing over the Alpha Elite world to Alpha Elite sect? With Alpha Elite sect's methods, it wouldn't take long for them to control the Alpha Elite world. At that time, what if they go against Mr.'s orders? Does Mr. want to deal with Alpha Elite sect again? Of course, Mr. has such strength. But do you think that a smart person like Mr. would do such a stupid thing?" Li Jin's complexion had completely recovered. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at Ruan Longxing and said, "How does the Ancestor think that Mr. Xiao Hai will deal with Alpha Elite sect? Will he let them be cannon fodder?" The term cannon fodder had long been used here. This was because they also had energy cannons. Many sects would let some low-level cultivators rush to the front to consume the enemy's energy cannons. This was because the energy cannons needed time to recharge. Once they were consumed, it would take a while before they could fire again. Therefore, these cultivators who were pushed to the front to waste the enemy's energy cannons were called cannon fodder. Ruan Longxing shook his head and said, "No, absolutely not. Since Mr. Xiao Hai took them in, they would definitely be useful. Moreover, the people of Alpha Elite sect are also very useful. Therefore, Mr. Xiao Hai wouldn't let them be cannon fodder." If that's the case, would anyone still surrender to Mr. in the future? When Li Jin heard Ruan Longxing, he couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded and said, "Right, if Mr. does that, then no one would dare to surrender to him in the future. Alright, so it seems like Mr. will keep them? But is Mr. going to take them to the Void Realm? If that's the case, wouldn't it be more dangerous? If that's the case, then the 6 realms would know the coordinates of the Void Realm. If the 6 realms were to go to war with the Void Realm, then wouldn't the Void Realm be in danger? Wan Longxing looked at Li Jin and smiled faintly. Sect Master, do you still not understand? Would Mr. Zhao Hai be afraid of the 6 realms alliance attacking the Void Realm? Would he let the other 4 sects go? If he destroys the other 4 sects, then what would the 6 realms use to attack the Void Realm? Also, with Mr. Zhao Hai's strength, how long do you think he would stay in this layer? Sooner or later, he would ascend. And after he ascends, would the matters of this layer still have anything to do with him? This doesn't mean that he doesn't value the underworld that he founded. However, he's different from ordinary people. When an ordinary person establishes a sect, they would want to carry it forward. It would be best if their sect could control the entire world when they ascend. But if that happens, then the underworld would end up like the 6 great sects, filled with playboys. The reason why the 6 great sects were easily destroyed by Mr. Zhao was because of this matter. The current disciples of the 6 great sects are far worse compared to the past. Mr. Zhao Hai doesn't want the people of the underworld to become like that. Because of this, he wants to leave some opponents for the underworld, leaving some dangers for the underworld. This way, the cultivators of the underworld would feel a sense of crisis at any time, allowing them to grow. This way, the underworld would be able to exist forever. Li Jin listened to Wan Longxing's words. Then he looked at Wan Longxing and said, Ancestor, does Mr. really think this way? If this is the case, then Mr. is really a god. Wan Longxing sighed and said, I don't have much contact with Mr. Zhao Hai, but I heard about what he did in the Blood Mainland. Combined with what he did here, I came to this conclusion. Sect Lord, no matter what kind of person Mr. Zhao Hai is, a person like him isn't someone we can afford to offend. For someone like Mr. Zhao Hai, it was easy for him to destroy the 6 great sects, not to mention our overlord sect. Therefore, although we have contacted some sects, we mustn't rely on them to force Mr. to abdicate. If we do, then I don't think Mr. would let us off. Upon hearing Wan Longxing, Li Jin finally understood what he wanted to say. Li Jin nodded, then he said, Yes, Ancestor. I understand. Ancestor can rest assured, I know what to do. Wan Longxing nodded and said, Let's proceed with our plan. We need to make the sects listen to Mr. as much as possible. This way, we will gain a lot of benefits. Li Jin nodded and said, Rest assured, Ancestor, I'll do it right away. Wan Longxing nodded and said, Then Sect Lord, I'll be taking my leave. Then he stood up and bid farewell to Li Jin. After Wan Longxing left, Li Jin let out a long breath. Then he slowly closed his eyes and said, Ming-er, do you agree with the ancestor's words? Li Ming didn't make a sound, he just calmly listened to Wan Longxing's words. Now that he heard Li Jin, Li Ming said, Right, in fact, I think that the ancestor has underestimated Mr. Zhao. Father, you can't make an enemy out of someone like Mr. Zhao. If you make an enemy out of someone like Mr. Zhao, then the only result would be death. He won't be threatened, even if it's just a little bit. If Father wants Mr. Zhao to pay attention to us, then there's only one way, and that is to do what Mr. Zhao orders us to do. We must do our best. Mr. Zhao wouldn't treat anyone unfairly, but at the same time, anyone who dares to threaten him, no matter what their intentions are, Mr. Zhao's methods would be the same. Li Jin shivered as he opened his eyes. He looked at Li Ming and said, It seems like we need to hurry up. Immediately contact all the sects that have cooperated with us and ask their sect masters to come to us. We must confirm this matter in the shortest time possible. Li Ming nodded and said, All right. Li Ming nodded, then he turned around and left. Li Jin looked at Li Ming's back and said, I hope you made the right choice. Then he sighed, sat down, and closed his eyes. Zhao Hai calmly looked at Li Jin. This was Li Jin's first time seeing Zhao Hai. In the past, it was always Li Ming and Wan Longxing who came to see Zhao Hai. Li Jin didn't personally come to see Zhao Hai. This time, he finally saw Zhao Hai. At this time, they were on the Hell King's ship. Although Zhao Hai obtained the Heaven's secret pavilion, it was still a restricted area. Nobody was allowed to enter. Therefore, Zhao Hai's office was still on the Hell King's ship. Li Jin looked at Zhao Hai, who was sitting in front of him and smiling. Although Zhao Hai was smiling, he gave Li Jin an inexplicable pressure. This pressure wasn't because of Li Ming and Wan Longxing's description of Zhao Hai. Instead, it was because of what Zhao Hai did and Zhao Hai's gaze. Zhao Hai was able to bring 30 million troops to the Six Realm Alliance. Even under the siege of the Six Great Sects, he was still able to destroy 2 of them. This was enough to show his strength. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's gaze had a mysterious charm. Although he was calmly looking at you, you would feel as if you were being seen through. Looking at you, you would feel that you shouldn't underestimate this man. Zhao Hai looked at Li Jin and smiled faintly as he said, "Sect Master Li, we finally meet. Hee, your sect and I can be considered old friends. Why did Sect Master Li come this time?" Li Jin quickly bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, I came this time to tell you that our overlord sect has already convinced the 137 sects of the elite armor boundary to listen to Mister's commands and follow Mister's lead." Upon hearing Li Jin, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled as he looked at Li Jin and said, good job. I won't mistreat you. How many other clans are disobeying my orders?" When Li Jin heard the praise, he didn't know why, but he felt a warm feeling in his heart. He immediately replied, "There are still more than 200 clans that are still observing. Among them, there are about 100 that we can still fight for. As for the remaining 100, I'm afraid we'll have to form a small alliance." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Send them a message in my name. Tell them that they only have 3 days. If they don't surrender within 3 days, then they will be regarded as my enemy. I won't be polite." Zhao Hai nodded. When Li Jin heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, this isn't good, right? They are also people from the heroic armor field. Moreover, there are foreign enemies here. If we deal with them at this time, wouldn't we be pushing them to the enemy's side?" Zhao Hai coldly replied, "Instead of causing trouble in the future, it's better to solve it now. Also, do you think that if we don't push them, they wouldn't lean towards those people? Don't think about it, we need to deal with them properly." Li Jin nodded and said, "All right, then I'll do as Mr. says. I'll immediately send the message." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't forget to contact the sects that have sided with us. Tell them to gather here. After 3 days, we'll begin to eliminate all the rebels in the elite armor field." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't forget." Li Jin nodded, then he turned around and left. After Li Jin left, Laura and the others came out of the room. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, why do we have to wait for 3 days?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, 3 days is enough for them to prepare. Whether it's the 4 great sects or other people, 3 days is enough for them to prepare. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You mean to say that we'll deal with them together?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Right, we'll deal with them together. We've been here for a long time. Once we deal with them, we'll be able to train our troops. After that, we still have the Martial God Realm. The Martial God Realm has been very calm recently, they don't even have any external wars. However, I feel that the situation there isn't simple. If the Martial God Realm is like the Six Realms Alliance, fighting the desolate race in another plane, then we won't be able to see it if we don't go there. Because of this, we need to make a decision. We need to deal with them as soon as possible." Laura nodded and said, "All right, it's easy to deal with them as soon as possible. However, we still need to choose an agent. Are you prepared to subdue the other sects as well?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If we can subdue them, then that would be great. Although there are some silk pants among the cultivators of the great sects, their strength is still there. If we train them well, then their fighting strength would be much stronger than ordinary cultivators. Naturally, we still need to train them well." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Laura smiled faintly and said, "That's indeed the case. If these young masters aren't properly trained, then they would never become qualified warriors. We'll wait for 3 days and see the results. If they don't cooperate, then they can't blame us for being ruthless." Zhao Hai said, "The sects of the 6 realms have been in the 6 realms for a long time. They have always been suppressed by the 6 great sects. Because of this, they don't have their own opinions. This is especially true when a large-scale war is approaching. If we stand up at this time, then most of them would follow us. As for the few ambitious cultivators, we don't need them. Not only that, we need to eliminate them so that they don't become a cancer in the 6 realms. Laura nodded and said, at worst, we'll just eliminate them. Hee. In any case, this isn't the first time I've done this. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, this time, it's different from the past. We need to be careful. If we don't kill them, then we shouldn't kill them. Otherwise, the cultivators of the 6 realms would no longer belong to us. 3 days passed by in a blink of an eye. In these 3 days, the heroic armor field was in chaos because of Zhao Hai's actions. Those who were already in contact with the Overlord sect and planned to follow Zhao Hai naturally weren't afraid. However, they were still worried. Because of this, when they heard Zhao Hai's order, they immediately moved towards Zhao Hai's side. As for those who were still hesitating, some of them chose to go to Zhao Hai's side. This was because Zhao Hai's group was the strongest. On the other hand, some sects chose to join the Heroic Armor Field's alliance. Some of them even surrendered to the invaders. Zhao Hai had already guessed that this would happen, so he didn't hold back. 3 days later, the army appeared. At this time, Zhao Hai had gathered an army of 40 million people. The number of large artifacts he had was also around 2,500. Zhao Hai had already guessed that this would happen, so he didn't hold back. Zhao Hai wasn't polite along the way. All the sects that didn't listen to his orders were directly flattened. Wherever the army went, even chickens and dogs wouldn't be spared. Zhao Hai's approach made the sects in the heroic armor field understand that Zhao Hai wasn't a person they could provoke. If they don't listen to Zhao Hai, then they would surely die. Zhao Hai's actions made the sects in the heroic armor field understand that Zhao Hai wasn't someone to be trifled with. If they don't listen to Zhao Hai, then they would surely die. The sects that followed Zhao Hai but still had their own thoughts were now honest. As for the sects that didn't follow Zhao Hai and wanted to join him, they were all rejected by Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai didn't accept any of these sects and directly destroyed them. Zhao Hai didn't accept any of these sects and directly destroyed them. Zhao Hai's actions made the sects that wanted to join Zhao Hai immediately become their enemies. But at the same time, these sects that joined Zhao Hai rejoiced in their hearts. With Zhao Hai's current strength, he didn't need to care about those sections. Even the sects in the heroic armor field weren't a match for Zhao Hai. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to care about what they thought. The sects in the heroic armor field understood this point. Therefore, they reached an agreement with the invading realms in the shortest time possible. They surrendered to those realms and were willing to deal with Zhao Hai and the others. Naturally, those realms agreed. The number of their allied forces wasn't a lot, only about 20 million. Now that they had a new force, they were naturally happy. Before long, Zhao Hai's army was in a standoff with the invading realms. However, it was clear that Zhao Hai's side had the advantage in numbers. Zhao Hai allowed everyone to rest for a day. The next day, they began to attack the invading army. The people from the other realms didn't expect Zhao Hai to attack them immediately. Moreover, it was the fiercest attack. Zhao Hai directly took all of his large artifacts to attack. Everyone participated in this attack, and the people from the other realms couldn't hold on any longer. The armies of these realms were just an alliance. Although they all had the same commander, it was impossible for this commander to be as strict as Zhao Hai. He needed to integrate the opinions of all parties before he could make a decision. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Because of this, when they encountered Zhao Hai's fierce attack, they panicked. They were an alliance, and their commander wasn't like Zhao Hai, who had supreme authority. Because of this, some realms began to retreat in order to preserve their strength. When they retreated, it naturally caused a chain reaction. Everyone else wanted to retreat, but their retreat quickly turned into a rout. Zhao Hai and the others began to chase after them. Fortunately, these people were able to block their own camps for a while. Then everyone left the heroic armor field through the transmission formations. Naturally, the sects that surrendered also followed. After Zhao Hai destroyed the transmission formations, he immediately had Li Jin and the others contact the various sects in the Heavenly Mystery Realm. He told them that if they surrendered, then he would help the Heavenly Mystery Realm deal with the invaders. The Heavenly Mystery Realm sects were now in a difficult situation due to the invaders. This was because most of the Heavenly Mystery sect's forces had been dealt with by Zhao Hai. It was very difficult for them to deal with the invaders. At this point, they had already lost half of the Heavenly Mystery Realm's territory. It can be said that they were at the end of their rope. At this time, Li Jin suddenly sent this news. This made the Heavenly Mystery Realm sects very surprised. After some discussion, they finally agreed to Zhao Hai's conditions. They agreed to submit to Zhao Hai and asked Zhao Hai to help them drive away the invaders. The reason why these people agreed was because the invaders were different from the invaders. The invaders discovered that the sects of the Valiant Armor Realm were still present, so it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. Therefore, they accepted the surrender of the sects of the Valiant Armor Realm. After that, Zhao Hai promised that the sects of the Valiant Armor Realm would come forward to solve the problem. This allowed the sects of the Valiant Armor Realm to accept more and more people. On the other hand, the Heavenly Mystery Realm's invaders weren't like this. They discovered that the Heavenly Mystery Realm's vitality had been greatly damaged. Additionally, Zhao Hai had eliminated the last of the Celestial Mystery sect's people. Because of this, they were very polite to the Heavenly Mystery Realm sections. They almost annihilated them, leaving no survivors. Although Zhao Hai was also an invader, he wasn't the same as the invaders from the other realms. When he first appeared, he attacked all the sections. But later on, he changed his approach and only attacked the 6 great sections. As for the other sects, he showed a certain degree of friendliness. Additionally, Zhao Hai's actions in the heroic armor field were also known by the Heavenly Mystery Realm. They were very clear that even if they didn't agree to let Zhao Hai come, what could they do? When Zhao Hai was fighting the 6 great sects, he could freely enter and exit the 6 realms. Now, he could enter and exit the 6 realms as if it was his own backyard. Instead of letting Zhao Hai come and treat them as enemies, they might as well ask Zhao Hai to come. This way, they could become the people behind Zhao Hai. Maybe they could even get some benefits. Because of this idea, the sects of the Heavenly Mystery Realm finally agreed to join Zhao Hai and become his subordinates. However, Zhao Hai would have to help them deal with the invaders. When the sects of the Heavenly Mystery Realm agreed, Zhao Hai immediately led his army into the Heavenly Mystery Realm. At the same time, Zhao Hai left a lot of people in the heroic armor field. At the same time, he commanded the Overlord sect to become his spokesperson. Zhao Hai's approach made the people in the Heavenly Mystery Realm see hope. If they become Zhao Hai's spokesperson, then they would be able to obtain Zhao Hai's protection. When the time comes, dominating a realm wouldn't be a problem. This was equivalent to the status of the 6 great sections. This was something that all the sects in the 6 realms were thinking about. With the Overlord sect as an example, the other sects also began to do their best to befriend Zhao Hai. This was especially true for the sects in the Heavenly Mystery Realm. When Zhao Hai entered the Celestial Mystery sect, he received an unprecedented welcome. When the sect saw Zhao Hai, they were even closer to him than when they saw their own father. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. However, he wasn't in the mood to care about these fellows. When he arrived at the Celestial Mystery sect, he immediately reorganized his army. After the reorganization, his army had reached 35 million people. This was also because he left a large portion of his army in the heroic armor field. Moreover, Zhao Hai also reduced the number of people in the army of the Heavenly Mystery Realm. He only left behind some of the more powerful ones. After the reorganization, Zhao Hai immediately attacked the invaders. The number of invaders in the Heavenly Mystery Realm wasn't much different from the heroic armor field. They had about 20 million people and about 1,000 large artifacts. With such numbers, it was impossible for them to stop Zhao Hai's attack. Zhao Hai was calmly sitting in the Hell King's ship's conference room. There were a lot of people in the room. Buzzing sounds could be heard from the room. It was clear that they were discussing something. However, the people sitting next to Zhao Hai didn't speak. These people were none other than Shang Guanyun and the others. Shang Guanyun and the others now understood Zhao Hai's strength. Ever since Zhao Hai led them to the upper pillar realm, they haven't suffered a single loss. Along the way, they stepped on the corpses of others. Now that they have 2 realms under their control, their strength was something they didn't even dare to think about before. Most importantly, their losses were very small. All of this was because of Zhao Hai. Because of this, Shang Guanyun and the others were now following Zhao Hai's lead. No matter what decision Zhao Hai made, they would do their best to follow it, even if the decision was absurd. Zhao Hai didn't make a sound. He looked at the people in the room who were talking non-stop. These people were from the Heavenly Mystery Realm and the Heroic Armor Realm. They were the last to follow Zhao Hai, so naturally, they didn't know much about Zhao Hai. Because of this, they weren't too reserved as they chatted non-stop. Zhao Hai didn't get angry. He just looked at these people and didn't care about them anymore. He gathered them here this time for one thing, and that was to attack the other 4 realms. Just like what Ruan Longxing told Li Jin before, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to allow the 6-realm alliance to remain as a threat to the Void Realm. Because of this, the 6 major sects must disappear. Even if they weren't eliminated, they would have to submit to Zhao Hai. Otherwise, they would become a threat to the Void Realm. Because of this, Zhao Hai needed to clean up the 6 major sects. Zhao Hai was in the middle of thinking about how to deal with the other great sections. Thus, he did not have the time to pay attention to those who were talking. However, some people were unhappy. They were none other than Gui Wu and the others. This time, Gui Wu and the others followed Zhao Hai to the 6 realms. Although they lost some people, they also gained a lot of things. Moreover, they were impressed by Zhao Hai's abilities. Now that they saw Zhao Hai frowning while the others were chatting, Gui Wu and the others couldn't help but feel annoyed. However, Gui Wu and the others didn't make these people quiet down. This was because Gui Wu knew that Zhao Hai didn't like to be disturbed. If he rashly spoke up and disturbed Zhao Hai, then it wouldn't be good. Therefore, they just glared at those who were still talking, their eyes were filled with anger. Those who were talking quickly noticed Gui Wu and the others' eyes. After all, the angry eyes of a void-piercing realm expert could give them a lot of pressure. Moreover, their strength wasn't weak, so their senses were very sharp. Naturally, they were able to feel these gazes. Those who were talking quickly shut their mouths. They were aware of their status. They were the last to follow Zhao Hai. Naturally, they weren't as high as those who followed Zhao Hai before. Moreover, they had seen how Zhao Hai dealt with those who didn't listen to him. Now that Zhao Hai had destroyed several hundred sects, they didn't want to be destroyed by Zhao Hai. Therefore, all of them became well-behaved and sat upright, looking straight ahead. The entire conference room quickly quieted down. Zhao Hai also noticed the changes in the room. He looked at the people in the room, then he turned his head to Ghost Mist and the others. Then he nodded and said, "Today, I called everyone here for one thing. We need to leave the 4 realms." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Today, I called everyone here for one thing." Upon hearing this, the cultivators from the Armored Hero Realm and the Heavenly Mystery Realm stared. Then they burst into an uproar. These people didn't want to be enemies with the other 4 realms. This was because this meant that more people would die. Their sects had more or less suffered losses. If they were to become enemies with the other sects, then the number of people who would die would be even more. Zhao Hai looked at these people and then said, "If you don't want to participate, then you can go back. I won't treat you as an enemy. However, you won't have a share in the benefits that we obtain." The people from the various sects quieted down. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "You might not know about my rules, but those who participate in the battle with me will get a share of the spoils. If you kill an enemy, then the items in the enemy's spatial equipment will belong to you. I won't take them. But if you go to a sect, then the items in the sect's warehouse will become our spoils of war. I won't touch these spoils of war, they will belong to you. Naturally, they will be distributed according to your contributions. In short, you will get spoils of war. If you want to get good things, then you need to make contributions, make great contributions. Only in this way will you get more spoils of war." The cultivators from the Elite Realm and the Heavenly Mystery Realm were stunned. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would say something like this. However, they had to admit that Zhao Hai's words were fatally attractive to them. Zhao Hai wanted to deal with the 4 great sects this time. Since the 4 great sects have been dominating the various realms for a long time, then there should be countless good things in their warehouses. If they can get some good things, then it would be very beneficial for the development of their sections. Zhao Hai looked at these people and was ready to add fuel to the fire. he said, and all the secret techniques that we obtain will be shared. In other words, the secret techniques that we obtain can be duplicated and become part of your sect's collection. If you don't want to go, then you can withdraw. No one made a sound. The eyes of the cultivators from the elite realm and the heavenly mystery realm turned red. Secret techniques from the 4 great sections. Heavens, these were priceless treasures that they could share. Under these conditions, they would be fools if they didn't go. These people knew that once Zhao Hai mentioned this condition, they would have to go even if they didn't want to. This was because if they didn't go, then they would be eliminated. Of course, they might not be eliminated by Zhao Hai, but they would be eliminated by the other sections. This was because as long as others followed Zhao Hai and obtained the materials and secret techniques of the 4 great sects, then the strength of their sects would increase by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. As for those who didn't go, their sects wouldn't be able to increase their strength. This way, their strength would naturally decrease and they would be eaten by the other side sooner or later. Zhao Hai looked at these people and smiled faintly. Then he said, "What's wrong?" No one said anything? Then does everyone agree? Everyone couldn't help but curse in their hearts. However, no one dared to say anything. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Since you all agreed, then I won't be polite. Everyone will be under my command. If anyone dares to disobey my orders, then don't blame me for being impolite." No one spoke, but everyone's heart turned cold, especially those who came later. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "I think that the other 4 realms should know that I've subdued the elite realm and the heavenly mystery realm. In this case, the other 4 realms should see me as their greatest enemy. However, they still have enemies, those who attacked their realms. I'm not boasting, but I think that they will still see me as their greatest threat. Therefore, they will deal with me first. What do you think they will do to me?" When Zhao Hai asked this question, everyone was stunned. Everyone frowned and thought hard. They also wanted to know what the other 4 realms would do in this situation. Zhao Hai was their greatest threat. If they want to deal with Zhao Hai, then the other realms would invade their realms. If they want to deal with Zhao Hai, then they would give the other realms an opportunity. In this case, they would be in a dilemma and wouldn't know what to do. At this time, Gue Wu suddenly opened his mouth and said, "If I were a member of the 4 great sects, then I would negotiate with the other realms to stabilize them. I would even agree to some conditions so that they wouldn't attack. Then they would turn around and deal with us." Zhao Hai turned to Gue Wu and nodded, "You're right. If I were the 4 great sects, I would do the same. This is because only by dealing with us would they be able to focus their energy on dealing with the other realms. When the time comes, they would be able to drive the other realms back. This is because when the other realms invade the 4 realms, it would be impossible for them to use their full strength. Once their casualties reach a certain level, they would retreat and escape. When the time comes, the 4 great sects would be able to easily recover the 4 realms. They might even be able to swallow the heavenly mystery realm and the heroic armor realm." Gue Wu nodded and said, "That's right." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, their expressions turned cold. However, they were only nervous, they weren't afraid. When the 6 realms were at their strongest, they couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai, let alone now. Because of this, they weren't afraid. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. "However, I'm afraid that the 4 realms wouldn't expect that I would also want to negotiate with the other realms, especially those who invaded the 4 realms. Li Jin, tell me, how many people have invaded the 4 realms? Do you know about them?" When Li Jin heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be shaken. Then he immediately replied, "I have a rough understanding of the other realms that invaded the 4 realms. There are a total of 12 realms. 3 of them invaded the Hai Fei realm, 2 invaded the Yu Qi realm, 4 invaded the Undark realm, and 3 invaded the Mighty Earth realm." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, it's good that you understand. I will send a small team to contact those realms. Tell them that we can help them eliminate the 4 great sections. This is because the 4 great sects are our biggest threat. Moreover, we already have 2 realms, which is enough. Because of this, after eliminating the 4 great sects, I won't compete with them for the 4 realms. I only hope that they can join us in eliminating the 4 great sects as soon as possible." Li Jin stared, then he immediately nodded and said, "Yes, Mr. Can rest assured. I will certainly do it well. Zhao Hai nodded and said, if the people from the other realms make excessive demands, then you don't need to agree. If we agree to their demands, then they wouldn't believe us. You need to be tough. We have the strength now. Go, let's go. Li Jin nodded, then he stood up. Zhao Hai waved his hand towards Elder Tang and the others. Elder Tang and the others also stood up and went out. Long Bui was finally able to hold his head high. His realm was called the Dragon Man realm. This so-called Dragon Man realm didn't mean that all the people there were dragon men. Moreover, it was said that the people of this realm had the bloodline of the divine dragon. Therefore, it was called the Dragon Man realm. Long Bui was an elder of the divine dragon sect, the largest sect in the Dragon Man realm. The Dragon Man realm was one of the realms conquered by the Hai Fei realm. Every year, they had to pay tribute to the Hai Fei realm. Even the divine dragon sect was no exception. Therefore, they didn't have a good time. What made Long Bui uncomfortable was the attitude of the people from the Hai Fei realm towards them. Every year, the Hai Fei realm would send some people to the Dragon Man realm to collect supplies. When these people arrived at the Dragon Man realm, they would naturally abuse their power and put on airs. This made people very uncomfortable. When Zhao Hai destroyed the Celestial Arcanum sect's headquarters, the people from the Dragon Man realm immediately contacted other realms. They contacted 2 more realms. The 3 realms formed an alliance and attacked the Hai Fei realm. When they arrived at the Hai Fei realm, they discovered that the Hai Fei realm had been destroyed. However, the destruction wasn't very serious. However, the Hai Fei realm had suffered a lot of losses. Their fighting strength was much weaker than before. Therefore, their attack was very smooth. They occupied a place in the Hai Fei realm and made it their base. Long Bui was the commander of this attack. He was quite qualified as a commander. At the very least, when they faced the Hai Fei realm, they didn't suffer any losses. They even won a few battles. In addition, recently, he heard that Zhao Hai had conquered the Jiaying realm and the Celestial Arcanum realm. This made Long Bui think that their opportunity had come. Because Zhao Hai's performance was too strong, the 4 great sects would definitely treat him as a thorn in their flesh. The 4 great sects would certainly go all out to deal with Zhao Hai. This way, they wouldn't be in the mood to take care of them. They could use this opportunity to occupy more territory. Because of this, Long Bui was even more proud. At this time, a voice came from outside the door, Alliance Lord, the Hai Fei sect's envoy requests an audience. When Long Bu heard this voice, he couldn't help but frown. He didn't know why the Hai Fei sect suddenly sent someone to see him, but he still said, let him in. After a while, his door was pushed open and 2 people walked in. As soon as he saw these 2 people, his eyes couldn't help but shrink because he knew these 2 people. One was the elder of the Hai Fei boundary. This person's surname was Zhu and his name was Zhu Gui. Behind Zhu Gui was an old man. This old man didn't look young. There were age spots on his face and his hair was all white. His eyes were half closed as if he hadn't woken up yet. However, Long Bui didn't dare to look down on this old man because he knew this old man. This old man had a nickname, Pulsatilla Wang. Don't underestimate this ordinary nickname. This person was the most famous void-piercing realm expert in the Hai Fei sect. He wasn't a very talented person. He was able to become a void-piercing realm expert completely by himself. On his path to becoming a void-piercing realm expert, there were countless corpses. It could be said that he was able to become a void-piercing realm expert all by himself. This Pulsatilla Wang was a nightmare of the Dragon Man boundary because this Pulsatilla Wang was one of the representatives of the Hai Fei boundary who entered the Dragon Man boundary the most. His hands were stained with the blood of the Dragon Man boundary cultivators. In the Dragon Man boundary, the name Pulsatilla Wang could definitely stop children from crying at night. Long Bui looked at Pulsatilla Wang, but Pulsatilla Wang's eyes were half closed as if he didn't see Long Bui. After a while, Long Bui turned his gaze to Zhu Gui. Long Bui and Zhu Gui could be considered old acquaintances. Zhu Gui was the foreign affairs elder of the Hai Fei sect and was one of the elders who had the most contact with other boundaries. However, he was also the Hai Fei sect elder that Long Bui had the best impression of. Zhu Gui had always been relatively polite to these boundaries. Moreover, this person had a special characteristic, which was that he didn't smile or speak when he saw people. Moreover, he was relatively gentle, so his relationship with other boundaries was very good. Long Bouet stood up and cupped his fist towards Zhu Guo. He said in a deep voice, "I really didn't expect that Elder Zhu and Old Ancestor Bai would come in person. Forgive me for not going out to meet you." Zhu Guo smiled slightly and cupped his fist towards Long Bouet. "Elder Long, I also didn't expect that we would meet under such circumstances." "Haha, congratulations." Long Bouet looked at Zhu Guo, then he smiled faintly and said, "Elder Zhu, are you afraid that you will be punished when you return?" Zhu Guo looked at Long Bouet, then he shook his head and sighed. "To be honest, I already thought that there would be such a day, but I didn't expect it to come so quickly." "Elder Long, you have to be honest. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's attack, you wouldn't have such an opportunity." Long Bouet looked at Zhu Guo, then he smiled faintly and said, "Isn't seizing every opportunity the most important thing for a cultivator?" Zhu Guo nodded and said, "Right, seizing every opportunity is very important for a cultivator. Now that there is an opportunity in front of you, it depends on whether you can seize it or not." Long Bouet knew that Zhu Guo didn't just come to chat with him. Now that Zhu Guo said this, there must be a reason. However, Long Bouet didn't know what Zhu Guo wanted to say. Because of this, Long Buji looked at Zhu Guo and whispered, "Elder Long, I'll tell you the truth. Our Haifei sect doesn't hate you. Although you're attacking us, we've already thought about it. We thought that one day, you would attack us. Because of this, we don't hate you. Compared to you, we hate Zhao Hai." After saying this, Zhu Guo's face turned pale. Two flames appeared in his eyes. Long Bouet looked at Zhu Guo's expression, but he wasn't surprised. This was because he knew that Zhu Guo was right. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, then the 6 great sects wouldn't have fallen to this point. Long Bouet looked at Zhu Guo and said, "I believe this, but I don't understand. What does Elder Zhu mean by telling me this?" Zhu Guo looked at Long Bouet and said, "This time, I came to Elder Long to discuss something with you. On behalf of the entire Haifei sect, I want to reach a ceasefire agreement with your 3 realms. As long as you agree to the ceasefire, we can use the Emery River as the boundary and cede the land to the east of the river to your 3 realms. As for the land to the west of the river, we will keep it for ourselves. Both sides will never invade each other." As soon as Long Bouet heard Zhu Guo, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up. He was very familiar with the Emery River. The Emery River was the largest river in the Haifei sect. East of the Emery River was almost half of the Haifei sect's area. In other words, the sects of the Haifei sect were willing to use half of the Haifei sect's area in exchange for a ceasefire. Long Bouet couldn't make up his mind. This time, their attack on the Haifei sect was for revenge. But in fact, it was for benefits. The 6 Realms Alliance had a lot of good things. If they can occupy half of the Haifei sect's territory without spending a single soldier, then it would be a good thing for them. At this time, a voice was heard from outside, "Alliance Lord, the 2 Vice Lords have arrived." Long Bouet nodded, then he said, "Invite them in." The person outside the door responded. Then 2 people came in. One of them was wearing a black robe. The black robe wrapped around his entire body, giving him a gloomy feeling. The other person was wearing short robes. His figure was very thin and small. His footsteps were silent, giving people a feeling of lightness. These 2 people were the representatives of the other realms that invaded the Haifei sect. One was the representative of the Ghost Spirit realm, Gui Qi, and the other was the representative of the Lingfei sect, Yu Luo. Seeing the 2 of them enter, Long Bu stood up and cupped his fist towards the 2 of them. "You 2 are here. Have a seat. Elder Zhu Guo, Old Ancestor Bai, I don't think I need to introduce these 2 to you." Gui Qi and Ling Fei cupped their fists towards Zhu Guo and the pulsatilla before sitting down. However, the 2 were still paying attention to the pulsatilla. Obviously, they were very afraid of the pulsatilla. However, the pulsatilla was currently resting with his eyes closed. It seems like he didn't notice the 2 at all. Gui Qi looked at the 2 and said, "I don't know why the 2 of you are here." Long Bouet replied, "Elder Zhu is here on behalf of the Haifei sect. They are willing to give us the east of the Emery River. They are also willing to sign a ceasefire agreement. Upon hearing Long Bue, Gue Qi, and Yu Luo were stunned. Then the two turned their heads towards Zhu Gue. Yu Luo said, Elder Zhu, is what Elder Long said true? Zhu Gue replied, correct. Our Hai-Fei sect unanimously believes that our true enemy is Zhao Hai. Therefore, we are going to deal with Zhao Hai. Upon hearing this, Gue Qi and Yu Luo hesitated. To be honest, they didn't want their sect to lose too much. If they could obtain half of the Hai-Fei sect without wasting any effort, then it would be a very good thing for them. At this time, a voice came from outside. Alliance Lord, Li Jin of the Overlord sect requests an audience. Upon hearing Li Jin's name, Long Bue was stunned. Then he frowned and said, Overlord sect? Isn't that the sect of the elite boundary? And this Li Jin is the sect master of the Overlord sect. I heard that Zhao Hai was able to smoothly obtain the elite boundary and the archaic Arcanum sect because of Li Jin. Some time ago, I heard that the Overlord sect became Zhao Hai's spokesperson in the elite boundary. What is he doing here? At this time, the Pulsatilla's closed eyes suddenly opened. Two cold lights shot out from his eyes. Zhu Gui's expression became very ugly. But before he could speak, Ghost Flag opened his mouth and said, Alliance Master, no matter why the two of them came, we still need to meet them. Zhao Hai now has 2 realms under his control. He also has tens of millions of troops under him. If we offend him at this time, then he might turn around and deal with us. Then we would be in a very bad situation. Ghost Flag nodded and said, What do you think? Long Bue nodded and said, Right, let's invite Sect Master Li. Li Jin pushed the door and entered the room. The first thing he saw was Zhu Gue and the Pulsatilla. Both of them were looking at him with a murderous look. This made Li Jin stare, not because of the look in their eyes, but because of the fact that he met these two people in this place. He knew Zhu Gue and Pulsatilla. As famous people in the 6 great sects, it was normal for Li Jin to know them. If he didn't know them, then he wouldn't be the sect master of the Overlord sect. Li Jin was stunned for a moment. Then he turned to look at Long Indestructible and the others. He smiled and cupped his fist towards the 3 and said, Li Jin greets Alliance Master Long, Vice Alliance Master Ghost Flag, Vice Alliance Master Yu Luo, Elder Zhu, and Old Ancestor Bai. He greeted everyone in a very polite manner. Elder Tang, who was standing behind Li Jin, didn't say a word. He just stood there calmly with his eyes half closed. Long Indestructible and the others also stood up and greeted Li Jin. However, Zhu Gue and Pulsatilla didn't move. They even snorted. After Long Indestructible returned the greeting, he looked at Elder Tang and said, Sect Master Li, this is? Li Jin smiled and said, I forgot to introduce you too. This is Old Ancestor Tang. Elder Tang just nodded. Long Buting and the other 2 were shocked. They did not expect that Li Jin would bring an expert of the void-piercing realm. Long Indestructible and the others immediately saluted Elder Tang. Elder Tang just nodded. Long Indestructible and the others didn't get angry. After inviting the 2 to sit down, Long Indestructible said to Li Jin, I wonder why Sect Master Li has come to our place. Li Jin looked at Long Indestructible and then looked at Zhu Gue. He smiled and said, Before I get to the point, please allow me to guess why Elder Zhu and the others came to find you. Are they here to stop the war? Long Indestructible didn't have any special expression. He just smiled and said, Oh, Sect Master Li actually guessed it. Li Jin smiled and said, It's not hard to guess. If it's not for the war, would they give you a final warning? Do the 6 major sects still have that kind of strength to give you a final warning? Long Bu smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Zhu Gue coldly snorted and said, Li Jin, you seem to be very happy being a dog. What are you doing here? Li Jin looked at Zhu Gue and said with a faint smile, Be someone's dog? I don't think so. On the contrary, I think that when I was under the 6 great sects, my life was worse than a dog's. In the 6 great sects, even a small cultivator in the teleportation realm dared to give me, the sect master, a look. Such a life is really not for a human to live. Zhu Gue snorted coldly and didn't say anything. In the past, the 6 major sects were indeed like that. A cultivator of the teleportation realm from one of the 6 major sects dared to put on airs in front of the other sect leaders. Even if he wanted to refute, it was impossible because Long Buting and the others had experienced that situation. If he refuted, it would only make Long Buting and the others have a bad impression of him. Li Jin looked at Zhu Gui and sneered, "It's really strange that the 6 major sects would make peace. Ha ha ha. Did they cede territory?" When Long Bu heard Li Jin, he was surprised. Li Jin guessed that the 6 major sects would make peace with them. But now, he guessed that they would cede territory? This was somewhat out of his expectations. Li Jin looked at Zhu Gui and sneered, "The 6 major sects, no, it should be the 4 major sects now. The 4 major sects have a good plan. You want to make peace with the other realms and then concentrate your forces to deal with Mr. Zhao Hai. This is because Mr. Zhao Hai is the biggest threat in your eyes. As long as Mr. Zhao Hai is defeated, then you can concentrate your forces to deal with the other realms. Now that you've given them the land, it's only to stabilize them. In any case, the land won't run away. As long as you drive Mr. Zhao Hai away, then you can take it back. Once Mr. Zhao Hai gets rid of Mr. Zhao Hai, 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 and Long Buting couldn't help but feel moved. He thought that Li Jin's words were reasonable. They only saw the territory before, but they didn't think that once Zhao Hai was gone, the 4 major sects would be able to deal with them. When Zhu Gui heard Li Jin, his expression changed. He coldly snorted and said, "Nonsense. We want to coexist peacefully with the other realms. Moreover, we can sign a non-aggression agreement." Li Jin laughed and said, "A non-aggression agreement? That's just a trick. It's just a piece of waste paper. When the time comes, you'll tear up the agreement. Who can do anything to you? How can you say something like that?" Zhu Gui's expression changed. This time, the expressions of Long Buting and the others changed as well. They had been fooled by Zhu Gui previously. The non-aggression agreement had a limited binding effect on cultivators. Li Jin looked at Zhu Gui and sneered, "What? Can't say anything? Non-aggression agreement? Have the 6 great sects not signed that thing with others before? But have you ever respected it?" Speaking of this, Li Jin turned his head to Long Buting and said in a deep voice, "Alliance Master Long, I think you know very well what the 6 major sects are like. What they said about not attacking each other is just nonsense. If they really said that to you, please think twice." Alliance Master Long. As soon as Li Jin's voice fell, he heard an old voice say, "Brat, you dare to insult my Hai-Fei sect. You're courting death." After saying that, a figure pounced straight at Li Jin from Zhu Gui's side. But at this moment, a white light flashed. The figure stopped in midair. Then it looked at Li Jin's side in disbelief. Then the figure fell from the sky. The figure that rushed out was the Pulsatilla Wang. The white light was Elder Tang's power of law. It only took one move to kill the Pulsatilla Wang. Because of this, the Pulsatilla Wang looked at Elder Tang in disbelief. Looking at the dead Pulsatilla Wang, Li Jin didn't have any reaction. He just coldly snorted and said, "What? Did I hit the nail on the head? You're so angry that you want to kill someone? The world is no longer under the control of the 6 major sections. Do you still want to cover the sky like before? That's impossible." Zhu Gui looked at Pulsatilla Wang's corpse and his expression changed. He turned to Li Jin and said, "You dare to kill someone? How dare you?" Li Jin coldly snorted and said, "He attacked me first. Can it be that he's allowed to kill but not be killed? What kind of logic is this?" Zhu Gui, the 6 major sects are still as overbearing as before. Zhu Gui looked at Li Jin and then at Long Buting. Then he said, "Alliance Lord Long, what do you say about this matter?" Long Buting looked at Zhu Gui with a gloomy expression and said, "Elder Zhu, didn't Ancestor Bai attack Sect Lordly? Then he was killed by Ancestor Tang. This doesn't seem to be a big deal. Also, Elder Zhu, I really want to know, where do you think we are? The Hai-Fei sect? If you want to make a move, then make a move. Do you still have me in your eyes? Elder Zhu, I don't think it's suitable for us to talk anymore. Come, send the guest out." When Zhu Gui heard Long Buting, his expression changed. At this time, several cultivators came in. These cultivators looked at Zhu Gui with an unfriendly expression. When Zhu Gui saw this, his face turned ashen. He coldly snorted and then turned to leave. He knew that today's negotiation was a complete failure. After Zhu Gui left, Long Buting turned to look at Li Jin. At this time, the Pulsatilla Wing's corpse was received by Elder Tang into the space. Long Buting acted as if he didn't see Elder Tang's actions. He looked at Li Jin and said, "Sect Lordly, tell me your purpose." Li Jin said, "Alliance." Long Buting looked at Li Jin and said, "Alliance? With whom? Mr. Zhao Hai?" Li Jin nodded and said, "Correct, I want to form an alliance with Mr. Zhao Hai." "Alliance Lord Long, there's no need to lie in front of a Daoist. Mr. Zhao Hai has a great enmity with the 6 great sects. This is the same as you. The 6 great sects have always regarded Mr. Zhao Hai as a thorn in their flesh. For the same reason, Mr. Zhao Hai and the 6 great sects have reached a state where they won't be able to survive. If they can't destroy the 6 great sects, then Mr. Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Therefore, Mr. wants to form an alliance with you to deal with the remaining 4 great sects." Long Buting looked at Li Jin and said, "Why do we want to deal with the 4 great sects together with Mr. Zhao Hai? Just now, Elder Zhu Gui said that Hai Fei sect is willing to give us the east of Emery River and share Hai Fei boundary with us." Li Jin laughed and said, "Alliance Lord Long, do you believe his words? With the temper of the 4 great sects, would they divide the river with you? Why would they give half of their territory to you? Is that even possible? This is just a delaying tactic. They want to use this method to stabilize you and then deal with Mr. Zhao Hai with all their strength. In their opinion, as long as they defeat Mr. Zhao Hai, then they can regain control of the 6 realms. At that time, they can use the 6 realms as a foundation to fight against other realms. It wouldn't be difficult for them to restore the 6 realms alliance to its original state." At this time, Li Jin looked at Long Indestructible and said, "But Mr. Zhao Hai is different. He's an outsider, he can't stay in the 6 realms forever. This is because he still has his own forces in the void. He will return to control 2 of the 6 realms, this is the limit of what he can control. Even so, he still needs us to help him govern the Heavenly Mystery Realm and the Heroic Armor Realm. Mr. Zhao Hai doesn't want to control the 6 realms, he just wants the 6 great sects to be destroyed. This is because the 6 great sects would pose a threat to his forces. In other words, Mr. Zhao Hai wants to form an alliance with you to deal with the 4 great sects. As long as the 4 great sects are destroyed, then the territories of the 4 realms would belong to you." Li Jin's words made Long Bu stare blankly for a moment. Then he, Gui Qi, and Yu Luo's eyes flashed with a trace of pleasant surprise. He looked at Li Jin and asked, "Mister, are you telling the truth?" Li Jin said, "Of course it's true. Of course, you won't believe me. We can also sign an agreement. If you don't believe the agreement, I can also make a heart demon oath. What do you think?" Li Jin nodded. When Long Bu Jin heard Li Jin, he believed Li Jin's words. This was because Zhu Gui only talked about the agreement and didn't talk about the Great Heart Demon Oath. Since Li Jin dared to make the Great Heart Demon Oath, then it seems like Li Jin was telling the truth. Long Buting looked at Li Jin and saw that Li Jin was looking at him calmly. Long Buting said, "Sect Masterly, I won't hide it from you. Although I'm now the Alliance Lord, I can't make a decision on this matter alone. How about this, Sect Masterly, please wait for the news. Let me discuss it with the people in the realm. I'll give you an answer in 2 days. What do you think?" Li Jin looked at Long Buting and said, "Of course, but I hope that it can be done as soon as possible. Mr. Zhao Hai isn't a patient person. He has already pacified the 2 realms and is about to attack the 4 great sects. Obviously, the 4 great sects also understand this. Otherwise, they wouldn't come here to ask for peace. Mr. said that if you don't agree, then we'll do it ourselves. The 6 great sects couldn't do anything to Mr. when they were at their peak, let alone now. Mr. is cooperating with you because he hopes that we can establish a cooperative relationship so that there won't be any conflicts in the 6 realms in the future. If you don't cooperate with Mr. and let him destroy the 6 great sects, then Mr. won't hand over the 4 realms to you. Mr. doesn't have the energy to manage the 6 realms, but don't forget that the upper pillar realm and the other sects of the 4 realms are still there. These people can help Mr. govern the 6 realms. Mr. just hopes that the 6 realms can be peaceful. Li Jin's words were very clear. It wasn't necessary for Zhao Hai to cooperate with them, he can do it himself. But after that, he wouldn't hand over the territories of the 4 realms. At that time, he might even start a war with them. The reason why Li Jin wanted to cooperate with them was because Zhao Hai didn't want to fight. Moreover, he couldn't control the 6 realms. Therefore, he wanted to cooperate with them so that the territories around them would belong to them. And with this cooperation, there wouldn't be any conflicts between the 2 sides. When Long Buting heard Li Jin's words, his face turned ugly. This was because Li Jin's words contained a faint threat. This made Long Buting very uncomfortable. However, he still replied, Sect Master Li, please return first. I will give you an answer as soon as possible. But how do I contact Sect Master Li? Li Jin smiled faintly as he took out a small transmission formation. Then he handed it to Long Buting and said, if Alliance Master Long has news, then use this to send me a message. Then I'll take my leave first. Then Li Jin and Elder Tang stood up. Li Jin cupped his fist towards the 3 before he turned around and left. Long Buting didn't send Li Jin off. When he saw Li Jin leave, Long Buting coldly snorted and said, what arrogance. They actually dared to threaten us. Do they really think that Zhao Hai is invincible? Ghost Flag said, as far as the current situation is concerned, we can get more benefits by cooperating with Zhao Hai. Moreover, Zhao Hai's sincerity is more than the Haifei realm. Long Buting nodded and said, send a message to the realms. Let's have a good discussion first. Ghost Flag and Yu Luo nodded before they immediately left to send a message to their realms. Zhao Hai looked at Li Jin and smiled slightly, good job. Now the other realms of the 4 realms have replied to the letter. They want to cooperate with us to deal with the 4 major sections. This is all thanks to you. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. In the future, the matters of the Jiaying world will be handed over to you. As soon as Li Jin heard Zhao Hai say this, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Although he had taken care of some matters of the Jiaying world before, Zhao Hai had never said such a thing. Li Jin was really unjustified. Now the people of the other sects had also reacted. Everyone was desperately doing things for Zhao Hai in hopes of getting more benefits. This made Li Jin feel some sense of crisis. Now, Zhao Hai had officially handed over the Jiaying world to him. It meant that he had the final say in the Jiaying world in the future. The day of the rise of the Overlord sect was about to arrive. Li Jin quickly cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, thank you, Mr. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, you're the one who fought for it. There's no need to thank me. Alright, you can go back first and reply to those people. 7 days later, we'll attack Haifei realm. Li Jin nodded and turned away. Soon after Li Jin left, a knock came from the door. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, come in. A cultivator came in from outside and saluted Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at this person and said with a smile, it turned out to be Sect Master Yuan. Why are you here? Is there any action from the Haifei sect? This Sect Master Yuan was the sect master of a sect called Yuan sect in the Haifei world. This Yuan sect was a medium-sized sect. It wasn't very valued in the Haifei world. Yuan sect was not so much a sect master, but a family. This was because the sect master of Yuan sect had always been a member of the Yuan family. However, this Yuan family and Haifei sect had a great enmity. An old ancestor of the Yuan family died in the hands of Haifei sect. The Yuan family had always wanted to take revenge, but they never had a chance. Now that the opportunity had come, the Yuan family took the initiative to contact Zhao Hai. He was the first sect to contact Zhao Hai in the Haifei world, so Zhao Hai valued him very much. Sect Master Yuan's surname was Yuan, his name was Yuan Kuai. He was a tall man with strong muscles. He was a body cultivator, which was very rare in the 6 realms. In the 6 realms, most people were good at using artifacts. Body cultivators weren't very popular. Yuan Kuai cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, I've seen Mr. The Haifei sect seems to have received news. They're currently gathering their forces in their headquarters. It's clear that they're preparing to fight us. Moreover, I heard that they've also sent letters to the other sects, asking them to gather their forces to deal with us. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I understand. You can go back first. Don't let the Haifei sect discover you." Yuan Kuai nodded before he turned around and left. After Yuan Kuai left, Zhao Hai came out of the Hell King's ship. His figure flashed as he arrived at the Heaven's Secret Pavilion's plaza. Upon arriving at the Heaven's Secret Pavilion, Laura and the others immediately greeted him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, the Haifei realm is currently gathering the other sections. What should we do?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Now that they've gathered, we can deal with them together. I don't believe that we can't deal with them if we gather all of our strength. Now, let's see what the four major sects choose to do. If the four major sects really want to fight with us, then they might gather all of their forces in the Haifei realm and wait for us there. If they aren't united and don't want to fight with us, then they wouldn't gather all of their forces. This way, we can deal with them one by one." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right." Laura asked, "Brother Hai, don't you want to subdue them?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I want to. That's why I said that we'll attack in 7 days. These 7 days will be the time to subdue them. I'm going to have Jia Daoi persuade them to surrender. If they surrender, then that's good. If they don't, then I can only say sorry." Laura nodded and said, "It seems like the 6 realms matters will be resolved soon. We can go back now." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, we can go back." The harvest this time wasn't small. The iron-armored army can be considered to have been trained. Moreover, we also got a lot of good things. It was worth it. Lao Jia smiled faintly and said, "Right, it was worth it. I want to go to the martial god realm and see if there are any good things there." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, we'll be back soon." Ma Zhong looked at Jia Daoi and said with a cold expression, "What's wrong? Jia Daoi, have you become Zhao Hai's dog? How does it feel to surrender?" Jia Daoi looked at Ma Zhong with a cold expression, then he sneered and said, "What can I do if I don't surrender? Do you think that my Jiaing sect can deal with Zhao Hai with our current strength? Aren't you overestimating us?" Ma Zhong looked at Jia Daoi and said, "Is dying in battle more glorious than surrendering? Jia Daoi, are your bones that soft?" Jia Daoi looked at Ma Zhong and roared, "My bones are soft? Do you know how hard it took me to surrender? What else can I do if I don't surrender? Do you want to be like the Celestial Arcanum sect? Is that glorious? I surrendered in order to preserve my Jiaing sect's legacy. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? You think I don't know that you want to gather the strength of the 4 sects to deal with Zhao Hai? But to tell you the truth, I'm not optimistic about you. You can't win against Zhao Hai." Ma Zhong coldly snorted and said, "Whether we can win or not, we'll only know after we fight. I don't believe that no one can deal with Zhao Hai. You can go back. I'll treat it as if you didn't come today. I won't embarrass you because of our previous friendship." Jia Daoi looked at Ma Zhong and said, "In any case, I've already delivered your message. You can do as you see fit." Then he turned around and left. When Jia Daoi returned to the Hell King's ship through the transmission formation, he immediately went to see Zhao Hai and told him about his meeting with Ma Zhong. Zhao Hai looked at Jia Daoi. Jia Daoi's face was calm and expressionless. Ever since he became Zhao Hai's subordinate, he always had this expression. It was as if Zhao Hai owed him a lot of money. Zhao Hai looked at Jia Daoi's expression and said, "Is this how you persuaded Ma Zhong? Jia Daoi, are you still not convinced? Do you think that you lost unjustly? Do you think that as long as the 6 sects go all out, you can beat me?" Jia Daoi looked at Zhao Hai with an expressionless face. It seems like he didn't hear Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai looked at Jia Daoi and sneered, "Are you sure that I don't dare to kill you? You surrendered to me. If I kill you, I would lose my trust in the world. This would make all the sects in the 6 realms dissatisfied with me. They wouldn't dare to surrender to me. This would make the other realms not trust me and not cooperate with me. So you dare to do this to me? Is that so?" Jia Daoi didn't speak, but his eyes shrunk. Zhao Hai looked at Jia Daoi's expression and smiled faintly. "Jia Daoi, there's something I haven't told you. It might be useful for you. Hee, the people I killed, I turned them into undead. However, you wouldn't be able to tell that they were undead at first glance. You wouldn't even know that they were undead, just like him. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as Tianlingzi appeared beside Zhao Hai. Tianlingzi was still the same as the Tianlingzi that Jia Daoi had seen before. He had a graceful bearing, waving a folding fan in his hand, and a gentle smile on his face. There was not a trace of death aura on his body. He stood there like an ordinary cultivator. Tianlingzi looked at the stunned Jia Daoi and smiled faintly. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Brother Daoi, we meet again." "It's a pleasure." Jia Daoi stared blankly at Tianlingzi. He didn't know what to say. If Tianlingzi wasn't casually summoned by Zhao Hai, then even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't believe that this Tianlingzi was a ghost. Just when Jia Daoi didn't know what to do, he saw Tianlingzi's flesh and blood disappearing bit by bit. Tianlingzi turned into a skeletal ghost. His body was also filled with a dense aura of death. No matter how one looked at it, it was just an ordinary ghost. Jia Daoi looked at this ghost and couldn't help but shrink his eyes. But at this time, Tianlingzi's flesh and blood reappeared. Tianlingzi was still the same Tianlingzi, he was no different from a living person. His body didn't have any trace of death qi. Even an expert like Jia Daoi couldn't feel it. Aren't you surprised? Haha, Jia Daoi, you people are too arrogant. You never understood me, you never knew how many cards I have in my hand. Your so-called unwillingness is just because you are too arrogant. You always thought that you were the strongest existence in the world, so you were defeated by me. You thought that this wasn't right, that it was all because of my conspiracy. But you never thought that I have the strength to defeat you. Conspiracy also needs strength to complete. If you are really that strong, then would my conspiracy be useful? Zhao Hai calmly looked at Jia Daoi and said. Jia Daoi recovered. He looked at Zhao Hai in shock and said, "How did you do it? How is this possible? How is this possible?" Zhao Hai looked at Jia Daoi and said, "You can't do it, but it doesn't mean that no one can." Jia Daoi, do you know why I let you see Tianlingzi? You thought that Tianlingzi was dead, right? But now, can you say that Tianlingzi is dead? His life is in a different state, even better than yours. When Jia Daoi heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but shrink as he said, "You want to kill me?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I want to kill you and turn you into an undead like Tianlingzi. Then under my command, I'll kill your Jiaing sect one by one. I'll make your Jiaing sect completely disappear from this world. Do you think I can do that?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I want to kill you and turn you into an undead like Tianlingzi." Jia Daoi's cold sweat dripped down. He was really afraid. Just like Zhao Hai said, he didn't accept Zhao Hai in the past. Therefore, when it came to Zhao Hai's orders, he didn't listen to them at all. This was because he knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't dare to kill him. If Zhao Hai killed him, then he would lose his trust in the world. Tianlingzi was still standing there, just like when he was alive. Even his eyes were the same. Jia Daoi also noticed that Tianlingzi wasn't expressionless, his expression didn't change at all. He was like a human, his expression would change, even his eyes would change. There was no difference between him and a living person. And this was what Jia Daoi was most afraid of. He thought that Zhao Hai wouldn't dare to kill him. But if Zhao Hai killed him, no one would know. In the eyes of others, he was still alive. But in fact, he had already become Zhao Hai's most loyal subordinate. For Zhao Hai, he would kill everyone in the Jiaing sect one by one. Jia Daoi couldn't bear such an outcome. Jia Daoi was afraid, he was really afraid. He was afraid that Zhao Hai would really kill him. Looking at Zhao Hai's smiling face, Jia Daoi was sweating even more. Zhao Hai looked at Jia Daoi and said, "Do you know why I'm telling you this? I can obviously kill you. You know that with my strength, you wouldn't be able to block a single blow from me. Do you know why I'm telling you this?" Jia Daoi shook his head in horror. He didn't dare to say anything because he knew that even if he did, it would be useless. He had offended Zhao Hai too much. Zhao Hai looked at Jia Daoi and said, "I'm telling you this because I'm bored. I want you to know this before I kill you. Because when you become like Tianlingzi, even if I tell you to die, you would still do it. You wouldn't feel sad, nor would you feel afraid. Therefore, I want to tell you this before you become Tianlingzi. I want you to know and make you feel afraid. That way, I'll find it more interesting. Hee, how about it? Do you feel that I'm bored? Bang! Jia Daoi knelt on the ground. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, I ask Mister to spare my life. From today onwards, I, Jia Daoi, will follow Mister's lead. I won't dare to disobey Mister's orders. Zhao Hai looked at Jia Daoi and said, Why should I spare you? If I turn you into an undead, wouldn't you be more obedient? And didn't I give you a chance? I've said it before, since your Jiaoying sect has surrendered to me, you are my subordinates. Since you are my subordinates, you have to work hard. I even allowed you to keep the title of Jiaoying sect in the underworld. Am I not being lenient enough? But you don't think so. You think that I'm afraid of you? Jia Daoi's afraid of you? Jia Daoi's cold sweat increased. He regretted it to death. However, he didn't dare to say a word. He just desperately kowtowed to Zhao Hai. Zhao looked at Jia Daoi and calmly said, I don't like people kowtowing to me. And to be honest, I have enough undead, so I will give you one more chance. Remember, you only have one chance. This is the last chance. If I find out that you don't respect my orders, I will take your life at any time. Don't think that I'm joking with you. You don't need to think about telling others what you saw today, because no one will believe you. And when you say it, you will die. Don't doubt me, I will give you an experiment. I'll give you a test. Then Zhao Hai snapped his fingers. It was a very ordinary snap, it didn't have any offensive power. However, Jia Daoi discovered that a bloody hole suddenly appeared on his arm. This bloody hole seemed to have come from his body. He swore that he didn't feel any attack, but the bloody hole appeared. Jia Daoi looked at the bloody hole with an ashen face. Zhao Hai waved his hand and a white light wrapped around Jia Daoi's arm. The white light disappeared in the blink of an eye. Jia Daoi's arm was also healed, it didn't look like he was injured at all. Zhao Hai said, Remember, this is your last chance. I don't care what method you use, persuade the 4 sects to surrender. If you can persuade 1 sect to surrender, then I will spare your life. If you can persuade 2 sects to surrender, then I will give you rewards. If you can persuade 3 sects to surrender, then I will give your Jiaoying sect all the rewards. If you can persuade them to surrender, then I can guarantee that you will be able to reach the void-piercing realm. I can even give you the power of laws. Jia Daoi quickly stood up and gave a deep bow to Zhao Hai. Yes, Mister can rest assured. I will immediately do it. After saying that, Jia Daoi stepped back and walked out. When he reached the door, he opened it and stepped out. After that, he closed the door carefully. Zhao Hai looked at Jia Daoi's back and said, Tianlingzi, do you know why I didn't kill Jia Daoi and let him live? Tianlingzi looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, Because he isn't worthy. Zhao Hai laughed and said, You're right, it's because he isn't worthy. The undead clan in my space is full of talents, we don't need him. I don't care about people like him, so I didn't kill him. Tianlingzi, you can go back and work hard in the hell space. I will need you in the future. Tianlingzi cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, Yes, young master can rest assured. I will teach the people in the space well. Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand and sent Tianlingzi back to the space. At this time, Tianlingzi was a teacher in the space, teaching people about mechanisms and puppetry. A lot of people in the space were learning from him, so he said those words. When Jia Daoi came out of his room, he discovered that his whole body was drenched. He stood outside Zhao Hai's door and let out a long breath. Then he looked at Zhao Hai's door with a fearful expression before he turned around and left. Ma Zhong sat in his room and felt a little annoyed. Although he had sent letters to the other 3 sects, the other 3 sects still hadn't gathered their people in the Haifei boundary. This made him feel a little uncomfortable. At this time, a voice was heard from the door, Sect Master, Jia Daoi requests an audience. Ma Zhong frowned and said, Why did he come again? Is he alone? The person in the door replied, Yes, he's alone. Ma Zhong then said, Invite him in. The person outside the door nodded, then he turned around and left. Before long, footsteps could be heard as the door was pushed open. Jia Daoi came in from the outside. Ma Zhong looked at Jia Daoi and coldly said, "Why are you here again? Is there something else?" Ma Zhong saw that Jia Daoi's expression was very ugly. His eyes were also different from before. He could see a trace of fear on Jia Daoi's face. This made him curious. He knew that Jia Daoi was the sect master of the Jiaoying sect. Moreover, Jia Daoi's courage wasn't small. How could he be afraid? What was it that could make him so scared? Jia Daoi looked at Ma Zhong and said, "Ma Zhong, I came this time to ask you to surrender to Mr. Zhao. You can't beat him. I know what your trump card is. Because of our friendship, I didn't tell Mr. Zhao about it. But if you refuse to surrender, then I will definitely tell Mr. Zhao about it. When that time comes, I'm afraid that your plan won't succeed." Ma Zhong nodded his head and said, "But if you refuse to surrender, then I will definitely tell Mr. Zhao." When Ma Zhong heard Jia Daoi, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes couldn't help but shrink. However, he still said, "I don't know what you're talking about. What trump card do I have? How come I don't know about it?" Jia Daoi looked at Ma Zhong and said in a deep voice, "Ma Zhong, you don't have to pretend in front of me. Don't forget that I'm also the master of a sect. Moreover, I'm the master of the Jiaoying sect. Do you think I don't know what you know? Do you want to open the seal on the spatial gate?" "Ma Zhong, the reason why I didn't open the seal when the Jiaoying sect was about to be destroyed was because I knew that the seal was too dangerous. If it was opened, then there wouldn't be anyone left alive in the 6 realms. Even if you don't die, your High Fei realm would be finished in the future." When he heard Jia Daoi, Ma Zhong's eyes couldn't help but turn sharp. He looked at Jia Daoi and said, "Jia Daoi, since you've thought about it, then you should know what's inside the seal. In the past, we used the strength of the 6 realms to seal it. I don't believe that Jia Daoi can defeat it." Jia Daoi looked at Ma Zhong and sighed. Then he shook his head and said, "Give up, old Ma. You can't defeat Zhao Hai. You don't know how strong he is. We're too arrogant. We're like a group of frogs squatting in a well. We think that the well is the whole world. But in fact, it's nothing, it's just a well. Outside the well, there's a wider world. It's just that we don't know about it. Of course, I know that the outside world is wider. Otherwise, people wouldn't be able to ascend. But in this layer, I don't believe that someone can defeat us. I want to see if Zhao Hai is really that strong. Just wait, you will see Zhao Hai fail. You will see him get killed. He will become a pile of rotten meat that no one can recognize." Ma Zhong roared. Zhao Hai nodded and said, don't worry. You will see Zhao Hai fail. You will see him get killed." Jia Daoi looked at Ma Zhong and sighed. Then he looked for a chair and sat down. Then he said, "Do you know how much I hated Zhao Hai when I surrendered? Do you know why I didn't persuade you when I came here? It's because I still hated Zhao Hai. I surrendered to him, but I didn't listen to his orders. I only did perfunctorily because I thought that he wouldn't dare kill me. I thought that I understood him enough, so I had the capital to deal with him. But later on, I found out that I was wrong, very wrong. I didn't understand him at all. It's impossible for me to defeat him. Because of this, I came back to persuade you. Old Ma, our friendship isn't a day or 2. Think about it, can I push you into a fire pit? Trust me this time, you really can't defeat Zhao Hai." Ma Zhong looked at Ma Zhong. Ma Zhong looked at Jia Daoi's appearance and his heart moved. He knew that Jia Daoi wasn't the kind of person who would give up easily. Although Jia Daoi surrendered to Zhao Hai, there was still anger in his heart. Ma Zhong could see the anger in Jia Daoi's eyes. This showed that he still wanted to fight Zhao Hai. But now, the fighting spirit in his eyes had disappeared. Ma Zhong could even see a trace of decadence in his eyes. This was what surprised Ma Zhong the most. Cultivators had hearts as hard as stone. If their will wasn't firm, how could they cultivate? Any cultivator would be positive and wouldn't be dispirited. Once a cultivator had a dispirited aura, it meant that they were crippled. Was Jia Daoi an ordinary cultivator? Obviously not. If he was just an ordinary cultivator, then he wouldn't have been able to become the sect master of the Jiaoying sect. How could a sect master not have a heart as hard as stone? Even if MT Tai collapsed in front of them, they wouldn't change their expression. It was impossible for such a cultivator to have a dispirited aura. Upon seeing Jia Daoi's appearance, Ma Zhong immediately realized that Jia Daoi must have encountered something. Moreover, this matter was a devastating blow to him. Otherwise, Jia Daoi wouldn't have such an aura. Ma Zhong couldn't sit still. Although Jia Daoi had surrendered to Zhao Hai and even came to persuade him to surrender, they were still good friends. Ma Zhong didn't want to see Jia Daoi like this. He suddenly stood up and looked at Jia Daoi and said, "Old Jia, what's wrong?" Jia Daoi looked at Ma Zhong, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Old Ma, don't ask. I just came to tell you that whether it's you or me, we can't beat Zhao Hai. Don't look at Zhao Hai's strength. This isn't his full strength. Old Ma, if you believe me, then don't fight with Zhao Hai this time." Ma Zhong looked at Jia Daoi's appearance and frowned. He had no choice but to pay attention to Jia Daoi's words. Jia Daoi's current mood wasn't as simple as just persuading him. Ma Zhong looked at Jia Daoi. Although he didn't know what happened to Jia Daoi, he was sure that Jia Daoi knew something. He might even know about Zhao Hai's hidden strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. But how terrifying was Zhao Hai's hidden strength? He could actually strike Jia Daoi to such an extent. In fact, Zhao Hai releasing Tian Lingzi for Jia Daoi to see was a huge blow to Jia Daoi. Tian Lingzi was an existence more powerful than Jia Daoi, and the Tianji sect was also stronger than Jiaoyingzong. But now? Tian Lingzi was actually turned into a monster by Zhao Hai. The reason why Tian Lingzi was called a monster was because he was already a ghost. But if necessary, he could become a ghost, and no one would be able to discover him. Of course, the most important thing was that he was completely loyal to Zhao. Zhao was the only one who knew that Tian Lingzi was a ghost. Jia Daoi wasn't a fool. When he thought about how Zhao Hai hadn't suffered a loss since the beginning of his attack on the Six Realms, Jia Daoi immediately understood that Zhao Hai had informants in the Six Realms. It was impossible for there to only be one informant. Zhao Hai could make ghosts live like normal people. In other words, he could turn anyone into a ghost without anyone noticing. This was the most frightening aspect of the Six Realms Alliance. This meant that there were countless ghosts in the Six Realms Alliance. And these ghosts were all Zhao Hai's people. This was the biggest blow to Jia Daoi. Jia Daoi didn't know how many people in the Six Realms Alliance were Zhao Hai's people. Moreover, he was afraid that one day, he would become like Tian Lingzi. Just like what Zhao Hai said, he can turn Jia Daoi into another Tian Lingzi at any time without anyone noticing. Jia Daoi was afraid. Ma Zhong didn't know about this matter. Therefore, he was only puzzled, but he wasn't afraid. He looked at Jia Daoi and said, "Old Jia, we've been friends for many years. To tell you the truth, I'm not willing. We still have one last card. If we don't use it, then I'm not willing." Jia Daoi looked at Ma Zhong and smiled bitterly. Then he said, "Old Ma, don't blame me for not reminding you. You're not willing. But if one day something happens, then it's not something that can be solved just by being unwilling. It's related to the orthodoxy of your Hai Fei sect. If it weren't for the orthodoxy, then do you think I would surrender to Zhao Hai?" Ma Zhong replied, "That's unlikely. Does Zhao Hai really want to kill us all? Then wouldn't the sin of killing be too heavy? Isn't he afraid that he won't be able to ascend in the future?" Jia Daoi looked at Ma Zhong and smiled bitterly. "Old Ma, if Zhao Hai was afraid, then he wouldn't have so many ghosts. When he fought with us, how many ghosts did he release? Do you know how many of them he released? With so many ghosts, it means that he doesn't care about killing anymore." Ma Zhong was silent for a moment. After some time, he said, "Old Jia, I'm not allowed to not do it. You can go back." Hearing this, Jia Daoi's expression couldn't help but change. Then he said, "What do you mean? Did you activate it?" "That's impossible." "How did you activate it?" Ma Zhong replied, "Blood sacrifice. As long as I destroy a spatial gate, then I can activate it." Jia Daoi's expression changed. He looked at Ma Zhong and said, "Does Old Black know about this?" Ma Zhong shook his head and said, "I don't know." "You." Jia Daoi was so angry that he didn't know what to say. He suddenly stood up and turned around to leave. As he walked, he said, "I'm going to see Old Hai. I want to see what he'll do." Ma Zhong looked at Jia Daoi's back and said, I won't stop you. However, my plan will continue. I'd rather drag the entire Hai Fei realm down with me than surrender to Zhao Hai. Hearing this, Jia Daoi couldn't help but stop. He turned to Ma Zhong and said, Why? Ma Zhong looked at Jia Daoi and said, Because I'm not convinced. Jia Daoi didn't expect Ma Zhong to say this. He stared for a moment before he turned and left. However, Jia Daoi didn't think that Ma Zhong's actions were right. Cultivators needed to fight for their dignity, but Ma Zhong wasn't an ordinary cultivator. He was the master of a sect. A sect master acting on impulse and not hesitating to perish together with his enemy was too unwise. Jia Daoi didn't think that Ma Zhong was right. Cultivators needed to fight for their dignity, but Ma Zhong wasn't an ordinary cultivator. He was a sect master. After leaving the Hai Fei sect, Jia Daoi didn't look for the sect masters of the other 3 sections. Instead, he took the transmission formation and returned to the Hell King's ship. Upon arriving, he immediately went to see Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai heard that Jia Daoi was back, he stared for a moment before he immediately let Jia Daoi in. After entering Zhao Hai's room, Jia Daoi gave a salute and said, Palace Lord. He was now a member of the underworld. Naturally, he would call Zhao Hai Palace Lord. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, There's no need to be polite. What's the matter? Jia Daoi looked at Zhao Hai and said, Palace Lord, there's something I haven't told you yet. But now, I have to tell you. The Six Realms Alliance has a trump card, but nobody wants to use it. I thought that nobody would use it, but now that Ma Zhong wants to use it, I have no choice but to tell you about it. Zhao Hai stared, then he knit his brows and said, What trump card? Let's sit down and talk. Jia Daoi nodded and then sat down. Then he said, Palace Lord isn't unfamiliar with the 6 realms. You should know about the space gates, right? Zhao Hai nodded. Naturally, he knew about the space gates. They were a special feature of the 6 realms. The space gates were connected to the 6 realms. People from the 6 realms can use the space gates to travel freely. Zhao Hai already knew about this, but he didn't know why Jia Daoi mentioned the space gates. Jia Daoi looked at Zhao Hai and said, The spatial gate isn't just a spatial channel. In fact, it's a special seal. The reason why it was turned into a spatial channel was to monitor it. If there are any changes to the spatial channel, then it would mean that the seal has changed. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, That spatial gate is not just a spatial channel. Zhao Hai looked puzzled at Jia Daoi and said, Seal? What's sealed there? Jia Daoi replied, It's a sealed space, a small subspace. In that subspace, there used to be a sect, a demonic cultivator sect. However, this demonic cultivator sect was too powerful. Moreover, they were fond of killing and even wanted to unify the 6 realms. If they did, then the humans of the 6 realms would become slaves of the demonic cultivators. Therefore, all the sects of the 6 realms united and fought a war against the demonic cultivator sect. However, they didn't expect the demonic cultivator sect to be so powerful. They were able to fight to a draw with the demonic cultivator sect. In the end, there were countless casualties, but the demonic cultivator sect couldn't be destroyed. They could only seal them. After saying this, Jia Daoi paused for a moment before he sighed and said, We haven't experienced this matter. It's only recorded in some historical records. In the entire 6 realms, only the sect masters of the 6 great sects know about this matter. The trump card I'm talking about is the seal. Once the seal is broken, the demonic cultivator sect will be released. When that time comes, the 6 realms will be in a mess. Zhao Hai calmly looked at Jia Daoi and said, Why do you think that as long as the seal is broken, the demonic cultivator sect will deal with me? Jia Daoi replied with a deep voice, The 6 great sects have been monitoring the seal all these years. The seal has a function that allows us to see what's going on inside. Although the sealed space is a small space, it's actually not small. It's about 1/10 the size of the Jiaying realm. Although the materials inside aren't as plentiful as outside, the spiritual qi inside is very abundant. Moreover, beast cultivators are different from humans, they don't need too many materials. On the contrary, they grow through battles. Because of this, there are a lot of beast cultivators in that small space, and each one of them is very strong. Most importantly, they have formed an obsession with the six realms. They want to return to the six realms, so in their view, the six realms are their territory. Because of this, our six great sects have been very careful of them. Like this time, whether it's me or Tianlingzi, we didn't think of breaking the seal and releasing the beast cultivators. This is because we know that if we release the beast cultivators, they might attack you, but at the same time, they would also attack the other sects of the Six Realms Alliance. To be honest, even if our six great sects gather all of our strength, we still wouldn't be a match for the beast cultivators. When the time comes, the six realms might really fall into their hands. Jia Daoi said with a deep voice, the six great sects have been monitoring the seal. The seal has a function that allows us to see the situation inside. Although the sealed space is a small space, it's actually not that small. Zhao Hai stared, then he knit his brows and said, how strong are the beast cultivators? Jia Daoi replied, they're very strong. Through the seal, we discovered that some of the beast cultivators have comprehended the power of laws. Moreover, in the past few years, their attacks on the seal have become more and more frequent. We rarely use the space gate to travel through the six realms. This is because we strengthen the seal every year. Zhao Hai said, this doesn't seem to be a trump card, right? Why does it sound like it's a lose-lose situation? You're saying that Ma Zhong wants to break the seal and release the beast cultivators so that they can deal with us? Jia Daoi nodded and said, yes, that's what Ma Zhong meant. He would rather fight until both sides suffer than surrender to us. Therefore, I came back and told the mansion lord about this matter. However, Ma Zhong didn't tell the other sects about his decision. Perhaps this is my chance. I don't think that the other sects would be like Ma Zhong, wanting to release the beast cultivators. Zhao Hai nodded and said, is it easy to break the seal from the outside? How long will it take for Ma Zhong to release the beast cultivators? Jia Daoi replied, the seal has been in use for too long. Moreover, the demon cultivators have been destroying it every year. It's no longer as strong as it was at the beginning. The six realms have been trying to repair the seal for years, but we haven't succeeded so far. We estimate that if we don't use our strength on the outside, the seal would be broken in less than 100 years. And this is under the condition that we repair it every year. If we destroy it from the outside, it wouldn't take long for the seal to be broken. Most importantly, Ma Zhong seems to have used a blood sacrifice to break the seal. This method is very effective in destroying seals. I think it wouldn't take more than a few days for Ma Zhong to break the seal. Zhao Hai's eyes narrowed, then he nodded and said, all right, I understand. Go and contact the other three sects and see what they want. If they still want to be our enemy, then I'll be polite to them. But you can rest assured, you did a good job this time. I'll spare you this time. Remember, don't do it again next time. Jia Daoi stood up and looked at Zhao Hai, all right. But Realm Lord, we must take this matter seriously. Those beast cultivators aren't easy to deal with. Zhao Hai looked at Jia Daoi and smiled faintly, it's good that the beast cultivators are released. We can deal with them all at once. Otherwise, they might cause trouble for the six realms in the future. Hee. You can go and do what you need to do. When Jia Daoi heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. However, he also knew that it was impossible for him to persuade Zhao Hai. He cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai before he turned around and left. Black Phantom looked at Jia Daoi, who was standing in front of him. Black Phantom was different from the lords of other sections. He was an assassin, so he was very good at observing people. When Jia Daoi appeared, he noticed that Jia Daoi was different from before. In the past, Jia Daoi was strong-willed. Although he did not show it, there was indeed a sense of arrogance in him. In fact, this was very normal. Jia Daoi started as an ordinary cultivator and walked step by step to become a lord. His experience could be said to be very legendary. People like him would have a trace of arrogance hidden in their bones, which was a sign of confidence. But now, Black Phantom did not see that arrogance on Jia Daoi. That arrogance had disappeared without a trace, and there was even a trace of decadence on him. This made Black Phantom even more surprised. He was very clear that this was a temperament that would only appear when a person's confidence was completely destroyed. But what exactly happened that could completely destroy Jia Daoi's confidence? Black Phantom had a good relationship with Jia Daoi, so when he noticed the change in Jia Daoi's temperament, he immediately asked Jia Daoi, "Old Jia, what's going on? Did something happen to you?" Jia Daoi smiled bitterly and said, "You're really sensitive. You're really worthy of being a killer. Forget it, you can't solve my problem. But I can tell you that I'm fine now. I came here today to talk to you about Old Ma. Old Ma is preparing to break his seal." When Black Phantom heard Jia Daoi's words, he could not help but shrink his eyes. He immediately said, "How can this be? He is crazy." Jia Daoi looked at Black Phantom and smiled slightly. "What? You don't agree?" Black Phantom said in a deep voice, "How can I agree? It is better to surrender to Zhao Hai than to break the seal. We have a grudge against Zhao Hai, but if Zhao Hai can accept your surrender, he can accept our surrender. Then, the orthodoxies of our sects can still be passed down, and we will not die. But if those demon cultivators are released, will they let the 6 major sects go? Back then, it was the 6 major sects who took the lead to seal them. How can they let the 6 major sects go? In addition, they are demon cultivators. They are not of our race, and their hearts must be different. How can there be a good outcome when dealing with those demon cultivators? Is Old Ma crazy?" Jia Daoi smiled bitterly and said, "Old Ma said that he would not surrender to Mr. Zhao Hai even if he had to sacrifice the entire Hai Fei boundary. I think he is crazy, so I came to find you. Old Black, now, it is time to choose. Are you going to follow Mr. Zhao Hai or follow Old Ma?" When Black Phantom heard Jia Daoi's words, he could not help but be stunned. Then, he could not help but shrink his eyes and said, "Old Jia, what do you mean by this?" Jia Daoi said in a deep voice, "Old Ma dares to tell me this news, which means that he has absolute confidence that he can break the seal. I am afraid that it is irreversible now, so he is not afraid to tell me because he knows that I will tell this news to Mr. Zhao Hai. But he is still not afraid. That is to say, he is confident that Mr. Zhao Hai can't stop him. That is to say, the seal will definitely be broken, and when the seal is broken, those demon cultivators will be released. At that time either you follow Old Ma to seek refuge with those demon cultivators, or you seek refuge with Mr. Zhao Hai. Otherwise, do you really think that with the strength in your hands, you can really resist the attack of either side? Impossible. Therefore, I say that it is time for you to make a choice." When Black Phantom heard Jia Daoi, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately understood what Jia Daoi meant. His expression couldn't help but turn cold as he said, "What you said makes sense. It is time for me to make a choice. Take me to see Mr. Zhao Hai." When Jia Daoi heard Black Phantom, he couldn't help but nod and said, "All right, come with me." Then the two walked out and before long, they returned to the Hell King's ship. Upon arriving at the Hell King's ship, Jia Daoi immediately led Black Phantom to see Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't polite as he directly accepted Black Phantom's surrender. Then he gave Black Phantom a task. Black Phantom was to contact Jia Daoi and persuade the other 2 sects to surrender. This day was destined to be the most turbulent day in the 6 realms. This was because on this day, 3 of the 4 remaining sects of the 6 Realms Alliance announced their surrender to Zhao Hai and joined Underworld. In the future, they would no longer interfere with the affairs of the 6 realms. Only the Hai Fei sect didn't do anything. On this day, Zhao Hai suddenly announced that the other realms that invaded the 6 realms should immediately leave. Otherwise, they would have to bear the consequences. When this announcement came out, the entire 6 realms were in an uproar. A lot of small sects didn't understand why Zhao Hai did this. Everyone knew that Zhao Hai's biggest enemy was the 6 great sections. Although he destroyed one of the 6 great sects and 4 of them surrendered, there was still the Hai Fei sect left. In this case, shouldn't Zhao Hai deal with the Hai Fei sect first? Then he would deal with the other realms. Why would he suddenly attack the other realms and ignore the Hai Fei sect? What's going on? While they were still puzzled, Zhao Hai's deadline had arrived. Naturally, the people from the other realms wouldn't be scared away by Zhao Hai's words. On the contrary, they used these 2 days to prepare themselves. They were ready to fight against Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's words made Zhao Hai's face pale. However, they didn't expect that 2 days later, Zhao Hai would suddenly divide his forces and attack the cultivators of the other realms. What was even more surprising was that the Hai Fei sect was also participating in this attack. Zhao Hai's group was also present. Facing the crazy counterattack of the four realms, the people from the other realms couldn't withstand it. And with the support of Zhao Hai, the defensive barriers that the people from the other realms set up were all broken by Zhao Hai's law. Because of this, the people from the other realms were defeated very quickly. Once the people from the other realms were defeated, they immediately returned to their own realms. At the same time, they used formations on their realms. Even if Zhao Hai wanted to chase after them, it would be impossible. However, Zhao Hai didn't think about chasing after them. Things changed too quickly. The other realms that invaded the 6 realms were actually repelled by Zhao Hai. This was unexpected. What was even more surprising was that Zhao Hai actually cooperated with the Haifei sect. Zhao Hai's actions were quite unexpected. But even more surprising was Zhao Hai's cooperation with the Haifei sect. The Haifei sect was the only one among the 6 great sects that didn't surrender to Zhao Hai. Originally, they thought that Zhao Hai would deal with the Haifei sect first. However, they didn't expect that Zhao Hai would attack the other realms first. Zhao Hai's move won the hearts of the other sects in the 6 realms. Although the small sects of the 6 realms were disgusted with the 6 great sects, they still looked down on the other realms. It was like a person working in a big city. Although they didn't earn as much as the people in the small cities, they still looked down on the people who earned more than them. They thought that the other party was a country bumpkin. It was the same for cultivators. People in the 6 realms thought that people from other realms were inferior to them. Even if the small sects in the 6 realms didn't have as much income as the great sects, they still looked down on them. After Zhao Hai's attack, the 6 realms were at their weakest. At this time, people from other realms actually came to the 6 realms. This made the sects of the 6 realms feel disgusted. Besides some sects, most of the sects didn't have a good impression of people from other realms. So Zhao Hai's method of dealing with the other realms made the 6 realms feel better. Naturally, they also had a good impression of Zhao Hai. What made the cultivators of the 6 realms happy was the cooperation between Zhao Hai and the Haifei realm. Since Zhao Hai's arrival, the 6 realms have been in a state of peace. For a long time, there were battles almost every day. At this time, the people from the other realms were driven away. Of the 6 great sects, 1 was destroyed and 4 of them surrendered. However, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the remaining sect didn't surrender. Not surrendering meant that there would still be fighting. To be honest, no one in the 6 realms wanted to see this happen. Because of this, when they saw Zhao Hai and the Haifei sect working together, the people of the 6 realms were very happy. They thought that Zhao Hai and the Haifei sect wouldn't fight. However, their happiness didn't last for 2 days. Suddenly, the spatial gates of the 6 realms were broken. Then a huge spatial rift appeared. Then a large number of beast cultivators rushed out. After the beast cultivators rushed out, the people from the Haifei sect immediately contacted them. However, the beast cultivators didn't give the Haifei sect any face. They directly killed the people from the Haifei sect. Not only the people from the Haifei sect, as long as they were from the 6 realms, they would kill them. At this time, the 6 realms were in chaos. They didn't know what was going on. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly made a statement. He explained the origin of the beast cultivators and why they appeared here. Finally, he said that the Haifei sect should be responsible for this matter. However, the Haifei sect had already declared war on the beast cultivators. Zhao Hai's statement caused a huge uproar in the 6 realms. People didn't expect things to turn out like this. Then almost all the sects of the 6 realms gathered around Zhao Hai. At this time, the Haifei sect paid a huge price to contact the beast cultivators. They actually surrendered to the beast cultivators. Moreover, they also announced that they would fight against Zhao Hai. Not to mention others, even Zhao Hai didn't expect this. He didn't understand why Ma Zhong would rather rely on the beast cultivators than him. Although Zhao Hai killed a lot of people in the 6 realms, it wasn't a lot. Moreover, he also accepted the surrender of the other sections. It was quite surprising that the Haifei sect would make such a choice. However, Zhao Hai didn't have time to care about the Haifei sect. The choice that the Haifei sect made was their freedom. What Zhao Hai wanted to do was to clean up the Haifei sect and the beast cultivators. However, what the beast cultivators did next surprised Zhao Hai. The beast cultivators managed to occupy the Hai Fei realm in the shortest time possible. After occupying the Hai Fei realm, the beast cultivator army immediately poured out of the spatial rift. Then the spatial rift grew bigger and bigger before it turned into a huge spatial hole. Then the spatial hole connected to the Hai Fei realm, giving the Hai Fei realm a new continent. No one expected such a change. Then something even more surprising happened. Several spatial channels appeared in the 6 realms. These spatial channels were connected to the other 5 realms. In other words, even if the other 5 realms used barriers to seal the transmission formations, the beast cultivators could still use these channels to attack the other 5 realms. What happened next made the people of the 6 realms even more surprised. After the beast cultivators occupied the Hai Fei realm, they didn't rush to attack. Instead, they cleaned up the Hai Fei realm. All the sects in the Hai Fei realm that didn't surrender were destroyed. The beast cultivators moved quickly and were very strong. Moreover, the people of the 6 realms didn't expect the beast cultivators to be so ruthless. They directly destroyed the sections. This was even more intense than Zhao Hai's methods. When Zhao Hai first entered the 6 realms, his methods were very fierce. But later on, he only targeted the 6 great sections. He didn't do anything to the other sections. He even took the initiative to contact the other sections. On the other hand, the beast cultivators were different. These beast cultivators seemed to be prejudiced against human cultivators. They would destroy sects, and not just 1 or 2. Although these beast cultivators only appeared for a short period of time, the number of sects they destroyed was more than the number of sects that Zhao Hai destroyed. This was enough to explain the problem. The cultivators of the Hai Fei sect who surrendered to the beast cultivators didn't have it easy either. Some cultivators of the Hai Fei sect fled to other realms. Through them, people learned about the current situation of the Hai Fei realm. The Hai Fei sect surrendered to the beast cultivators, but the beast cultivators didn't treat them as humans. They killed them without any respect. At this time, the cultivators of the Hai Fei sect were living a life worse than death. They were like slaves. When this news came out, the entire 6 realms were in an uproar. The sects of the 6 realms didn't expect the beast cultivators to be so vicious. And at this time, Zhao Hai also officially declared war on the monster cultivators. Although everyone was very supportive of Zhao Hai's declaration of war this time, they didn't have much confidence. At this point, people already knew that there were about 10 million beast cultivators that came out of the space. Although the number wasn't a lot, the strength of these beast cultivators was very formidable. Most importantly, these beast cultivators were huge. Some of them were even bigger than large artifacts after transforming into their true forms. One can imagine how huge their bodies were. Most importantly, those beast cultivators were very powerful. Even the most ordinary beast cultivator had the combat strength equivalent to a human spirit condensation cultivator. In addition, each of them had a tough body, thick skin, and powerful defense, making them even more difficult to deal with. Moreover, monster cultivators had another ability, which was to refine a part of their body into an artifact. This was an ability that all monster cultivators had, and the part of their body that was refined into an artifact was even more powerful. It was equivalent to the life artifact of an ordinary cultivator, and its power was naturally beyond imagination. The difference in size can almost offset the disadvantage in numbers. And with the addition of their combat strength, although the sects of the 6 realms hated these beast cultivators to the bone, they couldn't help but acknowledge their strength. Therefore, they lacked confidence in Zhao Hai's declaration of war. Zhao Hai was sitting in the Hell King's ship's conference room. The room was very big, enough to accommodate 10,000 people. At this time, the room was already full. Many people were whispering to each other. At the same time, Zhao Hai was also whispering to the people sitting beside him. The people sitting next to Zhao Hai were Shang Guanyun and the others from the Void Realm. The other group were Jia Daoi and the other sect masters of great sects. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "Everyone, since we've declared war on these beast cultivators, then we can't be lenient. We must clean up these beast cultivators. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles in the future." Shang Guanyun nodded and said, "These beast cultivators are very strong. Of course, the most important thing is that these beast cultivators seem to be full of hatred towards the human race. If we can't eliminate them, then they will certainly find an opportunity to deal with us. Instead of waiting for a passive counterattack, it's better to take the initiative and take the initiative. Jiao Daoi knit his brows and said, it's good to take the initiative. But the problem is the spatial passages that suddenly appeared. Those beast cultivators can use them to attack any of the 6 realms. If we want to deal with them, then we'll have to divide some people to block the passages. This way, we'll be in a passive position. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Daoi is right. Those beast cultivators are like me in the past. They can attack any of the 6 realms at will. On the other hand, you have to defend every place. This way, your forces will be scattered while our forces will be concentrated. Naturally, you'll suffer a loss. Now, we're like the 6 great sects in the past, and the beast cultivators are like me in the past. Hee, what goes around comes around. Shang Guanyun and the others chuckled. Jia Daoi and the others were somewhat embarrassed. After all, Zhao Hai was talking about how they were dealt with in the past. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, my opinion is that I'll leave most of my people behind and cooperate with Daoi and the other great sects to block the spatial channels. At the same time, the realms will use their formations while I'll take a small number of people and kill our way to the High Fei realm. This way, they won't be able to deal with us through the transmission formation. We won't have to worry about them attacking our realms through the space. When they heard Zhao Hai, everyone couldn't help but stare. However, Shang Guanyun and the others immediately accepted Zhao Hai's proposal. On the other hand, Jia Daoi and the others frowned. Jia Daoi looked at Zhao Hai and said, but Realm Lord, if we stay here and you bring too few people with you, I'm afraid that you won't be a match for those beast cultivators. If you suffer a loss, wouldn't we have no way to eliminate them? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's not necessarily the case. Actually, we can also use those passages. I told you to block those passages, but it's not as simple as blocking those passages. You can use those passages to directly enter the new space. It's impossible for those beast cultivators to be that strong when they were just born. Beast cultivators also have their own clans, and their clans are certainly still in that new space. If you use those passages to enter the new space, those beast cultivators would certainly know about it. In order to protect their clans, they would certainly retreat to the new space. At that time, the pressure that we face in the High Fei realm would decrease. We can even use the High Fei realm to enter the new space. When the time comes, we would be able to fight those beast cultivators in that new space. They wouldn't have anywhere to run, they wouldn't have any strategic depth, the only thing left for them to do is to fight with us. When Jia Daoi and the others heard Zhao Hai, their eyes couldn't help but light up. They felt that Zhao Hai's method wasn't wrong. This way, their disadvantage would be offset. The beast cultivators wouldn't have any other choice. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, don't be happy too early. Although we can use this method to force those beast cultivators to fight with us, you've already seen their strength. This will be a tough battle, it won't be easy. In the past, when the 6 realms joined forces, they still couldn't eliminate those beast cultivators. This is enough to show how strong they are. Everyone's heart turned cold. They knew that what Zhao Hai said was right. It wouldn't be easy for them to eliminate these beast cultivators. Even if they were to fight, they might not necessarily be able to win against these beast cultivators. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, whether we can win or not, we must go all out this time. If we don't eliminate those beast cultivators, then the 6 realms will never be at peace. Of course, we can also leave, but what about after that? All the sects that stayed in the 6 realms will be in trouble. Moreover, the 6 realms have been in contact with our Void Realm before. It's hard to say when those monster cultivators will attack the Void Realm. Therefore, we have to deal with those monster cultivators for the sake of the 6 realms and for the sake of our Void Realm. Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai looked at them and said, in a while, pass down our decision in the form of an order. Have everyone be prepared. This matter is related to the survival of the 6 realms. We can't take it lightly. Everyone responded in unison. After that, the meeting officially began. Zhao Hai spoke about the pros and cons of the meeting. Then he told everyone about his decision. Finally, he ordered all the sects to prepare. 3 days later, they would launch an attack on the beast cultivators. The reason why they had to wait for 3 days was because they needed to prepare. They had to attack the beast cultivators in the 6 realms at the same time. 3 days passed by in a blink of an eye. This time, Zhao Hai only brought 10 million people with him from the Void Realm. These people were sitting on large artifacts as they prepared to go to the High Fei realm through the transmission formation. At the same time, the people from the 6 realms were also gathered at the entrances of the spatial passages. They were ready to attack the space at any time. Now, in addition to the High Fei realm, the other realms have activated their formations. This was to prevent the beast cultivators from using the transmission formations to attack them. When Zhao Hai saw that it was almost time, he immediately gave the order to attack. At the same time, he led the 10 million people and went to the High Fei realm through transmission formations. The place where they appeared this time was the same as the last time they attacked the High Fei realm. It was Flying Goose Mountain. Just as Zhao Hai and the others appeared on Flying Goose Mountain, Jia Daoi and the others also made their move. They went through the spatial passage and directly entered the space. The beast cultivators seemed to have known about Zhao Hai's attack. Therefore, they also withdrew their forces and prepared for the final battle with Zhao Hai's group. It was precisely because the beast cultivators wanted to have a decisive battle with Zhao Hai's group. Therefore, when Zhao Hai and the others appeared on Flying Goose Mountain, they didn't encounter any attacks. Even in the entire High Fei realm, there were only a few cultivators left. Looking at the empty High Fei realm, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. He wanted to deal with the 6 great sects. He wanted to rule the 6 realms, but he didn't want to turn the 6 realms into this state. If he really wanted to destroy the 6 realms, he wouldn't have spent so much effort. Therefore, when he saw the state of the High Fei realm, Zhao Hai didn't feel good. It can be said that if the High Fei sect didn't release the beast cultivators, then the High Fei realm wouldn't have become like this. At least in Zhao Hai's hands, the High Fei realm wouldn't have become like this. Elder Tang stood beside Zhao Hai. He turned to look at Zhao Hai and said, "What's wrong? You don't seem to be in a good mood." Zhao Hai replied, "Why do you think the High Fei sect did this? Isn't it better to surrender to me than to surrender to the beast cultivators? At the very least, I wouldn't treat them like this. Look at the state of the High Fei realm, it's worse than when we first came." Elder Tang coldly snorted and said, "They asked for it. The Celestial Arcanum sect was destroyed by us, but we didn't think about releasing the beast cultivators. We dealt with the Jiaing sect more ruthlessly than the High Fei sect. Didn't Jia Daoi also not think about releasing the beast cultivators? Ma Zhong was the only one who thought of releasing those demonic cultivators. Now that things have turned out like this, who else can he blame but himself?" Zhao Hai sighed and didn't say anything. After a while, his emotions calmed down. Then he said, "Elder Tang, this is going to be a tough battle. I heard from Jia Daoi that some of the beast cultivators have cultivated law. Although their numbers aren't large, they aren't easy to deal with." Elder Tang stared, he didn't know about this matter. In the past, law power had always been their most powerful weapon. Now that he heard Zhao Hai say that there were people who could use law power, he couldn't help but be startled. Elder Tang turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, is what you said true? Do those beast cultivators really have law? What kind of power of law is it?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't know yet. In fact, although they can see the situation of the beast cultivators, there are some restrictions. What they can see isn't very clear, and it's also very vague. Therefore, they don't know the specifics." Elder Tang's expression was heavy as he said, "Those who can comprehend the power of laws aren't simple people. The bodies of those beast cultivators are tough. They might be able to withstand the backlash of the power of laws. If that's the case, then we're in big trouble." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Also, we don't have the advantage in terms of large artifacts, we might even be at a disadvantage. You should know that some of the beasts are huge, even bigger than large artifacts. They can be used as large artifacts, even more flexible than large artifacts. Because of this, I said that this battle won't be easy to fight, it will be a hard battle." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Elder Tang's expression turned solemn as he said, "Then, will our losses be big this time?" Jiao Hai let out a long breath and said, "It will be. It seems like we can't hold back this time. We need to deal with these beast cultivators as soon as possible so that we can go back." Old Tang looked puzzled at Jiao Hai and said, "Go back early? You seem to be in a hurry. Did something happen at home? It can't be. If something happened in the Void Realm, then Shang Wanyan and the others wouldn't be so calm." Jiao Hai smiled faintly, then he shook his head and said, "Don't make wild guesses. There's no problem at home, it's just that I want to go back. Once I'm done here, I'll go back and prepare to go to the martial god realm." When Elder Tang heard Jiao Hai, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "You're really a battle maniac. Do you think the martial god realm is that easy to go to? It's a place where the pressure is greater than the 6 realms. You also know the strength of the martial god realm's cultivators. If you want to go to the martial god realm, you have to be fully prepared." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry, there won't be any problems. In fact, I've received some news about the Desolate race from the martial god realm. You should know that I'm half a member of the Desolate race. I want to see how the Desolate race are doing. Moreover, I've heard that the martial god realm has been fighting with the Desolate race for so many years. This makes me even more curious about the Desolate race. Back then, only a few tens of thousands of Desolate race escaped to that unknown space. But now, they've been fighting with the martial god realm for so many years. This is enough to show the Desolate race's strength." Elder Tang smiled bitterly, shook his head, and said, "Do as you wish, but I won't follow you. Although I'm in the void-piercing realm now and have a good understanding of my own spirit chi, I can also display its power. However, I feel that my comprehension of the power of law is still lacking. If the two of us used the power of law to attack each other, I'm afraid that I would have died long ago. Therefore, after returning, the few of us want to go into seclusion and properly organize the power of our artifacts." When Jiao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but be surprised. Then he smiled and said, "All right, seclusion is good. If you want to make your laws stronger, you have to temper them bit by bit. You should sort out your artifacts." Elder Tang smiled and said, "Speaking of which, I really envy you. I've never seen you cultivate, but your strength keeps on rising. I can't help but admire you." Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The cultivation technique that I cultivate is a bit special." Speaking of this, Jiao Hai was willing to talk about it. His situation was quite special because other people didn't have a space in their bodies. While talking, Jiao Hai and the others flew forward. After a while, they arrived at the original Hai Fei sect's main hall. Hai Fei sect was the largest sect in the Hai Fei realm. Naturally, their main hall was very imposing. The area of the main hall wasn't small. There were nearly 1,000 hills, but now, most of these hills were empty. On the contrary, above the main hall of Hai Fei sect, there was a huge space hole. There were a lot of people in the space hole. Jiao Hai also noticed that there weren't many people in the Hai Fei sect, so he didn't stay. Instead, he directly commanded the people to fly towards the space hole. Before long, Jiao Hai and the others arrived in front of the space hole. Strictly speaking, this couldn't be considered a space hole. This was because it was just a subspace, not another space. Therefore, it couldn't be considered a space hole. However, there were a lot of people standing in the space hole. These people were standing on the large artifacts of the Hai Fei realm. It seems like they were waiting for Jiao Hai. The two sides stopped about 10,000 meters apart. Jiao Hai looked at the people standing on the large artifacts. These people were wearing very strange clothes. Some of them were wearing leather clothes, some of them were wearing feathered clothes, and some of them were wearing colorful clothes that looked like animal patterns. Next to these people was a cultivator. This cultivator was none other than Ma Zhong. Jiao Hai looked at these people, then he smiled faintly as he cupped his fist and said, "Jiao Hai is right. Sect Master Ma, why don't you introduce these people to me?" Ma Zhong looked at Jiao Hai. His eyes were very strange. There was resentment, regret, and numbness. He just looked at Jiao Hai but didn't speak. Instead, he turned his attention to the people around him. Jiao Hai also looked at the group. The leader of the group was a cultivator wearing a white robe. This cultivator was very handsome, and his eyes were squinting. He gave off a lazy but shrewd feeling. What was most peculiar was that Zhao Hai could feel from this person's body that there was a word to describe, and that was sex appeal. He was a big man, and he was wearing a lot of clothes, but you could still feel the word sexy from him. It was really strange. If a man like Zhao could have this kind of feeling, then what kind of feeling would a woman have when they saw him, fox race? Upon seeing this white-robed man, Zhao Hai's first impression was that this person was from the fox race. Zhao Hai wasn't unfamiliar with the fox race. This was because Hu Mengyin was also a member of the fox race. However, Hu Mengyin's temperament was very different compared to this man. The difference in strength between the two was also very big. Zhao Hai looked at the fox race person. The fox race person also looked at Zhao Hai. After some time, the fox race person cupped his fist and said, "I have seen Mr. Zhao Hai. Jiu Jun is very polite." Zhao smiled faintly and said, "I have seen Mr. Jiu Jun. Mr. is still standing here, waiting for me. This really makes me feel very surprised. Does Mr. have something to say to me?" Jiu Jun looked at Zhao Hai and had a charming smile on his face as he said, "It's said that Mr. Zhao Hai is very strong and wise. Therefore, I came here to see Mr." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "So that's how it is. It's my honor to meet you. However, I really don't have anything special about me. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Mr." Jiu Jun looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, "Mister, can't we get along peacefully? You should know that us beast cultivators have been in the space for a long time. We have an infinite longing for the outside world. It's precisely because of this that we desperately want to come out. We just want to have a place to settle down in the outside world. Does Mr. really want to kill us all?" Zhao Hai looked at Jiu Jun and smiled faintly, "Of course we can. Get along peacefully. Mr. Jiu Jun, how about we discuss this? If you surrender to me, I, Zhao Hai, will treat you the same way I treat humans. Moreover, after you surrender to me, I can take you out of here and let you see a wider world. How about it?" Zhao Hai's words were half true and half false. The truth was that he really wanted to subdue Jiu Jun and the others. Jiu Jun and the others were very strong. If he could subdue them, then it would be very beneficial for Zhao Hai. What was false was that Zhao Hai knew that it was impossible for Jiu Jun and the others to surrender. Therefore, if he wanted to subdue them, then he would have to turn them into undead. When Jiu Jun heard Zhao Hai, his eyes flashed with anger. However, the smile on his face didn't change as he said, "Mister, thank you for your kindness. But if Mister wants us to surrender, then we'll have to see if Mister has the strength to do so." Just as he said that, a loud roar was heard from his side. Then a person's silhouette flew out from the large artifact and rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the person who rushed towards him. This person's stature was very tall. He wore yellow and black clothes, and his eyes were upright. He didn't look angry, but when you look at this person, you would feel that this person was a fierce tiger race. Zhao Hai looked at this person and immediately knew his identity. At this time, the tiger race person's eyes were spitting fire as he looked at Zhao Hai. It seems like he wanted to eat Zhao Hai in one bite. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. His figure moved and he rushed towards the other. The two of them met in the void and exchanged dozens of moves in a row. However, neither of them was able to gain the upper hand. In the end, their fists collided and they both retreated back to their large artifacts. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship. His expression didn't change as he looked at Jiu Jun. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Jiu Jun, I'm talking to you right now. It's best for your subordinates to be strict. This time, I gave you face and didn't hurt him. But if he dares to cause trouble again, then don't blame me for being impolite." Jiu Jun looked at Zhao Hai and the smile on his face disappeared. Then he said, "Wei Wu isn't my subordinate. Us beasts are different from humans. We don't distinguish between subordinates and superiors." Zhao Hai looked at Jiu Jun and smiled faintly, "Oh? So, if he attacks me again, you won't do anything about it?" Jiu Jun didn't make a sound. At this time, the tiger race person roared and rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the tiger race person and smiled. Then he raised his hand and gently snapped his fingers. Pop. The sound wasn't loud, only the people around Zhao Hai could hear it. But just as Zhao Hai snapped his fingers, the tiger race person's neck suddenly spurted out blood. The blood was like a fountain as the light in Wei Wu's eyes disappeared. However, his body still rushed towards Zhao Hai due to inertia. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about it. He waved his hand and sent the tiger called Might to the space. Everything happened too fast, nobody thought that it would turn out like this. After Zhao Hai received Wei Wu, he turned to Jiu Jun and said, "Since Mr. can't control him, then I'll take care of him for you. But I'm a person who doesn't know how to control his strength. I hope Mr. doesn't mind." The calm expression on Jiu Jun's face disappeared. He looked at Zhao Hai with a cold expression and said, "Mr. is really good. This Jiu wants to experience it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'll accompany you anytime, as long as Mr. Jiu Jun has time. How about this? I'm quite free right now. How about we do it now?" Jiu Jun looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly smiled and said, "Mr. is really elegant. Since Mr. is interested, then I'll accompany you." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "All right, then let me experience Mr.'s methods." Then Zhao Hai's figure moved as he stood in the air. Jiu Jun also came out of his artifact and stood 100 meters away from Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Jiu Jun and smiled faintly. "I heard that Mr. Jiu Jun has a lot of people who can use laws. Does Mr. have any? This one wants to experience it." Jiu Jun looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I heard that Mr. has comprehended the power of laws. Today, I want to see it for myself. Mr., please." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Then I won't be polite." Then Zhao Hai's figure moved as he rushed towards Jiu Jun. His hands were like the claws of an eagle as he went to grab Jiu Jun. Jiu Jun's figure flashed as he moved away from Zhao Hai's attack range. Then he also reached out to grab Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's figure also moved as he dodged the attack. But at this time, Jiu Jun's figure also flashed as he appeared beside Zhao Hai. Then he reached out to grab Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stared. To be honest, he didn't think that Jiu Jun's movements would be this fast. Moreover, his movement technique was brilliant. This excited Zhao Hai's competitive spirit. His figure moved continuously as his figure became erratic. People could only see a shadow, but they couldn't see Zhao Hai's next move. But what surprised people the most was Jiu Jun. Jiu Jun was actually able to keep up with Zhao Hai's movements. Moreover, he didn't fall behind. People saw two figures, one black and one white, moving around in the field. They looked like two different colored lightning bolts. Frankly speaking, Zhao Hai's movement technique was already very powerful. But Jiu Jun's was even more surprising. People didn't think that Jiu Jun would be this powerful. He actually wasn't able to get rid of Zhao Hai and was able to keep up with Zhao Hai. This was really surprising. Zhao Hai's face showed an interested expression. He hadn't fought for a long time, especially against an expert like Jiu Jun. It wasn't easy for someone to be able to match him in terms of movement technique. The two of them continuously used their movement techniques to flash around while exchanging blows. In the blink of an eye, over 100 exchanges had passed. Neither side was able to gain the upper hand over the other. Suddenly, Zhao Hai's figure flashed and disappeared. In the next moment, Zhao Hai appeared outside the circle. This time, Jiu Jun did not run after him. Zhao Hai looked at Jiu Jun and smiled faintly. "Not bad, your movement technique is pretty good. If I'm not wrong, this should be a kind of law, right? If it wasn't for the power of law, your movement technique wouldn't be so fast." Jiu Jun looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "What? Only you are allowed to be fast, but others are not allowed to be fast? How are you so sure that this is the power of law?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, I'm sure of that. Because I've also comprehended the power of laws, I'm very familiar with them. If I didn't use the power of laws, then I wouldn't have been able to escape your pursuit. Your power of laws is very interesting, but it seems like you didn't use your full strength. Why is that?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You didn't use your full strength." Jiu Jun's eyes flashed, then he smiled faintly and said, "Zhao Hai, you guessed right. This is the power of law that I comprehended. This power of law is called evasion. However, it doesn't only have the ability to evade, it can also pursue. Because of this, they gave me a name, the Bone Fox. As long as someone is entangled by me, nobody can escape. To be honest, Zhao Hai, your last move really surprised me. However, it was only an accident, you won't have another chance. Just like you said, I didn't use my full strength, so you won't have another chance. Jiao Hai softly said, evasion? The power of law is really endless. Let me guess, if the law of evasion is used to a profound level, then it should be able to evade any attack, right? That's a good ability. Although Jiao Hai said that this ability was good, he still raised his vigilance. He knew that he must make Jiao Jun stay here today. If Jiao Jun continues to develop, then the consequences would be unimaginable. The reason why Jiao Hai had this idea was because he was very optimistic about the law of evasion. Evasion, where can you evade? It's inside the space. If you want to evade, then you can't leave the space. And the law of space was a big law that contained countless small laws. In other words, evasion might be one of the small laws contained in the law of space. If this is the case, then it means that those who comprehend the law of evasion might be able to comprehend the law of space through it. If Jiao Jun really comprehends the law of space, then it would be very dangerous for the Milky Way galaxy. Jiao Hai was afraid that Jiao Jun would expose him when the time comes. Because of this, Jiao Hai attached great importance to the law of evasion. He decided that he must learn the law of evasion and see if he can comprehend the law of space. Naturally, it was impossible for Jiao Jun to know Jiao Hai's thoughts. He looked at Jiao Hai and sneered, not bad, it's enough to kill people. Jiao Hai, I'll go all out now. After he said that, Jiao Jun's figure suddenly disappeared. Then in the next moment, he appeared behind Jiao Hai. While everyone was stunned, they discovered that there were 5 wounds on Jiao Hai's neck. These 5 wounds seemed to have been torn open by something. It was very terrifying. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Fast, too fast, Jiao Jun's actions this time were too fast. Before anyone could react, Jiao Jun had already succeeded. After Elder Tang and the others were stunned, their expressions changed. They didn't think that Jiao Jun's movements would be this fast. Jiao Hai actually didn't dodge. This meant that Jiao Hai was dead. Jiao Hai was dead. Jiao Hai was really dead. God! If Jiao Hai was dead, then what would happen to them? Although Elder Tang and the others were experienced people, they knew that the people they had subdued in the 6 realms would only listen to Jiao Hai. If something happened to Jiao Hai, then these people would immediately go into chaos. At that time, not to mention fighting against the beast cultivators, it would already be good if they didn't fight among themselves. Elder Tang and the others' expressions changed. At this moment, they saw Jiao Hai, who should have been dead, move. Jiao Hai reached out his hand and touched his neck as he muttered, "You're fast, but your strength is lacking. You might be able to deal with ordinary people, but it's impossible for you to deal with me." As Jiao Hai moved, the wounds on his neck disappeared. Jiao Jun's expression changed. Just as he was about to attack Jiao Hai, he discovered that he couldn't move. His expression changed as he looked around. He didn't know when he was caught in a large net. At this time, Jiao Hai raised his other hand. Everyone discovered that Jiao Hai's other hand was holding a thin thread. This thread was completely black and looked very strange. It looked like Jiao Hai was holding long black hair. However, when everyone looked at this long hair, they discovered that it wasn't hair at all, but a large net. And now, Jiao Jun was caught in this net, just like a fish caught in a net. Jiao Hai turned his head and looked at Jiao Jun, who couldn't move. Then he said, "Your law of evasion is very strong, but you still haven't practiced it to the highest level. I might not be able to dodge your attack, but your attack won't be able to break through my defense. Mr. Jiao Jun, I'm sorry." After he said that, Jiao Hai's finger gently flicked, causing the net to tremble. Then Jiao Jun's head fell from his neck. Hiss! Everyone who saw this couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Jiao Jun's attack was very shocking. It was like a ghost's attack that was impossible to guard against. But now, Jiao Hai's attack was even more shocking. It was a kind of profound calculation, followed by a casual attack. Profound calculation was reflected in the net. Jiao Hai stood there without moving. This was because he knew that he wouldn't be able to dodge Jiao Jun's attack. Moreover, he was a body cultivator, his defense was very strong. At the same time, he had a rough understanding of Jiao Jun's attack. Because of this, he chose to use his strong defense to block Jiao Jun's attack. Blocking Jiao Jun's attack wasn't his goal. His goal was to take Jiao Jun's life. Therefore, he arranged a net to entangle Zhou Jun. Once Zhou Jun was caught in the net, even if he had a strong dodging ability, he wouldn't be able to escape. Because of this, he was killed by Zhao Hai's finger. Zhou Jun's strength was shocking, but the process of Zhao Hai killing Zhou Jun was even more shocking. Zhou Jun's attack was only a display of strength. But Zhao Hai killing Zhou Jun wasn't just a display of strength, it was also a display of his calculation ability. This was the most shocking part. When Zhou Jun died, the beast cultivators couldn't take it anymore. Obviously, Zhou Jun's position in the hearts of the beast cultivators was very high. Now that Zhou Jun was dead, the beast cultivators naturally wanted to settle accounts with Zhao Hai. Therefore, when they saw that Zhou Jun was dead, the beast cultivators went crazy and rushed towards Zhao Hai. There were a lot of beast cultivators in the spatial cave. In addition, there were also some cultivators from the Haifei realm. Therefore, the attack this time looked very aggressive. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about it. He was already prepared for battle, and the people behind him were the same. When they saw the other party moving, the alliance army also moved. The battle between the two sides began. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to cause too many casualties to the beast cultivators. Therefore, when the beast cultivators were fighting, Zhao Hai released the undead and the vampires to help. The strength of Zhao's undead was naturally incomparably strong, and needless to say, the vampires were the most troublesome. They were almost impossible to kill, which was why they were such a headache to deal with. With the help of the undead and the vampires, Zhao Hai's casualties weren't very heavy. In total, there were less than 100,000 casualties. For an army of 10 million, this number wasn't very high. On the other hand, the number of casualties of the beast cultivators surprised Zhao Hai. The beast cultivator army that caused Zhao Hai to lose nearly 100,000 people actually had less than 50,000 casualties. This was less than half of Zhao Hai's casualties. If it weren't for the small number of beast cultivators, then Zhao Hai's army wouldn't have had an easy time. It can be said that this was the first time that Zhao Hai's side suffered more casualties than the enemy. This made Zhao Hai surprised. Zhao Hai didn't rush to attack the beast cultivator's location. Instead, he stopped in front of the spatial hole and immediately ordered everyone to rest. At the same time, Zhao Hai had the commanders of the large artifacts board the Hell King's ship. After everyone boarded the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone should know that our casualties this time weren't small. We lost 100,000 people while we only killed 50,000 beast cultivators. This is a difference of more than half. What does everyone think about this?" Zhao Hai nodded. Shang Guanyin knew that Zhao Hai was blaming himself, so he said, "Zhao Hai, you don't need to blame yourself. This matter isn't your fault. The beast cultivators are very strong, we can see this. Especially after they transform into their true forms, ordinary cultivators simply can't deal with them. A beast cultivator of the same level would have no problem dealing with 5 or 6 cultivators. To be honest, we were able to kill 50,000 beast cultivators despite 100,000 casualties. This achievement is something that we should be proud of." Morong Qian nodded, "Mister, we can see how strong the beast cultivators are. If Mister didn't release the undead and the vampires, our casualties would have been more. Mister doesn't need to blame himself." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "This isn't about blaming myself. Our casualties are more than the other party. This isn't just because of our combat strength. I also made mistakes in my command. But now isn't the time to talk about this. I want to ask everyone what we should do next." Zhang Sunin pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Captain, we can't retreat. You should be very clear about the combat power of the people from the Void Realm this time. They are all elites and have undergone military training. In addition to several battles, even we have suffered losses this time, let alone the others. If we don't attack those monster cultivators because of casualties, what will the others think? Those people are new to us. If we can't convince them, then they might rebel. If they really rebel, then it wouldn't be good for us. It wasn't easy for us to control the 6 realms. If the 6 realms were to break away from us, then we would suffer a great loss." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Sima Dao nodded and said, "Right. Although we've suffered a lot of casualties, I think that the other people have already fought against the beast cultivators. We have the advantage in numbers, and the people of the 6 realms are afraid of the beast cultivators, even more so than us. Although we conquered the 6 realms, we didn't kill them. They can still cultivate. On the other hand, the beast cultivators treated them like slaves. It's natural for them to join us and fight against the beast cultivators. Because of this, we can't retreat, we can only advance. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that makes sense. Alright, then it's settled. Everyone, rest for 2 hours. Then we'll enter the spatial hole and deal with the beast cultivators as soon as possible. Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. After everyone left, Zhao Hai's figure moved and returned to the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. The Heaven's Secret Pavilion had changed a lot. Laura and the others had decorated the place beautifully, it was almost like the Space's villa. When Laura and the others saw that Zhao Hai had returned, they immediately went forward to greet him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, I didn't expect the beast cultivators to be this strong. Even with the undead and the vampires, we still couldn't do anything to them. No wonder the 6 realms couldn't do anything to them in the past. Zhao Hai nodded and said, the fighting strength of these beast cultivators is indeed beyond my imagination. I think this has something to do with their environment. Their subspace has a lot more pressure compared to the 6 realms. Additionally, they are beast cultivators. Beast cultivators grew up in slaughter, so it's normal for them to be strong. Laura nodded and said, these beast cultivators are indeed formidable. But if we subdue them, our strength would increase greatly. Right, Brother Hai, there are some beast cultivators who can use laws. Can you learn them? Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course I can. Hee. But we don't have the time right now. Let's deal with the matters here first. Laura nodded and said, alright, we'll set out in 2 hours. This time, we'll have a tough battle. Brother Hai, what do you think? Do you want to deal with the beast cultivators? Zhao Hai sighed and said, as far as the current situation is concerned, I have no choice but to deal with them. Looking at the beast cultivators, it's impossible for them to surrender to us. For the safety of the 6 realms, we can only deal with them. Laura nodded, then she said, alright, then let's prepare. We haven't used the Heaven's Secret Pavilion in the past few battles. It's time for the Heaven's Secret Pavilion to show its might. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, you already know about the Heaven's Secret Pavilion? Hee, this is truly a great killing machine, especially after it was swallowed by liquid silver. Laura smiled and said, don't worry, we won't make you lose face. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, it's good that we won't lose face. The Heaven's Secret Pavilion is much bigger than ordinary large artifacts. We can slowly make the Heaven's Secret Pavilion bigger in the future. In the future, we can have some large artifacts parked outside. What do you think? When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then she couldn't help but smile and said, you mean, you want the Heaven's Secret Pavilion to become an aircraft carrier? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, what do you think? Laura nodded and said, that's possible. With the Heaven's Secret Tower and the 8 Desolation ship, we'll have 2 aircraft carriers. However, the Heaven's Secret Tower is still small. We can make it bigger in the future. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I also have the same idea. Alright, I'll go out and take a look. We're about to set off. Laura nodded. Zhao Hai's figure moved as he returned to the Hell King's ship. At this time, everyone was almost ready. Those who were injured stayed inside the large artifacts to rest. As for those who weren't injured, they were ready to fight. 2 hours passed by quickly before the fleet set off. This time, the Hell King's ship took the lead and directly rushed into the spatial hole. The reason why the Hell King's ship was the strongest among the large artifacts was because of its strength. Naturally, the Hell King's ship was needed. Actually, Zhao Hai already had a certain understanding of the space. When the spatial hole appeared, Zhao Hai had already placed some liquid silver inside. The area of the space wasn't very big, but almost all of it had already been stored inside the space. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to take the lead. He was very clear that they would encounter attacks from the beast cultivators on the other side of the spatial hole. If they were led by other large artifacts, then they wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of the beast cultivators. Sure enough, as soon as the Hell King's ship entered the spatial hole, Zhao Hai saw several crocodile-like creatures outside the hole. They were staring at him like a tiger watching its prey. These crocodile-like creatures were very large. In terms of size, they weren't much smaller than the Hell King's ship. As soon as the crocodiles saw the Hell King's ship, they immediately rushed towards it. The skin of these crocodiles looked like layers of armor. One could see that their defense was very strong. The mouths of these crocodiles were also very big. Their mouths were filled with saw-like teeth. At this time, they were biting towards the Hell King's ship's shield. Although Zhao Hai didn't know what kind of beasts they were, he knew that these crocodile-like creatures had astonishing bite strength. Creatures like crocodiles had formidable bite strength, not to mention beasts of this size. If it wasn't the Hell King's ship, then other large artifacts wouldn't be able to withstand it. Seeing the crocodiles biting towards the ship, Zhao Hai made a layer of shields appear on the Hell King's ship. These shields turned the ship into a big iron ball. As soon as the crocodiles bit the Hell King's ship, their teeth immediately broke. However, the crocodiles didn't show any signs of pain. This was because these beasts were similar to crocodiles. Their teeth can grow multiple times. Until they die, their teeth will stop growing. Today's broken teeth will grow back in 2 days. After seeing the crocodile's teeth break, Zhao Hai immediately had the Hell King's ship's energy cannons open fire. Zhao Hai's energy cannons didn't shoot ordinary energy. He used law crystals as the energy source for the cannons. This attack was equivalent to a law-rending attack. Its might wasn't small. White light shot towards the crocodiles and immediately cut them in half. However, the vitality of these beasts was very strong. Although their bodies were cut in half, they didn't die immediately. Each and every one of them kept rolling on the ground. However, Zhao Hai wasn't polite. He didn't attack again and just waited. Before long, all the crocodiles were dead. Zhao Hai immediately received them into the space. Then he flew the Hell King's ship towards the space. At this time, the other large artifacts entered the space. They also heard that the Hell King's ship was attacked. To be honest, when they heard this news, they were startled. At the same time, they rejoiced. Fortunately, Zhao Hai went in first. If it was them, then the consequences would be hard to say. After all the large artifacts entered the space, Zhao Hai immediately had them set up a formation. At the same time, he had the Heaven's Secret Pavilion stand in front of the large artifacts. At the same time, Zhao Hai entered the Heaven's Secret Pavilion and handed the Hell King's ship over to Ji Wuming. Ji Wuming's performance in this battle was very good. He already had some experience in commanding, and after going through so many battles, his experience had become even richer. Additionally, the quality of the iron armor team that he commanded was relatively high. Because of this, Ji Wuming was able to make several great contributions. At the same time, Zhao Hai's iron armor team had also become famous. Now, everyone knew that Zhao Hai had a formidable iron armor team. Zhao Hai stood on the Divine Secret Tower and looked at a beast cultivator not far away from him. Yes, there was no mistake, it was a beast cultivator. Because he didn't reveal his body, he still maintained his human appearance. He was wearing a gray warrior's uniform with a dark red cloak on the back. 2 blades protruded from his left and right shoulders. This person's body was very thin, his head looked very strange, it looked like a triangle. His 2 eyes were very big and sparkling. His martial god suit didn't have sleeves, so his 2 arms were exposed. His arms looked very thin, but no one dared to look down on them. Zhao Hai looked at this person, then he cupped his fist and said, "May I ask which beast cultivator you are?" The beast cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mantis clan, I'm here to ask for advice." When Zhao Hai heard this, his expression couldn't help but change. He didn't have much contact with the Mantis clan's beast cultivators. However, he was very clear that the Mantis clan's beast cultivators were all natural swordsmen. The dual blades in their hands were very strange. The most important thing was that the demonic cultivators of the Mantis clan were basically solitary heroes. They were born to be alone. Anyone who got too close to them would be very unlucky. Of course, this was just an outsider's saying. The reason why there was such a rumor in the Mantis clan was because of their habit of eating their own kind. Although the Mantis clan's beast cultivators were a bit cold-blooded, they weren't bad people. In fact, in the entire cultivation world, there was no clear distinction between good and bad people. But if cultivators were to be divided into good and bad people, then the Mantis clan's beast cultivators could definitely be classified as good people. This was also determined by their habits. They were proud, but upright. They only fought for survival. Therefore, beast cultivators like them weren't bad people. Zhao Hai still had a good impression of the Mantis clan's beast cultivators. So after hearing Tang Tian's name, Zhao Hai also moved and appeared in front of Tang Tian. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Zhao Hai greets Mr. Tang Tian." After that, Zhao Hai's hand moved and revealed his long blade. He looked at Tang Tian and said, "I can split the law. If Mr. wants to fight with me, you have to be careful." Tang Tian obviously didn't expect Zhao Hai to say this. He was slightly stunned. Then he waved his hand and two strange-shaped blades appeared in his hand. The reason why these two blades were strange-shaped was because they looked like two sickles with a large angle. This was the first time Zhao Hai saw such blades. However, Zhao Hai quickly understood that Tang Tian's two blades must be his original artifact. They were two strange blades that were refined from the two forelimbs of the Mantis clan. Such blades generally had some strange functions. Sure enough, after Tang Tian took out his two blades, he said, "Mantis arm blades, a weapon unique to the Mantis clan's beast cultivators. They were refined from the forelimbs of the Mantis clan's beast cultivators. Other than myself, no one else can use them. In addition, I have comprehended the death-locking law." Zhao Hai was stunned. Then he immediately understood why Tang Tian could comprehend the death-locking law. Although the forelimbs of the Mantis clan looked like blades, they were actually more like pliers. As long as the prey was clamped by their forelimbs, almost no one would be able to escape. Their forelegs were like large pliers, clamping the prey to death. Most importantly, their pliers had spikes. As long as the prey was clamped, the spikes would immediately pierce the body. It was almost impossible for the prey to escape. It was precisely because of this feature that Tang Tian was able to comprehend the death-locking law. Therefore, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It seems like you're a good opponent. Come on." Tang Tian didn't make a sound. His two blades didn't move. His eyes were staring at Zhao Hai. His arms were as steady as Mount Tai. Zhao Hai also slowly raised his long blade. At the same time, a trace of black gas came out of his body. Around Zhao Hai's body, it slowly formed into a translucent black fog. This made Zhao Hai, who was standing in the middle of the black fog, look like a ghost. Slowly, the translucent black fog turned into the appearance of a devil's head. Then, the devil's head laughed strangely, causing people's hearts to tremble. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly moved. His body moved fiercely, and his blade slashed towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian looked at Zhao Hai without blinking. When Zhao Hai's blade arrived in front of him, he stretched out the blade in his right hand and blocked Zhao Hai's long blade. At the same time, the blade in his left hand swung out like lightning towards Zhao Hai. But at this moment, Zhao Hai's figure flashed. That seemingly all-out attack turned into a feint in an instant. In the next moment, his figure appeared behind Tang Tian and slashed towards Tang Tian's neck. Tang Tian seemed to have expected him to do this. The long blade in his left hand was retracted in an instant. His body did not turn, but the blade in his left hand was already behind him. At the same time, the blade in his right hand was also retracted. Then, with the joint of his right hand, he used a very strange posture to cut the blade in his hand. The blade in Zhao Hai's hand did not come into contact with Tang Tian. It turned around and returned to Tang Tian's side. The blade in his hand slashed down. But Tang Tian's arm seemed to have no bones. It immediately turned back. The two blades in his hand, one for defense and one for attack, cooperated perfectly. Just like this, the two of them fought. The weapons in their hands did not touch, but their battle was so tense that it made people breathless. Zhao Hai's every attack was very fast, but this speed referred to his movement technique. His movement technique was erratic, which was one of Zhao Hai's strengths. His movement technique suffered a loss when facing Jiao Jun, a monster cultivator who comprehended the law of evasion. He did not suffer any losses from others. So Zhao Hai kept attacking Tang Tian. On the other hand, Tang Tian stood there like a block of wood. His two hands seemed to have no bones. He could attack and withdraw his blade from any angle. So no matter how Zhao Hai attacked, Tang Tian would always attack and defend, making himself invincible. The reason why Zhao Hai did not let his weapon clash with Tang Tian's was because he knew that Tang Tian's law of lockdown must be displayed through the blades in his hand. If he really let his blade clash with Tang Tian's weapon, then his weapon would definitely be locked. Even if his liquid silver could transform, it would still be useless. The opponent was using law of lockdown, and law of lockdown was not simple. From an outsider's point of view, Tang Tian's law of lockdown was somewhat useless. This was because this law of lockdown could only be displayed with the blades in his hand. Moreover, this law of lockdown was a close-range law. It was unlike Zhao Hai's law of lockdown, which could be launched to injure the enemy. However, Zhao Hai didn't think that this law of lockdown was useless. Moreover, he also didn't think that this law of lockdown couldn't be used in long-range attacks. Any law of lockdown wasn't simple. Otherwise, a low-level law of lockdown wouldn't be able to injure a powerhouse like the Kuan-Peng. The law of lockdown might seem useless, but its usefulness was definitely not small. Not only could it lock a person's weapon, it should also be able to lock the energy of a person's attack. Zhao Hai even believed that as long as the law of lockdown was refined to a profound level, then the law of lockdown would be able to fly out from his hand and lock his enemy. However, Zhao Hai also didn't think that Tang Tian could refine the law of lockdown to such a profound level. If he could really refine the law of lockdown to such a degree, then he would have become the #1 monster cultivator. Moreover, he would have already ascended. The two of them fought for more than 50 rounds, but there wasn't a clear winner. Zhao Hai's figure moved and jumped out of the circle. He looked at Tang Tian and said, "Alright, the probing should be over. Let's see if your law of lockdown is stronger, or if my law of lockdown is stronger." After saying that, Zhao Hai slowly raised his long blade. Then, he fiercely waved his blade. A bright blade chi flew out and slashed towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian's face also became serious. He crossed his blades in front of him and blocked the attack. At the same time, he shouted, "Lockdown." Following his voice, Zhao Hai's blade chi suddenly stopped in front of his long blade. It was as if it was fixed by something. But if you look carefully, you will find that Zhao Hai's blade chi was trembling slightly, as if it was struggling. But at this moment, Zhao Hai roared like a tiger. He rushed forward and slashed his blade towards Tang Tian. This slash was majestic, as if it was going to cut the entire space. Tang Tian's face changed. He moved for the first time and quickly retreated. This was because Tang Tian was very clear that his law of lockdown was inferior to Zhao Hai's. Although his law of lockdown could temporarily trap Zhao Hai's blade chi, it couldn't eliminate it. And at this time, Zhao Hai attacked. He had no choice but to deal with Zhao Hai's attack. There was no way for him to lock down Zhao Hai's blade chi. Therefore, he could only retreat and not let Zhao Hai's blade chi hurt him. Tang Tian was very clear that although Zhao Hai's law of sever was very strong, it had a weakness. It was a straight line and would never turn. Therefore, when he retreated, he had already passed by Zhao Hai's blade chi. Sure enough, Zhao Hai's blade chi passed by him without hurting him. But at this time, Zhao Hai's long blade attack arrived. For the first time, Zhao Hai's long blade slashed on Tang Tian's dual blades. An unimaginable force was transmitted from Tang Tian's blades to his arms. Tang Tian couldn't help but be startled. He didn't think that Zhao Hai wouldn't use the Rend Law in this attack. Instead, he used the purest form of strength. This caused him to suffer a loss because of a moment of carelessness. Although Tang Tian's dual blades locked Zhao Hai's long blade, his arms were numb and couldn't move. At this time, Zhao Hai made a decision that made Tang Tian's face change drastically. Zhao Hai released his hand holding the long blade and grabbed at Tang Tian with both hands like claws. Tang Tian's face changed, then he snorted coldly. Then, the cloak behind him that hadn't moved before flapped in an instant. In this moment, Tang Tian's figure had completely moved away and dodged Zhao Hai's attack. It turned out that the dark red cloak behind Tang Tian was not just beautiful. It was actually refined from the wings of Tang Tian's body. As long as the cloak moved, it could instantly change Tang Tian's position. This made up for the shortcomings of Tang Tian's movement technique. Although this cloak wasn't as useful as Zhao Hai's movement technique, the effect was still very good when used occasionally. Tang Tian's Baifeng moved and dodged Zhao Hai's attack. He was temporarily safe. But just as Tang Tian was about to counterattack, he suddenly saw Zhao Hai's hand move. Then, a blood-red thread flew straight at him. This time, Tang Tian didn't even have the chance to react and was pierced by the thread. A hole appeared on Tang Tian's neck. It was a round hole, and there wasn't a single drop of blood flowing out of the hole. This was really shocking. However, the color in Tang Tian's eyes had completely disappeared. Tang Tian was dead. Although he didn't bleed, he was indeed dead. He died under Zhao Hai's flying knife. And the flying knife that Zhao Hai used was the blood knife 7 Ghosts blade that he obtained. And the method he used to kill Tang Tian was another law that he knew, piercing. Zhao Hai rarely used long-range attacks now. This was because ever since he appeared in the true spiritual world, he had been walking the path of close combat. Moreover, most of the techniques he knew were close combat techniques. Therefore, he was now walking the path of close combat. When he fought with others, it was mostly close combat. But this didn't mean that he didn't have any long-range attack ability. Zhao Hai obtained the blood knife 7 Ghosts blade and learned the law of piercing. And because the blood jade 7 Ghosts blade had an artifact spirit, in addition to the special material, it could also add the power of law. It could be said that it was currently Zhao Hai's best long-range attack weapon. This time, in order to deal with Tang Tian, Zhao Hai used the blood jade 7 Ghosts blade for the first time, killing Tang Tian in one fell swoop. Although his impression of the mantis race was very good, this didn't mean that he would let them go. As long as they were his enemies, no matter what race they were, Zhao Hai wouldn't let them go. This was because an enemy was an enemy. Only a dead enemy was a good enemy, unless the enemy could become your friend. But Zhao Hai was very clear that it was impossible for him to become friends with demonic beasts. Demonic beasts wouldn't surrender to him. Even if demonic beasts didn't surrender to him, Zhao Hai didn't want them to surrender to him. After killing these demonic beasts, Zhao Hai could extract their genes and use them to strengthen the magic beasts inside the space. When the time comes, the magic beast's strength would increase once again. They would become powerful cards in his hand. After Tang Tian died, Zhao Hai received Tang Tian's corpse and returned to the Hell King's ship. Tang Tian and the others were standing there with ugly expressions. They weren't angry at Zhao Hai, they were angry at themselves. They thought that they could help Zhao Hai by learning the power of law. They didn't expect that in the end, it was still Zhao Hai who had to solve the problem. Elder Tang and the others now had a very intuitive understanding of the strength of these beast cultivators. These beast cultivators were really powerful. Just like Elder Tang, he was already a void-piercing realm expert. Although his void-piercing realm was promoted by medicine, he had been in the spirit congealing realm for so many years. If it weren't for his body, then he might have already become a void-piercing realm expert. After using medicine to restore his body, his current strength wasn't any worse than an ordinary void-piercing expert. In fact, he was even stronger. But even so, he could only use the power of laws once a day. Otherwise, he would suffer a backlash from the power of laws. On the other hand, Tang Tian hadn't even reached the void-piercing realm, but he was able to comprehend the power of laws. Naturally, the most important thing was that his body was very strong. When he was fighting Zhao Hai, Tang Tian was able to use his power of laws 2 or 3 times. Elder Tang and the others could only use it once, but Tang Tian was able to use it twice or thrice. From this point, one could see how strong Tang Tian's body was. Because of this gap in the use of law, Elder Tang had to admit that he couldn't win against Tang Tian and the others. In the same situation, if you can only use your killing move once while the opponent can use it twice or thrice, then you would be the one to lose. This was also the reason why Elder Tang and the others had ugly expressions. They couldn't win against the other party, so they could only ask for Zhao Hai's help. Zhao Hai had already helped them a lot. If Zhao Hai were to come out, then they would lose face. Zhao Hai didn't think too much about it. After receiving Tang Tian's body, he returned to the Hell King's ship and immediately commanded the fleet to move forward. The fleet's speed wasn't very fast. This was because this was the beast cultivators' territory. They could be attacked at any time, so the fleet was always vigilant. Looking at the forest below, Zhao Hai said, "It must be said that the environment of this plain is very well maintained. It seems like the beast cultivators are very concerned about environmental protection. Unlike us, who cause serious damage to the environment." Elder Tang nodded and said, "Speaking of which, the cultivation methods of beast cultivators are closer to nature. They rarely use tools. Some beast cultivators don't even use medicine when they cultivate. They focus on tempering themselves and stimulating their potential. On the other hand, we human cultivators use all kinds of tools to cultivate quickly. It can be said that the cultivation method of beast cultivators is very different from that of beast cultivators." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Because beast cultivators use fewer tools, their cultivation speed is very slow. However, their lifespan is much longer than humans. Additionally, they spend a lot of time tempering their bodies. Because of this, their bodies are very tough." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Because beast cultivators use fewer tools, their cultivation speed is very slow." Elder Tang nodded and said, "Humans can't learn the beast cultivators' cultivation method. Even body cultivators use a lot of medicine to improve their strength. If they don't use medicine, then I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to cultivate until their lifespan is up. After all, geniuses are very rare in this world." Zhao Hai nodded. Just as he was speaking, a large net suddenly covered the Hell King's ship. At the same time, the other large artifacts were also under attack. Zhao Hai stared, then he used his spiritual force and immediately knew what was attacking him. It was a group of treants. Naturally, he had entered their territory. Just as Zhao Hai was about to break free from the net, the ground suddenly began to shake. Then a hoarse roar was heard from the forest. Then Zhao Hai felt a powerful aura rising from the forest, pressuring them. In an instant, their large artifacts began to descend. What was even more frightening was that some of the large artifacts began to creak. It seems like they couldn't withstand the pressure and were about to fall apart. Just as all of the large artifacts in the fleet were about to fall to the ground began to shake even more. Then Zhao Hai discovered that the forest had stood up. There was no mistake, the forest had stood up. The entire forest had turned into a huge treant. Zhao Hai estimated that the treant was more than a kilometer tall. A giant over 1,000 meters tall, what kind of concept was that? Zhao Hai didn't even dare to think about it before. But now, he had to face it. As soon as the huge treant stood up, it immediately roared towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, Zhao Hai's expression changed. This was because he could feel a trace of law from the treant. Zhao Hai couldn't understand why there were so many beast cultivators who could use law. Could it be that these beast cultivators were particularly talented? Could it be that they were able to comprehend law just by casually cultivating? Then wouldn't the power of law be a little too worthless? It was almost like a cabbage. But now, Zhao Hai didn't have time to think about it. This was because he discovered that the treant had already moved. Its huge palm stretched out and grabbed a large artifact. The large artifact looked like a toy in the hands of the treant. Then the large artifact was thrown away by the treant. Throwing a large artifact as if it was a stone, how much strength did it take? This was simply too shocking. Seeing this, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. Although the giant only threw out one large artifact, Zhao Hai was able to see a problem with it. The giant's strength was too formidable. One must know that the large artifact's mechanical system was activated, yet it was still thrown out by the treant. How much strength did the treant have? It was as difficult as a person trying to catch a speeding car and throw it out. Zhao Hai tried to use the Hell King's ship's energy cannons to attack the treant. However, he didn't expect the cannons to only break some of the tree's branches. Other than that, the treant wasn't injured at all. It must be known that the Hell King's ship's energy cannons were filled with law crystals. The energy that the cannons fired was equivalent to a law attack. But a law attack was only able to cut off a few of the treant's branches. Wasn't the treant's defense too strong? Zhao Hai couldn't imagine how strong the treant was. Zhao Hai immediately gave an order all large artifacts to retreat. Get out of the Trent's attack range. Following Zhao Hai's order, the fleet quickly retreated. Although the Trent looked huge and clumsy, its speed wasn't slow. It actually chased after the fleet and grabbed 2 more large artifacts. This time, after grabbing the 2 large artifacts, it immediately threw them towards the fleet. Boom. 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 The large magic treasures thrown out by the Trent collided violently with the other large magic treasures. Several large magic treasures were destroyed just like that. Moreover, the cultivators on the large magic treasures also suffered a large number of casualties. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai's eyes turned red. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Therefore, he waved his hand as a huge turtle appeared beside him. On the turtle's back was a castle. This was the beast that Zhao Hai subdued before. Its body was huge, there was even a fort on its back. As soon as the turtle appeared, it immediately attacked the Trent. The turtle's body wasn't much smaller than the Trent. Although it wasn't as strong as the Trent, it could still hold the Trent for a while. Using this time, the fleet finally returned to a safe place. After retreating to a safe place, Zhao Hai turned to Elder Tang and said, "Elder Tang, prepare to retreat at any time. I'll go and deal with the Trent." Then his figure moved as he flew out of the Hell King's ship and rushed towards the Trent. At this time, the Trent had already repelled the tortoise. However, tortoises were known for their strong defense. Moreover, they were carrying a huge iron fort on their back. Because of this, the Trent couldn't do anything to the tortoise for a while. At this time, Zhao Hai arrived. He looked at the Trent but didn't immediately attack. He could clearly feel the power of law coming from the Trent. But what made him feel strange was that the power of law was very different from his own. It wasn't the difference of law, it was a difference in nature. But what was this difference? Zhao Hai still couldn't figure it out. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai didn't rush to attack. He wanted to see what was different about the Trent's law. Zhao Hai observed the Trent. The Trent was made up of countless trees and vines. One could only see that it had a humanoid shape. It didn't have a nose, eyes, or anything like that. It looked very rough. However, this rough Trent actually had a lot of strength. Moreover, its defense was very strong. What was going on? There was also the power of law coming from the Trent. It was obviously a type of law, but it gave Zhao Hai a very special feeling. What was this law? At this time, the Trent repelled the turtle once again. Zhao Hai immediately shot out a few strands of law. These strands of law didn't cause any damage to the Trent. Although these strands of law didn't cause any damage to the Trent, Zhao Hai discovered that the strands of law that he shot out had a lot of similarities with the Trent's law. Although there were some differences, they were essentially the same. Zhao Hai immediately thought of a possibility, that the Trent was using law. Did it use law? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately understood why the Trent was so strong. It was because the Trent wasn't a Trent. It was made up of countless Trents. The power of countless Trents gathered together to form this Trent. Trents were individuals, how can one make these Trents work as a whole? In this world, there was no method that could be used. Even Zhao Hai couldn't do it. He can command the Trents to attack like an army, but it was impossible for him to command them to work together. This was something that Zhao Hai couldn't do. Zhao Hai could feel the power of law from the Trent. However, this power of law had been used before. In other words, the Trent was using the power of law. When he saw that the Trent was composed of Trents, Zhao Hai immediately thought of a possibility. This Trent was actually a Trent that used a special law to combine the abilities of many Trents together. However, this Trent could only be commanded by the Trent that used the power of law. In other words, Zhao Hai was now fighting against a Trent that used the power of law. No wonder his previous attacks didn't cause any damage to the Trent. This was because the Trent also had the power of law. Moreover, it was composed of many Trents, making it incomparably powerful. The Trent's strength could also offset a part of the power of law. It seems like the power of law wasn't useless against the Trent. It was just that the Trent could offset a part of the power of law. Therefore, if Zhao Hai wanted to enter the Trent, he would need to use the power of law several times. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai didn't wait any longer. This time, he didn't use the laceration law, but instead, he used the piercing law. The piercing law's power was stronger than the laceration law. Zhao Hai waved his hand as white lights shot towards the treant. These white lights were the piercing law. In Zhao Hai's hand, the piercing law was thrown out as if it was free. A white light hit the treant's body and made a small hole. However, this hole wasn't very big. It was obvious that the damage done to the treant was very limited. However, Zhao Hai's attack was like a gun, it was a continuous attack. The treant simply couldn't dodge it. In just a short while, the treant was hit by the law of piercing, causing more and more small holes to appear on its body. While Zhao Hai was using the piercing law to deal with the treant, he was also paying attention to the treant. He wanted to see if the treant's law would weaken. Zhao Hai was right. After being hit by the piercing law, the treant's law would weaken. The treant's movements would also slow down. After being attacked by the law of penetration for more than 50 times, the treant suddenly let out an unwilling roar. Then its body fell down with a bang. After the treant fell, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He was still attacking the treants. After separating from the treant seemed to have suffered some injuries. And with the treant's slow movements, it was naturally impossible for them to avoid Zhao Hai's attacks. In just a short time, a lot of the treants were killed. But at this time, another treant suddenly appeared on top of Zhao Hai. Its hand was full of vines as it tried to grab Zhao Hai. This attack was very sudden. And because Zhao Hai was very close to the ground, he was caught by the treant's hand. Zhao Hai felt as if an iron hoop was wrapped around his body. Moreover, this iron hoop was constantly tightening, as if it wanted to pinch him to death. Zhao Hai couldn't help but snort. Then he exerted his strength with both arms and pushed outwards. Unexpectedly, a gap was opened in the treant's hand. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhao Hai's figure suddenly went out and escaped from the treant's hand. Just as Zhao Hai escaped, another treant's hand came to grab him. But this time, Zhao Hai was already prepared. His figure moved and dodged the treant's hand. At the same time, he waved his hand forward and attacked the treant with his law of penetration. But this time, his attack was different from the last time. Last time, he attacked the treant's entire body. But this time, Zhao Hai's attack was focused on a single spot. It wasn't the treant's head or body, but one of its legs. All of Zhao Hai's attacks were focused on that leg. From an outsider's point of view, Zhao Hai's attack didn't do much damage to the treant. However, Zhao Hai knew very well that the treant's leg was the core of the treant. No one would have thought that the most important part of the tree giant would be its legs. This was a place that nobody would pay attention to. This was especially true for the treant. Because of this, nobody would pay attention to its leg. The reason why Zhao Hai knew that the treant's leg was the treant's core was because he noticed that the treant that made up the treant's leg used its law of penetration to gather the other treants and form the treant. Sure enough, under Zhao Hai's law of penetration, the treant couldn't resist. After 2 hits, the treant disintegrated. This time, Zhao Hai didn't let the treant go. He continued to attack it with his law of penetration. Before long, the treant was killed by Zhao Hai. After losing the treant, the other treants couldn't pose a threat to Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai's figure moved and returned to the Hell King's ship. Then he said, "Have the fleet attack the treants. At the same time, rescue the wounded. Also, bring the damaged large artifacts." Ji Wuming immediately complied and went to pass the order. At this point, Zhao Hai already had a team that was responsible for passing orders. Laura and the others didn't send any orders to Zhao Hai. They just stayed in the Divine Secret Tower and were responsible for commanding the undead and the vampires. After hearing Zhao Hai's order, the fleet that had been feeling aggrieved finally broke out. They went all out to attack the treants. Before long, the treants were slaughtered. Although they managed to kill the treants, their losses weren't small. There were about 20,000 casualties. These people weren't able to escape from the large artifacts. When the treants attacked, they weren't able to escape. And when the 2 large artifacts collided, the huge impact caused them to be injured. Some of them even died. This was mainly because the tree giant's strength was too great. A tree giant was formed by gathering the strength of hundreds of tree demons. Its strength was naturally incomparably huge, even much stronger than the strength of a void-piercing realm expert. Therefore, its attack could cause harm to the cultivators on the large ritual implement. The fleet's attack and rescue were carried out at the same time. Before long, the treants were cleaned up. This time, the fleet killed more than 5,000 treants. On the other hand, the cultivators who came to help were much later. There were about 30,000 of them. They also lost 5 large artifacts. These large artifacts were now being dragged behind. The fleet was still moving forward. However, Zhao Hai said, contact the other teams and have them report the situation. Before long, Ji Wuming arrived in front of Zhao Hai and said, Mansion Lord, Jia Dao's unit was attacked by the beast cultivators. Their losses have reached 20%. Black Phantom was attacked by the beast cultivators and lost 1%. Ghost Mist and the others were also attacked and lost 2%. Chiyu's unit was also attacked and lost 1%. Sun Tianlei's unit was also attacked and lost 5%. Zhao Hai nodded and said, it seems like they're still going all out. Even after losing so much, they still haven't retreated. However, I think they won't be able to hold on much longer. What makes me curious is what the beast cultivators want to do. Why did they attack these teams at the same time? If they attacked one by one, they would have already forced one team to retreat. Ji Wuming said, Mansion Lord, I think they want to protect this place. That's why they want to force everyone out. Just like how they repelled the attack of the Six Realm Alliance in the past, they still want to protect this place. After all, this is where they have lived for many years. Zhao Hai nodded and said, if anyone's home is invaded, they would have gone all out. If we didn't appear, then they might have succeeded. Unfortunately, we're here, so they're doomed to be defeated. My teacher will get rid of any enemy that stands in my way. Let's move and end the battle as soon as possible. I want to see if the beast cultivators who can use the power of law are as worthless as cabbages. During their departure, the fleet encountered several attacks. However, it was clear that none of the beast cultivators could use the power of law. Zhao Hai's advance was very smooth. 10 hours after Zhao Hai and the others entered the space, they encountered another fleet. This fleet belonged to Li Tianlei's Strange Earth sect. At this time, their losses had reached 2.5 levels. The number of beast cultivators fighting against them had reached 10 million. With the addition of Zhao Hai's fleet, the situation of the battlefield changed. The beast cultivators were defeated. Then the two fleets merged as they pursued the beast cultivators. The battle continued. The beast cultivators' resistance was very fierce. They fought without regard for their lives, causing huge casualties to Zhao Hai's fleet. However, Zhao Hai had the help of the undead and the vampires. In addition to his power of law, they were able to squeeze the beast cultivators' living space bit by bit. The battle continued for more than 10 days before Zhao Hai's fleet finally forced the beast cultivators to retreat to the last place in the space, a mountain. This mountain was the highest mountain range in the space. It was the Beast God's mountain that the beast cultivators spoke of. They always believed that the beast god created the first beast cultivator here. Therefore, this mountain had a special place in the hearts of the beast cultivators. Zhao Hai stood in the square in front of the Heaven's Secret Building and looked at the beast god's mountain. There were a lot of beast cultivators standing on the mountain. These beast cultivators were looking at Zhao Hai's fleet in despair. At this time, the number of beast cultivators was less than 10 million. And among them, the number of beast cultivators who could fight was even fewer. Most of them were still beast cultivators who hadn't matured yet. All the beast cultivators knew that they were doomed this time. Zhao Hai looked at the beast cultivators. Among these beast cultivators, there were very few who could fight against them. Most of these beast cultivators were either old or underage. Their fighting strength hasn't reached its peak. However, there were a few beast cultivators that Zhao Hai didn't dare underestimate. Although these beast cultivators weren't young, their auras were still very strong. Among these beast cultivators, the leader wore a white robe. He looked very similar to Kujuan. It seems like he was also a fox beast cultivator. Zhao Hai looked at him and said, "May I ask if Senior is a fox beast cultivator?" The old man nodded and said, "Right." Kubo greets Mr. Zhao Hai. Mr. is really formidable. In the past, my beast cultivator clan repelled the attack of the 6 major sects. But today, we were defeated by Mr. My beast cultivator clan's defeat wasn't unjust. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the beast cultivator race is very strong. If we didn't have the advantage in numbers, then it would be impossible for us to win against them. I admire the beast cultivator race very much. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's right. It can be said that even if the 6 Realms Alliance were at their peak, we would still be able to fight them. Before Mr. attacked the 6 Realms Alliance, their strength had already regressed a lot. If we went out at that time, the 6 Realms Alliance wouldn't be able to stop our attack. Unfortunately, we went out too late. Mr. came and the 6 Realms Alliance was already in your bag. If we wanted to reach out, then naturally we would be holding Mr.'s things. Because of this, I have nothing to say if they want to exterminate our clan. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, Mister, you're the only one who can stop us. But unfortunately, we went out too late. Mr. came and the 6 Realms Alliance was already in your bag. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, it's not that I want to destroy your beast cultivator clan. I said that if your beast cultivator clan surrendered to me, then I would accept your surrender and give you the same treatment as human cultivators. But you didn't surrender, so I can only exterminate you. If you don't surrender, then you are my enemy. I won't be lenient to my enemies. The old man looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly sighed and said, you're right. If we surrendered, then we wouldn't have fallen to this point. We were too confident in our strength. We thought that with our current strength and the help of the Hai Fei sect, we would be able to unify the 6 realms. But we didn't expect that we would still be defeated by Mr. Zhao Hai replied, if you want to surrender to me, then I can accept it. You and the remaining beast cultivators don't need to die. You can pass on your legacy and your bloodline. When the old man heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would spare their lives at this time. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, oh? You dare to spare us? Aren't you afraid that when they grow in the future, they'll come and take revenge? You should know that if you have someone who wants to kill you, then your life wouldn't be easy. Sooner or later, you would be killed. Zhao Hai looked at the old man, then he smiled faintly and said, I dare. Because I'm Zhao Hai, I dare to spare your lives. I'm not afraid of your revenge. Looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, the old man suddenly turned silent. He understood Zhao Hai's mentality. Zhao Hai simply didn't put them in his eyes. This was because Zhao Hai believed in himself and his strength. He believed that he could control them. This kind of confidence wasn't something that an ordinary person could have. A person with this kind of confidence was either an egomaniac or a true expert. The old man turned his head to look at the beast cultivators behind him. Among these beast cultivators, some were even children. There weren't even adult female beast cultivators. This was because the adult female beast cultivators were already dead. If he didn't surrender now, then he believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't be lenient. This was because Zhao Hai wasn't a soft-hearted person. A heart of stone was a prerequisite for any cultivator. The old man looked at the other old men. The other old men looked at him and didn't speak. In the end, Kubo turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, we're willing to surrender. I hope that Mr. can keep his word. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I, Zhao Hai, wouldn't lie about this kind of thing. There's no need to do so. Since you've surrendered, then there's no need to resist. Everyone, please board the large artifacts. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. The Hell King's ship that was parked next to the Heaven's Secret Pavilion flew over. Then it slowly descended and landed at a corner of Beast God Mountain. Kubo sighed, then he turned his head to look at the childish beast cultivators. Some of them couldn't even transform into human form. It can be said that these were the last seeds of their race. He couldn't let these people die. Therefore, Kubo opened his mouth and said, let's go, board the ship. It was obvious that Kubo's position in the hearts of these people was very high. With Kubo's order, the beast cultivators slowly boarded the Hell King's ship. After all the beast cultivators boarded the ship began to move and return to the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. When Jia Daoi and the others saw Zhao Hai's actions, they didn't have any reaction. In fact, Jia Daoi and the others didn't care about the fate of these beast cultivators. This was because Jia Daoi knew that no matter what happens to these beast cultivators in the future, their fates were already set. It was impossible for the 6 great sects to stay in the 6 realms. They would certainly follow Zhao Hai back to the Void Realm. This was because if Zhao Hai wanted to control the 6 realms, then they wouldn't be allowed to stay. Zhao Hai didn't care about Jia Daoi and the others. It wasn't until the beast cultivators entered the Hell King's ship that Zhao Hai relaxed. Then he said, "Have everyone go out and rest in the 6 realms." After the order was passed down, all the large artifacts left the space in an orderly manner. However, Zhao Hai didn't leave, he stayed behind. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to stay wasn't because he found a treasure. Instead, he wanted to see what was so special about this place. He wanted to know why there were so many beast cultivators who could comprehend the power of laws. This didn't make any sense at all. The 6 realms were very powerful, but in the 6 realms, there were almost no cultivators who could comprehend the power of laws. From this point, one can see how difficult it was to comprehend the power of laws. However, there were so many beast cultivators who were able to comprehend the power of laws. This wasn't right. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to stay in the space and see how the beast cultivators were able to comprehend laws here. He wanted to know what was different about the space compared to the outside world. Although Zhao Hai stayed in the space, the 6 realms were very calm. This was because the people in the 6 realms knew that the one in control of the 6 realms was Zhao Hai. The remaining 4 great sects were very well behaved. They just stayed in their large artifacts and didn't move. They didn't care about what was going on in the 6 realms. This was because they didn't dare to ask. If they did, they might arouse Zhao Hai's suspicions. If that happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Aside from the 6 great sects, the other sects were very calm. They all returned to their own sections. Those that were destroyed immediately began to rebuild. Those that weren't destroyed were just resting and reorganizing. There were no signs of fighting for territory. Even the Overlord sect was the same. The Overlord sect was the first to join Zhao Hai. It can be said that the Overlord sect had the highest status in the 6 realms. However, even the Overlord sect didn't dare to act rashly. This was because Zhao Hai was still there. Fighting for territory in front of Zhao Hai was no different than courting death. The people of the Overlord sect were very clear that Zhao Hai was a man of his word. If he wants to give you something, then it's yours. If he doesn't want to give it to you, then don't try to take it. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't let you off. Time passed day by day. Everyone was resting and reorganizing. In this battle, the losses of all forces weren't small. Therefore, they needed some time to recuperate. However, what made them feel strange was that Zhao Hai still hasn't come out of the space. The battle has been over for half a month, but Zhao Hai still hasn't come out of the space. However, Zhao Hai's orders were still passed on to them. This meant that Zhao Hai was fine. They could only wait for Zhao Hai to come out. During this half a month, Zhao Hai didn't stay inside the space to look around. In fact, he didn't stay inside the space for a long time before he understood why so many people were able to comprehend the power of laws. In the final analysis, it was all because of the seal. The seal was made by the people of the 6 Realms Alliance. One can't help but admit that the person who made the seal was a genius. When he sealed the space, he used a trace of the space law. The space law was very powerful. Because of this, the space gates were left behind in the 6 realms. People from the 6 realms could use these space gates to travel to other realms. The reason why so many beast cultivators were able to comprehend the power of laws was also because of the barrier. When beast cultivators wanted to leave, they would attack the barrier whenever they wanted to. Moreover, the barrier itself contained the space law. After many years of attacks, the beast cultivators slowly gained some understanding of the space law. However, when 100 people looked at the dream of the red building, they would see different things, and the same was true for laws. Those who attacked the boundary and understood the laws of space would slowly comprehend their own laws through the incomplete laws of space. Just like the law of locking, even the law of evasion, these laws would more or less have something to do with space. It was precisely because of the existence of the boundary that many beast cultivators were able to comprehend the laws of space. This was really ironic. The thing that trapped the beast cultivators was actually able to help them improve their strength. It can be imagined that if Zhao Hai didn't appear, then when the beast cultivators came out of the space, how would the Six Realms Alliance deal with them? It's very likely that the beast cultivators would be eliminated by the beast cultivators. After knowing this, Zhao Hai felt that it was a pity. Now that the seal had been completely destroyed, he couldn't see it anymore. It was a pity. Logically speaking, Zhao Hai should be able to leave the space very quickly. However, Zhao Hai didn't do so. He stayed in the space because he wanted to learn the beast cultivator's laws. The evading law, the locking law, the gathering law, and so on. These laws were things that Zhao Hai wanted to learn from the beast cultivators. In half a month, with his previous experience, Zhao Hai was able to quickly learn the laws. At the same time, he condensed the laws into a Dao core and imprinted it into his cells. After that, he came out of the space. When the people of the Six Realms heard that Zhao Hai came out of the space, they felt relieved. Logically speaking, they should have been depressed. This was because Zhao Hai coming out meant that the Six Realms would be under Zhao Hai's rule. However, this wasn't the case. At this time, the situation in the Six Realms was very complicated. The sects that had been suppressed by the Six Great Sects for many years were finally liberated. Although Zhao Hai was now in charge of the Six Realms, these people knew that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to stay in the Six Realms for too long. In the future, the Six Realms would still be under their control. In this case, the sects naturally didn't want anything to happen to Zhao Hai. If something happens to Zhao Hai, then nobody would be able to suppress Jiaoyingzong and the other great sects. When that time comes, Jiaoyingzong and the other great sects would rule the Six Realms. Naturally, the sects didn't want this to happen. They were afraid that war would engulf the Six Realms. Now that Zhao Hai came out unscathed, the sects didn't need to worry about anything. Under Zhao Hai's rule, the Six Realms would slowly recover. Zhao Hai didn't care about the complicated thoughts of these people. This was because he didn't need to care about them. After learning a few types of laws, he came out of the space. After coming out, he immediately called all the sect leaders of the Six Realms to the Hell King's ship to prepare for a meeting. However, Zhao Hai didn't call Jia Daoi and the others. This time, Zhao Hai called the sect masters of the Six Realms to the Hell King's ship in order to reward them. At the same time, he also appointed the representatives of the Six Realms. Jia Daoi and the other great sects must return to the void with him. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't let them participate in this meeting. However, Gui Wu and the others participated in this meeting. Zhao Hai was planning to have the Upper Pillar Realm manage the Haifei Realm. The Haifei Realm's cultivators were almost completely massacred by the beast cultivators. In this case, Zhao Hai needed to rearrange everything in the Haifei Realm. A large number of people would inevitably migrate there. However, the sects of the Six Realms had their own territories. It was impossible for them to abandon their territories and migrate to the Haifei Realm. Because of this, Zhao Hai thought of another method, which was to hand over the Haifei Realm to the Upper Pillar Realm. This way, the people of the Upper Pillar Realm would naturally migrate to the Haifei Realm. Moreover, the Upper Pillar Realm was the first realm to surrender to him. Naturally, he needed to give them some benefits. Otherwise, who would work for him in the future? White Tiger's Might and the others have been feeling listless recently. Naturally, this wasn't because they were too tired, but because Zhao Hai wasn't around. When Zhao Hai was around, he didn't care much about the underworld's affairs. He was like a guide, he would tell you where to go. The specific development of the underworld depended on Tiger's Might and the others. But when Zhao Hai wasn't there, everyone in the underworld would always feel that something was wrong. It was as if they didn't have a pillar to rely on. Tiger's Might was the same. Now that the underworld was a super force, not to mention the Void Realm, even the 5 great clans didn't dare to provoke them. Moreover, the relationship between the underworld and the 5 great clans was very good. When they went to take revenge on the Six Realms Alliance, Zhao Hai also brought the 5 great clans with him. Because of this, the underworld didn't have any problems. In the past, some people from other realms dared to retaliate against the underworld. But now, they didn't dare. Zhao Hai's strength was there, and they also knew about Zhao Hai's temper. They knew very well that if they angered Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai would run to their realms and kill them. They didn't want to provoke Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai and the others went to the Six Realms Alliance for some time. Although Tiger's Might and the others weren't worried about Zhao Hai's safety, they still missed Zhao Hai. On this day, after Tiger's Might dealt with some matters in the underworld, he sat in his room in a daze. He didn't know when Zhao Hai would come back, but to be honest, he really missed Zhao Hai. At this time, hurried footsteps could be heard outside the door. Then a voice was heard, "Hall Master, the Mansion Lord is back. He'll be near the 8 Desolation ship in a few minutes." Upon hearing this, White Tiger's Might suddenly stood up and opened the door. He looked at the cultivator in front of the door, and the cultivator looked back at him with excitement. White Tiger's Might looked at him and said, "Is the manor head really back?" The cultivator nodded vigorously and said, "Yes, they're really back. Furthermore, they have brought many large artifacts with them. Hall Master, I've made a fortune. Now, the underworld is definitely the most powerful force in the 6 regions of the void." The White Tiger's Might walked out as he said, "We have long been the strongest force in the 6 regions of the void." In the underworld, there were a lot of people who did the same as White Tiger's Might. The underworld's management didn't need to be called as they all rushed to the 8 Desolation ship in order to see Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stood in the square outside the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Jia Daoi, Black Phantom, and the others were standing beside him. Even Kubo was standing beside Zhao Hai. However, nobody knew that back in the 6 realms, when Zhao Hai had Kubo and the others enter the Hell King's ship, Kubo and the others had already entered the space. And because they were beast cultivators, they were immediately subdued by the space. Because of this, Kubo and the others were now loyal to Zhao Hai. Jia Daoi and the others looked around in surprise. Although the pressure in the 6 realms was great, the 6 realms were similar to the true spiritual realm. It was a huge continent, unlike the void realm. Because of this, Jia Daoi and the others couldn't help but be curious about the scenery here. At this time, the Heaven's Secret Pavilion slowly arrived in front of the 8 Desolation ship. Jia Daoi and the others were immediately attracted to the 8 Desolation ship. Jia Daoi and the others originally thought that there wouldn't be a large artifact bigger than the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. However, when they arrived, they discovered that they were wrong. In this world, there were artifacts bigger than the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. At this time, Jia Daoi and the others discovered that cultivators were continuously coming out of the 8 Desolation ship. After these cultivators came out, they cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and loudly said, "We've seen the Palace Lord." Jia Daoi had seen this scene in the Heroic Armor sect before. After all, he was also a sect master. Therefore, he wasn't unfamiliar with this situation. However, what caught Jia Daoi's attention was the way these people looked at Zhao Hai. They were full of worship. From these people's eyes, Jia Daoi could see fanatical worship. This made him very surprised. He already knew that Zhao Hai was a sect master. However, he didn't expect Zhao Hai's control over the underworld to reach this point. He could even make the cultivators of the underworld worship him. This was truly shocking. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Arrange for their accommodations. Prepare for the celebration." Someone immediately responded. Then everyone got up and went about their own business. Jia Daoi looked at the busy but orderly people on the 8 Desolation ship. His expression couldn't help but change. Although he hasn't entered the 8 Desolation ship yet, he was still surprised by the people outside. Everyone had their own work to do. Moreover, they were busy but orderly. At this moment, the entire 8 Desolation ship seemed to have turned into a machine that operated precisely. This was what Jia Daoi paid attention to the most. At this time, the Heaven's Secret building was slowly approaching the 8 Desolation ship. The people on the 8 Desolation ship were also prepared. They had planks, ropes, and everything else that was needed to fix the Heaven's Secret building to the 8 Desolation ship. Zhao Hai came down from the Tianji pavilion. While walking towards the 8 Desolation ship, he said to Jia Daoi and the others, "Follow them and make arrangements for them." Jia Daoi and the others nodded. Then they turned around and left. Jia Daoi and the others didn't dare to act rashly in the 6 realms, let alone now. Now that they were in the Void realm, this was Zhao Hai's territory. If they dared to act rashly, then they would be courting death. When Zhao Hai returned to his room on the 8 Desolation ship, White Tiger's Might and the others followed him. Zhao Hai looked at White Tiger's Might and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "It seems like you've done a good job. Did anything happen in the mansion?" White Tiger's Might smiled and said, "Nothing, Big Brother can rest assured. In the Void Realm, nobody dares to provoke the underworld." "Right, Big Brother, you asked us to monitor the extraterritorial devil race and we received some information. In recent years, the extraterritorial devil race has been very low-key, we almost didn't receive any information about them. Some time ago, we finally discovered a secret stronghold of the extraterritorial devil race. In order to obtain information, we destroyed that stronghold and obtained some information. The extraterritorial devil race is indeed expanding, but to what extent, we don't know. The direction of their expansion isn't towards the Void Realm, but to break through the spatial barrier and attack other realms. Overall, the strength of the devil race is at least 4 to 5 times stronger than what we've seen. And this is just an estimate." Zhao Hai couldn't help but narrow his eyes, then he nodded and said, "All right, I understand. First, make arrangements for those who came with me." "Right, keep an eye on them. Those guys used to be from the 6 great sects of the 6 realms. It can be said that they are the true rulers of the 6 realms." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, White Tiger's Might and the others stared. Then their eyes couldn't help but light up. White Tiger's Might asked, "Big Brother, what about the 6 realms?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We're in charge of the 6 realms. Although the emissaries of the 6 realms were chosen by me, the things that we receive from the 6 realms are divided equally between us and the 5 great clans." Tiger's Might and the others didn't get angry because of Zhao Hai's words. On the contrary, they were very happy. They had also heard about the 6 realms. The things that they received from the 6 realms every year were equivalent to the 5 great clans receiving a tribute from the 6 realms. How could the tribute from the 6 realms be small? In the future, Underworld would have another stable source of income. Zhao Hai looked at the excited expressions of Tiger's Might and the others, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "All right, go and make arrangements for those people. Don't make any mistakes." White Tiger's Might and the others nodded before they turned around and left. At this time, Laura and the others came in from the outside. After the group sat down, Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, when are we going to the martial god realm?" Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others, he couldn't help but ask, "Why do you seem to be more anxious than me to go to the martial god realm?" Laura replied, "Didn't Tiger's Might say that the extraterritorial demons have already made their move? If we don't make a move, then I'm afraid it would be too late. The martial god realm's people are very formidable. If we can conquer the 6 realms, then we would be able to fight against the extraterritorial demons. The extraterritorial demons' strength is already very formidable. They have 6 realms under their control. If their strength is 4 or 5 times stronger than what we've seen, then it would be very difficult to deal with them. Moreover, this is just a preliminary estimate. I think that the extraterritorial demon's strength is much stronger than what Tiger's Might estimated. If we don't prepare well, then how can we fight against the extraterritorial demons?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, we can't go to the martial god realm right now. We need to solve our family's matters first. Then we can go to the martial god realm." Laura froze for a moment, then she let out a long breath and nodded, "I was too anxious. Our family's matters should be properly solved. At the very least, the 4 great sects should be properly digested." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Not only that, we still haven't let people know about our refining ability. I think it's time to show it. In the future, when we face the extraterritorial demons, our large artifacts should be able to play a huge role. I think we should make some large artifacts first. At the very least, we need to repair the Heaven's Secret Pavilion ship as well as some other large artifacts." Laura nodded and said, "Right, Brother Hai, don't we still have a lot of deformation iron? Shouldn't we take it out and use it? Also, the space has received a lot of improved constellation armors. Shouldn't we take them out and use them?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "We should use them. In the past, we didn't use them because we weren't strong enough. If we take them out and use them, then we would certainly be targeted. Now that we're strong enough, we can take them out and use them. Let's see who would dare to target us." Zhao Hai's expedition this time affected the hearts of countless people. Naturally, there were those who cared about them as well as those who wished for their misfortune. People like the underworld and the 5 great clans naturally hoped that Zhao Hai's expedition would go smoothly. The greater the results, the better. However, other people didn't think the same. In their opinion, it would be best if Zhao Hai and the 5 great clans died in the 6 realms. This way, they would be able to take advantage of the underworld and the 5 great clans' weakness. However, they were doomed to fail. Not only did Zhao Hai and the others return safely, but they also made a lot of money. This was something that these people didn't expect. This was especially true for Zhao Hai. He actually brought back a lot of people and a lot of large artifacts. The underworld's strength was increasing, which put a lot of pressure on these people. Then those forces who reacted quickly immediately prepared a generous gift and directly went to the 8 Desolation ship to congratulate Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't express anything. He treated them with good food and drinks before politely sending them away. Zhao Hai knew that it was impossible for him to unify the Void Realm in a short time. Not to mention these people, even the 5 great clans would agree. Since he couldn't unify the Void Realm by force, then he would have to get along well with them. At the very least, he would have to maintain a superficial peace. After sending these people away, Zhao Hai welcomed a few more important guests. These people were the representatives of the 5 great clans. They were also acquaintances of Zhao Hai, Shang Wanfeng and the others. Zhao Hai politely invited the group to his residence and asked them to sit down. This time, Shang Wanfeng and the others were very polite to Zhao Hai. After the group sat down, Shang Wanfeng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I've heard about your success in the 6 realms from Yuner and the others. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to achieve such great results." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Little Hai, I've already heard about your success in the 6 realms from Yuner." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We're allies. They don't care whether you're from the 5 great clans or the underworld. They only know that we're from the Void Realm." Moron Lin sighed and said, "Little Hai, no matter what, I still want to thank you. This time, you've taken revenge for the 5 great clans." Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and smiled faintly, "I'm not just taking revenge for you. I've also formed an enmity with the 6 realms. If I can't eliminate them, then whether it's the Void Realm or Underworld, it would be a threat. For my own safety, I have to deal with them." Sima De said, "What's the use of talking about these things? Little Hai, we came this time to discuss with you the distribution of the tributes from the 6 realms." Zhao Hai stared, then he said, "Distribution of tributes? Is there something wrong with that?" Sima De nodded and said, "There's something wrong with it. Our clans have already discussed about the distribution of tributes. It was because of you that we were able to escape unscathed. But when it comes to the distribution of tributes, we decided to divide them equally. This is too unfair to you. Therefore, we decided to divide the tributes equally. You can keep half of it while the other half will be divided equally among the 5 of us." The others nodded as well. Naturally, they were aware of this proposal and agreed to it. Zhao Hai frowned and said, "This isn't good. Although I was the one who commanded this operation, I wouldn't have succeeded without your cooperation. So we should divide the tributes equally." Sima De shook his head, then he said, "No, this is too unfair to you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's nothing unfair about this. I've already seized a lot from the 6 realms, so I don't lack a small share. Moreover, I'm doing this for everyone's good. This share isn't something that can be obtained in a day or two, it will be there for a long time in the future. Of course, there won't be any problems if we divide it according to this ratio, but what about the future? What if several generations or even dozens of generations pass and they look at this ratio again? Will they still feel that it's fair? Therefore, for the sake of the future, it's better not to divide the tributes." Sima De and the others didn't expect Zhao Hai to say this. They couldn't help but stare. Then they couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to think this far. To be honest, they didn't think about this. Zhao Hai looked at the group, then he smiled faintly and said, "Then it's settled, there's no need to change it. This will save us some trouble in the future. Alright, since everyone is here today, I have something to discuss with you. I'm not afraid to tell you that I won't be able to stay in the Void Realm for a long time. After some time, I'll have to go to the martial god realm. Would you be interested? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Sima De and the others were even more stunned. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would want to leave after just coming back. Moreover, he wanted to go to a dangerous place like the martial god realm. They felt that Zhao Hai was a war maniac. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "Don't you think that it's strange that I'm going to leave right after coming back?" Actually, this isn't strange at all. I just received news that the extraterritorial devil race has been expanding in the past few years. It's just that we don't know about it. I'm sure that the extraterritorial devil race isn't any weaker than the 6 realms. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Sima De and the others' expressions turned solemn. They were very afraid of the extraterritorial devil race. The devils were very powerful. Moreover, the people they conquered would be brainwashed into becoming lunatics who weren't afraid of death. Anyone who faced such a lunatic would feel fear. If the extraterritorial devil race was stronger than the 6 realms, then they would be an incomparably powerful existence. This was because the extraterritorial devil race had believers. Those with faith would be able to display even more strength. They would even become more fearless and difficult to deal with. Sima De looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How many spaces do the extraterritorial devil race control? Is this information reliable?" Zhao Hai replied, "It's reliable. They should have conquered at least 4 or 5 spaces, regardless of the previous ones." Sima De stared and said, "In other words, they have conquered at least 10 spaces? It seems like it's really dangerous. But what does this have to do with you going to the martial god realm?" Zhao Hai replied, "The extraterritorial devil race came from the higher realms. The pressure from the higher realms is certainly greater than our realm. It might even be greater than the martial god realm. We need to go to the martial god space to train our troops. Most importantly, the martial god space has a lot of advanced artifacts. If we can get our hands on those large artifacts, then we'll have more confidence in dealing with the extraterritorial devil race." Sima De and the others understood what Zhao Hai meant. They didn't speak. In fact, Zhao Hai's words had given them a great shock. They needed some time to digest it. After some time, Sima De said, "We need to discuss this matter with the family first. Then we'll give you an answer. In fact, I'm not going to the martial god realm just for the extraterritorial demons. I heard about the desolate race in the martial god realm, so I want to see the desolate race. You don't need to take the risk with me. Now that the 6 realms have been conquered by us, the pressure from the beast cultivators isn't weak. Moreover, the 6 realms' research on formations is very strong. You don't need to go there and digest the information that you got from the martial god realm. To be honest, the people in the martial god realm are very strong. Even if I go, I can't guarantee that I can escape unscathed. Even if I can't guarantee that they'll be able to survive, I'm sure that they'll be able to survive." Sima De nodded, then he said, "All right, then we'll contact the family first." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Sima De and the others stood up and left. After Sima De and the others left, Laura and the others came out of the room. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, are you really going to take them with you to deal with the extraterritorial devil race?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "More people means more strength. The extraterritorial devil race aren't easy to deal with. I'm really curious about how the true spirit realm managed to drive the extraterritorial devil race out. With the strength of the true spirit realm, it shouldn't be possible for them to fight against the extraterritorial devil race." Laura nodded and said, "I also find it strange. The true spirit realm isn't very strong. Among the realms that we've come in contact with, it's one of the weakest. Even if it was strong in the past, it shouldn't have been strong enough to repel the foreign realm demons. This is really strange." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The true spirit realm isn't very strong." Zhao Hai nodded, then he sighed and said, "Even if we're curious, it's useless. The true spirit realm has very few records on how to deal with the extraterritorial devil race. It's very difficult to find clues. It seems like we can only rely on ourselves." Laura nodded and said, "Haven't we always relied on ourselves? However, I think that the true spirit realm might have some secrets. If we have time, we can go there and take a look. Maybe we can find out the difference between the true spirit realm and other realms." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need for that. When we deal with the extraterritorial devil race in the future, we should be able to get some information from them. I think it's strange. Why would the extraterritorial devil race attack the true spirit realm? Maybe there's something in the true spirit realm that attracted them. Therefore, they decided to deal with the true spirit realm first. Laura nodded and said, "That's possible. It seems like we can get some useful information from the extraterritorial devil race." Zhao Hai replied, "Actually, I'm more curious about the desolate race. I think that the reason why the desolate race can fight against the martial god realm is because of their artifacts, formations, and puppets. This is because the desolate race are more talented in this aspect. If I'm right, then the desolate race should have a lot of good things. Those good things might be very useful to us." Zhao Hai nodded. When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she smiled and said, "So that's your idea. No wonder you're in a hurry to go to the martial god realm." Although the underworld had become the focus of the entire void realm during this period of time, the underworld was very low-key. The Pluto domain had also been very peaceful, but the construction was still ongoing. There were many mansions being built on every planet. Every day, there would be new people moving in. Obviously, the underworld was very busy. Jia Daoi and the others now understood the strength of the underworld. To be honest, the strength of the underworld was beyond their imagination. The size of the underworld's territory was something they really didn't expect. In the past, they had always been in the 6 realms. They really didn't have a direct understanding of the size of a star field. But after coming to the Pluto domain, they finally understood the term star field. The size of this star field was really beyond their imagination. When they understood the underworld, they also understood Zhao Hai. After understanding Zhao Hai, the last bit of unwillingness in Jia Daoi and the others' hearts disappeared completely. The entire underworld could be said to have been single-handedly conquered by Zhao Hai. Such an ability was really beyond their imagination. Now, some young disciples of the 4 major sects had begun to worship Zhao Hai. It couldn't be helped. The people around them admired Zhao Hai very much. In addition, those young disciples knew about Zhao Hai's deeds. Naturally, they also began to worship Zhao Hai slowly. Jia Daoi and the others knew about this situation, but they had no way to stop it. In fact, they didn't want to stop it. Although Zhao Hai brought them out of the 6 realms, as Zhao Hai said, Zhao Hai showed them a wider world. Coupled with Zhao Hai's personal strength, they really couldn't have the slightest intention to resist. Zhao Hai formulated an assimilation plan, which could also be called a digestion plan. This plan was actually very simple. It was to digest those who surrendered to them as soon as possible and make them part of the underworld. This wasn't the first time the underworld did this kind of thing, so it could be said that they were familiar with it. They didn't even feel the slightest bit of anger. The arrangement for the monster cultivators was even simpler. There were many monster cultivators in the underworld. The Giant Ape clan, the Cow-Headed clan, and White Tiger's Might were all monster cultivators. Many of the people who held leadership positions in the underworld were monster cultivators. In the underworld, monster cultivators didn't receive excessive preferential treatment, but no one discriminated against them. It can be said that in the underworld, monster cultivators were truly integrated into the cultivation world. This was something that Kubo didn't expect. The reason why the monster cultivators fought with the human cultivators in the 6 realms was actually for status. Because the human cultivators looked down on monster cultivators, so monster cultivators fought with human cultivators in order to win over status and earn more respect. But in the end, the monster cultivators opposed the human cultivators of the 6 realms and ended up being sealed. The reason why they surrendered to Zhao Hai was because they wanted to pass on their legacy. As for what Zhao Hai said about giving them the same status as human cultivators, they didn't have much hope. When Kubo and the others surrendered, they thought that Zhao Hai was just fooling them. Although they entered the space and were subdued by it, they still didn't understand the space as well as the underworld. Therefore, after arriving at the underworld, they were very curious. This was especially true for the attitude of the people in the underworld towards beast cultivators. Although these monster cultivators were subdued by the space, they were still loyal to Zhao Hai. However, they weren't puppets without thoughts. Although they knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't treat them badly, they were still prepared to be treated unfavorably. However, they didn't expect that after arriving in the underworld, they would have the same status as human cultivators. In the underworld, one could see monster cultivators everywhere. These monster cultivators were treated just like human cultivators, they weren't discriminated against. This made Kubo and the others feel relieved. At the same time, their loyalty towards Zhao Hai also increased. Zhao Hai didn't do anything else these days. He was sorting out the laws that he knew. After sorting them out, he discovered that some of the laws can be integrated into the space law. For example, the deathlock law and the evasion law. These laws can be integrated into the space law and become a part of it. Moreover, Zhao Hai was able to use them and perfect the space law. The space law was very important for Zhao Hai. This was because the space law was one of the bigger laws. Even if he didn't fully comprehend the space law, it would still be much more powerful than the smaller laws that he comprehended. While comprehending the laws, Zhao Hai was also trying to see what would happen if he used the other laws in battle. The deathlock law and the evasion law, he had seen all of these before. For a cultivator like Zhao Hai who fought alone, these laws would be very helpful. As for the convergence law, Zhao Hai still hasn't figured out how to use it. However, he already had a general direction, which was to use it on large artifacts, the undead, and the vampires. Using the convergence law on large artifacts was only one of Zhao Hai's ideas. It might not necessarily succeed. This was because the Treants had their own thoughts and large artifacts didn't have their own thoughts. Therefore, it was hard to say whether the convergence law could be used on large artifacts. As for using it on the undead and the vampires, Zhao Hai had already experimented with it. The effect was very good. Using the law on the undead would turn nearly 10,000 of them into a huge skeleton. This skeleton's fighting strength would definitely be stronger than a void-piercing realm expert. And using the convergence law on the vampires would be even more amazing. The vampires would turn into a sea of blood. They could change into any form, making it even more impossible to kill them. Seeing the vampires gathered together, Zhao Hai suddenly remembered the blood demon in the movie Legend of Shushan. In addition to these laws, Zhao Hai also learned the tearing law, the mega strength law, and the tortoise shell law from the monster cultivator. The tearing law seemed to be similar to the severing law, but there was still a big difference. The tearing law was more suitable for barehanded combat. When using the tearing law in a barehanded fight, it would greatly increase one's fighting strength. As for the mega strength law and the tortoise shell law, one of them was learned from the elephant clan, while the other was learned from the turtle clan. The mega strength law would make one's strength even more powerful. After learning this law, one could even break through spatial barriers with a single punch. Naturally, this required one to comprehend this law to a very high level. The elephant clan's monster cultivator couldn't do this. As for the tortoise shell law, it increased a person's defensive ability. This was a law comprehended by an old turtle that had cultivated for who knows how many years. This law had a lot of limitations. Under normal circumstances, only the turtle clan's monster cultivator could use it. Other people wouldn't be able to use it. However, Zhao Hai could use it. This was because his cultivation method absorbed thousands of cultivation methods to strengthen himself. Therefore, Zhao Hai could still use the tortoise shell law. Comprehending these laws and using them in battle wasn't an easy matter. Even if you have a lot of tools in your hand, it wouldn't be easy to use them in the right place. While Zhao Hai was comprehending the power of laws, Underworld was also changing day by day. The four great sects and the monster cultivators were slowly integrated into Underworld, becoming its power. At the same time, the large transmission formation between the Void Realm and the Six Realms Alliance was officially established. The first group of adventurers had already arrived in the Six Realms Alliance. At the same time, a group of cultivators from the Six Realms Alliance also arrived in the Six Realms Alliance through the transmission formation. The exchange between the two sides had officially begun. Besides the exchange with the Six Realms, the exchange with the Upper Pillar Realm had also begun. The people of the Upper Pillar Realm were now very arrogant. Not only did they have the Upper Pillar Realm, they also had the High Fae Realm. Even the Beast God Realm was managed by the Upper Pillar Realm. Because of this, the people of the Upper Pillar Realm were naturally very arrogant. However, no matter how arrogant the people of the Upper Pillar Realm were, they wouldn't dare to behave atrociously in the Void Realm. This was because Zhao Hai was here. If they dared to behave atrociously in the Void Realm, then they would be courting death. After the exchange between the Void Realm and the Six Realms began, the two sides immediately established a business relationship. Underworld's low-grade potions and various spirit wines were very popular goods. Even in the Six Realms, these were still considered good things. After the exchange between the two sides began, the people of the Void Realm immediately realized the gap between them and the Six Realms. The artifacts and formations of the Six Realms were many times better than those of the Void Realm. Even the cultivation methods of the Six Realms were much better than those of the Void Realm. This was a huge shock for the people of the Void Realm. The people of the Void Realm had always thought that they were the center of the myriad worlds. This was because the situation of the Void Realm was quite special. They could connect to the myriad worlds. The various cultivation methods of the various realms could be found in the Void Realm. Therefore, the people of the Void Realm had always thought that their cultivation methods were the best. However, they didn't expect that the cultivation methods of the Six Realms would be better than theirs. This was a huge blow to the people of the Void Realm. In the beginning, the people of the Six Realms still had some respect for the people of the Void Realm. This respect was mainly due to Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai's performance in the Six Realms was too strong. This made the people of the Six Realms not understand the situation of the Void Realm. Therefore, after arriving in the Void Realm, the people of the Six Realms had been very low-key. However, as time passed, the awe of the people in the Six Realms towards the Void began to fade. Xiao Hai discovered that the people in the Void Realm weren't that great. Most of the cultivation methods that the people in the Void Realm practiced were low-level cultivation methods. They were much worse than the cultivation methods that the Six Realms practiced. However, the people of the Six Realms didn't underestimate the people of the Void Realm. They discovered that if they were to engage in close combat with the people of the Void Realm, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Moreover, the people of the Six Realms also discovered that there was a force in the Void Realm that they must not provoke, and that was the underworld. The people of the Six Realms dared to provoke the five great clans because they discovered that the five great clans weren't that difficult to deal with. Provoking the five great clans wasn't necessarily a bad thing. However, if they were to provoke the underworld, then they would be courting death. The underworld was different from other forces. Other forces might not care about the death of one or two cultivators, they wouldn't even investigate. However, the underworld was different. If a cultivator of the underworld died, then the underworld would investigate it. If a cultivator was killed, then the underworld would pursue that person relentlessly. It was precisely because of this that nobody dared to provoke the underworld. Of course, the other reason why the people of the Six Realms didn't dare to provoke the underworld was because of Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai was the conqueror of the Six Realms. How would these people dare to provoke the sect founded by Xiao Hai? Do they have a death wish? However, these cultivators discovered that although the underworld was vengeful, they were actually very easy to get along with. The cultivators of the underworld would never use their status to suppress others, let alone bully others. When dealing with them, as long as you don't insult them, then they would be very easy to talk to. Doing business with them was absolutely fair, there wouldn't be any bullying. Moreover, when doing business with them, you don't have to worry about quality issues. The underworld was absolutely honest when doing business with them. After spending some time in the Void Realm, the people of the Six Realms had some understanding of the underworld as well as Xiao Hai. To be honest, after knowing about Xiao Hai's matter, the people of the Six Realms couldn't help but admire him. Cultivators worship the strong. Therefore, after hearing about Xiao Hai's matter, the people of the Six Realms believed that Xiao Hai's conquest of the Six Realms wasn't something that they couldn't accept. In fact, even if they couldn't accept it, they still had to accept it. After all, Xiao Hai had conquered them with his strength. They thought so just to make themselves feel better. No matter what they thought, the underworld was still the same as before. The people of the Six Realms even saw some familiar faces among the cultivators of the underworld. These people were originally from the four great sects. But they discovered that the temperament of these people was completely different from when they were in the Six Realms. When the people of the four great sects were in the Six Realms, they were very arrogant. But now, their temperament had undergone an earth-shaking change. They had become more mature and steady. Of course, there was also a trace of awe-inspiring aura. The people of the six realms were very curious about the changes in the cultivators of the four great sects. They really wanted to know what kind of magic the people of the underworld used to make the people of the four great sects become like this. In fact, they certainly didn't know that after the people of the four major sects joined the underworld, they would undergo a few months of military training. This training was mainly to train their ability to obey. It could be said that it was equivalent to turning the people of the four major sects back into the furnace. It was precisely because of this that the people of the four major sects had such a big change in temperament. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. It had been 2 years since Zhao Hai returned to the Void Realm from the Six Realms. In the past 2 years, there had been more and more exchanges between the Six Realms and the Void. The strength of the Six Realms had also recovered well. Although the Six Realms now had to pay tribute to the 5 major families and the underworld every year, the amount of tribute was not a lot. It was within the range that the Six Realms could afford. It was even less than the tribute that the ordinary sects of the Six Realms had given to the 6 major sects. Therefore, the people of the Six Realms did not have any resentment. In the past 2 days, Zhao Hai spent most of his time in seclusion. Not only was he studying the use of the laws, but he was also studying the various mechanisms, puppets, and magic arrays that he had obtained from the Tianji Pavilion. In the past 2 years, the underworld had gained 5 more Tianji Pavilions. In addition to the Bahuang ship and Zhao Hai's original Tianji Pavilions, the underworld had gained 5 more Tianji Pavilions. This news caused quite a stir in the Void Realm. It should be known that in the Void Realm, large celestial devices were not easy to refine. The time needed to refine a large celestial device was often calculated in 10 years. It was already considered fast if one could refine a large celestial device in a few decades. Moreover, the large celestial devices that one refined had to be relatively ordinary with average combat power. For example, the Tianji sect's large celestial devices, which were very complicated to refine and had great power, often required 100 or even a few hundred years to refine successfully. The underworld actually used 2 years to refine 5 Tianji pavilions. This was really surprising. Later, there was news that these 5 Tianji pavilions were successfully refined under the supervision of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai used a very special method to refine them. As for the specific method, no one knew. However, even if this was the case, it still surprised the people in the Void Realm. This was equivalent to mass-producing large artifacts. This was too eye-catching. Besides refining the 5 Tianji pavilions, Zhao Hai also used these 2 years to make the flowing silver heaven secret pavilion bigger. Naturally, the Hell King's ship also disappeared. Now, the flowing silver heaven secret pavilion was no smaller than the Bahuang ship. At the same time, the flowing silver heaven secret pavilion became Zhao Hai's residence. And in these 2 years, Zhao Hai was able to perfectly use the power of laws in combat. At the same time, he also conducted in-depth research on the puppets and mechanisms of the Tianji pavilions. It must be said that the puppets of the Tianji pavilions were very good. Some of the puppets weren't any weaker than Vajra realm cultivators. Naturally, if these puppets were to fight against Vajra realm cultivators, then they would most likely lose. This was because puppets were inanimate objects. Although they were improved by Zhao Hai and had some computing ability, making them more flexible than ordinary puppets, they were still far worse than humans. In terms of flexibility, puppets were certainly inferior to humans. Therefore, in the end, they would lose. Aside from the puppets, there were also the mechanisms. The Celestial Arcanum sect's mechanisms were very famous, even more famous than their puppets. The reason why puppets were famous was because they could fight like humans. However, mechanisms were different. Mechanisms were generally arranged in a fixed place, it was impossible for them to fight like humans. Only when you use them would they be able to display their might. It was precisely because of these limitations that the power of the mechanism was much greater than that of the puppets. When he was fixed in place, the energy supply and lethality of the mechanism would be strengthened. Some of the mechanisms in the Celestial Arcanum sect could even kill a Vajra realm cultivator. The Celestial Secret sect was most famous for their research on magic arrays. In the cultivation world, it was impossible to use mechanisms without magic arrays or puppets without magic arrays. It could be said that whether it was mechanisms or puppets, their foundation was still magic arrays. Therefore, the celestial secret sect's greatest strength was their magic arrays. In Zhao Hai's space, the research on magic arrays had never stopped. Now, Merlin, Green, and the others were conducting research on magic arrays. However, their research was all about the same people. Sometimes, it was easy to fall into a dead end. Therefore, if they wanted to have a breakthrough in magic arrays, they would need to learn from other people's strengths. The Celestial Secret Sect had a lot of magic arrays. There were all kinds of magic arrays, some of which weren't present in the space. Even if the space had magic arrays, the Celestial Secret Sect would also make some variations. The space had these magic arrays, making their magic arrays even richer. Everything that Zhao Hai did was in preparation for going to the War God's realm. The people of the War God's realm were incomparably powerful. Zhao Hai had no choice but to be fully prepared. Although Zhao Hai had some undead scouting the War God's realm and even received it into the space, Zhao Hai knew how strong the War God's realm was. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai was very careful. The people of the War God's realm were incomparably powerful. In addition to the places that the War God's realm had conquered over the years, the number of troops they could gather was absolutely terrifying. Additionally, the War God's realm was much stronger than the outside world. This allowed the people of the War God's realm to have a huge advantage in battle. Because of this, conquering the War God's realm wouldn't be easy. Even with Zhao Hai's current strength, he still had to be fully prepared. The War God's realm was similar to a country. It was precisely because of this that the War God's realm was very difficult to deal with. Ordinary realms were controlled by various sects and clans. In times of war, these clans and sects would unite. But even if they were united, they could only be regarded as a loose alliance. Unless there was a strong leader like Zhao Hai, there would be a lot of struggles in the alliance. If the attack was too strong, then the alliance would be disbanded. To be honest, such an alliance's fighting strength wasn't very impressive. On the other hand, the War God's realm was different. The War God's realm was like a country. Their highest leader was called the War God. Under the War God were divine generals, and under the divine generals were various levels of leadership. They weren't like the alliances of other realms. Instead, they were like an army. Even if they encountered a strong attack, as long as the divine general didn't give the order, the others would just fight to the death. This was the reason why the people of the War God's realm were invincible. And this time, Zhao Hai wanted to conquer a warlike country. Naturally, conquering a country was much more difficult than defeating an alliance. Not to mention, they had to face a country like the War God's realm. In the past 2 years, Zhao Hai had been preparing to go to the War God's realm. When the 5 great clans sent people to visit Zhao Hai and talked about the tribute, Zhao Hai told Sima De and the others about going to the War God's realm. At that time, Sima De and the others said that they would contact their clans before informing Zhao Hai. But in fact, until now, they still haven't informed Zhao Hai of their decision. Zhao Hai could see that they weren't very interested in going to the War God's realm. Although Zhao Hai mentioned the threat of the extraterritorial devils, the 5 great clans didn't have a direct conflict with them. The extraterritorial devils had always been in other realms. In the Void realm, they were very well behaved. Because of this, the 5 great clans didn't know much about the extraterritorial devils. They believed that the extraterritorial devils wouldn't attack the Void realm. Therefore, although they were somewhat wary of the extraterritorial devils, they didn't want to take the risk of going to the War God's realm just to deal with the extraterritorial devils. Zhao Hai could understand that the 5 great clans didn't want to take this risk. He didn't care about it. When he planned to go to the War God's realm, he planned to go by himself. He didn't plan to bring the 5 great clans along. But later on, he and the 5 great clans went to the 6 realms together. The cooperation between the 2 sides was very pleasant. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to bring the 5 great clans along. But now that the 5 great clans didn't want to go, Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't refuse. In fact, Zhao didn't know that the reason why the 5 great clans were able to develop to this point was because they didn't particularly like to take risks. They did things in a stable manner. Although this would slow their development, for the 5 great clans, it didn't matter. As long as they were stable, as long as they could make steady progress, that would be enough. In the past 2 years, the number of Underworld's iron armor had increased. At this point, Underworld's iron armor had exceeded 3 million people. Of these 3 million people, 2 million were wearing Underworld's earth armor that was made using Yingzong's method. The remaining 1 million people were wearing iron beads that were directly issued by Zhao Hai. These iron beads were the 12-star armors. Naturally, they were much more powerful than ordinary iron armor. In addition to the iron armor, Zhao Hai also took out transformative iron and used it to forge a large number of weapons. Then he distributed these weapons to the cultivators wearing the 12-star armors. Weapons made from transformative iron were very powerful. The most important thing about transformative iron was its ability to transform. This ability was very frightening. It can allow one's weapon to transform. A transformative weapon was much more convenient than carrying several weapons. Moreover, one would have more means to fight. Because of this, weapons made from transformative iron quickly became the favorite of the cultivators in the iron armor realm. 2 years wasn't a very long time for cultivators. Some cultivators could go into seclusion for dozens or even hundreds of years. For them, 2 years was just a blink of an eye. However, Zhao Hai thought that 2 years was long enough. A lot of things could be done in 2 years. Who knows what the extraterritorial demons did in these 2 years? Zhao Hai conquered the 6 realms in 2 years. And with the extraterritorial demons' current strength, conquering one or even several realms in 2 years wasn't a difficult matter. Because of this, Zhao Hai felt that time was very tight. He must go to the War God realm as soon as possible. Zhao Hai was currently sitting in his room, looking at the War God's realm situation on the monitor. Before attacking the War God's realm, Zhao Hai needed to conduct in-depth research on the War God's realm. At this time, a knock was suddenly heard on the door. Then a voice said, "Mansion Lord, Mr. Morong Qian requests an audience." When Zhao Hai heard this, he stared, then he said, "Invite him in." Then he muttered, "What is he doing here?" Ever since Morong Qian and the others returned with Zhao Hai from the 6 realms, they haven't been here for a long time. Zhao Hai also contacted them. But what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that he was able to contact Shang Guanyun, Zhang Sunin, Sima Dao, and the others. Only Morong Qian was uncontactable. This was because the Morong family said that Morong Qian had gone out to do a special mission. Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't contact him. When Zhao Hai asked what mission Morong Qian went out to do, the Morong family member had a strange expression on his face. It was clear that he didn't want to tell Zhao Hai. Seeing the Morong family's reaction, Zhao Hai didn't ask any further. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't contact Morong Qian for a long time. He didn't think that Morong Qian would suddenly come looking for him. This made Zhao Hai feel strange. Before long, Morong Qian arrived at Zhao Hai's room. When Zhao Hai saw Morong Qian's appearance, he couldn't help but stare. Morong Qian looked very thin. Most importantly, he seemed to have suffered heavy internal injuries. His complexion was very ugly. After Zhao Hai had him sit down, he said, "Morong, what happened? You seem to be injured." Morong Qian smiled faintly. Zhao Hai had never seen this kind of smile on Morong Qian's face before. This smile gave off a gentle feeling, making Morong Qian look like a weak scholar. Although Zhao was surprised for a moment, he immediately recovered. He looked at Morong Qian, puzzled. "Morong, can you tell me what's going on? When I contacted your family before, they only said that you went out to do something. What kind of mission was it?" Morong Qian smiled and said, "Mister, I came looking for you this time because I want you to take me in." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Morong Qian and said, "You want me to take you in? What do you mean by that?" Morong Qian smiled and said, "I said that if one day Mister can destroy the 6 realms, then I'll definitely throw myself under Mister's wing. I'll be your servant and I'll never betray you. Now that Mister has destroyed the 6 realms, naturally I want to rely on Mister." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Morong Qian and said, "Morong, are you joking? How could your family let you go? How could they let you come under my wing?" Morong Qian bitterly smiled as he pointed at his body and said, "This is the origin of my injuries. If a family member wants to leave the family and work for someone else, then they must first do a very dangerous mission for the family. It can be said that it's a suicide mission. If you can come back alive, then you can stay or leave. If you die, then you brought it upon yourself. I went to complete a very dangerous mission and got injured. My external injuries have healed, but my internal injuries are very serious. I'm afraid that I won't be able to recover in a short time. Now that I've left the Morong family, I naturally came to ask Mr. to take me in. When Zhao Hai heard Morong Qian, his face couldn't help but reveal a moved expression. He was very clear on how difficult it was for a person to leave their family. Not to mention that Morong Qian was a core member of the Morong family, as well as a famous genius of the family. If he wanted to leave the Morong family, then it would be even more difficult. The Morong family would certainly give him a very difficult problem. Otherwise, with Morong Qian's strength, it would be impossible for him to get injured. Like this. In order to rely on him, Morong Qian might have offended the entire Morong family. Zhao Hai looked at Morong Qian and said, "All right, go and have a good rest. Take this and take one pill every day. After 7 days, your injuries will be healed. Go and have a good rest." Morong Qian didn't say anything else. He received a jade bottle from Zhao Hai and bowed to Zhao Hai before turning around and leaving. Looking at Morong Qian's back, Zhao Hai couldn't help but bitterly smile. This Morong Qian was really stubborn, he actually came to rely on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't know if this was good or bad. Morong Qian's arrival really surprised Zhao Hai. However, this didn't change Zhao Hai's determination to go to the martial god realm. Zhao Hai was still preparing, but his preparations had already entered the countdown stage. Morong Qian took the jade slip and returned to the room that Zhao Hai arranged for him. It was a very good room. It had a living room, a lounge, a martial arts field, and a quiet room. Everything was very good. Morong Qian was very satisfied with the environment here. However, Morong Qian didn't go to the lounge to rest. Instead, he went to the quiet room and sat down. Then he couldn't help but bitterly smile. He was very clear about the injuries on his body. This time, his injuries were very serious. If he didn't have a secret technique, then he would have already died. This secret technique caused serious damage to his body. Not only did it cause him to lose a lot of blood, it also caused his internal organs to suffer heavy injuries. If he wasn't a soul condensation cultivator and had a very strong vitality, then he would have already died. Moreover, this time, he wanted to leave the Morong clan. Because of this, the Morong clan naturally wouldn't give him any medicine. Moreover, the injuries on his body couldn't be cured by ordinary medicine. He also didn't have the nerve to ask Zhao Hai for medicine. Although Zhao Hai gave him a bottle of medicine, but looking at Zhao Hai's casual attitude, Morong Qian really didn't have any confidence in the medicine that Zhao Hai gave him. But in any case, he didn't have any good medicine on hand right now. He would just take the medicine that Zhao Hai gave him. Morong Qian turned his hand and took out the jade bottle that Zhao Hai gave him. Then he poured out a pill from the jade bottle. This pill was very small, it was only the size of a soybean. It didn't look like a pill, it looked like a translucent crystal. However, Morong Qian was sure that this wasn't a crystal. This was because he had never heard of a crystal that could emit a medicinal smell. After looking at the small pill, Morong Qian threw the pill into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth and turned into a cool feeling that directly entered his stomach. After the cool feeling entered his stomach, Morong Qian felt this cool feeling spread throughout his body, making him feel very comfortable. His injuries also seemed to have healed a lot. Morong Qian stared, then he became happy. However, he didn't move. On the contrary, he immediately used his spiritual energy to guide the medicinal effect, healing his injuries little by little. After an hour, Morong Qian let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with joy because the injuries on his body had already healed a lot. At this rate, it wouldn't even take 7 days for his injuries to be healed. Thinking of this, Morong Qian couldn't help but feel happy. He muttered, "Mr. is really extraordinary. Such precious healing medicine, and you actually gave it to me just like that. Moreover, it's one bottle at a time." Morong Qian shook his head and stood up. He didn't eat the pill because Zhao Hai said that he could only eat one a day. Morong Qian was very clear that if he could eat more of these pills and be healed in one go, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have said that. Obviously, eating one a day was the rule. If he ate more, then it wouldn't be good for him. After returning to the lounge, Morongqian took a good rest. The next day, he went to the seclusion room to treat his injuries. After 7 days, Morongqian's injuries were healed. Even his cultivation had improved compared to before. This made Morongqian very excited. Just as he was about to go look for Zhao Hai, he suddenly heard a voice from outside, "Mr. Morong, the mansion lord has invited you to see him." Morongqian stared, but this was also what he wanted. He immediately said, "All right, I'll go immediately." While speaking, he tidied up his clothes. Then he opened the door and walked towards Zhao Hai's room. At this time, Morongqian was still on the 8 Desolation ship. Zhao Hai had a room on the ship, but it was only for office use. If Zhao Hai wanted to rest, then he would return to the Heaven's secret pavilion. Before long, Morongqian arrived in front of Zhao Hai's room. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard Zhao Hai's voice, "Morong, you're here. Come in." Morongqian nodded, then he pushed the door and entered. Upon entering Zhao Hai's room, Morongqian stared. This was because he didn't think that there would be so many people in Zhao Hai's room. Moreover, he knew most of these people. In Zhao Hai's room, almost all of Underworld's higher-ups were present. Naturally, White Tiger's Might and the others were present. Even Jia Daoi and the others were present. This made Morongqian very surprised. However, Morongqian only stared for a moment before he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "I've seen the mansion lord, and I've seen everyone." Then he turned his head and cupped his fist towards the others. Zhao Hai looked at Morongqian, then he smiled faintly and said, "Morong, have you recovered? Come, take a seat." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand. Morongqian nodded and then found a place to sit down. After Morongqian sat down, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "I've called everyone here today. I believe that many of you have already guessed what I'm going to say. Right, I've called everyone here today to tell you that we're ready to go to the martial god realm." When Zhao Hai said these words, the room turned silent. However, many people had an expression of as expected on their faces. But some people were startled. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be preparing to go to the martial god realm. Wasn't this a bit too fast? It had only been 2 years since Zhao Hai left the 6 realms and he was about to go on an expedition. With this kind of expedition speed, it was no wonder that the people of the Void Realm said that Zhao Hai was a battle maniac. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and then said, "Tiger's Might, how are the materials prepared?" "There's no need to prepare too many materials, just enough for 100,000 people." Tiger's Might replied, "It's already been prepared. It's enough for 100,000 people to use for 10 years. It's already sorted and ready to be used at any time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. The materials are enough. You don't need to transfer any large artifacts. This time, I'll only be bringing the Heavenly Secret Pavilion with me." The underworld had several Heavenly Secret buildings, but aside from the flowing silver Heavenly Secret building, the other buildings weren't called Heavenly Secret buildings. Instead, they were named by Zhao Hai. Only the flowing silver Heavenly Secret building was called Heavenly Secret building. Therefore, when Zhao Hai said that he would only bring the Heavenly Secret building, everyone knew that Zhao Hai was going to bring the Heavenly Secret building. White Tiger's Might frowned and said, "Big brother, wouldn't that be too little? Moreover, there's only one Heavenly Secret building. Without the cooperation of other large artifacts, it would be very strenuous." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to worry about this. This time, I don't want to directly confront the martial god realm. I just want to see the situation there. Bringing too many large artifacts would only attract attention." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to worry about this." When White Tiger's Might heard Zhao Hai, he didn't say anything else. Then Zhao Hai continued, "Morong, from today onwards, you will be a captain of the Underworld's Iron Armor team. This time, you and Fateless will each lead 50,000 soldiers to the War God realm. Are there any problems?" Morongqian stared, then he immediately stood up and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "There are no problems. Palace Lord, you can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, there's no problem. After I leave, the matters of the mansion will be handled as usual. If someone comes to cause trouble and you can't solve it, then go look for Elder Tang. Elder Tang won't be coming with me this time, he'll be in seclusion. Dao, you take care of your own people. Although I want you to maintain a certain degree of independence, if something happens in the mansion and you stand idly by, then when I return, I won't let you off. Do you understand? Jiao Hai nodded and said, all right, then I'll leave the mansion to you. When Jiao Daoi and the others heard Jiao Hai, their expressions turned cold. Jiao Daoi replied, yes, Palace Lord can rest assured. We're now part of the underworld. Naturally, we'll follow the underworld's lead. Jiao Hai nodded, then he said, you've already joined the underworld for 2 years. You should be very clear about the rules of the underworld. Meritorious service will be rewarded and wrongdoings punished. As long as you're loyal to the underworld, I won't be stingy. Jiao Daoi and the others nodded. They completely believed Jiao Hai's words. This was because although they had only joined the underworld for 2 years and had always maintained their independence, as long as they completed underworld's missions well, they would be rewarded. Otherwise, they would be punished. They were already used to it. Seeing Jiao Daoi and the others nod, Jiao Hai didn't say anything else. In fact, these words were just a warning to Jiao Daoi and the others. Although Jiao Daoi and the others still maintained a certain degree of independence, if Jiao Daoi wanted to leave the underworld, his subordinates would be the first to refuse. This was the result of Tiger's might and the others' efforts in the past 2 years. Jiao Daoi and the others had already been subdued by them, making them loyal to the underworld. Jiao Hai looked at them and said, prepare yourselves. We'll set off in 10 days. This time, we'll be going to the martial god realm. We'll keep the news of my trip to the martial god realm a secret for the time being. Even if we spread the news, nobody would believe us. Even if they do, they wouldn't have the courage to follow me. Don't worry about them. This time, I won't be bringing a lot of people. The rest of you will stay behind and ensure the safety of the underworld. Everyone nodded. Jiao Hai waved his hand, then they withdrew. Jiao Hai returned to the space where Laura and the others were waiting for him. Seeing Jiao Hai return, Laura couldn't help but ask, Brother Hai, you're back. Are you ready to leave? Jiao Hai nodded and said, right, I'm ready to leave in 10 days. Laura nodded and said, all right, we should go. Now that the underworld is developing well, nobody would dare to make a move against the underworld. Jiao Hai nodded and said, all right, since we're going, we might as well go earlier. 2 years of preparation is already very good. Jiao Hai nodded and said, all right. Laura said, recently, the true spirit realm has been very calm. The ghost cultivators and the cultivators of the true spirit realm haven't been fighting each other. The 3 major forces have also maintained a balance. However, there are still some small frictions. Brother Hai, what do you think? Jiao Hai replied, don't worry about them. We still don't know what's going on in the true spirit realm. If we return to the true spirit realm right now, we might cause panic in the true spirit realm. They might even resist us fiercely. After all, I'm afraid that nobody would believe us. Laura nodded. Although they weren't as old as the cultivators here, they had been to many realms and had seen many civilizations. Therefore, they knew that what Jiao Hai said was correct. Jiao Hai's words weren't wrong. Jiao Hai nodded. Although they weren't as old as the cultivators here, they knew that Jiao Hai was right. The true spirit realm would send a group of cultivators to the void every once in a while. They were also worried about the extraterritorial devils. However, Jiao Hai knew that the true spirit realm wasn't about to be destroyed. Because of this, if Jiao Hai were to return to the true spirit realm at this time and tell them that the extraterritorial devils were coming to destroy them, no one would believe him. Nobody in the true spirit realm would believe these words. They would only think that Jiao Hai was using this matter as an excuse to unify the entire true spirit realm. When the time comes, the people of the true spirit realm would go all out to resist. Jiao Hai still didn't know what kind of strength the true spirit realm had to be able to repel the extraterritorial devils. Moreover, there was one thing that was very strange. The extraterritorial devils were the overlords of the void. They had conquered several realms and brainwashed the people of those realms. In this case, they already had the strength to conquer the true spirit realm. However, they didn't make a move. On the contrary, they were still conquering other realms in order to increase their strength. Jiao Hai didn't believe that the extraterritorial devils were vegetarian monks. The extraterritorial devils weren't good people. They wouldn't just sit back after suffering a loss. Taking revenge for the smallest grievance was the creed of the extraterritorial devils. The fact that they hadn't made a move all this time could only mean one thing. There was something in the true spirit realm that they were very afraid of. There weren't many things that could make the extraterritorial devils fearful. However, Zhao Hai was sure that the first thing was definitely a weapon of mass destruction. If Zhao Hai wanted to unify the true spirit realm at this time, it would cause a fierce backlash from the true spirit realm. At that time, the true spirit realm would probably use that thing to deal with him. He didn't want to touch that bad luck. After all, Zhao Hai was still a person of the true spirit realm. He worked hard to develop in the void realm mostly for the sake of the true spirit realm. Therefore, Zhao Hai would never have a conflict with the true spirit realm. 10 days passed quickly. The underworld was already prepared. 100,000 armored soldiers, the Tianji sect, and countless resources were ready. Everything was ready and they were just waiting to set off. Zhao Hai was very calm. He had experienced similar experiences too many times. One might be excited, and a little scared during the first expedition, but what about the 1,000th expedition? Even the most passionate people would become numb. Zhao Hai was almost like this now. Zhao Hai stood in the square of the Tianji sect. White Tiger's Might and the others were also there. They had all come to send off Zhao Hai. Last time, when Zhao Hai went to the 6 realms, Elder Tang and the 5 major clans were there. But this time, they didn't have anyone with them. Only Zhao Hai led 100,000 armored soldiers. The armored soldiers were very strong. However, compared to the martial god realm, which had tens of millions of soldiers, 100,000 soldiers was undoubtedly a small shrimp next to a whale. If the whale flipped over, it would be enough to smash the shrimp into pieces. If the leader wasn't Zhao Hai, White Tiger's Might and the others would never believe that someone would dare to challenge the martial god realm with such a small number of people. Zhao Hai looked at White Tiger's Might and the others and said in a deep voice, "Look after the home. If anyone dares to provoke us, we won't rest until they die." White Tiger's Might nodded and said, "Rest assured, big brother." Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the others. He didn't say anything. He had already said what he needed to say. He believed that these people wouldn't dare to act recklessly. As long as there was no news of his death, no one would dare to act recklessly. Zhao Hai was confident that he would be able to protect the people of other powers. If a person could make even his enemies admire him, and make everyone in the world not dare to show the slightest disrespect to him before knowing whether he was dead or alive, such a person would definitely be a successful person. Zhao Hai waved his hand, then he turned around and walked towards the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. White Tiger's Might and the others looked at Zhao Hai's back. Then they gave a deep salute to Zhao Hai before turning around and flying out of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. After they left, a white light flashed below the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Then the white light disappeared as the Heaven's Secret Pavilion disappeared from the transmission formation. In the next moment, a white light suddenly appeared in the middle of an untraceable desert. Then the Heaven's Secret Pavilion slowly appeared in the white light. When the white light disappeared, the Heaven's Secret Pavilion was already standing in the middle of the desert. It looked as if it had always been there. At this time, the desert around the Heaven's Secret Pavilion suddenly moved. Then several undead came out of the desert. These undead were in human form and wore armor. One could see that they were people from the martial god realm. When these undead came out of the desert, flesh immediately grew on their bodies. In the blink of an eye, they had turned into cultivators of the martial god realm. These cultivators' figures moved as they arrived at the Heaven's Secret Pavilion's platform. When the door of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion opened, Zhao Hai came out. He looked at the undead and smiled faintly. "You've worked hard." The undead immediately cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "We've seen the young master. The young master is too polite, it wasn't hard at all." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, come in." The group entered the space along with Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai led them to the living room and said, "You've done well. What do you think we should do next?" An undead opened his mouth and said, "Young master, I think that the most important thing we should do right now is to establish a base in a place where no one would pay attention to. It would be best if this base is known to others so that they wouldn't be suspicious." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Do you have any good suggestions?" The undead said, "Young master, I think that it's not the best choice for us to make a move in the martial god realm. Young master, your goal is to understand the situation of the martial god realm. It's best if you can conquer the martial god realm and understand the situation of the desolate race through the martial god realm. But based on the current situation, what we should do is to find a place where no one is paying attention to and establish a base. Then, we can slowly use that place to control that realm and then slowly deal with the martial god realm. Young master, you should be very clear that the martial god realm is very powerful. Conquering the martial god realm is better than conquering several other realms." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the undead and said, "You're right, you're Zhan Wushuang. Hee. I didn't think that you would be able to analyze the situation so well. Good, you can go." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the undead and said, "You're right." Zhan Wushuang and the others gave Zhao Hai a salute. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent them to the space. After Zhan Wushuang and the others entered the space, Zhao Hai activated the transmission formation. In the next moment, the Heaven's Secret Tower disappeared from the desert. When it reappeared, the Heaven's Secret Tower was already in a mountain range. Then the Heaven's Secret Tower landed on the ground and opened its door. Countless puppet beasts rushed out of the Heaven's Secret Tower. These puppet beasts were made based on demonic beasts. During the manufacturing process, the puppet beasts were also disguised. This made the puppet beasts look like real demonic beasts. They can even eat, have a body temperature, have a heartbeat, and even have a trace of vitality. Everything about them was no different from a real demonic beast. These puppet beasts were modified by Zhao Hai. Their skin was made of demonic beast skin. Their body temperature was controlled by arrays. These arrays can change the temperature of the puppet beasts according to the amount of movement of the puppet beasts. It was just like a real demonic beast. As for the heartbeat of the puppet beasts, it was also controlled by arrays. The rhythm of the heartbeat would change, just like a real demonic beast. Naturally, the most difficult thing to do with these puppet beasts was their vitality. In the end, Zhao Hai thought of a way to refine a drop of immortal blood into a puppet beast. This way, the puppet beast would have a trace of vitality. Anyone who uses their aura to sense it would think that it was a demonic beast and not a puppet. These puppets came in all shapes and sizes. As soon as these puppets appeared in the mountain range, they immediately ran in all directions before finally disappearing into the mountain range. These puppet beasts were the scouts that Zhao Hai had released. They would be living in this mountain for a long time. As long as the Heaven's Secret Tower didn't leave, they would monitor the surroundings for the Heaven's Secret Tower. They couldn't relax in the slightest. They were the Heaven's Secret Tower's warning net. Besides the ground puppets, there were also puppets that could fly in the sky. These puppets had different appearances. The small ones were like bees and mosquitoes, while the big ones were like hawks and falcons. These puppets formed an airtight security net around the Heaven's Secret Tower. Moreover, this security net was a three-dimensional security net. Zhao Hai believed that it would be impossible for anyone to discover the Heaven's Secret Tower without alerting the puppets. After the security net was set up, Zhao Hai relaxed. This was the first time he used these puppets as a security net, so he was quite nervous. The reason why Zhao Hai used these puppets as a security net was because they were safer. Moreover, they could self-destruct. Puppets didn't have souls, so they weren't living beings. They could only be regarded as exquisite machines. Because of this, even if someone found them and destroyed them, it would be impossible to find any information about Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was very afraid of the martial god realm. Zhao Hai was very clear that the cultivators of the martial god realm were very strong. Most importantly, the martial god realm had countless secret techniques. Nobody knew how many secret techniques there were in the Dao martial god realm. If Zhao Hai used ordinary beasts or undead as a security net, then it would be very possible for the martial god realm to capture the beasts or undead and extract their souls. Then after extracting their memories, they would know about Zhao Hai's existence. Naturally, Zhao Hai could also let Julie and Kair serve as a security net. However, doing so would distract the two. Laura and the others were currently fascinated by the puppets, so Zhao Hai didn't want them to be distracted. The puppets that Zhao Hai was using were researched by Laura and the others. Zhao Hai wanted to use these puppets to see if they were useful or not. After setting up the security net, Zhao Hai returned to the space. Through the space, he observed his current location. Zhao Hai's current location had a very peculiar name. It was called the Chaotic Rock Boundary. Zhao Hai had heard about Chaotic Rock Mountain, but this was the first time he heard about the Chaotic Rock Boundary. With the name Chaotic Rock Boundary, one can imagine what kind of environment this boundary was. However, Zhao Hai was very clear that this chaotic stone boundary was really a boundary. Moreover, in this boundary, there was only one kind of life form. They weren't humans, nor were they beasts. Instead, they were very peculiar life forms, stone men. Stone men were peculiar life forms. They were strange creatures because they were made of stone. Their bodies were made of stone, it was as if they had a soul. In fact, this was indeed the case. In the entire chaotic stone boundary, there were only strange creatures like the stone golems. These stone golems feed on stone golems. Their bodies were incomparably hard and their strength was enormous. Although they were stone golems and couldn't fly, they could still throw stones. The stones that they threw were very lethal. Not even energy cannons could compare to them. Naturally, compared to their strength and defense, the most troublesome thing about stone golems was that they were almost immortal. Why was it almost immortal? It was because as long as you didn't destroy their souls, they wouldn't die. And the souls of stone golems were stored in their cores, the stone soul pearl. Stone soul beads were the cores of stone men. However, stone soul beads were very small. The largest stone soul bead was only the size of a longan fruit, while the smallest was only the size of a soybean. The stone soul bead's position in the golem's body wasn't fixed. Although the golem looked like a real person, the stone soul bead wasn't necessarily in the golem's head. It could be anywhere on the golem's body. And as long as a cultivator couldn't destroy the stone soul bead, the stone man would be resurrected. It could be said that stone men used this method to achieve immortality. Because of this, although the martial god realm discovered chaotic rock boundary and stone men, they didn't occupy it. This was because this place was too poor. Aside from some stone men, there was nothing else. The reason why Zhao Hai chose chaotic rock boundary as his base was because he wouldn't be noticed by the people of the martial god realm. Moreover, the stone men were very difficult to deal with. Because of this, Zhao Hai chose this place. These stone golems were very strong. Although the strongest stone golems couldn't fly, they were still able to use a teleportation technique. This teleportation technique was very special, it could only be used on land. In other words, the stone golem could teleport on the ground, just like the earth escape technique. However, it was much faster than the earth escape technique. They could appear 1,000 miles away, or even 10,000 miles away, and suddenly turn into a pile of lifeless stones. In the next moment, they could appear 10,000 miles away and turn into a stone golem. Most importantly, when these stone men were on the ground, they wouldn't run out of spiritual chi. In other words, as long as they stood on the ground, their strength would never change. This mountain area that Zhao Hai chose was the largest mountain area in chaotic rock boundary. Moreover, this place was deep in the mountain area, so there were very few stone men here. Zhao Hai didn't know how these stone men came to be. However, one thing was certain, these stone men were like other races. In some of the mountains, there were very few stone men. In a few days, Zhao Hai's base was finished. The Heaven's Secret Pavilion was located on the mountain. It was heavily protected and the entire mountain area had been cleaned up. Zhao Hai had another purpose for establishing a base here, and that was to study the stone men. These stone men were a special life form, especially the stone soul bead. It could be said that the stone men existed because of the stone soul bead. But how did the stone soul bead come into existence? What was its use? This was what Zhao Hai was most curious about. Although the chaotic rock boundary was nominally conquered by the martial god realm, the martial god realm didn't really conquer it. The stone men were very gentle. They didn't have any territorial awareness, but they never left the chaotic rock boundary. However, once you enter the chaotic rock boundary, as long as you don't attack them, they wouldn't attack you. They were like a part of the chaotic rock boundary. Perhaps in the eyes of the martial god realm, these stone men were really useless. Moreover, the price-performance ratio was very low. Aside from the stone soul bead, there was almost nothing else that could be found. The stone soul pearl had a special characteristic that made the people of the martial god realm feel that it was useless even if they obtained it. This was because after the stone soul pearl leaves the golem's body, it would turn into an ordinary stone in just a few minutes. Moreover, no matter what method you use, there was no way to preserve the stone soul pearl. It seems like there was a very special energy inside the stone soul pearl. However, this was also what Zhao Hai was most interested in. He really wanted to know what the stone soul bead was and why it had this kind of effect. After the base was established, Zhao Hai prepared to deal with the stone men. However, he didn't let the others know this time. Instead, he led Laura and the others out of the base. The group looked around the chaotic rock boundary. To be honest, there weren't any good sceneries in the chaotic rock boundary. If there were any good sceneries, then it would be the stones. There were all kinds of stones, only stones that you can't imagine. There were no stones that you can't see. This was something that Zhao Hai had never seen before. Zhao Hai and the others were experienced and knowledgeable. However, the chaotic rock boundary had opened their eyes. This was because they believed that after seeing the stones in the chaotic rock boundary, they wouldn't be able to see anything else in the chaotic rock boundary. While the group was looking at the stones in a daze, Laura suddenly turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, look, what is that?" When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but stare. Then he turned his head towards the direction that Laura was pointing at. Not far from them, there was a small stone. On this stone, there was a small thing that was squirming. At the same time, a subtle cracking sound could be heard. Zhao Hai looked carefully and discovered that it was actually a worm-like thing. It was as thick as a finger and was about half a meter long. At this time, this worm-like thing was trying to gnaw on the stone. In just a blink of an eye, the worm-like thing had already drilled into the stone, leaving behind a small round hole. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. He muttered, "Aren't there only stone men in the chaotic rock boundary? When did a worm-like thing appear? In the end, what is this thing?" Laura and the others also shook their heads. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Didn't you notice? Our spiritual force didn't discover this stone worm? If Laura didn't discover it, then we wouldn't have discovered it at all." Laura and the others nodded. Although they weren't as strong as Zhao Hai, they were still spirit condensation experts. Their spiritual force wasn't any weaker than ordinary spirit condensation experts. Spirit condensation experts had formidable spiritual force. Even if a mosquito was flying within 100 li radius, they would still be able to detect it. But now, a worm was right under their noses and they didn't even notice it. This was too frightening. Zhao Hai said, "Let's capture it and study it. I want to see what it is in the end." Laura and the others didn't oppose. Zhao Hai's figure moved and landed next to the stone. Zhao Hai listened carefully and discovered that the crunching sound was still there. Zhao Hai waved his hand and split the stone into two halves. At the same time, the crunching sound disappeared. Zhao Hai kicked the two halves of the stone and discovered that there was indeed a stone worm inside. However, this stone worm was now motionless, it looked like a thin stone stick. Zhao Hai stared, he took the thin stone stick and looked at it. He discovered that it was indeed the stone worm. But now, the stone worm had hardened and lost all signs of life. It had turned into a real stone stick. Zhao Hai stared blankly at the stone stick. He really didn't know what to say. If he hadn't seen the stone worm gnawing on the stone, he wouldn't have believed that the stone stick in his hand was the same as the stone worm. "It's dead." Laura looked at the stone stick in Zhao Hai's hand, she couldn't believe it. Laura and the others were very clear about Zhao Hai's strength. With Zhao Hai's strength, he shouldn't have been able to hurt the stone worm. Not to mention a stone worm, even if it was a real worm, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to hurt it. But now, the stone worm was dead, it couldn't be more dead. Zhao Hai looked at the stone stick in his hand and then threw it into the space for analysis. Before long, the space issued a prompt, found two stones of the same quality. One has a higher degree of mystery while the other has a lower degree of mystery. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately asked, "Which one has a higher degree of mystery?" The prompt was heard, "The stick stone has a higher degree of mystery." Zhao Hai nodded, he now understood how stone men cultivate. They rely on eating stones to increase their body's strength. Moreover, if Zhao Hai's guess wasn't wrong, then this stone worm should be a stoneman, just one that hasn't grown up yet. In order to confirm his thoughts, Zhao Hai began to carefully observe the surroundings. He raised his spiritual force to the highest level and at the same time, opened the space's monitor. Upon opening the monitor, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he discovered that there were a lot of living beings below them. Not only did they not hear anything, they didn't even feel anything. Zhao Hai said, "No wonder the people of the martial god realm thought that there were only stone men in the chaotic stone world. It turns out that the other creatures are all hidden underground. Moreover, they couldn't find them at all." Laura nodded, then she said, "It seems like the people of the martial god realm didn't pay attention to the chaotic stone world. Otherwise, they would have definitely found those creatures." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It might be because of other reasons. Did you forget what happened just now? I think that the moment those stone worms discovered something, they would immediately die for unknown reasons. That's why the people of martial god realm were unable to discover those stone worms." Laura nodded and said, "It's possible. Brother Hai, what should we do?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, "That's simple. Take these stone worms to the space and see what the space evaluates them." Laura stared, then she was puzzled, "Is this possible? Those stone worms will die at the slightest movement." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't forget that we have the space. As long as we absorb the ground here, some of the stone worms will certainly survive. When the time comes, we'll know what those stone worms are." Laura's eyes lit up as she said, "Right, that's a good idea. Let's start now." Zhao Hai nodded, then the group began to dig a trench around the area. Then through this trench, they would absorb all the soil inside the trench into the space. The group worked together and before long, 4 trenches that were 100 meters deep were dug. These 4 trenches formed a square, and all the stone worms around the square died for unknown reasons. But just as Zhao Hai thought, there were some stone worms in the middle of the square that didn't die. When Zhao Hai saw what he thought, he relaxed. Then with an intention, the piece of ground was absorbed into the space. As soon as the piece of ground entered the space, a prompt was heard, "Special alchemy life detected. This life can evolve and reproduce. Discovered that this alchemy life has a certain degree of aggression towards the space. Immediately subdue it." Successful subduing. Further analysis of this alchemy life. Alchemy life is a kind of life form made by humans. They have an incomplete soul inside their body. This soul is artificially made and can only carry out some simple commands. This alchemy life can evolve and reproduce by eating stones. After reaching a certain level of strength, it can automatically split its soul to reproduce. When Zhao Hai heard the prompt, he couldn't help but stare. Artificially made life form? Frankly speaking, this was the craziest idea that Zhao Hai had ever heard of. When he was on Earth, Zhao Hai heard that there were people who wanted to make life forms. But this was in the field of genetic biology. Even back on Earth, it was still considered a crazy thing. Zhao Hai didn't think that there would be people who had this idea. Moreover, it seems like they were already halfway to success. After all, stone people were also a type of life form. This was because they could grow and die. Zhao Hai waved his hand and a stone worm appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. This stone worm looked like a stone stick, but it could move. It was like a noodle that was coiled around in Zhao Hai's hand. Moreover, it was constantly moving, it looked very strange. Zhao Hai looked at the stone worm strangely. He could feel a sense of closeness from this stone worm. But aside from being able to move, he couldn't feel any life fluctuations from it. Moreover, its body was cold, there was no sense of life. Zhao Hai grabbed the stone worm and carefully looked at it. He discovered that the stone worm had a lot of small barbs on its body. These barbs looked like the legs of the stone worm. Other life forms would generally have legs on their sides, but this stone worm didn't. It had legs all around its body, it was very strange. This stone worm didn't just have legs all around its body. In front of the worm, there was a very large mouth. In this large mouth, there were saw-like teeth that looked very sharp. Zhao Hai said, "Take out the best stones in the space and let it eat them. I want to see what it will become." Kai immediately complied, then she took out the best stones in the space and fed them to the stone worm. When the stone worm saw the stones, it was like a starving person seeing bread. It rushed forward and started to chew on the stones. It didn't take long for a small hole to appear in the stone. In less than an hour, the stone worm had already finished eating the stone. After eating the stone worm finally changed. It slowly turned into a pig-like creature made of stone. The most impressive thing about this pig-like creature was its big mouth. Its mouth split open from the bottom and was half the size of its face. Unlike other pigs, this stone pig's teeth were very sharp, making it look like a fierce beast. After the stone pig appeared, it immediately pounced on another big stone. Before long, it swallowed the big stone into its stomach. After eating the big stone, the stone pig's body slowly grew bigger. When the stone pig was about a meter tall, it stopped and continued to eat. After eating more than 10 big stones, the stone pig slowly turned into a human. After turning into a stone man, it wasn't very tall, only about a meter tall. It looked like a child. This stone man had no eyes, no ears, and no nose. It looked like a human, but it had a big mouth, hands, and feet. After the little stone man appeared, it immediately began to eat other stones. Its eating speed became faster and faster. As it ate more and more stones, the little stone man grew faster and faster. In about 2 days, the little stone man had grown to a height of more than 10 meters. Its facial features were distinct, and its hands and feet were huge. The stone giant's eating speed was even faster, and its body was still growing. This made Xianxia very surprised. At this time, the stone giant finished eating another stone. It went to another stone, picked it up, and put it into its mouth. When it bit the stone, a prompt was suddenly heard from the space: alchemy life form has eaten a stone that can enhance the soul. Soul force has been replenished. Xianxia stared, then he looked at the stone in the stone giant's hand and said to Laura, "Laura, the stone that the stone giant ate seems to be a soul stone, right?" Laura nodded and said, "Right, it's a soul stone. I didn't think that after the stone giant ate a soul stone, it would be able to replenish its soul force. Brother Hai, do you think that it would become more formidable?" Xianxia nodded. Xianxia said, "Give it more soul stones. I think that when the time comes, we'll be able to communicate with it and know its strength." Laura nodded, then she took out a lot of soul stones and fed them to the stone giant. The stone giant seemed to have seen something delicious, and it directly put the soul stones into its mouth. After eating more than a dozen 1 cubic meter soul stones, the stone giant stopped and turned to Xianxia. It bowed and said, "This one has seen the young master." When Xianxia heard the stone giant speak, he couldn't help but be happy. He immediately asked, "How did you come to be?" The stone giant's human-like face showed a trace of confusion. Then it shook its head and said, replying to the young master, "I don't know how I came to be. I only know that I want to eat. I really want to eat." Xianxia nodded and said, "What's your current strength? What kind of abilities do you have?" Then Xianxia told the stone giant the division of strength. The stone giant stood there for a moment, as if it was digesting the information. After digesting the information, the stone giant opened its mouth and said, replying to the young master, "My current strength is roughly equivalent to the Vajra realm. I can attack any target on the ground. My defense is very strong, and my strength is very high. I can also use stones as weapons." After the stone giant said that, it touched a stone beside it. The stone turned into a long sword and was held in its big hand. The stone giant waved it a few times. After eating the stone sword, the stone giant turned to Xianxia and said, "Young master, we stone men are creatures born from the earth. We can't leave the earth. Once we leave, our strength will slowly degenerate until we completely disappear, turning us into lifeless stones. But if we don't leave the earth, then the earth can provide us with energy. Unless our soul beads are destroyed, then we are almost immortal. Moreover, as long as we don't leave the earth, our strength wouldn't weaken." The stone giant nodded and said, "Young master, we stone men are creatures born from the earth." When Xianxia heard this, he couldn't help but nod. He had a new understanding of the stone giant's strength. Xianxia already knew what kind of existence the stone giants were. Compared to treants, stone giants were treants. When treants were at a lower level, they couldn't leave the ground. Once they reached a higher level, Treants would be able to leave the ground and fly in the sky like ordinary monster cultivators. However, when they were on the ground, their fighting strength would be stronger. On the other hand, the stone giants were different. They simply couldn't leave the ground. If they did, then they would die. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. It seems like the stone giants were the kings of the ground, they couldn't do anything else. To be honest, although the stone giant's strength was very special, it wasn't very useful to Zhao Hai. At most, it would just be a large group of infantry. What Zhao was really interested in was the origin of the stone man. Zhao couldn't forget that the stone man was an alchemy life form. In other words, the stone man was made by a human. But in the end, who made it? This was what Zhao Hai wanted to know. After Zhao Hai threw the stone giants into the space, he returned to the space and then returned to the chaotic stone world. Zhao Hai wanted to catch a stone giant that was born in the chaotic stone world and then bring it to the space. He wanted to see if there were any differences between this stone giant and the space's stone giants. Zhao Hai went around the chaotic stone world and before long, he saw a stone giant. This stone giant was actually very large, it was about 20 meters tall. The stone giant was sitting on the ground and eating stones. It ignored Zhao Hai's arrival as if it didn't notice him at all. Zhao Hai wanted to see how strong this stone giant was. Zhao Hai's figure moved as he flew in front of the stone giant. Then he punched the stone giant's body. A fist print immediately appeared on the stone giant's body. This punch seemed to have angered the stone giant. The stone giant roared as it sent a punch towards Zhao Hai. The speed of this punch was very fast. Zhao Hai was surprised. He didn't think that the stone giant would react this quickly. Moreover, he didn't think that the stone giant would be fine. Zhao Hai's punch was already at 60% strength without any augmentation. Don't underestimate Zhao Hai's punch at 60% strength. Even without any augmentation, his punch at 60% strength was equivalent to an attack from an ordinary Vajra realm cultivator. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that the attack of an ordinary Vajra realm cultivator only left a fist mark on the stone giant's body. It was evident how strong the stone giant's defense was. Zhao Hai's figure moved as he dodged the stone giant's punch. At the same time, he used his law of rupture to attack. This law of rupture actually cut the stone giant in half. However, the stone giant didn't die. Half of its body turned into ordinary stone while the other half continued to attack Zhao Hai. However, because it only had half of its body left, it couldn't attack Zhao Hai directly. Originally, Zhao Hai thought that the stone giant wouldn't be able to attack. However, he didn't expect that half of the stone giant's body would change in a very short time. Then the stone giant grabbed a rock and threw it towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's punch shattered the rock. He discovered that the stone giant's strength didn't decrease. The rock it threw was still as strong as before. Zhao Hai coldly snorted, then his figure moved and arrived at the stone giant's side. Then he punched the stone giant's body, causing it to explode. Then the stone giant disappeared without a trace. Zhao Hai looked at the stone giant with an ugly expression. Although it seemed like he didn't use much strength to deal with the stone giant, he actually used several types of law to deal with it. If Zhao Hai only used ordinary attacks, it wouldn't have been easy to deal with the stone giant. At this point, Zhao Hai had a certain understanding of the stone giant's fighting strength. Although the stone giant couldn't fly, which was its fatal weakness, the stone giant's strength, defense, and the rocks it threw were all very troublesome. Zhao Hai looked around. Then his figure moved and flew forward. Before long, he encountered another stone giant. This time, Zhao Hai didn't hold back. Then he used liquid silver to bind the stone giant and directly took it into the space. When the stone giant entered the space, a prompt was immediately heard: discovered alchemy life form. It can reproduce and evolve. However, because its soul is incomplete, it can only carry out simple commands. This prompt was almost the same as the stone worms. It seems like even if the stone giant turned from a stone worm into a stone giant, its soul was still incomplete. It was impossible for it to communicate with people. The stone giant's first command was likely to be to evolve. Because of this, they kept eating rocks. This was because eating rocks would allow them to evolve, continuously evolve. Since the stone giant didn't have any command to attack, it wouldn't attack people. Zhao Hai felt that the stone giant was more like a robot than a human. But even so, Zhao Hai was still curious about the origin of the stone giant. He really wanted to know where it came from and who made it. Although the stone giant looked like a robot to Zhao Hai, that was only because it fought like a robot. In fact, stone giants and robots were completely different. Robots were made by humans, but they didn't have souls. They relied on computer commands to operate. Robots were absolute tools, but the stone giant couldn't be called a tool. It could be regarded as a life form, but an incomplete one. After receiving the stone giant, Zhao Hai returned to the space. He turned to Laura and the others and said, "How was it? How did you feel?" Laura looked at Zhao Hai, then she smiled faintly and said, "Brother Hai, what do you think?" Zhao Hai looked at Laura and smiled faintly, "It seems like you understand what I mean. Then we don't need to worry about it. Let's first figure out the situation in chaotic stone world." Laura nodded. After the decision was made, Zhao Hai and the others immediately returned to the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Then Zhao Hai told the cultivators of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion that they would first settle down in chaotic stone world. Then they would slowly deal with the martial god realm. Regarding Zhao Hai's words, the Iron Armored Army didn't have any objections. In Underworld, the cultivators who could enter the Iron Armored Army were all elites. Most importantly, they were very loyal to Zhao Hai. It can even be said that the cultivators chosen by the Iron Armored Army were Zhao Hai's admirers. They wouldn't betray Zhao Hai. Since Zhao Hai wanted them to clean up chaotic stone world, they naturally wouldn't oppose. Under Zhao Hai's command, they began to clean up the mountain where the Heaven's Secret Pavilion was located. The mountain where they were located didn't have any stone men. Naturally, they didn't discover anything. Zhao Hai used this time to collect a map of chaotic stone world into the space's map. Although Zhao Hai had a map of chaotic stone world before, it wasn't complete. This was because before Zhao Hai arrived at chaotic stone world, he didn't care much about it. But now, he changed his mind. After collecting the chaotic stone world into the space, Zhao Hai began to analyze it. He wanted to find out what was different about chaotic stone world. However, Zhao Hai was quickly disappointed. There didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary in chaotic stone world. Everything seemed normal, but this was the most abnormal part. The stone giants were alchemy life forms, so someone had made them. No matter what the reason was, the stone giants didn't seem to have a master. And the person who made the stone giants might not be in the chaotic stone realm right now. Even if he was here, he might have already died. Although Zhao Hai was very interested in this person, he was more interested in how that person made the stone giants. Afraid that he might make a mistake, Zhao Hai divided the map of chaotic stone world into small pieces. Then he analyzed each small piece and observed it carefully. He wanted to find out what was different about chaotic stone world. However, Zhao Hai was quickly disappointed. Whether it was Zhao Hai himself, Laura, or the others, they couldn't find anything out of the ordinary in the map. This made Zhao Hai disappointed, but he was also puzzled. In the end, Zhao Hai decided to have the universal scanner analyze the map of chaotic stone world. He wanted to see what the universal scanner could find out. The analysis of the universal analytical machine surprised Zhao Hai. This was because the universal analytical machine said that the entire chaos rock world was a huge formation. This formation was very strange, it was different from ordinary formations. It was a formation that the universal analytical machine had never seen before. The universal analytical machine wasn't able to analyze what was driving this formation. What surprised Zhao Hai wasn't this, but the formation of the chaos rock world was actually a transformation formation. A transformation formation was a special formation. It was something that Zhao Hai hadn't seen before. A transformation formation was actually called a core formation. This was because this formation only had a few cores. And these cores could also change. As long as the cores weren't destroyed, then the formation would slowly give birth to new cores. And the new cores would actually have the same function as the old cores. Generally, for formations built according to the terrain, as long as some of the terrain was destroyed, or the formation's core was destroyed, then the formation would lose its function. However, a transformation formation was different. This transformation formation's core was like a formation. As long as there was a core, it could give birth to other cores. And the new cores would have the same function as the old cores. In other words, no matter how the formation's terrain and core were destroyed, the formation would still be able to display its full function. Unless all the cores of the formation were destroyed at the same time, but the speed of destruction was faster than the formation's recovery speed. Otherwise, the formation would continue to operate. This transformation formation was really powerful. It was even more powerful than Zhao Hai's three-dimensional formation. Even if half of the cores were destroyed, Zhao Hai's three-dimensional formation could still maintain 70% or 80% of its power. However, if it was destroyed, then it was destroyed. It couldn't repair itself. On the other hand, a transformation formation could repair itself. This was the most powerful aspect of a transformation formation. In other words, someone had made a transformation array in the chaotic stone realm, and this transformation array was very likely used to make stone giants. And those stone giants fed on rocks. From the moment they were born, they would destroy the surrounding terrain. If it was an ordinary array, it wouldn't take long for the chaotic stone realm's array to be destroyed to the point that it couldn't be used. But using a transformation formation was different. With a transformation formation, even if the terrain of the chaotic stone realm was destroyed, the formation could still be used. Stone giants would be produced one by one. In this case, the chaotic stone realm would slowly become the world of the stone giants. In fact, the chaotic stone realm was now the world of the stone giants. Zhao Hai didn't know how long the chaotic stone realm had existed for. However, he was certain that the chaotic stone realm wasn't like this before. It must have been because of the stone giants that it became like this. And the fundamental reason for all of this was the transformation formation. If there was no transformation formation, then the chaotic stone realm wouldn't have become like this. To be honest, when Zhao Hai heard the analysis of the universal analytical machine, he couldn't help but stare blankly. He really didn't know what to say. How could there be such a powerful formation in this world? He had never heard of this formation before. Even the universal analytical machine could only analyze that it was a formation in the chaotic stone realm. As for what it was called, Zhao Hai didn't know. The name transformation formation was something that Zhao Hai came up with later on. The universal analytical machine's analysis of this formation was just a conjecture. Because of this, even if Zhao Hai wanted to learn about it, he couldn't do so. He could only take the formation in the chaotic stone realm and store it inside the space. Then he could slowly study it, hoping that he would be able to figure out the transformation formation. When Laura and the others heard about the transformation formation, they immediately became interested. They even temporarily put aside their puppet research and turned their attention to the transformation formation. Laura and the others didn't do this because they wanted to give up halfway. In fact, the reason why Laura and the others wanted to study the transformation formation was because they wanted to research puppets. The foundation of puppets was formations, countless formations. These formations allowed the puppets to have more spiritual chi, making them more powerful and faster. They could even disguise themselves as living beings. All of this was because of formations. As long as one studies the transformation formation, then one could make more and more powerful formations. Because of this, Laura and the others were very enthusiastic about the transformation formation. This was because they knew that as long as they could research the transformation formation, then they would be able to make more powerful puppets. It wasn't only Laura and the others, even Zhao Hai was interested in the transformation formation. However, Zhao Hai also knew that the more powerful the transformation formation was, the harder it would be to research it. Moreover, they had too little information on the transformation formation. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't put all of his energy into the transformation formation. Zhao Hai didn't know what the core of this transformation formation was. However, one thing was certain, this formation had something to do with the stone men. Zhao Hai even believed that the reason why the stone men didn't leave the chaos stone realm was because of this formation. Were the stone men born because of this formation, or were they placed here by someone else? This was what Zhao Hai wanted to know the most. The research on the transformation formation wasn't very smooth. This was because the formation was too big. Moreover, the formation could change at any time. This made the research even slower. At this time, something that made Zhao Hai pleasantly surprised happened. When the iron-armored soldiers were cleaning up the Chaos Stone realm, they also killed some stone men. Although these stone men were very strong, the iron-armored soldiers weren't vegetarians. With their advantage in numbers, they were able to kill a lot of stone men. After the iron-armored soldiers killed the stone men, they obtained stone soul beads. These stone soul beads were also given to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also studied these stone soul beads. These stone soul beads were actually the cores of the stone men. Because the stone men's souls weren't complete, they needed a specific carrier. This was how the stone soul beads were formed. In addition to killing the golems, the iron-armored army also found something else, a cave. Normally, there was nothing strange about a cave. In the entire chaotic stone boundary, caves could be seen everywhere. Finding a cave was not strange at all. However, this cave was different. There were a lot of stone men inside. At this time, there were still a lot of stone men in the Chaos Stone realm. However, stone men generally didn't need a place to live. They would usually stand on the ground, eat stones, or sit still. They wouldn't build a house for themselves because they were made of stone. Naturally, they didn't need to build a house for themselves. Besides this reason, there was another reason why stone men didn't build a house for themselves. This was their size. Stone men were very big, especially after eating stones, their size would increase. In this case, if a stoneman wanted to build a house for themselves, then they would have to constantly build a house. However, expanding a cave was too troublesome. Because of this, stone men wouldn't build a house for themselves. This was strange. Stone men generally didn't stay in caves. So where did the stone men in this cave come from? Moreover, the stone men in this cave weren't very tall. At most, they were 2 meters tall, but they were very strong. They weren't any worse than the 20-meter-tall stone men on the ground. Stonemen's strength was almost proportional to their height. This was a law that Zhao Hai and the others had discovered in the chaotic stone boundary. But now, the stone men in the cave had broken this law. Moreover, there seemed to be a lot of stone men in the cave. This was too strange. Zhao Hai and the others were very surprised. Morongqian immediately told this news to Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai had already told him that no matter what he found, he should immediately tell him. When Zhao Hai received this news, his mind shook. The situation in the Chaos Stone realm was too special. The stone men were actually alchemy life forms. And the matter of the transformation formation wasn't very clear. This gave Zhao Hai a headache. And at this time, after knowing about this cave, Zhao Hai's mind shook. He really wanted to see what was going on with this cave. Zhao Hai followed Morongqian to the cave. This cave didn't look very big from the outside. The cave's entrance was only 5 meters tall and 5 meters wide. It was an irregular square, and the inside of the cave was pitch black. Zhao Hai stood at the entrance of the cave and probed it with his spiritual force. But as his spiritual force probed the cave, Zhao Hai slowly frowned. This was because he couldn't feel any life fluctuations inside the cave, not even the slightest of life fluctuations. Zhao Hai looked at the cave entrance with a dignified expression. He knew that Morongqian and Ji Wuming wouldn't lie to him. This meant that there really were stone men inside the cave. It's just that his spiritual force couldn't sense them. Morongqian stood beside Zhao Hai. Seeing Zhao Hai's frown, he quickly said, "Sect Master, there really are stone men inside the cave. But our spiritual force couldn't sense them. In the beginning, we didn't know either. But after a few brothers entered the cave and didn't come out, we discovered that something was wrong. After we sent people in, they discovered that there were stone men inside. Moreover, there were quite a few of them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Of course I believe what you said. I just didn't think that I would encounter such a situation here. Morong, to tell you the truth, I've already discovered how the stone men of this world were formed. When the stone men first appeared, they didn't appear in human form. They first looked like worms that ate stones. At this time, you couldn't sense them with spiritual force. Then they turned into pigs, and finally, they turned into humans. But when they turn into pigs, you can feel them with your spiritual force. Although it's very weak, you can still feel them. When they turn into stone men, you can feel their existence with your spiritual force." When Morongqian heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then, His expression changed as he said, "Sect Master, are you saying that the stone men here are the same as the newly born stone men? Did they evolve?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It's hard to say right now. We'll know once we see it. You wait here, I'll go in and take a look." Then his figure moved as he walked towards the cave. The inside of the cave was very big, it looked like a huge underground city. However, it was somewhat empty, there were only stones on the ground. If it was any other place, then these stones wouldn't be surprising. But in this place, Zhao Hai didn't dare look down on these stones. This was because the most dangerous things in the chaotic stone boundary were stones. Stones could turn into stone men at any time and attack people. Zhao Hai's hand moved as he threw out a strand of Rend Law. A stone was immediately cut open by the Rend Law. But at this time, the remaining half of the stone suddenly started to run. Then its body grew taller in an instant, turning into a stoneman that was more than 2 meters tall. This stoneman was different from the stoneman that Zhao Hai had seen before. The stonemen that Zhao Hai had seen in the chaotic stone boundary looked like crude products. Although one could see that they looked like humans, one wouldn't associate them with art. However, this stoneman was different. After this stoneman stood up, one could see that it was very exquisite, just like a perfect piece of art. The stoneman was about 2 meters tall. It held a huge stone saber in its hand. The saber was about 1.5 meters long. It was also wearing a stone armor. This armor was even more exquisite. It was a scale armor, and every piece of it looked real. The stoneman looked up to the sky and roared. Then it raised its saber and charged towards Zhao Hai. Although its speed didn't seem to be fast, it seemed to be using some kind of shrinking ability. In just a few steps, it arrived in front of Zhao Hai. Then it slashed its saber towards Zhao Hai. This wasn't enough. Just as the stoneman roared, the stones in the cave suddenly turned into stone men. These stone men all surrounded Zhao Hai. These new stone men were the same as the one that rushed towards Zhao Hai. They looked very refined. Zhao Hai looked at these stone men and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This was because he had been in the chaotic stone boundary for a long time. In addition to discovering that the larger the stone men were, the stronger they were. Although the stone men here weren't big, they were very refined. They looked very beautiful. Did this mean that these stone men were stronger? At this time, the stoneman had already arrived in front of Zhao Hai. It slashed its saber towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also took out his saber and fought with the stoneman. As the two fought, Zhao Hai discovered that the stone men here were very difficult to deal with. They were the strongest stone men that Zhao Hai had encountered. Each of their attacks was very powerful. Even with Zhao Hai's strength, he wasn't a match for these stone men. One could imagine how powerful these stone men were. Moreover, the stone man's defense was incomparably formidable. Zhao Hai's blade could only leave a scratch on the stone man's armor without using the Rend Law. He simply couldn't injure the stone man. Even if Zhao Hai used the law of laceration, the most he could do was split the stoneman in half, making half of its body useless. However, the stoneman would immediately recover. Moreover, its strength wouldn't decrease at all. Zhao Hai was now certain that these stone men were much stronger than the ones outside. As long as their soul beads weren't destroyed, their strength wouldn't decrease at all. This was because they were still on the ground, and they could obtain a steady supply of energy from the ground. At this time, the other stone men also surrounded Zhao Hai and attacked him. Zhao Hai's figure continuously moved as he used his evasion law and mega strength law. One after another, the stone men were destroyed by him. However, the stone men that were destroyed by his mega strength law were able to recover. In other words, these stone men were killed by Zhao Hai. When there were only a few stone men left, Zhao Hai suddenly moved. He turned liquid silver into chains and locked the stone men up. Then he opened a spatial rift and took the stone men into the space. When the stone men entered the space, a prompt was immediately heard: alchemy life detected. Because its soul isn't complete, it can only give simple commands. This prompt was almost the same as the stone men outside. This made Zhao Hai disappointed. However, he quickly turned his attention to the cave. The cave was very deep and dark. He didn't know what was inside. However, this aroused Zhao Hai's interest. He wanted to know where this cave led to. Zhao Hai walked forward step by step. At the same time, he contacted Laura and the others. Zhao Hai had Laura and the others use the space to monitor the cave. As long as they find any stone men, they would immediately inform him. Zhao Hai discovered that after entering the cave, his spiritual force was greatly suppressed. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. He didn't think that with his current strength, his spiritual force would still be suppressed here. Since his spiritual force was suppressed, this meant that the space's probing ability was also suppressed. Zhao Hai believed that the space's probing ability shouldn't be too far away. Zhao Hai's guess wasn't wrong, the space's probing ability really couldn't go too far. It could only detect about a kilometer in front of Zhao Hai. However, this was already enough, the space was able to detect the hidden stone men. Zhao Hai continued to move forward. Laura and the others would tell him the location of the stone men from time to time. Zhao Hai also killed the stone men one by one. Zhao Hai continued to move forward for about 2 hours. However, he still hadn't reached the end of the cave. The cave seemed to be slanted all the way down. Zhao Hai was very clear that he was now very deep underground. Although he couldn't see his surroundings with his eyes, his spiritual force still allowed him to feel everything around him. Zhao Hai made a rough calculation. Although his speed wasn't very fast, he was now sure that he was about 10 meters deep. He was now very curious about the cave, he really wanted to know how deep it was. At this time, Laura's voice was suddenly heard in Zhao Hai's mind, "Brother Hai, be careful. There are a lot of stone men in front of you, there are at least several hundred of them." Zhao Hai was surprised. This was the largest group of stone men he had ever encountered. It must be known that the strength of these stone men was almost equivalent to void-piercing realm experts. If he didn't use the power of law, he simply couldn't injure them. Now there were actually several hundred of them, which really surprised Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai didn't retreat, he just nodded and said, "I know." Then Zhao Hai's figure moved as he rushed forward. At the same time, 2 sledgehammers appeared in his hands. Zhao Hai discovered that heavy weapons like sledgehammers were the most effective in dealing with these stone men. With these heavy weapons and the law of mega strength, dealing with these stone men would be a piece of cake. Zhao Hai used 2 movement techniques at the same time to weave through the stone men like a loach. However, the sledgehammers in his hands were like mountain-splitting axes, smashing the stone men one by one. Several hundred stone men took Zhao Hai 2 hours to deal with. And now, 5 hours had passed since Zhao Hai entered the cave. Zhao Hai sent a message to Ji Wuming and Murong Qian, telling them not to bring anyone in and that he was safe. Then he continued to explore the cave. After walking for half an hour, he still didn't encounter any stone men. It seems like the stone men just ran away to attack, so he couldn't see any stone men. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly discovered that not far in front of him was a stone door. On the side of the stone door, there were 2 stone men. On top of the stone door were the words "Stone Mansion." Zhao Hai stopped and looked at the stone door. The stone door didn't seem to have anything special, but it gave people a simple feeling. The 2 stone men on both sides of the door also didn't seem to have anything special. Naturally, the most important thing was that Laura didn't tell him that the 2 stone men were alive. In other words, the 2 stone men were just decorations, they weren't meant to fight. Zhao Hai became more curious about the cave. He slowly walked towards the stone door and extended his hand towards it. At the same time, he was concentrating his spiritual force, paying attention to the changes in his surroundings. Until Zhao Hai's hand touched the stone door, there were no changes in the surroundings. Zhao Hai imagined that the attack wouldn't come. This made Zhao Hai curious, but he still used the law of mega strength to push the stone door open. The stone door wasn't as heavy as Zhao Hai imagined. It only issued a soft sound before it was completely pushed open by Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai looked inside the stone door, he couldn't help but stare. Zhao Hai thought that this would be a cultivator's cave. Then, the inside wouldn't be any different from an ordinary cultivator's cave. Even if a cultivator's cave was well decorated, it would only be more luxurious than an ordinary room. However, the situation inside the stone door was completely beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. The inside of the cave wasn't a cultivator's cave, it looked more like a scientific laboratory. Inside the stone door was a very large room, and in this room, there was a large room. In this room, there were a lot of things that Zhao Hai hadn't seen before. These things looked like instruments. They were placed in different positions. Some of them were very large while some were very small. On one of the walls of the laboratory, there was a shelf. On that shelf, there were a lot of glass bottles. Those glass bottles were filled with unknown liquids. In those liquids, there were all kinds of demon beast organs. It looked a little scary. In the middle of the laboratory, there was a praying mat. A cultivator was sitting cross-legged on the praying mat. However, when Zhao Hai took a closer look, he discovered that the cultivator was a stone man. It didn't have any life at all. Zhao Hai slowly walked into the laboratory. As soon as he entered, the laboratory suddenly lit up with white light. This made Zhao Hai, who hadn't seen light for a long time, feel bright. It took him a while to adapt. When he opened his eyes, he found that the whole laboratory was lit up with white light, illuminating the whole laboratory. Zhao Hai looked around and discovered that whether it was the floor, the walls, or even the ceiling, there were illuminating formations engraved on them. Although they were just ordinary illuminating formations, Zhao Hai felt that this illuminating formation was more mysterious than ordinary formations. It looked very special. Zhao Hai looked around and saw a table with a lot of sheepskin scrolls. This made Zhao Hai stare. Using sheepskin scrolls to record things wasn't common in the cultivation realm. However, Zhao Hai didn't immediately go to the table with the sheepskin scrolls. Instead, he went to the stone man in the middle of the laboratory and carefully looked at it. After carefully looking at the stone man, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. This was because he discovered that this wasn't an ordinary stone man. This should be a person who died. Before he died, he used a special method to turn himself into a stone man. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly discovered that beside the stone man was a small stone bead. This stone bead wasn't very big, it was only the size of a longan fruit. However, this stone bead was engraved with mysterious runes. He didn't know where these runes started and where they ended, but the stone bead gave off a mysterious feeling. When Zhao Hai saw this stone bead, his first impression was that it was a stone soul bead. This was because this stone bead was too similar to a stone soul bead. Zhao Hai couldn't help but reach out his hand to take the stone bead. Just as Zhao Hai's hand touched the stone bead, a large amount of information suddenly rushed into Zhao Hai's sea of consciousness from the stone bead. Because the amount of information was too much, it made Zhao Hai's brain freeze for a moment. However, this wasn't the first time Zhao Hai encountered this situation. After his brain returned to normal, Zhao Hai immediately sat cross-legged and slowly received the information. After receiving all the information, Zhao began to slowly digest it. Through this information, Zhao began to slowly digest it. Zhao Hai also knew where this place was. To be honest, after knowing where this place was, Zhao Hai was really surprised and happy. This cave, no, it should be said that the entire chaotic rock realm wasn't originally a part of this plane. The chaotic rock realm came from a place called the Numerous Realms. It wasn't known what level the Numerous Realms were, but in short, the Numerous Realms were much more advanced than the one Zhao Hai was currently in. Any random person there would have the ability to topple mountains and overturn seas. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that there was a very peculiar stone in the Numerous Realms called Space Stones. This space stone was a very unique stone that contained an independent space. This independent space could be big or small, but one thing was certain, this independent space was completely independent. It had its own unique laws, just like an ordinary plane, it could grow plants, raise beasts, and even cultivators could cultivate inside. The space inside the space stone could be big or small. The big ones were much bigger than an ordinary space, while the small ones were only a few dozen acres in size. In the Numerous Realms, there were very few cultivators who could obtain a space stone and refine it into their own independent space. The Chaos Stone realm was obtained by a cultivator in the Numerous Realms named Jibian. After hundreds of years of continuous refining, he finally created an independent space. After everyone created their own independent space, they could imagine what their own space would look like. It was like a god of creation creating a world. Even Jibian didn't expect the Chaos Stone realm to be so big. But because he was an alchemy fanatic, he imagined the Chaos Stone realm to be like this. In this Chaos Stone realm, he arranged a transformation formation in order to turn it into a laboratory for his alchemy research. Ji Bian was a core disciple of a large alchemy sect in the numerous realms. Their sect's main goal was to use alchemy to create life. Ever since Ji Bian learned alchemy, he wanted to use stones to create life. Because of this, he created the Chaos Stone realm. The stones here were not ordinary stones, but a type of stone called green stone. Green stone was a stone that was very sensitive to soul power. It was the best material to create alchemy life. Because of this, Ji Bian made the Chaos Stone realm full of these stones. An independent space. When Zhao Hai saw this word, he was really stunned. He saw that the space had its own independent laws, could grow plants, had spiritual qi, could evolve beasts, and could allow cultivators to live inside. Zhao Hai felt his scalp go numb. Why does Zhao Hai feel that this independent space was very similar to his own space? He thought that he was the only one in the universe who had a space. He didn't expect that there would be a space stone in the numerous realms. Fortunately, there weren't a lot of space stones in the numerous realms. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone in the numerous realms have their own space? Then wouldn't all of them be gods of creation? However, after a while, Zhao Hai calmed down. He immediately discovered that he had overestimated the space stone. The space stone might have its own independent space. But at the same time, the space inside the space stone was just like the chaotic stone realm or an ordinary plane. It couldn't be compared to Zhao Hai's space. Zhao Hai's space was very mystical, so how could the space stone compare to it? But even so, the space stone was still an extraordinary treasure. If the people in this realm knew about the existence of the space stone, then they would immediately go crazy and fight for it. The more information he digested, the more Zhao Hai understood about Machine Bian. This information was like a record of Machine Bian's life. It recorded Machine Bian's life experiences and what he learned. At this point, Zhao Hai also knew why Machine Bian was here. Machine Bian's sect was called the Gold Touch sect. The reason why the sect was named this name was because it meant to turn stone into gold. This was the goal of alchemy. The Gold Touch sect was a very large sect in the numerous realms. Through Machine Bian's memories, Zhao Hai knew that the Gold Touch sect was similar to the Celestial Arcanum sect. Their sect mainly produced all kinds of alchemy products, which were very popular in the numerous realms. The Gold Touch sect was very powerful. Some of the alchemy products they refined were very powerful. Because of this, almost nobody in the numerous realms dared to provoke the Gold Touch sect. However, as the Gold Touch sect became stronger and stronger, they were no longer satisfied with ordinary alchemy. They wanted to refine life. Alchemy was very magical. At the very least, after Zhao deciphered Mechanical Transformation's memories, he couldn't help but be envious of Mechanical Transformation's alchemy. This was because Mechanical Transformation's alchemy was too powerful. Alchemy wasn't as simple as just refining things. Alchemy could be done through formations, artifacts, incantations, hand gestures, and so on. It could be said that Mechanical Transformation had developed alchemy to the extreme. Because of this, the Gold Touch sect no longer be satisfied with ordinary alchemy. They wanted to use alchemy to refine life's creation. At first, only a few people in the Gold Touch sect had this idea. Later on, it spread to the entire Gold Touch sect. The entire Gold Touch sect became extremely fanatical. Everyone in the Gold Touch sect wanted to refine life. Machine Bian grew up in this kind of environment. Naturally, he was extremely fanatical about using ordinary things to refine life. Therefore, he spent a lot of time on this matter. Hard work paid off. The Golden Touch sect finally made significant progress in refining life forms. They could now refine a type of half-life form. However, at this time, the heavenly punishment suddenly arrived. It seems like the heavens didn't like Golden Dot's approach, so they sent down divine punishment. Through Zhao Hai's memories, he could clearly feel Golden Dot's hatred and boundless fear towards divine punishment. In the end, the Golden Dot sect was destroyed by divine punishment. Most of the people in the sect died, and the Golden Dot sect perished. However, Machine Bian was very lucky to survive. From then on, he changed his name and didn't dare to say that he was a member of the Gold Touch sect. However, he still silently conducted experiments by himself. He worked hard to restore the ancient records of the Gold Touch sect. He hoped that one day, he could rebuild the Gold Touch sect. Later on, by chance, Machine Bien obtained a space stone. This made him overjoyed. He directly refined the space stone as his life source magic weapon. It took him a few hundred years to completely refine the space stone and make it his life source magic weapon. In the end, he created the Chaos Rock Realm. The Chaos Rock Realm's Cyan Rock Realm, in addition to being particularly sensitive to souls, had another function. It could block the penetration of spiritual power or any energy from the outside world. In other words, if Cyan Rock Realm was used to refine an immortal cave, no matter what he did inside, no one would know. It was because of this that Machine Bien created the Chaos Rock Realm. Then, he carried out his experiments in the Chaos Rock Realm. However, not long after he finished refining the Chaos Rock Realm, the fact that he had a space stone was suddenly discovered. Because of this, a large number of experts began to chase after him. Although there were space stones in the Chaos Rock Realm, they were still very precious. Because of this, when people heard that Machine Bien had a space stone, those who didn't have one would naturally chase after him. Fortunately, the space stone that Machine Bien obtained was a very high-grade one. In addition, Machine Bien has been refining the space stone as his life source magic weapon. Because of this, when the Chaos Rock Realm was created, the space stone also had very strong offensive and defensive capabilities. It was this ability that allowed Machine Bien to avoid being chased again and again. But in the end, Machine Bien was only one person. In the end, he was still found by the experts of the Chaos Rock. Machine Bien was forced to use a very powerful ability of the space stone to travel through space and escape from the Chaos Rock Realm. In the end, he ran to this realm. However, this ability to travel through space wasn't easy to use. When Machine Bien escaped to this realm, he was also seriously injured. Moreover, his injuries were to the core. It was impossible for him to recover. However, this didn't discourage Machine Bien. He began to experiment with all his might. He wanted to use the space stone to refine a life form. If he succeeds, then he can let his injured soul fly out of his body and enter the body of a stone golem. This would allow him to be reborn as a stone golem. After countless experiments, he finally succeeded. He made a semi-finished stone golem. But at this time, his lifespan ran out. In the end, there was no other choice but to give some simple instructions to the stone men. Then he prepared to make a final gamble. His so-called final gamble was to use a special cultivation method to petrify his body, turning him into a stone person. Then he would attach his soul to the stone soul bead and let his body absorb the stone soul bead. This way, he would be able to turn into a stone person. The reason why Machine Bien wanted to petrify his body and let the stone soul pearl return to his body was because he couldn't find a suitable stone golem to place his stone soul pearl. At that time, he made some stone golems, but those stone golems were too rough. If his stone soul pearl were to be placed in those stone golems, then it would be possible for it to become an ordinary stone golem. Unfortunately, Machine Bien didn't expect that after his body was petrified, he wouldn't be able to absorb his stone soul pearl. This made all of his calculations useless. When Machine Bien's soul found out about this situation, he knew that he was finished. He had lost his hope of living. He made a prompt decision and immediately recorded all of his memories into the stone soul pearl. This way, even if his soul disappeared, the stone soul pearl would still have all of his memories and techniques, waiting for a fated person to inherit it. When Zhao Hai looked through Machine Engineer's memories, he couldn't help but sigh. Machine Engineer was the only one left, but he was still able to research a special alchemy life form like the Stone Man. He was definitely a genius. But his luck was too bad. If he didn't have Heaven's punishment, then he would have been able to get the support of the Golden Touch Sex resources. Then perhaps the Stone Man would have already been born, and it might have even been a finished product instead of a semi-finished product. However, all of this wasn't important right now. The most important thing for Zhao Hai right now was to refine the spatial stone and take back the Chaos Stone world. When Machine Bien escaped to this plane, he didn't have the strength to collect the spatial stone. Because of this, the Chaos Stone world slowly became a plane of this plane. In the end, the martial god realm even broke through the spatial barrier and rushed into this plane. However, when the martial god realm rushed into the Chaos Stone world, Machine Bien was already dead. The people of the martial god realm didn't know how to use the Azure Stone world. They only thought of the Azure Stone world as an ordinary stone. The people of the martial god realm couldn't be blamed for this. When the Azure Stone world was used, it had to be refined. Otherwise, it would look like an ordinary stone. After Ji Bian died, the spatial stone of the Chaos Rock world became an ownerless item, which was why the martial god world was able to invade. If the spatial stone was refined and became an ownerless spatial stone, then without the permission of the owner, no one would be able to invade that space. In the past, Ji Bian had used this ability of the spatial stone to escape from being hunted down again and again. Of course, this wasn't absolute. In the myriad worlds, there were some cultivators who could cultivate their techniques to the highest level and form a very powerful law. This law can break through space and directly break into other people's spatial stones. Because of this, Machine Bian had no choice but to break through space and escape. In the end, his soul was damaged and he fell here. Although there was an independent space inside the spatial stone, there was still a gap between it and a larger space. The biggest gap was the spatial barrier. If one's level wasn't high enough to ascend, then even if one had the power of law, they still wouldn't be able to break through the spatial barrier. However, the spatial stone was different. As long as one's power of law reached a certain level, then they would be able to break through the spatial barrier and enter the space inside the spatial stone. When Zhao Hai saw Machine Bian's memories, his expression changed. If the spatial stone was an independent space, then wouldn't the space inside his body be an independent space as well? If someone could use the power of law to break through the spatial barrier and enter the space inside the spatial stone, then wouldn't he be able to use the same method to enter the space inside his body? If that was the case, then Zhao Hai would be finished. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to quickly refine the spatial stone. This way, not only would he have a deeper understanding of the spatial stone, but he might also be able to use the spatial stone to gain a better understanding of the spatial laws. Naturally, he could also use the spatial stone as a cover for the real space inside his body. Zhao Hai put away the stone soul pearl that contained Machine Bian's memories. Then, according to the method that Machine Bian taught him, he slowly sent his spiritual force into a formation under Machine Bian's petrified body. This formation was the core of the entire Chaos Stone world. As long as he refined this formation, then he would be able to refine the entire Chaos Stone world. Zhao Hai's spiritual force slowly approached the formation. However, the formation suddenly sent out a strong rebounding force that repelled his spiritual force. Fortunately, Zhao Hai wasn't injured. Upon feeling this rebounding force, Zhao Hai finally understood why Machine Bian took so long to refine the spatial stone. This rebounding force was very strong. Refining the spatial stone in a short period of time was impossible. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately sent a letter to Ji Wuming and Murong Qian, telling them to bring their people back to the Heaven's secret pavilion and have them rest. Zhao Hai wanted to close up for a while. Naturally, Ji Wuming and Murong Qian didn't dare to disobey Zhao Hai, so they took their people and left. The reason why Zhao Hai had the two return to the Heaven's secret pavilion was because he was afraid that something would happen while refining the spatial stone. If refining the spatial stone would cause the environment of the Chaos Stone world to change, then Ji Wuming and the others would be in danger. It was better to have them return to the Heaven's secret pavilion. Zhao Hai's Heaven's secret pavilion was made of liquid silver. If necessary, Zhao Hai can take the Heaven's secret pavilion to the space. At the very least, there wouldn't be too many casualties. After Ji Wuming and the others returned to the Heaven's secret pavilion, Zhao Hai slowly sent his spiritual force into the formation. The huge rebound force was still there, but Zhao Hai wasn't repelled this time. On the contrary, his spiritual force turned into a millstone, grinding away at the rebound force. Zhao Hai believed that the rebound force wasn't endless. Otherwise, nobody would be able to refine the space stone. Zhao Hai didn't think that the rebound force was endless. Instead, he used his spiritual force to grind away at the rebound force. However, it was hard to say how long it would take for him to completely refine the space stone. Fortunately, he had enough patience. He could grind it down bit by bit, constantly consuming the rebounding force. Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to let Ji Wuming and the others know about the spatial stone. He also wasn't prepared to let Ji Wuming and the others know that he had refined the Chaos Stone world. He wanted Ji Wuming and the others to stay inside the space until he had them leave. This way, Ji Wuming and the others would suspect something, and nobody would know about the secret of the spatial stone. Zhao Hai didn't dare to underestimate the consequences of the spatial stone's secret being leaked. There were countless people in the numerous realms who wanted to snatch the spatial stone, let alone here. If people knew that he had such a magical stone, then the whole world would chase after him. Grind. Fortunately, Zhao's spiritual force was very strong. He also found that his spiritual force was slowly becoming more solid, which was an unexpected surprise. Zhao's spiritual force was constantly being worn down, and it was slowly becoming more and more solid, which was an unexpected surprise. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Hai finally refined the machine transformation formation. After refining the formation, Zhao Hai suddenly had a feeling. He felt an incomparably powerful force rising from the chaotic stone world and pouring into his body. Although this force was very strong, it didn't cause any harm to Zhao Hai. On the contrary, he felt his body becoming more solid. His strength also became more solid and powerful. At the same time, Zhao Hai also felt that all the stone men in the chaotic stone world had a connection with him. He could command these stone men at will. These stone men were like the undead inside the space. This feeling was very magical, but it was also real. Zhao Hai could feel that his strength was increasing very quickly. It was equivalent to the blessing of the chaotic stone world. In addition to these, Zhao Hai could also feel some space laws. These space laws seemed to be comprehended by Zhao Hai. They suddenly appeared beside Zhao Hai, allowing Zhao Hai to feel them. Zhao Hai could feel that the space law Dao core inside his body had become more powerful. His understanding of space had also become more powerful. At this point, not only could his space be used for defense, it could also be used for locking. It can also be used for teleportation. This teleportation wasn't done by using the space inside Zhao Hai. Instead, it was done by using the space law. In the future, even if Zhao Hai uses teleportation in battle, he wouldn't be discovered. In addition to these, Zhao Hai's space law also had a certain degree of offensive power. In fact, the death-locking law was an offensive power. However, the death-locking law could only lock people or other things in place. If you want to kill someone, you would still need to do it yourself. Moreover, the death-locking law didn't necessarily have to lock people. It could also lock spiritual qi, sword qi, weapons, artifacts. As long as it was something inside the space, the death-locking law could lock them down. When Tang Tian used the death-locking law, it didn't have this much power. This was because his understanding of the space law was still at a superficial level. However, Zhao Hai was different. Zhao Hai's understanding of the space law was far greater than Tang Tian's. Therefore, his understanding of the death-locking law was also far greater than Zhao Hai's. After all, the death-locking law was only a small branch of the space law. After feeling the changes in the space stone, Zhao Hai finally opened his eyes. Then he said, "Laura, how long did I use?" Laura replied, 1 month. Brother Hai, you used 1 month. Fortunately, it wasn't that long. How do you feel now? When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Very good, I feel very good. I didn't think that it would take me a month. Hee, it's a bit longer than I expected. But it's still acceptable. I'll take the space stone now." After he said that, Zhao Hai's mind moved and wanted to take the space stone. But just as Zhao Hai's mind moved, he discovered that everything in front of him was distorted. Before long, Zhao Hai felt that he had arrived at a distorted space. Everything here was distorted, including himself. The pressure in this space was very strong. Zhao Hai felt that he was about to be crushed. Moreover, Zhao Hai also felt that his body was about to break. An unprecedented crisis suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't have time to think about it. With a thought, he returned to the space. Upon returning to the space, Zhao Hai felt the pressure on him lighten. His body also returned to normal. Zhao Hai couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. Zhao Hai really didn't know where he was. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly heard a prompt from the space, discovered a stone with an independent space. Absorb this stone. Absorption complete. This stone has recognized the host as its master. It can now provide the host with the power of the space. Absorb this energy. Absorption complete. the space can provide energy to the host. However, because the host's absorption capacity is limited, it can only provide a small amount of energy to the host. Space absorbs space stone and produces space stone organ. Can create its own space. Note, these two abilities are superimposed. Zhao Hai listened to the prompt. Then his face was filled with ecstasy. Zhao Hai knew what this prompt meant. This prompt meant that Zhao Hai would have countless spaces to use. The space has always been Zhao Hai's biggest backing. However, the space had a special characteristic, that was the number of spaces. In the past, the space was just an interface. Later on, it became a planet. But no matter what it became, the planets and the space were all based on the background of the space. However, the background of the space was limited. Zhao Hai had already sold out those backgrounds. It can be said that the space's development has reached a bottleneck. Although the level of the space can still be upgraded, the number of planets inside the space wouldn't increase. There are a lot of planets in the space, but among these planets, there were a lot of fruits from the 100 Spirits tree. The fruits of the 100 Spirits tree couldn't be regarded as planets. Although they looked like planets, they weren't real planets. But now that the space has absorbed space stones, it can automatically produce space stones. Space stones can also produce spaces. In addition to this, the space can also produce spaces. Moreover, it doesn't conflict with the space's production of space stones. In other words, the space can now produce unlimited spaces. At the same time, it can also produce space stone veins. In the future, if Zhao Hai wants, he can even give everyone around him a few space stones. This was terrifying. The space can now inject space's power into Zhao Hai's body. Just like the space stones, this was terrifying. Zhao Hai was very clear about the power of the space. For example, the energy that was injected into Zhao Hai's body came from the stone people. In other words, the amount of energy that the space can provide to Zhao Hai was also related to the number of creatures inside the space. And how many creatures were inside the space? How much energy could these creatures provide to Zhao Hai? Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel afraid when he thought about this number. In the past, Zhao Hai controlled the number of people inside the space so that they wouldn't be able to produce offspring. This was because he was afraid that the space wouldn't have enough space for people to live in. But now, he didn't have to worry about that. He can make these people produce offspring at will. Zhao Hai even thought about it. He wanted to organize the people inside the space and have them migrate. Naturally, this would be the same as the other spaces. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately said, "What's the production of space stones? How long does it take for the space to produce a new space?" The space's voice said, "Space stone vein can produce one space stone every month." The space can produce one space every month. Note, you cannot use time acceleration on the space stone vein. When Zhao Hai heard the space, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. But after thinking about it, he felt relieved. These were space stones, they can create independent spaces. If they were that easy to create, then they wouldn't be worth much. Zhao Hai was already very good, the space was able to create one space every month. This was already very good. In a year, the space would be able to create 24 new spaces, this number wasn't small at all. Zhao Hai didn't think too much about it. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a space stone appeared in his hand. This space stone was the Chaos Stone Realm space stone. Just as Zhao Hai took out the space stone, a prompt came from the space, because it is called the Chaos Stone Realm, the space inside the space stone has been absorbed by the host. Creatures have been discovered inside the space. These creatures aren't completely subdued to the host. Successful. In the next moment, Zhao Hai felt that Ji Wuming, Morong Qian, and the other cultivators of the Iron Armor Army had a connection with him. It was just like how he had a connection with the undead. This caused Zhao Hai to be surprised. This was because he knew that the space wouldn't subdue people in the past. Because people's intelligence was higher, the space wouldn't subdue them. However, he didn't expect the space to do so this time. This caused Zhao Hai to be very surprised. But then Zhao Hai became happy. This was because Zhao Hai knew that if his guess wasn't wrong, then the space must have leveled up. As for why the space didn't issue a prompt, Zhao Hai didn't know. But after thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately asked, did the space level up? Why isn't there a prompt? The space issued a prompt, the space has leveled up to level 300. After leveling up, there won't be a prompt. Zhao Hai was overjoyed, then he immediately asked, what abilities does the space have now? The space issued another prompt, in addition to the space's original abilities, the space's time acceleration has increased. The space now has the ability to subdue intelligent life. When Zhao Hai heard the space, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. However, he didn't care too much about it. He already obtained a lot of benefits today. Zhao Hai was sure that even if he didn't use the power of laws, he would still be able to deal with void-piercing experts. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately asked, before I entered the space, I felt an unprecedented crisis. Does the space know what that was? Where was I at that time? The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to ask the space was because the time that Zhao Hai spent in that place was too short. In just a moment, he returned to the space. But in that moment, he felt the threat of death. This was what Zhao Hai was most worried about. That place was able to make him feel the threat of death, it was too terrifying. Because the space was inside his body, it was able to record everything outside his body. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to know if the space had recorded that place. He wanted to see what kind of place it was that made it so terrifying. The space's prompt was heard, just now, the host wasn't in any space. Instead, you were in a spatial rift. This spatial rift was formed when the host suddenly took out the space stone. The danger that the host felt at that time was caused by the spatial distortion. If the host didn't return to the space quickly, then I'm afraid the host would have been crushed into pieces by the spatial distortion. Zhao Hai froze for a moment, but he immediately understood what the space meant. The space was like a house, and when Zhao Hai suddenly took away the chaos stone boundary, a crack appeared in the space. At this time, the space began to distort and squeeze other spaces. Finally, all of the cracks completely disappeared. Zhao Hai looked at the space in front of him. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, if the space provides me with strength, how much would I be able to reach? I mean, provide all of its strength. The space replied, according to the void, if the space provides you with all of its strength, then you would immediately ascend to the next realm. If the chaotic stone boundary only provides you with strength, then you would be invincible among your peers. Even if someone were to use the power of a law, they wouldn't be your opponent. Does the host need the space to provide you with all of its strength? Zhao Hai quickly shook his head and said, there's no need. After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and returned to the space's villa. When he arrived at the villa, he saw Laura and the others looking at the sheepskin scrolls left behind by the machine engineer. These scrolls were good stuff, they recorded some of the machine engineer's gains. Upon seeing Zhao Hai return, Laura and the others immediately gathered around. They also heard the space's prompt, but they didn't care about it. They knew that the space was fine as long as Zhao Hai's strength increased. As for how much Zhao Hai's strength increased, they didn't care. In any case, they would always be by Zhao Hai's side, so they didn't care about these changes. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, Brother Hai, your strength increased? How is it now? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's a lot better. Actually, the one that improved the most this time is the space. I think that the space has gained a lot. You should study it when you have time, especially Kai-er. Kai-er, you don't need to study these things with the others. Instead, you should study the space is our foundation. Kai-er nodded, then Zhao Hai turned his head to the others and said, as long as we deal with this layer, then we can go to a higher layer. I really want to know what it's like. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to the others and said, all right. Laura and the others nodded. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly, study it well. After 2 days, I'll teach you all the alchemy that Machine Bien and the others know. Their alchemy can not only be used to refine things, it can also be used to attack and defend. In the past, Machine Bien's Golden Touch sect relied on this alchemy to dominate the world. Laura and the others nodded. When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, their eyes lit up. Laura said, Brother Hai, don't wait. Tell us about it now. We want to get some inspiration from alchemy so that we can refine those puppets. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Actually, he wanted to go to the chaotic stone realm to take a look. Although the chaotic stone realm belonged to him, it was still connected to the martial god realm. However, Zhao Hai had already used his privileges to change the situation of the chaotic stone realm. Now, one can only leave the chaotic stone realm and not enter it. In other words, one can use the transmission formation to leave the chaotic stone realm. However, it was impossible to enter the chaotic stone realm. This was because the chaotic stone realm was no longer in its original coordinates. However, after seeing Laura and the others' expressions, Zhao Hai couldn't bear to leave. In any case, Ji Wuming and the others were now his subordinates, so they wouldn't have any problems with him. It's fine to stay for 2 days. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately nodded to Laura and the others and said, "All right, wait a moment." After he said that, Zhao Hai immediately had the space copy his memories about alchemy. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't really comprehend this part of the memories. He only looked at the contents of the memories. Moreover, what he looked at wasn't the alchemy part, but the machine transformation part. Now that Laura and the others were in charge of alchemy, Zhao Hai could finally relax. After copying the memories, Zhao Hai handed over the contents of alchemy to Laura and the others. Laura and the others were very excited as they looked at the contents seriously. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and smiled faintly. He was very happy that Laura and the others were able to find something to do. If they didn't have any desires, then it wouldn't be a good thing for them. Zhao Hai's body flashed as he appeared in the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Just as he arrived, Ji Wuming and Murong Qian came to his room. The two bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "We've seen the young master." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Later on, in front of outsiders, you should call me Mansion Lord. The chaotic stone realm is now under my control, so the golems will listen to my commands. I'll give you the authority to train the golems in the next few days. Although the golems can only attack on the ground, their attacks on the ground are still very effective. You should train them well. After some time, I'll supplement their souls so that they can understand our words. This way, they'll be more useful in commanding them. As long as the golems are trained well, then we can move on to other realms." Zhao Hai nodded and said, Ji Wuming and Murong Qian nodded. Then Ji Wuming said, "Young master, how is the mansion? We've been here for quite some time. What if something happens in the mansion?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen. You can stay here and train the stone men. Right, understand them well so that they can display 100% of their abilities." Ji Wuming and Murong Qian nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand and had them withdraw. Then he went to the top floor of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. He stood there and calmly looked at the square below. However, he also issued an order to have all the stone men in the Vajra realm and above to come to the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Under Zhao Hai's gaze, the stone men gathered in the Heaven's Secret Pavilion square. At this time, the Heaven's Secret Pavilion square had become very large. The entire square could accommodate more than 10,000 people. Naturally, it was impossible to accommodate more than 10,000 stone men. As more and more stones gathered, the square naturally couldn't hold them anymore. Fortunately, when Zhao chose this place, he had already cleaned up the surrounding area, making it very flat. After the stone men arrived, they quietly stood there, just like stone sculptures. These stone golems were also divided into ranks. The ones standing at the front were those who were wearing armor and were about 2 meters tall. They looked very exquisite, like works of art. Behind them were the stone golems that were more than 100 meters tall. The stone golems behind them were getting smaller and smaller, and their strength was getting lower and lower. Finally, the stone golems that were standing were about 20 meters tall. Although Zhao Hai didn't put these stone men in his eyes, he was very clear that their strength was incomparably strong. Even if these stone men were 20 meters tall, even some spirit condensation stage cultivators wouldn't necessarily be able to deal with them. And now, the number of stone men that had gathered around the Tianji building had already reached over 1 million. From this point, it could be seen how difficult it was to deal with the stone men in the Chaos Stone world. It was no wonder that even a realm like the Martial God realm did not dare to provoke the stone men. Although these stone men seemed to move slowly, when they used their earth tunneling technique, their speed was still very fast. Their only flaw was that they couldn't fly, which limited their development. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai became curious about alchemy. He wanted to know if there was a way to eliminate this flaw of the stone men. If this could be done, then the fighting strength of these stone men would certainly be more formidable. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai immediately returned to the Space's villa. Laura and the others were still studying the contents of the sheepskin scrolls. At the same time, they were also looking at the alchemy knowledge. All of their alchemy knowledge came from Machine Bian. Machine Bian's strength wasn't weak, he was very obsessed with alchemy. Because of this, his alchemy knowledge was very solid. Laura and the others didn't need much effort to learn. It must be said that alchemy was different from refining and alchemy. It was more of a multidisciplinary technique. It involved chemistry, physics, biology, and many other subjects. It was very difficult to learn. When Zhao Hai returned to the villa, he immediately looked for Laura. He looked at her and said, "Laura, do some research and see if there's a way to make the stone men leave the ground. If the stone men can leave the ground, then we'll have another powerful team." Laura nodded and said, "Let's see if there's any method to make the stone men leave the ground." Laura nodded and said, "All right, Brother Hai can rest assured. We'll immediately take a look." Zhao Hai nodded, then his body flashed as he entered the space and took away a large amount of soul fire. Soul fire was a great supplement for the soul. Zhao Hai took a lot of soul fire so that the stone men would be able to absorb it and replenish their souls. When Zhao Hai returned to the chaotic stone world, he discovered that a large number of stone men had already gathered outside the Heaven's secret pavilion. There were already 10 million stone men, and this number seemed to be increasing. This made Zhao Hai surprised. He immediately calculated in his mind and found out that there were 20 million stone men in the chaotic stone world. At this time, half of them had already arrived. This number surprised Zhao Hai. He didn't think that there would be so many stone men that met his requirements. Originally, he thought that a few million stone men would meet his requirements. But now, it seems like he had underestimated the strength of the chaotic stone boundary. End of chapter 2773. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.